Chapter 1. The Fortuitous Rebirth. In the realm of Yuanwu, martial prowess flourishes, with every individual practicing the arts of combat in pursuit of the celestial path and the quest for immortality. The history of martial cultivation on Yuanwu is deeply rooted, with a stringent hierarchy of martial artists having been passed down through the ages. Martial training is bifurcated into physical cultivation and chi cultivation. Physical cultivation, known as the body refinement stage, is further subdivided into 4 phases: early, mid, late, and great perfection. Chi cultivation is divided into the chi guiding stage and the chi releasing stage, each encompassing early, mid, and late phases. In the Yanglan Empire, as twilight descends, the horizon is adorned with the golden-edged sun, resplendent and blinding, casting an ethereal glow that feels almost surreal. Suddenly, the world seems to plunge into utter darkness, as if light itself has fled in fear. Above Chuyang City, a colossal vortex of shadows appears, expanding relentlessly until it envelopes the entire city. In that moment, the inhabitants of Chaoyang City are engulfed by an overwhelming sense of oppression, a visceral fear blossoming within their hearts. Furthermore, creatures in every corner of the world experience a profound weight upon their souls, akin to a boulder pressing against their chests. Ugh, Li Ping's consciousness gradually stirs. What is happening to me? As he awakens, Li Ping feels an utter weakness in his limbs, his body is languid, and he finds himself unable to move, as if ensnared within a deep pool of water. Combat, slaughter, vengeance for my parents, fortuitous encounters, a torrent of disjointed memories floods Li Ping's mind. How can this be? Where am I? Grasping his head, he strains to recall, but his mind is awash with questions. Wasn't I cultivating in a cave? What is this place? What is going on? Just as Li Ping feels perplexed and attempts to open his eyes to survey his surroundings, he finds them stubbornly shut, igniting a deep-seated panic within him. The unknown is always the most terrifying. His greatest aversion is being in a passive state, and since his eyes refuse to open, he tries to summon his spiritual awareness. However, he discovers that the essence he had painstakingly cultivated has vanished without a trace. This realization drives Li Ping into a deeper state of panic. In desperation, he attempts to extend his consciousness, and thankfully, it remains unrestrained. As he expands his awareness, he realizes he is confined within a cramped, dimly lit space, saturated with a viscous liquid and devoid of any exit. Turning his consciousness inward, Li Ping is suddenly struck by a revelation. Enveloped in a translucent, thick liquid lies an infant, connected to the umbilical cord attached to its navel. Impossible, impossible! Li Ping shakes his head frantically, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Yet the undeniable reality compels him to accept it. How could this be? How could I have become this? Why? Why? I was so close, so close. I cannot accept this. I cannot. Witnessing himself as an unborn child fills Li Ping with disbelief and an intense sense of injustice, his heart screaming in anguish. He was mere steps away from avenging his family's blood feud. Yet in the blink of an eye, he has been reduced to a fetus. Everything has been rendered null. How can he possibly accept this? Decades of fleeing, enduring humiliation, solitude, and relentless struggle have culminated in this moment, evaporating into nothingness. All the sacrifices made over the years have been cruelly severed in an instant. Li Ping feels engulfed by darkness, a profound sense of confusion and despair settling over him. Why? Heaven, why must you toy with me like this? Li Ping can no longer maintain his composure. His decades of relentless striving were solely for the purpose of revenge, to avenge the deaths of his parents and the injustices faced by his family. For years, vengeance has been his only motivation for living, yet now all hope has been extinguished. What meaning does life hold now? Grasping at the umbilical cord on his belly, he realizes that living has lost all significance. If only he could sever it, he would be liberated. Yet, his hands lack strength, and even the simplest of movements feels insurmountable, let alone removing the cord. Ah! Li Ping kicks wildly, succumbing to a frenzied state. Why must this happen to me? Am I not even allowed to die? Now it seems even death is denied to him. Ouch! It hurts! Suddenly, A chorus of anguished cries pierces through the veil of his torment. "Madam, madam, what troubles you?" A man's urgent voice breaks through. My stomach aches. Quick, fetch the doctor." "No, no, it's just the child kicking me." The woman's voice, filled with pain, yet laced with maternal love and joy, resonates through the air. "Listen, it's the child's voice." A faint rustling sound follows, as if someone is leaning in to listen. Upon hearing this, Li Ping's frenzied heart suddenly calms. This exchange evokes memories of his previous live's parents. In his past life, when Li Ping was merely 16, his family was annihilated by a coalition of two other prominent families in Chaoyang City, leaving only him and his mother to survive. In the aftermath of their family's destruction, his mother met her demise at the hands of their enemies while trying to protect him. Now, reborn as a child, if he were to perish in the womb, it would inflict immense pain and suffering upon another family. Li Ping has experienced the agony of losing loved ones firsthand, and he wishes not to pass that torment onto others in this life. Reflecting on this, Li Ping's actions gradually slow, and a profound tranquility washes over him. Well, since I am here, I might as well accept it. At worst, I shall start anew. Moreover, I must live even better, more vibrantly. Li Ping's thoughts begin to return to the present. His naturally astute mind swiftly organizes his thoughts, and he calms himself, contemplating his future plans. In the midst of his reflection, a sudden, excruciating pain pierces through his soul, and before he can react, it overwhelms him, threatening to shatter his spirit. Were it not for the strength of his previous live soul, he might have succumbed to this agony. It hurts, it hurts! Li Ping clutches his head, kicking in pain. How can this be? The anguish comes without warning, and the intensity nearly overwhelms his mind. No one answers him, the pain only intensifies, and Li Ping finds himself on the brink of unconsciousness. I cannot. If I faint, everything will be over. His previous live's cultivation experience warns him that once he loses consciousness, he will no longer control his fate, and the unfolding events may spiral beyond redemption. Yet, the pain is unbearable, assaulting his central nervous system. Yet Li Ping's indomitable will keeps him teetering on the edge of consciousness. At that moment, a sudden transformation occurs. The translucent amniotic fluid surrounding Li Ping shifts to a golden hue, gradually morphing into a milky white. As the liquid turns entirely white, it begins to unravel like silk, permeating Li Ping's body in delicate strands. Simultaneously, the vortex above Chaoyang City vanishes, and the sky is suddenly awash with vibrant, multicolored rays, enveloping the city. The four celestial beasts, azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise appear in unison, soaring and roaring harmoniously. In the midst of the sky, a hazy silhouette emerges, striking a massive drum before it. At the first beat, all living beings sense a momentary halt in their breath, their hearts constricting. With the second beat, beasts of chaos erupt, rampaging in all directions. The third beat summons tempestuous winds, heralding torrential rains. The fourth beat triggers volcanic eruptions. The eighth beat brings all things to submission. The world falls silent. The ninth beat heralds a blood sacrifice to welcome the divine, causing high-level martial artists to spew blood into the sky. With the 10th beat, the drum shatters, summoning the arrival of the deity. Thunder God strikes the drum. Across the expanse of Yuanwu, powerful beings lift their gazes skyward, watching as the hazy figure gradually dissipates. Confusion and astonishment etch the faces of the martial experts, and after a moment of uncertainty, they collectively surge towards Chaoyang City. Simultaneously, from four unknown locations, a singular word resonates faintly: heaven. Then, silence descends, enveloping all in stillness. On that day, a multitude of martial artists converged upon Chaoyang City, with rarely seen masters and elusive grandmasters suddenly appearing everywhere. The city became a bustling throng. Within less than a day, countless martial experts had gathered within a radius of 10,000 miles around Chaoyang City, causing the city lord and the imperial family of Yanglan to break into a cold sweat. Should these martial artists inadvertently revolt, the entire empire would face annihilation. Thus, the Yonglun Empire sprang into action. After an indeterminate period, the excruciating pain gradually receded, and Li Ping's consciousness began to return to clarity. What has happened to me? Why did that pain strike so suddenly? Li Ping, still bewildered by the abrupt onslaught of pain, suddenly notices something new within his soul. Upon closer inspection, he sees a dazzling golden pearl, glimmering like glass, slowly rotating. The pearl seems to possess an infinite allure, drawing Li Ping's consciousness towards it. Isn't this the golden pearl from that treasure? How did it end up here? Li Ping feels a sense of peculiarity. He had stumbled upon this pearl in his past life during a treasure hunt, but at that time, it seemed unremarkable, and he had been unable to uncover its secrets, simply discarding it into his storage ring. How did it come to nestle within his soul? Though feeling a sense of strangeness, Li Ping nonetheless relinquished his consciousness, realizing he remained unharmed. The golden orb, which seemed devoid of malevolence, piqued his curiosity about its true nature. Gradually allowing his consciousness to delve within, Li Ping sensed that this golden orb might indeed be the catalyst for transforming his life. Li Ping's consciousness floated around the luminous sphere. Although he discerned that the orb could be the primary source of this entire affair, he remained exceedingly cautious, for prudence is the mother of safety. The excruciating pain he had just experienced was likely a result of this golden orb, and he was not eager to endure such nightmarish agony once more. While Li Ping approached with utmost care, the resplendent golden orb appeared to grow restless, its brilliance flickering unpredictably. Suddenly, the orb emitted a tremendous force, drawing Li Ping's consciousness into its depths, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Chapter 2. Emergence. When Li Ping's consciousness regained clarity, he found himself in an infinite expanse. After spinning around a few times, he gazed at the boundless space in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is this what lies within the golden orb? Fortunate one, congratulations on enduring the first trial of the past." A phrase materialized within the orb. Stunned, Li Ping paused, contemplating first trial? Enduring the past? What happens if one cannot withstand it? His mind swirled with questions. As if in response to his queries, another phrase emerged. "Those who cannot withstand the first trial shall perish instantly." Upon reading this, Li Ping felt a jolt of realization, followed by relief that he had not fainted otherwise. Fortunate one, congratulations. Each trial you pass grants you a reward. By overcoming the first trial, you shall receive the legacy of the foundational techniques. Another message appeared within the orb. This technique is the foremost martial art of antiquity. Practitioners can traverse the heavens and earth with ease. Those who attain mastery shall wield the power of creation. Before Li Ping could fully absorb this revelation, a multitude of enigmatic golden symbols surged into his consciousness. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the orb settled into tranquility. Slowly opening his eyes, Li Ping's face radiated with astonishment and exhilaration, having briefly comprehended the foundational techniques. He was utterly astounded to discover such a remarkable legacy. With this unparalleled martial art, what do my previous modest aspirations matter? Martial arts, haha. At this moment, Li Ping appeared almost delirious, his limbs moving restlessly. Yet who could blame him? Anyone suddenly bestowed with such a divine technique would struggle to maintain composure. As he reveled in his elation, a sudden cry of pain broke through. Ouch! The child kicked me again. Do not be too eager to celebrate. Another phrase unexpectedly emerged from the orb. Li Ping was momentarily taken aback by these words. This technique does not grant you rapid cultivation speed, but rather boundless potential. Mastering the technique is exceedingly arduous. Only those of great willpower and wisdom can succeed. Once you embark on this cultivation, you cannot pause. Failure will result in total annihilation of body and spirit. Annihilation of body and spirit. Upon reading this phrase, Li Ping felt a chill. This was the greatest fear of any martial artist. The trials of the foundational techniques are fraught with peril. Although you are fortunate to have obtained them, I must offer one final reminder. Do you still wish to cultivate? Otherwise, regret shall come too late. Taking a deep breath, Li Ping clenched his fists. Cultivating martial arts was a struggle against others and against fate. What was there to fear in facing this challenge? It was either ascend to divinity or face utter destruction. Boundless potential also signified infinite possibilities. He was determined to take this gamble. Li Ping refused to live a life of mediocrity, especially with a great vendetta yet to be avenged. Since he had been granted a second chance, he would make it all the more glorious. I have made my decision. I shall cultivate. The foundational techniques revealed to Li Ping a most exhilarating discovery. The womb is filled with rich, innate energy, which I previously could not absorb. Yet now, with this legacy, I can directly draw upon it for cultivation. However, utilizing it for cultivation would be a waste. It is best suited for laying a solid foundation. The innate energy within the womb is intrinsically linked to an individual's martial talent. The amount of innate energy an infant can absorb while in the womb directly correlates to their martial aptitude. However, the absorption of innate energy has always been passive. An unborn child cannot consciously draw it in, nor could a defenseless infant achieve such a feat. Moreover, the outside world cannot assist in this process, as improper attempts could lead to the tragic demise of the fetus. More critically, innate energy immediately transforms into waste once it leaves the mother's body. The saying talent is determined by destiny arises from this notion. Yet Li Ping was an exception. Firstly, he possessed consciousness, and secondly, he had the legacy of this extraordinary technique to absorb innate energy, even storing it. This was truly a fortuitous advantage. Li Ping cultivated within the womb for over a month, establishing an incredibly solid foundation, with all channels opened. Due to the malleable nature of an infant's body, the unblocking of meridians became remarkably smooth. Before even being born, Li Ping had already achieved the 100 meridians body, a physique revered among many. This would grant him extraordinary advantages in both cultivation and combat, particularly in martial training. Days passed, and Li Ping sensed instability within the womb. Calculating the days, he surmised that he was on the verge of birth. He decided to cease his cultivation and patiently awaited the day of his emergence. Though 2 months had passed since the last extraordinary occurrence, the Yuanwu continent remained a realm of desolation, in dire need of revival. Yet the influx of martial artists to Chaoyang City showed no signs of waning, and a heavy atmosphere blanketed the entire city. However, one place stood in stark contrast. Within Chaoyang City, the 3 dominant families, the Wang, Su, and Li families, were bustling with activity. The Li family, in particular, was enveloped in a palpable tension mingled with joy, with the inner courtyard abuzz with preparations. A tall, robust man radiating vitality paced back and forth outside a lavish chamber, his large hands clapping together anxiously, his face betraying a mix of eagerness and excitement. Why is it taking so long for the child to arrive? Oh, I'm dying of impatience. It's just the birth of a child. Why is it taking so long? The maid at the door could not help but stifle a laugh at the man's last exclamation. This man was none other than Li Jingyang, the head of the Li family. Inside the womb, Li Ping suddenly felt a jarring wave of energy. A hazy light streamed in, signaling that the moment of birth had arrived. Without hesitation, Li Ping rose and rushed toward the light, knowing that his proactive emergence would significantly alleviate his mother's labor pains. Whoosh! Li Ping inhaled the familiar yet foreign air of the outside world, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy and relief. It's happening! It's happening! The midwife exclaimed joyfully. Upon hearing her words, Li Jingyang dashed into the room. It's happening? Wainer, wainer! Li Jingyang rushed to the bedside, his words tumbling over themselves in excitement. Shh, master, do not startle the lady or the young master, the midwife admonished, hushing him with urgency. Oh, I mustn't scare my precious one. Li Jingyang quickly gestured for silence. Why isn't the child crying? How peculiar! The midwife looked down at the newborn Li Ping, her brow furrowing in confusion. In all her years of assisting births, she had never encountered a newborn who did not cry. My child, my child! A pale-faced woman on the bed gazed at the midwife holding Li Ping, speaking weakly. Ah, madam, look, it's a boy. Finally, he is here. The birthing process had indeed been arduous for Li Ping. Traversing the narrow passage was no easy feat, and upon his arrival, his head felt a bit dazed from the pressure. After a moment, He adapted and opened his eyes to the world outside. Though freshly born, he could see clearly, which was not uncommon in the Yuanwu continent, where children could open their eyes immediately upon birth. However, the brightness of the external world was far more intense than that of the womb, requiring him some time to adjust. The woman cradling him was none other than his mother, Lu Wanru. With gentle hands, she carefully accepted Li Ping, her face alight with joy, radiating a unique maternal glow. As Li Ping gradually adjusted to the room's brightness, he opened his eyes to behold Lu Wanru holding him. Her pale complexion, adorned with a sweet smile, though lacking color, exuded an elegance that reflected a poignant beauty. This face seems so familiar. Is this? A surge of blood kinship and profound familiarity enveloped Li Ping. Mother! Li Ping focused intently on Lu Wanru, confirming his thoughts. It was not that he was foolish for not recognizing her, rather. Lu Wanru was not only his mother in this life, but also in his previous one. After decades apart, the vivid memories of their past merged seamlessly with her present visage. Li Ping gazed at Lu Wanru with a complex expression, his heart brimming with mixed emotions. Never had he imagined that he would be reborn into his original family, igniting a profound excitement within him. Beside him, Li Jingyang leaned in, his piercing eyes intently fixed on Li Ping, leaving the newly delivered Lu Wanru somewhat neglected. Father, mother! Upon seeing his parents, Li Ping could no longer contain his composure, tears streaming down his face in a torrent of emotion as he fervently cried out, Father, mother. However, being freshly born, his vocal cords and other faculties were still quite immature, rendering him unable to articulate words. Instead, his fervent cries transformed into a cacophony of wails. Chapter 3. The 100-Day Celebration. Look at that. With such a frightening appearance, you are staring so intently at the child that you've made him cry. Upon witnessing Li Ping wailing, Lu Wanru hurriedly comforted him, gently cradling and swaying him in her arms, casting a reproachful glance at Li Zhengyang. Do I look frightening? Li Zhengyang chuckled, scratching his nose, finding it difficult to retort. Suddenly, a pained expression crossed Lu Wanru's face. Noticing this, Li Zhengyang promptly asked with concern, Wanru, what's wrong? It's nothing, just a bit of discomfort. You hold him for now. I need to rest a moment. The joy of having given birth quickly overshadowed the pain of labor. But Lu Wanru felt a sudden twinge of pain from her earlier vigorous movements. Then take your time to rest. Li Zhengyang took over Li Ping, gently rocking him. Oh, don't cry, don't cry. As he gazed at Li Ping's adorable little face, his joy intensified. Don't cry, my precious. Behave, and later, Daddy will buy you some candy. Hearing Li Zhengyang's words, Lu Wanru on the bed shook her head in amusement. Her man was unmatched in handling family affairs, yet when it came to soothing a child, his clever mind seemed to short-circuit. Li Ping was equally bewildered, his face twitching as he thought, Father, you can only give me what I can actually eat. Isn't it a bit early to coax me with such words? Li Ping's confusion abruptly halted his cries, much to Li Zhengyang's delight. Look at that. My words are effective, my dear son. Call me Daddy quickly. Daddy will buy you lots and lots of delicious treats. Upon hearing this, Li Ping felt a wave of dizziness. Look at my nose, my eyes, my eyebrows, my ears. Don't they all resemble yours? I am practically a miniature version of you. Li Ping was drenched in sweat, astonished to discover such an endearing side to his usually stern father. All right, look how happy you are. Lu Wanru chuckled, saying, Yang, now that the child is born, shouldn't we name him? Oh dear, I completely forgot about that, Li Zhengyang exclaimed, slapping his forehead in frustration. What should we name him? He stroked his chin, deep in thought. How about Li Xiaoyang? I am Zhengyang, so my son could be Xiaoyang. Isn't that wonderful? Lu Wanru, still contemplating the feasibility of the name, was interrupted by Li Ping's protest. Li Xiaoyang? What a ridiculous name. How could a valiant hero like me bear such a name? Absolutely not. However, Li Ping still lacked the ability to voice his dissent. In a flash of inspiration, he squeezed out a few tears and began to wail. Wah. Oh no, don't cry, don't cry. Seeing Li Ping starting to fuss again, Li Zhengyang hurried to soothe him, but his next words nearly sent Li Ping crashing into a wall. Wanru, look, the child agrees. What else do you want? No way, that name is far too common. Lu Wanru pondered for a moment before decisively rejecting it. Her words instantly illuminated Li Ping like a beacon of hope. Mother, you are indeed wise. Then what shall we name the child? Li Jingyang asked, pursing his lips. After a long moment of contemplation, Lu Wanru replied, Yanggu, we've finally had a child, my only wishes for our family to be complete, and for the child to live a safe and sound life. Let us name him Ping, a single character. Li Ping gazed at Lu Wanru's still pale face, tears welling up again. All right, it's settled. Li Jingyang affirmed without hesitation. He shared the same sentiment. In truth, Li Ping worried unnecessarily. The naming situation was merely a repetition from his previous life. Ultimately, no matter how things unfolded, he would always be Li Ping, unchangeable by anyone. On the 7th day of the 6th month in the year 1056 of the Yangluan calendar, it marked 100 days since Li Ping's birth. The Li residence was abuzz with celebration, guests arriving in droves, firecrackers ringing out continuously, enveloping the entire household in a festive atmosphere. In the martial world, it was customary to celebrate a child's 100-day milestone, symbolizing completeness. Celebrating a child's centenary signified their perfect birth and life. Outside, the festivities were lively, while Li Ping found himself unceremoniously placed before Lu Wanru's ample bosom, drinking milk. Although he was far from willing, he had no choice but to comply for the sake of growing up. Furthermore, he didn't want to appear too out of the ordinary. Having heard about the astonishing phenomenon that occurred 2 months prior shortly after his birth, Li Ping recognized that it was a time of great upheaval. He could only remain a regular child, for if he attracted the attention of martial experts in Chaoyang City, it would spell trouble. At noon, all guests had taken their seats, at the head table. Li Jingyang sat alongside the leaders of the 2 prominent families. Li Jingyang raised his cup and stood, addressing all the guests with a booming voice. Li, thank you all for coming to my humble abode to celebrate my son's birthday. To this, I shall drink as a toast. Downing the contents of his cup, the guests cheered loudly and followed suit. Ha ha, brother Li, what a spirit! As Li Jingyang sat down, the head of the Su family immediately chimed in. Forgive me for my rudeness, let us drink our fill today. No one leaves until we are drunk. Indeed, we shall accompany brother Li without hesitation, echoed the head of the Wang family. As Li Jingyang reveled in the merriment with the Wang and Su family heads. One of his trusted aides leaned in to whisper something in his ear. Upon hearing it, Li Jingyang's face lit up with surprise. Brother Wang, Brother Su, shall we go to greet our guest? The heads of the Wang and Su families exchanged puzzled glances before a flicker of realization crossed their faces, their expressions darkening momentarily. However, being seasoned veterans, they quickly masked their reactions with smiles. Who possesses such stature that Brother Li himself would go to welcome them? Could it be the city lord? Ha ha, Brother Wang is correct. Let us all go to greet them. Without further ado, Li Jingyang rose and made his way to the entrance, followed by the heads of the Wang and Su families, who exchanged knowing looks before also rising to follow. Chapter 4. Testing talent before they reached the door. The sound of firecrackers erupted, followed by the sound of hearty laughter. Ha ha! Congratulations, Brother Li, on the birth of your precious son. I, Lu, have come to celebrate. City Lord, you are too kind. Li Jingyang hastily approached Lu, his face brimming with astonishment. Lu, the City Lord, was a figure of immense stature in Chaoyang City, a top-tier powerhouse with few rivals. Li Jingyang could barely withstand a few exchanges with him. What an honor it was for such a distinguished figure to grace the celebration. The banquet hall buzzed with activity as Lu settled in, raising his cup. Since I arrived late, I shall self-punish with a drink. You are too gracious, City Lord. It is already an immense honor for you to come celebrate my son's birthday. I shall drink to that. Li Jingyang downed another cup. After a few rounds of drinks, Lu set his cup down and said, to congratulate Brother Li on his son's birth, I have brought the talent stone from the Fu Hall. May I ask for your son to come forth for a test? Upon hearing this, Li Jingyang's respectful gaze towards Lu brightened with excitement. The talent stone was no ordinary item. Only the Empire's premier sect, Fu Hall, possessed it. Chaoyang City had a branch of Fu Hall, which is how Lu could borrow the talent stone. As the name suggests, the talent stone was used to test innate abilities. Typically, testing begins with infants. However, due to their fragile meridians and the absence of spiritual energy, other methods are ineffective for newborns. This is where the rarity of the talent stone comes into play. It requires only a slight guiding force to gently test an infant's talents while simultaneously protecting their meridians and enhancing their strength. For both families and sects, the rise and fall hinge on the availability of talented individuals. Identifying promising talents early for targeted cultivation offers undeniable advantages. Moreover, the talent stone is a consumable item. Each test depletes a bit of the stone to enhance the infant's meridians, making it exceptionally precious. Hurry, bring the young master out, Li Zhengyang eagerly instructed a nearby attendant, excited to see what talents his precious son possessed. Moments later, Lu Wanru emerged carrying Li Ping, approaching Li Zhengyang, and asked, "Husband, what's the rush? The 100-day celebration is typically when the child is presented to the guest for blessings. Isn't it a bit early to bring him out now?" Li Ping, having just finished drinking milk, nestled contentedly in Lu Wanru's arms. However, when he caught sight of the heads of the Wang and Su families drinking at the table, his eyes widened in alarm. Suddenly filled with an uncontrollable murderous intent, in his past life, it was the Wang and Su families that had joined forces to annihilate the Li family, killing his parents and nearly all of his kin. Li Ping bore a deep-seated grudge against the Wang and Su families. "Who are you?" The heads of the Wang and Su families abruptly turned to gaze at Li Ping. Upon noticing their attention, Li Ping immediately repressed his murderous intent. He was still exceedingly vulnerable and could not afford to attract the notice of the heads of the Wang and Su families, no matter how strong his desire to eliminate them. The two family heads stared at Li Ping with unwavering certainty, their bodies still tinged with cold sweat from the sudden surge of killing intent they had felt earlier. The intensity of that murderous aura was overwhelming. As if it were a vow to kill without respite, after scanning the vicinity for a considerable time, they could not pinpoint any suspicious individual, so they exchanged glances and reluctantly decided to let the matter rest for the time being. "Ruer, the city lord has specifically borrowed the talent stone from the Fuwu Hall to assess Pinger's talents and has summoned you to come quickly." Upon hearing this, Lu Wanru displayed a look of surprise. Being an astute woman, she immediately grasped the implications of her husband's words. The fact that the renowned city lord would honor their child with such attention was indeed a great privilege. Lu Wanru quickly approached Lu Wei and respectfully said, "Wanru would like to express her gratitude to the city lord in advance and humbly request that the city lord conduct the assessment for our child." "Madam is too polite," Lu Wei replied, clapping his hands. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man, appearing to be in his late 80s or 90s, entered the hall. Upon the elder's arrival, Lu Wei slightly bowed, his eyes filled with deep respect. This spectacle left many onlookers astounded. Lu Wei was the city lord, wielding absolute authority within Chaoyang City. Why would he show such deference to an elderly man? Who exactly was this venerable figure? The old man held a stone as dark as ink, which Lu Wei had described as the talent stone. Seeing the white-haired elder enter with the talent stone, Li Zhengyang furrowed his brow. In his recollection, there had been no mention of such an elder in either the city lord's mansion or the branch hall of Fuwu, especially since the talent stone was a consumable item. Lu Wei would not entrust it to someone of little significance. Moreover, the elder exuded no signs of spiritual energy, deepening Li Zhengyang's perplexity. The elder slowly approached the hall, his expression as impassive as a carved wooden mask. He did not even glance at Lu Wei. The other attendees were similarly rendered invisible to him. He directly approached Li Ping, placing the talent stone beneath Li Ping's left hand, while grasping Li Ping's right hand with his other. Li Zhengyang was increasingly puzzled. What could an elder devoid of any spiritual prowess accomplish? He turned to Lu Wei, his expression one of inquiry. Noticing Li Zhengyang's puzzled gaze, Lu Wei refrained from offering explanations. Instead, letting out a wry smile as the elder drew closer to Li Ping, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within Li Ping. This elder was not lacking in power. Rather, his strength was so profound that Li Zhengyang and the others were unworthy of witnessing it. What kind of master was this, and why was he so benevolent as to assess his talents? Such an unusual occurrence surely harbored hidden motives. Moreover, with the heads of the Wang and Su families present, Li Ping dared not reveal any extraordinary talents. He hastily utilized the innate energy he had prepared to seal off most of his meridians. Just as Li Ping completed this task, he felt a gentle flow of spiritual energy in his right hand, while a peculiar force coursed through his left hand, gradually nourishing his meridians. After the gentle energy made a complete circuit within his body, A flicker of confusion crossed the elder's wooden face as he muttered, "Impossible. After examining so many infants, this one shows remarkable sensitivity, yet no anomalies have surfaced. Could he truly be a reincarnation of a celestial being? That seems illogical." Chapter 5. Severing Meridians. This elder was a martial arts master drawn here by the celestial phenomenon that occurred 5 months prior. Upon witnessing the anomaly, he had immediately concluded it was the reincarnation of a celestial being, rather than the emergence of a rare treasure. If he could locate the reincarnated celestial being and refine it, his martial prowess would undoubtedly reach unimaginable heights. The very thought thrilled him. Yet, after 5 months of scrutinizing countless infants without any results, he began to feel a sense of agitation. Despite finding no anomalies after examining Li Ping, the elder remained undeterred and pressed deeper with his energy. Li Ping, upon hearing the elder's murmurs, was struck with astonishment. He never anticipated that the manifestation of his awakening would attract such an individual. If he were to reveal any signs of peculiarity, the elder would likely seize him immediately, and if a conflict arose between his family and this master, the elder could effortlessly annihilate the Li family. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Li Ping suddenly felt the energy in his right hand surge deeper into his body, prompting a silent alarm within him. If this force penetrated too deeply, his secrets would be laid bare before the elder, with dire consequences looming. Yet, his innate energy could not withstand the elder's probing. Any attempt to block it would only lead to ruptured meridians, risking crippling injuries or worse, death. With no way to halt the elder's advance, Li Ping knew he had to prevent the elder from persisting in his investigation. The elder's energy gradually delved deeper into Li Ping's body, overwhelming the innate energy, sealing his meridians with a single strike. Witnessing this, Li Ping felt a surge of panic. If the elder discovered the abnormalities within him, the repercussions would be unthinkable. Cold sweat trickled down the back of his head. Suddenly, the source pearl within his soul seemed to sense his plight, shining brightly and illuminating his surroundings. In an instant, a brilliant golden light surged into Li Ping's body, locking down most of his meridians and blocking the elder's energy. Initially stunned by the state of his body, Li Ping quickly realized what had happened and felt an overwhelming joy. In his elation, he quickly suppressed his excitement and began to wail loudly, hoping to draw the attention of Lu Wanru and Li Zhengyang, urging the elder to cease his probing. Although the source pearl had averted the immediate danger of exposure, Li Ping dared not allow the elder to continue his investigation. As Li Ping cried out, the talent stone in his hand gradually emitted a blue glow, eliciting a mixture of surprise, envy, and resentment from the onlookers in the hall. Lu Wanru, noticing the talent stone's blue luminescence, felt a surge of joy, but upon hearing Li Ping's cries, she became alarmed and quickly snatched him from the elder's grasp, soothing him to cease his distress. With Li Ping cradled in her arms, the elder's probing came to an abrupt halt. Relieved, Li Ping secretly exhaled. The lingering energy from the elder still sent shivers down his spine. "Brother Li, your son's talent appears commendable. With proper cultivation, he holds great promise," Lu Wei remarked, casting an apologetic glance at the cradled Li Ping as he addressed Li Zhengyang. Upon hearing this, Li Zhengyang's smile widened. Talents were generally classified into 10 levels, corresponding to the 10 colors of the talent stone: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, white, milky white, and black. Blue indicated a 6th-level talent. Meanwhile, the heads of the Wang and Su families exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with cold light. The city lord Lu Wei possessed only a 7th-level talent, while Li Ping had already attained a 6th-level talent, which was quite impressive. With robust family support, it was not far-fetched to expect him to reach the Qi induction stage, a level of strength comparable to that of a family head. While the city lord was merely at the late stage of Qi induction, the elder, however, sneered disdainfully but continued to fixate on Li Ping, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Yet, having found no anomalies, he refrained from further inquiry. Such masters could not interfere excessively in worldly affairs, especially with numerous powerful figures observing, particularly the ancient ones from the Fuwu Hall who had gathered here. Any untoward actions could quickly turn him into a target. There was no need for him to take any reckless actions over a child who was unlikely to be a celestial reincarnation. Seeing the situation unfold, Li Ping couldn't help but smile wryly. Although he had sealed off most of his meridians, their inherent resilience could not be concealed. Sighing internally, He turned to find the elder still fixated on him, and a chill ran down his spine. Why was this elder so persistently haunting him? Not only had he attracted the attention of the Wang and Su families, but he also found himself entangled with such a formidable master. It seemed he would have to exercise extreme caution in the future. One misstep could result in his utter obliteration. Li Ping sighed in resignation, never anticipating that he would draw the attention of such a formidable figure. Suddenly, a multitude of divine senses swept over him, causing his heart to skip a beat. Cursed be this fate. Li Ping's nerves were taut. Any one of those divine senses belonged to someone the Li family could not afford to offend. If he were to inadvertently reveal a hint of his true nature, he would not merely be reduced to ashes but would leave no trace behind. These divine senses were undoubtedly detectable by the elder, whose expression darkened as he realized that many shared his suspicions. Li Ping held his breath for a moment, letting out a resigned sigh. He knew that there was no turning back. Thus, he decided to disregard it all. Leaning into Lu Wanru's embrace and closing his eyes to rest. 6 years passed in the blink of an eye, and Li Ping had turned 6, now standing at a height of 1.20 meters. His delicate features exuded a charm that was undeniably appealing, complemented by a pair of sword-like brows that added a touch of heroism. Over these 6 years, Li Ping had enjoyed a relatively comfortable life under the auspices of his 6th-level talent. However, these were merely superficial appearances. In reality, his existence was fraught with hardship, each day marked by trepidation and anxiety. During the day, in order to evade the watchful eyes of Wang and the Su family, Li Ping disguised himself as a child. Although he currently appeared as a mere child, the aspirations of his decades-old spirit rendered mingling among the children rather dull. Fortunately, particularly those unwilling martial artists. Scanning the area with their divine senses compelled Li Ping to exercise extreme caution during his nightly training sessions. He practiced in a state of perpetual anxiety. Thankfully, the balance provided by the Fuwu Hall deterred these formidable individuals from brazenly employing coercive measures to inspect each household. The Fuwu Hall, being the foremost sect of the empire, was populated with powerful beings who had dispatched numerous strong individuals to Chaoyang City to maintain order since the strange phenomenon that occurred before Li Ping's birth. This presence instilled a sense of restraint in those martial arts experts, preventing them from acting recklessly within the city. Today marked a momentous occasion for Li Ping, as he faced a crucial juncture in his martial journey, the body refinement stage. Although his training over the past 6 years had not been extensive, he had immersed himself in life and death trials, often subjecting himself to grueling challenges with tools or beasts, coupled with the innate energy that had fully opened his meridians. This had rendered his cultivation exceptionally effective. As night fell, Li Ping stealthily slipped out of Chaoyang City, his petite shadow unnoticed by anyone. Finding an inconspicuous small peak, he concealed himself within the shadowy forest. He dared not venture into the mountains. Any disturbance during his breakthrough would be catastrophic, for the mountains were rife with wild beasts and even magical creatures. If a beast were to confront him during this pivotal moment, he might not even comprehend his demise. Surely, this location would not attract any undue attention. The relentless pursuit of those martial artists was driving him to the brink of madness. Even a fleeting glance at his heart was unbearable. Li Ping carefully surveyed his surroundings, exercising caution to avoid any major blunders. He set up several small traps around him, ensuring that he could detect any disturbances in advance. Satisfied with his preparations, he settled down and began his breakthrough training. Having reached the pinnacle of the foundational stage, he was now poised to officially ascend to the body refinement stage. Achieving this milestone signified the commencement of his true martial journey. It was of utmost importance. Regardless of whether he could successfully break through, a single misstep could have lasting repercussions on his future martial path, compelling Li Ping to approach this with the utmost seriousness. After half an hour of cultivation, sensing that he was ready, Li Ping summoned all his energy to initiate the breakthrough into the body refinement stage. Suddenly, a series of faint sounds erupted within him, heralding the impending breakthrough. Just then, a divine sense swept over him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Damn it. How could he have anticipated that a powerful individual would scan this area at such a moment? If it were merely a coincidence, that would be unfortunate. However, it was most likely that he had long been under surveillance by others. Perhaps the martial artist from 6 years ago had never truly lost sight of him. If his breakthrough were to be discovered, it would spell disaster. Gritting his teeth, Li Ping made a swift decision. He could no longer continue with the breakthrough, and he must not retain any of his current power. Boom, boom. Resounding explosions echoed within him, and a mouthful of crimson blood was expelled. Li Ping dissipated all of his internal energy, even blocking a portion of his meridians and forcibly severing some of them. The excruciating pain of severing his meridians nearly caused him to lose consciousness. His face paling dramatically, he lay on the ground, feigning unconsciousness, gritting his teeth to stave off fainting, for otherwise he would lose all control over the situation. Yet, if he had indeed attracted the attention of others, severing his meridians might not ensure his safety. Li Ping had no choice but to gamble, blaming his own weakness for this predicament. Chapter 6. The 12-year test. As Li Ping lay on the ground, barely conscious, he noticed a figure move before him. A venerable elder, aged between 80 and 90, suddenly appeared. This elder was none other than the one who had assessed Li Ping's talent years ago. Although he had not detected anything noteworthy in Li Ping at that time, he had nonetheless taken precautions, leaving a special mark on him. This mark would not manifest under ordinary circumstances, but the elder could sense Li Ping's whereabouts at will. However, as time passed, this mark had weakened considerably. Otherwise, the elder would have arrived here much sooner instead of relying on divine senses to scan the vicinity. Seeing Li Ping venture to such a secluded mountain at this hour surely raised suspicions. Upon sensing the anomaly, the elder hastened over and found Li Ping in his current state. "What has transpired?" the elder inquired, observing Li Ping unconscious on the ground, a pool of blood nearby. His brow furrowed. Has he fallen into demonic deviation? Li Ping bore no external injuries, and there were no signs of struggle. Only the bloodstain on the ground and Li Ping's pale visage remained. Given that there was no external attack, it seemed he had injured himself, most likely due to demonic deviation. Could it be that severe? It was hard to believe that a mere child of 6 could possess such prowess to fall into deviation. After pondering for a moment, the elder could not arrive at a conclusion. Yet, he soon abandoned his thoughts, adhering to his life philosophy. If it was unclear, it was best not to dwell on it. He beckoned to Li Ping, who was immediately lifted into the air. The elder's divine sense surged forth, enveloping Li Ping's entire being, probing into his condition. He was determined to uncover the reason behind Li Ping's current state. After 6 years of searching for the reincarnation of a celestial being, the elder's nerves had grown frayed. He would not overlook any anomalies, determined to uncover the truth. Regrettably, after 6 years, not a single clue had surfaced. Yet, he still found Li Ping to be the most suspicious. After a lengthy examination, the elder's brow furrowed, his chest heaving as frustration began to brew. Despite his efforts, he was unable to discern anything beyond the obstructed and severed meridians. "What a waste of my time," he scoffed. After such an exhaustive search, it turned out to be a worthless endeavor. With so many severed meridians, Li Ping's prospects for martial cultivation were bleak. However, the elder was unconcerned. His lack of findings left him in a foul mood, and a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. Since Li Ping was now of no use, he might as well. Suddenly, an expression of darkness crossed the elder's face as he regarded Li Ping, his gaze flickering uncertainly. After a moment of hesitation, he turned to leave, disregarding Li Ping's prone form. Moments ago, several overwhelmingly powerful divine senses had swept through the area, and the elder could no longer afford to take a life. After all, killing an ordinary person would not only tarnish his reputation but could also provide others with leverage against him. If the Fuwu Hall were to learn of this, the consequences would be dire. An hour later, Li Ping gradually regained consciousness. "You old fool, I will inevitably kill you one day," Li Ping muttered, glaring at the direction in which the elder had vanished, a hint of malice crossing his features. This old man had caused him trouble time and again, and now he had forced Li Ping to sever his own meridians. Li Ping harbored a deep-seated resentment towards him, having already sentenced the elder to death in his heart. After a moment of contemplation, Li Ping introspected the shattered and severed meridians within him, letting out a long sigh. Alas, 12 years had swiftly passed, and it had been 6 years since Li Ping's self-inflicted severing of his meridians. Today marked the grandest occasion for the entire Li family, as all youths who had reached the age of 12 were to undergo the foundational stage test. The foundational stage was divided into 10 segments, each progressively more challenging. This stage was crucial, as the human body was frail during the early years, and a solid foundation was imperative for martial cultivation. Given that there were distinctions of strength within this foundation, it was segmented into 10 stages, after which one would enter the body refinement stage. Next, Li Wei. The test administrator called out, signaling the next participant from the Li family, the group of children, all around 10 years of age, stood at the martial arena, their faces brimming with excitement. Upon hearing the administrator's call, a youthful child with an innocent visage stepped forward. This child was Li Wei. He approached the testing platform and positioned himself before a massive stone. The testing stone? Li Wei glanced at the administrator, who nodded, indicating that he could begin. Li Wei immediately assumed the horse stance, taking a deep breath, and shouted, "Ha!" as he struck the testing stone with a powerful punch. Instantly, the stone emitted a radiant white light. Li Wei, Foundational Stage 8. Upon hearing the administrator's announcement, a triumphant smile spread across Li Wei's youthful face as he strutted off the platform like a proud rooster. Foundation Stage 8 placed him among the elite of his peers. Next, Li Jing. Li Jing, Foundational Stage 5. Next, Li Cheng. Next, Li Fan. At this, a scholarly boy clad in white emerged from the crowd, performing a graceful backflip as he soared toward the testing platform, eliciting squeals from the nearby girls. This individual was Li Fan, the eldest grandson of the family's elder. Without waiting for the administrator's cue, Li Fan unleashed a punch upon the testing stone, which erupted in a dazzling milky white glow. Li Fan, Foundational Stage 9. The crowd erupted in murmurs and applause, truly deserving of being the elder's grandson. He is likely to secure the top spot. Foundational Stage 9. Li Fan's talent is extraordinary, truly a prodigy with a talent level of 7. Noticing the commotion below, Li Fan lifted his head high, casting a sidelong glance at a youth in green attire within the crowd, offering a provocative look filled with disdain and contempt. The youth in green was none other than Li Ping, who remained unfazed by Li Fan's taunts. Youthful exuberance was commonplace, and he saw no need to engage with a child who had yet to mature. Reflecting on his past life, he mused, was I not the same? Although at that time, I stood at Foundational Stage 10. However, at this moment, the last time he severed his meridians was originally a sign that he was fated to have no connection with the martial path. Yet Li Ping was fortunate enough to possess innate true energy. There is likely nothing better in this world for repairing meridians and cleansing the flesh than innate true energy. This innate true energy is also Li Ping's trump card. Otherwise, he would not dare to sever his own meridians and forsake his path of cultivation. Nonetheless, the process of repairing his meridians consumed over half a year of Li Ping's time. This delay hindered his training, but it was not without its benefits, as it solidified Li Ping's foundation, allowing him to excel in his physical training phase. Now, Li Ping has reached the pinnacle of the late physical training stage, a result of his deliberate suppression, for he aims to establish the most solid foundation. Li Ping understands that rapid advancement in cultivation does not equate to a longer journey in the martial arts. But only with a solid foundation can one traverse further along this path. Li Ping's current achievements are entirely attributed to his unique constitution. The source of his cultivation, the Source Pearl, has not truly aided him. Offering only a few techniques, over the years, Li Ping has seldom seen the Source Pearl take action. Nevertheless, despite this, he remains undefeated against ordinary Qi drawing stage martial artists. Next, Li Ping. By the time it was Li Ping's turn, there were few remaining to be tested. He slowly ascended the testing platform, while the other members of the Li family looked upon him with mocking expressions. Sigh, don't look too closely. He is probably still at the third stage of his foundation. A waste is still a waste. Testing him is a waste of time. It's a shame he possesses 6th level talent. What a squandered gift, a waste of resources. The tester regarded Li Ping and said, Young Master Ping, please begin. Li Ping, maintaining a composed demeanor, nodded, took a deep breath, and raised his hand. However, his hand lingered in the air, refusing to descend. Upon witnessing this, the crowd erupted in laughter. Come down already. A waste is still a waste. Even afraid to complete a test. Haha, is he posing up there? Or has his hand cramped up? Li Ping was not posing. He was striving to control his strength in the past, when his cultivation was not very high. It was easy to control his strength to suppress himself at the 2nd or 3rd stage of his foundation. However, as his cultivation grew, it became increasingly difficult to regulate his strength to those lower stages. as the power at those foundational levels was simply too weak to control. Moreover, he had to feign a vigorous effort while attacking, which posed considerable difficulty. Suddenly, a wave of divine consciousness swept over Li Ping, causing him to stiffen momentarily. They are back. After 12 years, those martial masters have not given up. Li Ping found himself speechless. Having become a waste, what was left to investigate? However, it was understandable. The 12-year test was the most critical assessment of one's life, determining the future trajectory of a martial artist. This test would reveal much about one's potential, and it was likely that all the Li family members present had been scanned by several divine consciousnesses. Regaining his composure, Li Ping's hand finally descended onto the testing stone, which immediately illuminated with a yellow glow. The tester observed and shook his head, gazing at the young man in a blue robe before him. A wave of pity rising in his heart. I knew it would be like this. Please announce the result. Li Ping clenched his fists, biting his lip, and spoke bitterly. After speaking, Li Ping couldn't help but disdain himself. He possessed a certain talent for playing the victim. Li Ping, third stage of foundation. The tester, with a heavy heart, announced the result he could hardly bear to witness. As expected, upon hearing the announcement, laughter erupted throughout the training ground. Ha ha, truly worthy of being a foundational waste. Still at the third stage. What a waste, bringing shame to our Li family. It's a pity he possesses 6th level talent. Such a squandering of potential. With a pained expression, Li Ping paid no heed to the jeers from the crowd, slowly making his way back to his room. Surprisingly, he welcomed the insults, as they would aid him in achieving his goals without drawing unnecessary attention. After all, no one would expend energy to notice a waste. Before long, a sturdy and sincere young man hurried after him. Ping Gu, why don't you wait to hear the performance rankings before leaving? Hearing the voice, Li Ping turned to see the boy and shook his head, saying, Xiao Feng, whether I listen or not makes no difference. You should head back. I want to be alone for a while. Among the Li family, besides his own parents, Li Feng was the one closest to him. Li Feng had never looked down on Li Ping, who appeared to be a waste, and he always stood up for Li Ping. Ping Gu, I'm sorry. Seeing the dejected expression on Li Ping's face, the youth looked apologetic. It's all right. Xiao Feng, you must work hard and strive to break through to the 9th stage soon. Li Feng nodded earnestly, saying, Ping Gu, don't take it to heart. I believe you won't remain a waste forever. Li Ping gazed at Li Feng's innocent face and sincere eyes, nodding vigorously. Without saying much, he patted Li Feng's shoulder but suddenly felt a sting in his nose. He quickly turned away and continued towards his room, waving goodbye to Li Feng. Under the sunlight, he cast a long shadow behind him. Upon arriving at his door, Li Ping looked at the opulent house, feeling a wave of warmth in his heart. Although he had spent these years pretending to be a waste to evade the eyes of the Wang and Su families, as well as some martial artists who had not yet given up, his deserved treatment had not diminished in the slightest. All of this was fought for by his father within the Elder Council. Otherwise, with the wasteful talent Li Ping displayed, even living in a cottage would seem extravagant. Lying on his bed, Li Ping stared blankly at the ceiling, reminiscing about the 12 years since his rebirth. Feeling a mix of emotions, during the day, he could only pretend to train diligently with a group of children, but at night, he devoted himself to intense training, all in hopes of becoming powerful before the impending family crisis. To help the family weather the storm. Currently, Li Ping's progress in foundational strength was slow, with 4 years remaining until the family's great calamity, yet he firmly believed he could elevate himself to a level that would instill fear in his enemies within that time. When inheriting the Source Pearl, it had informed Li Ping that the essence of cultivation lies not in speed, but in the boundless potential it bestows upon the practitioner. Martial artists become stagnant at a certain realm because they exhaust their potential, leaving them unable to elevate their cultivation and capabilities. In contrast, the Source Pearl offered Li Ping endless possibilities. With the Source Pearl's assistance, Li Ping could also break through the bottleneck that had plagued him in his previous life. Today, I shall treat myself to a day of rest, Li Ping thought, drifting into a deep slumber. Li Ping had once contemplated revealing the impending family crisis to his family and parents, but at that time, he was merely a child, and no one would heed his words, even his parents dismissing them as childish nonsense. Especially now that he had been reduced to a waste, his words carried even less weight. Li Ping could not expose even the slightest hint of his true capabilities. After weighing his options, he realized that he must grow stronger to protect his family.
Only with formidable power could the Li family stand against the Wang and Su families. Lest they all meet the same fate. The next day, Li Ping rose early, for today was the day of family allocations, where disciples would be assigned their paths based on the results of yesterday's tests. Generally, those who had not reached the 5th stage of foundation would be assigned to various branches of the family to manage its enterprises. Those at the 5th stage and above would be cultivated as core figures of the family, the guardians of its future. Dressed in a sleek, black outfit, Li Ping arrived at the training ground, already bustling with activity. He glanced at the crowd and chose a secluded corner to rest and gather his thoughts, awaiting the family's allocation. However, it seemed some had already set their sights on Li Ping. Upon his arrival at the training ground, several youths approached him with mocking expressions, led by none other than the grandson of the elder. Li Fan. Isn't this young Master Ping? Why are you hiding in this corner? Afraid you'll be allocated and want to be a turtle? Ha ha. As Li Fan spoke, several youths behind him cast disdainful glances at Li Ping. Laughing unabashedly, Li Ping paid no mind to Li Fan's taunts, continuing to meditate and feeling no need to stoop to the level of a group of children. Seeing Li Ping's indifference, Li Fan grew increasingly irritated. Thinking, how dare a waste ignore me? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, verbally assaulting. Your mother must be useless to have birthed such a waste. Truly a disgrace to our Li family at this. Li Ping suddenly opened his eyes, standing straight and glaring at Li Fan. A dragon has its reverse scales. To touch them is to invite death. Li Fan's words undoubtedly struck Li Ping's sore spot. To insult my mother is a death sentence. Li Ping's murderous intent flashed, but he quickly suppressed it, reasoning, forget it. He is just a child. We are of the same blood. Why escalate matters to a life-and-death confrontation? He is still just a child, and there is no need to kill him over a moment of anger. Shaking his head, though he quelled the desire to kill Li Fan, he would not let him off easily. Since he dared to insult his mother, he must taste a bit of suffering, lest he think himself invincible. Li Ping was suddenly engulfed by a wave of murderous intent, surging forth towards Li Fan with alarming speed. Li Fan felt an instantaneous chill enveloping him, a profound sense of oppression washing over his being, as if his very pores had sealed shut, rendering him as heavy as if he were filled with mercury. In that fleeting moment, visions of a hellish battlefield flooded his mind. Bloodshed illuminated the skies, and various malevolent spirits lunged toward him. Chapter 8. Li Fan's complexion turned ashen, devoid of any color, his entire being trembling violently as if shaken by an unseen force. Observing Li Fan's distress, Li Ping swiftly retracted his murderous aura, realizing that this display was sufficient. To push further would risk rendering Li Fan irreparably broken. After all, the accumulated murderous intent from 2 lifetimes was no trifling matter. Should it be directed towards Li Fan once more, it could very well spell the end for him. This was not the outcome Li Ping desired. Nor was it his intention. A mere scare would suffice. Suddenly, a shadow flickered past as Li Zhengyang appeared before Li Ping. Turning to Li Fan, he noticed the boy's pallid face and the violent shivers that racked his body, accompanied by an overwhelming stench of urine emanating from beneath him. Within moments, Li Fan succumbed to unconsciousness, and Li Zhengyang hurriedly caught him, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Yet nothing suspicious emerged. He turned to Li Ping and inquired, Pinger, did you see anyone pass by just now? Who? Li Ping replied with concern, I just arrived and found Li Fan in this state. What has happened to him? Why does he look like this? He's fine, Li Zhengyang replied absent-mindedly. Clearly, Li Fan had suffered from excessive fright, but what could cause a person to faint in broad daylight? Who would be so cruel as to scare a child? Baffled, Li Zhengyang wished to investigate further. Yet given that today was a significant day for the family's allocation of roles, he deemed it unwise to stir up trouble and opted to let it go. Li Zhengyang shook his head, setting aside the matter for now. He gazed at Li Ping, sighed, his expression complex, and said, Pinger, I cannot assist you this time. That's all right, Li Ping replied, his face devoid of emotion as he shook his head. Seeing Li Ping's demeanor, Li Zhengyang's heart grew heavier. Pinger, once we reach the allocation site, work diligently to manage your affairs. I will find a way to bring you back. Father, it's fine. I will strive to do my best. Li Ping responded, pausing to flash a smile, then continued, Father, rest assured, your son will not remain a wastrel forever. Upon hearing this, Li Zhengyang smiled faintly, considering it a comforting gesture from Li Ping, and patted his shoulder, saying, "Take care of yourself, Pinger." With that, he hurried away with Li Fan in his arms. The boy's condition was too grave to allow him to linger and converse. On the spacious road, a carriage approached slowly, inside of which sat Li Ping. This time, the family had allocated him a favorable position, overseeing the medicinal business in Ji City. Yet, this was all thanks to Li Zhengyang's efforts. Otherwise, given Li Ping's current display of talent, it would have been fortunate if no one had sought to undermine him, let alone grant him such a promising opportunity. The medicinal trade was a lucrative venture, especially in this era where martial prowess was highly treasured. Every martial artist required medicinal herbs for cultivation and healing. Thus, the significance of these herbs could not be overstated. As the saying goes, the poor study literature, while the wealthy practice martial arts. Which martial artist has not amassed their strength through the use of medicinal herbs? The demand for these herbs was immense, leading to a booming industry. Ji City, though a small town, boasted a population of hundreds of thousands, while Chaoyang City was merely a mid-sized city, overshadowed by larger cities with populations exceeding 10 million. Driving the carriage was a young servant clad in green, his countenance one of naive sincerity, resembling a simple and honest soul. However, the way his eyes darted about revealed a restless spirit. This young driver was named Lian. Today, Lian was in a foul mood. Though a servant, his ambitions were grand, constantly contemplating how to ascend to the position of the family's chief steward, to be the one who commands below but is revered above. Yet, this allocation had mercilessly shattered his dreams. Upon hearing that he was to serve a waste of a young master, his head spun in disbelief. What prospects could possibly arise from following a failure? An overwhelming darkness engulfed his future. The more Lian pondered, the more agitated he became. His grip on the reins tightening with unbidden force, causing the horse to quicken its pace in response to the sting of the whip. Inside the carriage, Li Ping exhaled a deep, heavy sigh. Even while traveling, he dared not let his guard down. It was precisely this tenacity that allowed him to reach the latter stages of body refinement during his fragile youth. Without such diligence, even the most extraordinary source of power could not mold him into a true warrior. 4 more years. I must intensify my training and strive to reach the qi release stage within that time. Li Ping clenched his fists, dissatisfied with his current pace of cultivation. Should anyone learn of Li Ping's present capabilities and hear him utter such a statement, they would undoubtedly be tempted to strike him down. To express dissatisfaction with such progress? What of the lives of others? 4 years to reach the qi release stage. Others might as well believe that tomorrow heralds the apocalypse rather than entertain the notion that Li Ping could ascend from body refinement to qi release in such a time frame. Such an aspiration was beyond imagination. Lost in thought, Li Ping drew back the curtain and gazed toward Chaoyang City, his resolve strengthening. Only by attaining the qi release stage could he safeguard his family. Suddenly, he sensed the carriage picking up speed, the jolting becoming more pronounced. Just as he was about to reprimand Lian, a thought crossed his mind, and he simply smiled, halting his intended rebuke during the family allocation. Several guards and servants had been assigned to Li Ping, yet he had declined them all, opting solely for Lian to accompany him to Ji City. The elders of the clan unanimously approved this decision, recognizing that given Li Ping's lack of talent, assigning him additional guards would be a waste. Since Li Ping had no desire for them, the elders were more than happy to oblige. Although Li Zhengyang had insisted that Li Ping take a few guards, he ultimately acquiesced to Li Ping's wishes. As for bringing Lian along, it was partly due to the auspiciousness of their names aligning. Li Ping and Lian together signified peace and safety. More importantly, Li Ping perceived a fierce ambition and desire within Lian's eyes. The reason the weak remain weak is their lack of ambition to become strong. With the right guidance, Lian could become a formidable ally, making dealings in Ji City considerably easier. Whoa! The horse cried out in pain as it abruptly halted, the carriage swaying violently. However, Li Ping remained steady within, moving in sync with the carriage, showcasing his solid foundation in martial skills. What on earth is happening? Li Ping exclaimed in frustration. Why such a sudden stop without warning? Was Lian deliberately attempting to vex him? If he truly proved so unperceptive, Li Ping would not hesitate to exercise his ruthless side. Chapter 9. The Shifting Sands. There's a dead body ahead. Lian's voice trembled with fear from outside the carriage. A dead body? Li Ping pulled back the carriage curtain to peer ahead. What dead body? Look, Lian pointed towards a thicket, his finger trembling. Following Li An's gesture, Li Ping's gaze fell upon a bloodied figure sprawled within the underbrush, life or death uncertain. What dead body? Come with me to investigate. Li Ping's eyes gleamed with determination as he waved his sleeve and commanded Lian what? Lian was taken aback. Having never witnessed anything so gruesome, he balked at the thought of approaching a bloodied corpse. No, absolutely not. Then hurry. Li Ping's irritation flared at Lian's cowardice. What kind of great affair can be made if you can't even face this little bit of blood? Lian, startled by Li Ping's sudden outburst, felt his legs tremble. After a moment, his fearful expression began to fade as he lowered his head, his body ceasing its quaking. Li Ping observed Lian's reaction, finding it peculiar how swiftly he adapted. His mental fortitude seemed remarkably strong. However, with Li An's head down, Li Ping could not discern his expression, leaving him uncertain whether Lian had truly overcome his fear. Lin, come quickly, Li Ping urged, insisting they check on the figure in the thicket. If the person still lived, they could provide assistance. Young master, there are no others around. If you wish to play, you need not involve me. Lian suddenly lifted his head, glaring at Li Ping with resentment, his voice low and heavy. In truth, Lian had not conquered his fear. Rather, his animosity towards Li Ping surpassed his trepidation. This indicated just how deep Li An's resentment ran. Li Ping intended this for Li An's benefit, to help him conquer his fears. Firstly, if Li Ping aimed to groom Lian as a capable aide, such timidity and cowardice would hinder great endeavors. Secondly, the world outside was rife with bloodshed. Violence and gore were commonplace. In this realm, mere flattery would not suffice. One needed strength and courage to establish a foothold. Yet, Lian remained oblivious to this. He only perceived that Li Ping, fully aware of his inexperience with bloodshed, still urged him to view a corpse, evidently seeking to torment him. In Li An's heart, the deepest resentment lay in the fact that Li Ping, who had initially chosen no one else, had deliberately selected him, clearly intending to ruin his life. What grievance do I have against you, that you would seek to destroy me in this manner? Moreover, how dare you, a mere good-for-nothing young master, dictate terms to me? In that moment, all of Li An's dissatisfaction and bitterness erupted forth. He even harbored the thought of killing Li Ping. After all, his life was already ruined. It would be better to murder Li Ping and flee to live a life in the mountains and fields. Such is the mindset of a petty person who, faced with a dire fate, seeks to shift all blame onto others. However, even if Lian wished to kill Li Ping, he probably wouldn't dare to do so. What do you mean by that? Li Ping's face darkened. He was bewildered by the venomous glare in Li An's eyes. A servant daring to defy his master could not be let off lightly. Yet, mindful of the presence of others, Li Ping refrained from acting hastily, aware that doing so would nullify years of his hard work. Humph, what do you mean? Lian suddenly broke into a maniacal laugh. You, a worthless young master, how dare you point fingers at me? What? Li Ping could no longer contain his fury. He recognized Li An's ambition, but he was even more acutely aware of Li An's malice. How dare he insult his master so brazenly? Such a vile servant was of no use at all. Li Ping even contemplated striking Lian dead. Yet, before he could bring his hand down, Li An's fist met his face, unexpectedly striking first. This filled Li Ping with righteous indignation. He had never encountered such a wicked servant who would dare to lay hands on his master. While it might be permissible for Lian to harbor some resentment towards this useless young master, given human nature, it was entirely unforgivable for him to strike his lord. Bang! Li Ping seized Lian's fist, and in the incredulous gaze of Lian, prepared to crush it. Ah! A cry of anguish escaped Lian's lips as Li Ping suddenly released his grip, his expression devoid of emotion, gazing ahead. Lian, nursing his hand, retreated, groaning in pain. Then came the rustle of leaves, and soon a group of burly men wielding large knives emerged from the thicket. Boss, this brat is here. The leader, a scarred man, nodded and waved his hand, commanding, take him back. Seeing these men, Li Ping immediately turned to leave. Discerning that they were no benevolent souls, it was best not to provoke them. It was not that Li Ping was unwilling to help, but he had to assess the situation. He could not rush in blindly to save someone. Besides, his own situation was precarious, making it impossible to think of rescuing anyone else. But how could the men fail to notice such a large figure as Li Ping? The scarred man, upon seeing Li Ping turn to flee, his eyes gleaming with cunning, shouted, "You there? Stop!" Li Ping quickly feigned terror, dragging Lian towards the carriage, knowing he must not reveal his strength. Recognizing the ill intent of the men, he was all too familiar with the grim realities of life and death, and hastened to escape in the carriage. "Stop! Stand still!" The men, seeing Li Ping bolt without a word, immediately pursued him. "Hey, what are you doing?" Lian, feeling disgruntled as Li Ping dragged him away, shouted. However, upon seeing the pursuing men, he quickly understood the gravity of the situation and devised a treacherous plan. "Hey, why are we running? There's no need to. I'm too tired to keep up," Lian called out mockingly, not only refusing to flee himself, but also pulling Li Ping to a halt. In that moment, Li Ping felt an overwhelming urge to kick Lian to death. However, having just exited Chaoyang City, launching an attack was far too risky. With gritted teeth, Li Ping suppressed the intense murderous urge within him, his clenched fists trembling. With Li An's delay, the group of men quickly closed in. "Damn it! Did you deafen yourself when I told you to stop?" The scarred man charged forward with an explosive roar, kicking towards Li Ping. Ouch! Li Ping swiftly shifted his foot, narrowly avoiding the blow and falling to the ground with a cry. Seeing Li Ping fall, Lian hurried over to the group of men, wearing a sycophantic grin as he addressed them. "Gentlemen, this brat tried to escape, but I stopped him. Get out of my way." The scarred man, frustrated that his kick had missed, shoved Lian aside with force, barking, "Go!" Thud. How could Li An's frail body withstand the scarred man's strength? He was sent sprawling to the ground. "Are you deaf? Can't you hear me talking?" The scarred man seized Li Ping by the collar, lifting him up and growling, spraying saliva all over his face. "Why, Lord, please calm your anger. This kid was merely going to the carriage to fetch something for you. I had no idea it would upset you, and I sincerely apologize." Li Ping replied with a forced smile, knowing he must not expose his true self and should adopt a submissive stance to appease the man. "Fetch something?" The scarred man glanced at the carriage behind Li Ping. Noticing it was merely a humble vehicle he had purchased, and that Li Ping was dressed in plain, coarse fabric, he no longer resembled a young master of a prominent family. "You lot, search the carriage. Take everything you find," the scarred man commanded his companions. After a short while, the men returned, looking disappointed as they held up a simple cloth bag. "Boss, just some healing ointment and a few pieces of clothing." "So poor?" The scarred man frowned, scrutinizing Li Ping. "Be honest with that." He began to search Li Ping's person. What is this?" The scarred man pulled out a gold medallion from Li Ping's clothing, his brow furrowing as he examined it. The medallion was adorned with intricate designs, and in the center, a large character Li was engraved. "You belong to the Li family?" the scarred man exclaimed suddenly. "Yes," Li Ping nodded, hoping that the man would respect the power of his family and refrain from causing him further trouble. "The Li family?" The scarred man suddenly grinned maliciously, his eyes gleaming with cold light. "What is your connection to the Li family?" "He is the eldest son of the Li family, Li Ping." Before Li Ping could respond, Lian interjected eagerly, "Damn it!" Li Ping cursed inwardly, sealing Lian's fate within his mind. The eldest son of the Li family. The scarred man momentarily loosened his grip, startled by Lian's revelation. Such notorious thieves would never dare provoke a powerful family like the Li clan. But the next moment, the scarred man tightened his grip once more, turning to Lian and barking, "You think I'm a fool?" He kicked at Lian in fury. "Please, no. Spare me." Lian scrambled aside to evade the blow, desperately explaining, "He truly is the eldest son of the Li family, the worthless young master." "Valueless young master?" The scarred man paused, then looked at Li Ping with a mix of intrigue and mockery. "So, you are that worthless young master? No wonder you're so shabby?" Li Ping forced a smile in response, doing his utmost to avoid provoking the scarred man's wrath. "Then you shall die," the scarred man declared, suddenly swinging a fist towards Li Ping's head, intent on delivering a fatal blow. He remembered vividly how, not long ago, he and his companions had assaulted a girl of merely 13. Dismembering her after the ACIT was only later that they discovered she was from the Li family, resulting in the demise of many of his brothers at the hands of the Li clan. His hatred for the Li family was as boundless as the Yangtze River. Now that Li Ping had fallen into his clutches, the scarred man sought to exact vengeance by killing a young master of the Li family. In this secluded spot, the act could go undetected. No matter how powerful the Li family was, they would never discover the identity of the murderer. Bang! Li Ping intercepted the scarred man's fist, a fierce glint in his eyes. He could no longer endure this. If he continued to endure, he would lose his life. You. The scarred man stared in disbelief at Li Ping, struggling to withdraw his fist, but found it trapped in Li Ping's grasp. You forced my hand. Crack! Li Ping exerted pressure, and with a sharp sound, he crushed the scarred man's bones. Ah! The scarred man let out a pitiful cry, but before he could utter another sound, Li Ping's fist struck him squarely in the mouth, sending him flying. He could not allow the man's screams to attract unwanted attention. Li Ping stood firm, having easily overpowered a man of merely mid-level training. The remaining men, witnessing the ease with which Li Ping dispatched their leader, were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the transformation of a seemingly worthless young master into a formidable opponent capable of delivering fatal blows. After a brief moment of shock, terror seized them, and without a second thought for their fallen leader, they fled in panic. The individuals capable of sending the elder brother flying with a single punch are far beyond the trifling minions who are merely in the early stages of their training. Attempting to flee, as Li Ping observed the retreating figures of several robust men, a glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes. Having already revealed his strength, he could not allow these individuals to escape. With a swift movement, Li Ping appeared before one of the burly men. The man felt a momentary daze as Li Ping's visage manifested before him, a face reminiscent of a nightmare that compelled him to turn and flee. Humph! Li Ping let out a cold snort and delivered a flying kick towards the man. Crack! The sound of a clean break resonated as the man's neck was snapped by Li Ping's strike. In a mere instant, Li Ping was already before another burly man. For someone of Li Ping's caliber, dispatching these men was as effortless as slicing through vegetables. They all perished in a single blow. Stop! Suddenly, a thunderous shout interrupted Li Ping. Among the remaining men, only two stood unharmed. One of them held Lian in his left arm, while his right hand pressed a large blade against Lian's neck. Chapter 11. Lian's assault on the bandits. Lian gazed at Li Ping, his eyes wide with astonishment, even forgetting that he was currently being held captive. Struggling to swallow, the shock Li Ping induced was utterly overwhelming. Just moments ago, he was a frail and ineffectual young master, and now he had transformed into an invincible warrior. This is impossible, utterly impossible. Lian's mind screamed in disbelief, grappling with the reality before him. Stop! Li Ping regarded the man holding Lian with a playful glint in his eyes, stepping closer. Stay right there. You better not move. The man stared at Li Ping as he approached, terror etched across his face. His trembling hand clutching the knife as he stammered, Stay back. If you come any closer, I will kill him. Go ahead, kill him if you must. Li Ping scoffed, a smirk playing on his lips. Do you really think I would want such a wretched servant? Upon hearing Li Ping's words, Lian jolted back to awareness, his gaze fixated on the blade at his neck, terror causing his legs to quiver. No, please don't. Don't kill me. I swear, I will do anything. The man, gripping the knife with all his might, pressed it harder against Lian's neck, blood seeping from the cut. Kill him already. Why are you hesitating? Li Ping slowly picked up two fallen leaves from the ground. Speaking nonchalantly to his words, Lian felt darkness closing in, a wave of despair engulfing him. Is this my retribution? The man, realizing that Lian was no longer a viable threat to Li Ping, turned to flee, abandoning his comrade. Whoosh, clang. The blade clattered to the ground. Thud. The man fell flat on his face, landing painfully. Ouch, ouch. The two martial artists groaned in agony as Li Ping had previously embedded the leaves deep into their flesh, compounded by a hint of his energy, intensifying their suffering. Seeing the blade drop from his neck, Lian's eyes widened in surprise, and he turned to the moaning men, elated but also incredulous at Li Ping's unexpected act of salvation. Thank you, young master. Lian immediately bowed to Li Ping in gratitude. Humph! Li Ping snorted, casting a cold glance at Lian. Go see if that man is still alive. If so, bring him back to the carriage for treatment. Yes. Lian's heart soared at Li Ping's words, feeling relieved that the young master bore him no ill will. With a newfound determination, he steeled himself and approached the bushes, despite his fear of bloodshed. Unwilling to defy Li Ping's wishes, Li Ping's rescue of Lian was not an act of forgiveness, but rather a reflection of his kinship. He could not allow a member of the Li family to perish at the hands of others. Casting a cold gaze at the two men still writhing in pain on the ground, he approached them. The two men, seeing Li Ping advance, crawled backward in fear. "No, please, don't kill me." Standing before them, Li Ping spoke calmly. "Who are you?" "Sir, we are members of the Sand Bandits." The injured man, struggling to suppress his fear, replied. "Sand Bandits?" Li Ping's brow arched in surprise, having not anticipated that these men were indeed part of the infamous group. The name of the Sand Bandits was known far and wide in Chaoyang City, with hardly anyone unaware of their reputation. Located merely a few hundred miles from Chaoyang City, the resource-rich Tianfeng Mountain was a sanctuary for cultivators. Unfortunately, it had been seized by a band of robbers. The three prominent families of Chaoyang City, unwilling to cede such a valuable location, had dispatched numerous strong warriors to eliminate the bandits, but they all vanished without a trace. Gradually, the three families, weighed down by their concerns, resigned themselves to the bandits' occupation of Tianfeng Mountain. The bandits eventually settled in and dubbed themselves the Sand Bandits. They were astute enough to avoid provoking the three families. Otherwise, should the families unleash their wrath, the Sand Bandits would find themselves outmatched. However, it was rather peculiar that they would attempt to eliminate Li Ping, knowing he was the eldest son of the Li family. Could it be due to his reputation as a worthless young master? Li Ping nodded slightly, narrowing his eyes, choosing not to question these men about the absurdity of their intentions. Instead, he retreated to a shaded area nearby to cool off, leaving the two men to their fate. Exchanging glances, the two bandits dared not make a move, understanding that they were gravely injured and could not escape Li Ping's grasp. After a while, Lian returned from the carriage, carrying several blood-soaked cloths. After tending to his wounds, he cautiously approached Li Ping, who was resting in the shade. "Young master, it has been taken care of." Slap! A spray of blood erupted from Lian's mouth, accompanied by a few shattered teeth as he was sent flying backward, crashing hard to the ground. Lian groaned in pain, his face swollen and bruised from Li Ping's strike, 3 of his teeth knocked out. Li Ping approached him, a chilling smile on his lips. "Young master? You still remember that I am the young master?" "Why, young master? Please spare my life," Lian stammered, scrambling to his feet and kneeling before Li Ping. His words a muddled plea. "Humph, you dare seek mercy?" Li Ping kicked Lian down, commanding, "You think you can just beg for your life?" "Why, young master?" Lian dared not linger, quickly scrambling back to his feet and bowing repeatedly before Li Ping. Li Ping raised his hand, recalling Li An's prior behavior, and felt an overwhelming urge to strike him down. "Please, young master, spare me. I am willing to swear a blood oath with you." Chapter 12. The Blood Oath Contract. Although Lian was inexperienced in martial arts, he had inadvertently learned about the blood oath. A blood oath? Li Ping raised an eyebrow, pausing his hand. The blood oath is a master-servant contract. Once it is sworn, the servant must adhere to the master's every whim. With their life and death resting entirely in the master's hands, such a servant would become more loyal than a dog. However, the conditions to swear a blood oath are exceedingly stringent. The servant's strength must not surpass that of the master, and they must not resist in the slightest. Any hint of resistance would nullify the oath. If that is the case, keeping Lian around could pose no issue, especially since he possessed strong capabilities. Binding him with a blood oath would render him a valuable aid. Nonetheless, it was imperative to teach him a lesson for his earlier actions. "Young master, I was blind and foolish, unable to recognize your greatness. Today, I am willing to swear a blood oath and serve you faithfully." Lian knelt before Li Ping, bowing his head deeply. Once a blood oath is sworn, the servant retains independent thought but must not harbor any detrimental intentions toward the master. Otherwise, they will suffer immensely. Lian was desperate to cling to life, as he had yet to fully experience the world's wonders. How could he bear to leave it all behind? With Li Ping's formidable strength, following him would undoubtedly lead to a bright future. In comparison, what was a bit of dignity against the value of life? If you wish to swear a blood oath, you must offer something of worth. Otherwise, I have no desire to keep a useless person around, Li Ping stated, observing that with Li An's current timid demeanor, he was unlikely to amount to anything. "Please, young master, enlighten me. Go, kill those 2 men." Li Ping nodded toward the injured bandits. What? Lian was taken aback, not anticipating that Li Ping's demand for value would involve murder. But how does killing them demonstrate worth? If you do not kill them, I will have no choice but to kill you. Li Ping's eyes narrowed, his voice icy. If you cannot even take a life, how can you ever achieve greatness? Why yes, Lian trembled in fear, responding to Li Ping's command. Slowly, he turned to approach one of the bandits, picking up a large blade, though his trembling hands betrayed his terror. As Lian stood before the bandit, the man glared at him with ferocity, causing Lian to avert his gaze in fear. Closing his eyes, holding his breath, and steeling his resolve, he swung the blade toward the bandit's head. Trying to kill me? You will die first, the bandit snarled. Throwing a punch at Lian, the bandit immediately recognized Lian as a mere novice, lacking any combat experience. The formidable man was not the type to be easily subdued. Even in death, he would ensure that someone else would share his fate. If the man's punch truly landed, Lian would undoubtedly meet his demise. After all, a full-force strike from a martial artist is not something a mere novice like Lian could withstand. But would Li Ping allow him to succeed? Having chosen to teach Lian a lesson, Li Ping would not permit him to perish at the hands of this brute. Just as the man's fist was about to descend upon Lian, Li Ping had already plucked a leaf from a tree above, silently directing it straight toward the man's hand. Ah! The man let out a chilling scream, and in that instant, Lian accurately severed half of the man's skull with his blade, causing blood to erupt forth, splattering across Lian's body. As the blade descended, a warm liquid sprayed onto Lian's face. He understood that this warm liquid was the blood of the man he had struck down. His lips involuntarily trembled, and his complexion turned somewhat pale. For a long while, Lian dared not open his eyes, his mind echoing with a singular thought. I have killed, I have killed. Seeing Lian's distress, Li Ping did not intrude. The cultivation of one's temperament is not an instantaneous process, requiring a period of adjustment. Overcoming this mentally was something Li Ping could not assist with too much. Lian, do you not find holding that knife tiring? After a while, Li Ping felt enough time had passed and called out to Lian, startled by Li Ping's voice. Lian jumped, dropping the large knife to the ground. Gradually, he opened his eyes, and the grotesque sight of the mingled white brain matter and crimson blood immediately met his gaze, causing his stomach to churn violently. He hurriedly covered his mouth and rushed to a tree to vomit. Li Ping observed this with a slight shrug of his shoulders and a smile, then closed his eyes to rest once more. Another brute, witnessing Lian's swift execution of a companion, recoiled in terror, fearing that he would be the next target of that deadly blade. After a long moment, Lian finally managed to steady his tumultuous body, patting his chest to calm himself. There's another one. Continue. Just as he regained his composure, Li Ping's voice rang in his ears. Yes. Lian's heart raced, taking a deep breath of cold air, his entire body trembling slightly. He approached the other brute, the one Li Ping had injured. Upon seeing Lian advance, the man immediately attempted to flee. Thud. A leaf struck the man's leg, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground with bloodshot eyes. Lian charged at the man with the large knife. For dreams, for life, for status, for power, for desire. Kill. Swish. The sound of flesh tearing echoed as Lian accurately struck the man, despite the brute's training. In such a state of fear, he had no strength left to resist. Huffing, Lian plunged the knife into the ground, his entire being collapsing weakly against the blade. Glancing towards the west, Lian noted that after all this commotion, the sun was nearly setting. Lian, prepare some firewood. It's time to cook something to eat. Li Ping shouted to him. Yes, Lian replied weakly, trudging a short distance into the woods to gather some branches, starting a fire to roast the rabbit he had hunted the previous day. The sizzling sound of the meat filled the air with an enticing aroma. Li Ping, savoring the fragrant scent wafting beneath the tree, opened his eyes and, after a few chews, walked over to Lian, tearing off a rabbit leg and beginning to eat it. Delicious. If only we had a pot of fine wine to accompany it. Li Ping remarked, relishing the meal. Lian, you should eat too. After a few bites, Li Ping noticed Lian staring vacantly at the roasted rabbit, showing no intention of eating. Shaking his head with a chuckle, he mused that with his teeth knocked out and his face so battered, it was no wonder Lian couldn't eat. Moreover, after taking a life, it was understandable that he couldn't even bear the thought of food. Lian silently shook his head, gazing at the perfectly roasted rabbit, and involuntarily recalled the events of the day, feeling his stomach churn once more. Simply managing to cook the meat was already a considerable feat. The prospect of eating it was unbearable. "All right, let us swear a blood oath." Li Ping wiped his hands and declared. Although he had forgiven Lian for his earlier transgressions, this forgiveness was contingent upon the blood oath. Without it, Li Ping would not dare to let Lian live. Yes, Lian nodded, understanding that he had nothing left to offer Li Ping in terms of trust. After having committed such an act, it was a tremendous fortune that Li Ping had not killed him. Only by swearing a blood oath could Lian hope for Li Ping's favor again, as long as he remained loyal and diligent. A future of wealth and honor awaited him. Kneeling before Li Ping, he prostrated himself in sincerity. Li Ping regarded the prostrate Lian with a stern expression, extending a finger to make a cut. As he murmured an incomprehensible incantation, he traced a peculiar symbol in the air with his index finger. Then, something extraordinary occurred. The blood flowing from Li Ping's fingertips suspended in the air, following his movements to complete the entire symbol. The blood symbol radiated a brilliant red light in the still of the night, exuding an enchanting and beautiful aura. "Seal." Upon completing the symbol, Li Ping suddenly shouted, and the blood symbol shot towards Lian's head. Instantly merging into his mind in a daze, Lian felt something new within his consciousness, yet he could not see it. Being merely an ordinary person, he was incapable of internal vision and thus could not discern the state of his body. After a brief pause, Li Ping exhaled. The blood oath had been perfectly sealed. "Master," Lian proclaimed humbly as he remained on the ground. "Forget that, just call me young master," Li Ping replied, slightly furrowing his brow. Master sounded awkward, while young master was far more pleasant to the ears. "Yes, young master." Lian remained prostrate, responding respectfully. "All right, get up quickly. There's no need to be so formal around me," Li Ping encouraged with a generous demeanor. Having sworn the blood oath, Lian's loyalty was now unquestionable. Allowing Li Ping to relax completely, Lian stood obediently to the side, not daring to make any unauthorized movements. In that moment, he truly resembled a servant. "Very well, there are healing medicines in the carriage. Go bandage yourself up," Li Ping instructed, observing Lian's battered face. "Yes, young master," Lian nodded, lowering his head as he turned toward the carriage. Go. After several days of travel, Lian's emotions had gradually stabilized, and he began to return to a normal life. Li Ping sat in the carriage, diligently practicing as his consciousness delved into the source canon, seeking enlightenment from it. The source canon was not merely a manual for cultivation. It also contained methods for alchemy, artifact forging, and various esoteric techniques, encompassing an array of extraordinary and earth-shattering secrets. These were all rewards granted to Li Ping by the source canon Golden Pearl for his robust foundational training. Li Ping's consciousness immersed itself in the section on alchemy, knowing that given his current pace of cultivation, breaking through to the Qi release stage within 4 years would be quite challenging. Moreover, with his extraordinarily solid foundation and formidable internal energy, achieving a breakthrough was exceedingly difficult, requiring an astronomical amount of energy. At present, he had no choice but to rely on medicinal pills to make this leap. Li Ping had endured until being assigned by his family, firstly to evade the watchful eyes of the Wang and Su families, and the unknown hidden masters from 12 years ago. Secondly, to allow himself the freedom to act. Though his current cultivation level was not high, in a small town like Z City, he was indeed a top-notch expert. The next day, Li Ping gradually withdrew his consciousness from the source canon, opening his eyes to reveal an uncontainable joy. The source canon truly deserved its title as the premier manual of all time. The alchemical recipes it recorded numbered in the tens of thousands. This realization caused Li Ping's heart to race with excitement. Tens of thousands of recipes, what an astounding feat! From his memories of a past life, Li Ping knew that the continent held only a few hundred alchemical recipes, and those included many that were considered inferior. After searching for a while through the alchemy section, Li Ping finally found the recipe he needed. The Crimson Refining Golden Pill. The Crimson Refining Golden Pill, suitable for refining the bodies of low-level martial artists. But caution is advised for those with weaker physiques. Upon reading the recipe's note, Li Ping smiled confidently. A weak physique? The strength of a Qi release stage body is hardly anything to worry about. Li Ping was drawn to the Crimson Refining Golden Pill not only because it was a body-tempering elixir, but also because the majority of the required ingredients were common herbs, with only a few rare ones. This was undoubtedly excellent news for Li Ping, as he could leverage the Crimson Refining Golden Pill to achieve perfection in body training. With approximately 10 days remaining until they reach Z City, Li Ping knew there were matters he needed to resolve beforehand. Although Li An's temperament had begun to develop, without robust martial prowess, he would be of little use. Li Ping needed a capable assistant. Not merely a butcher who could kill chickens. Calling for Lian to halt the carriage, he turned to the young man beside him. This youth had awakened yesterday, aware that it was Li Ping who had saved him. Yet he had only uttered a single thank you before becoming taciturn and withdrawn. Li Ping regarded the young man with a kind smile, inquiring, "How are you feeling?" "Better." "Yes, feeling better," the young man replied. Not raising his head, his tone flat. "My name is Li Ping. What is yours?" The youth lifted his gaze to meet Li Ping's eyes, noting that Li Ping appeared to be a few years his junior. The rigid expression on his face gradually relaxed. "My name is Ning Qing." The youth paused momentarily before continuing, "Thank you for saving my life." "Ah, it's nothing. You should rest for now," Li Ping replied, choosing not to elaborate further. Perhaps struggling to find an appropriate topic of conversation, he refrained from inquiring about Ning Qing's circumstances. Understanding that it was not yet the right time, Li Ping descended from the carriage and approached Lian, who was tending to the fire. "Young master." Lian stood up respectfully, his eyes reflecting a mixture of reverence and awe, the impact of Li Ping's earlier actions still fresh in his mind. "Indeed," Li Ping nodded slightly, adding 2 pieces of wood to the fire. "So you know what is most essential for a strong individual?" Lian was taken aback for a moment, looking at Li Ping, and replied, "I am not a strong individual yet." "No, you already possess the most crucial trait of a strong person." Li Ping stood, gazing at the sky, which was now speckled with a few stars. He spoke slowly. "The first quality one must possess as a strong individual is a heart of strength, a heart that yearns to grow stronger. And this, I believe, you already have. Next, what you require is formidable martial prowess." Surprisingly, Lian disregarded Li Ping's words, continuing to stoke the fire. Li Ping furrowed his brow at Li An's demeanor and asked, "Do you not desire to possess formidable martial strength, even a power that instills fear in others?" Chapter 14. Cleansing the Meridians, Part 2. Lian let out a bitter laugh, shaking his head. "Young master, please do not jest that I am nearly 19 years old, and I have already missed the prime age for martial training. Most of my meridians are blocked. How can I even consider learning martial arts to attain great strength? I can help you unblock your meridians and grant you the potential for martial arts. And a very high potential at that." Lian looked up sharply, disbelief etched on his face as he stared at Li Ping. "I can help you reach the early stage of body refinement within 10 days. Li Ping declared, unwavering in his bold claim. To assist an adult like Lian in unblocking his meridians was no small feat. In fact, it was something nearly impossible on the entire continent. Moreover, to assert that one could elevate someone with no martial foundation to the early stage of body refinement in just 10 days could either be seen as a grandiose boast or a mere joke. Such a feat was deemed unattainable in the eyes of martial artists. Yet today, Li Ping was determined to turn the impossible into reality. Since Lian had sworn a blood oath to him, he was now wholly Li Ping's responsibility, and Li Ping would devote himself to nurturing Lian. "Young master, you..." Before Lian could finish his sentence, Li Ping suddenly pressed his palm against Lian's head. "Close your eyes and focus your mind." Upon hearing Li Ping's command, Lian promptly shut his eyes and concentrated. "Ah!" Li An's anguished scream shattered the stillness of the night. "Endure. Success means standing above all. Failure means annihilation," Li Ping reminded him at a crucial moment. "I want to be above others." Lian gritted his teeth, forcing the words through clenched jaws. Li Ping nodded in approval, nudging Li An's knee with his foot while pressing down further, causing Lian to kneel on the ground. "Ugh!" Lian spat out a mouthful of dark blood, his face and body becoming mottled with dark filth, intensifying the pain etched across his features as his muscles spasmed uncontrollably. The process of cleansing the meridians was inherently painful, and Li Ping was employing the most potent method available. Enduring it would pave the path to becoming a martial artist, while failing to withstand it could lead to utter destruction. 15 minutes later, Li An's visage had become unrecognizable, his features contorted as if they were melded into one. How excruciating must the pain have been? Li An's consciousness blurred, and he could no longer comprehend the concept of pain. The sole thought occupying his mind was the relentless pursuit of becoming superior to others. Li Ping was also struggling, his entire being drenched in sweat, his complexion pale. Almost there, just a bit more effort. After another 15 minutes, Li Ping finally withdrew his hand and collapsed to the ground, utterly drained. The process of cleansing the meridians required acute concentration of both spirit and strength. Any misstep could lead to dire consequences for Li Ping as well. Yet, he had not anticipated such exhaustion. In stark contrast, Lian resembled a dark sculpture, his body encased in a black, hardened shell. As Li Ping withdrew his hand, Lian fell to the ground beside him. Crack! The sound of shattered eggshells echoed through the air. Upon hearing the noise, Li Ping turned his head, only to be taken aback. He had not expected to find such filth within the human meridians. It was truly remarkable. The following dawn, Li Ping finally mustered the strength to rise. The effort of cleansing Li An's meridians had nearly depleted all of his innate true energy, leaving him completely drained of his own internal energy. The most effective method for cleansing the meridians was through innate true energy, which was exceptionally pure and could be absorbed even by infants, let alone an adult. Furthermore, using innate true energy to unblock meridians was the most suitable approach, as it effectively expelled impurities, enhanced the pliability of the meridians, and broadened the body's channels. However, who in this world could possess innate true energy? It seemed that only Li Ping could claim such a rarity. Li Ping immediately sat cross-legged, needing to replenish his internal energy. In this place, who could predict what dangers might lurk? Inside the carriage, Ning Qing remained expressionless, seemingly unaffected by the world around him. Even when he heard Li An's continuous cries of anguish the previous night, he merely turned his head slightly, offering no further attention. That night, Li Ping slowly exhaled a breath of stagnant air and concluded his practice. After a day of recuperation, his internal energy had returned to about 60 to 70%, showcasing the remarkable power of his cultivation method. Had he been using another technique, even the most advanced one would have taken 4 to 5 days to recover. After all, the concepts of being completely drained of internal energy and merely overexerting oneself were worlds apart. Akin to a tree suffering from severe dehydration compared to one that was nearly dead. Recovering from total depletion of internal energy was a near impossible task. Li Ping stretched his limbs and glanced at the still prostrate Lian. "Why have you not awakened yet?" He approached and attempted to lift Lian by the arm, only to suddenly freeze in disbelief. Turning to look at Lian, a resounding snore erupted from him, and glistening remnants clung to the corners of his mouth. "You little rascal certainly knows how to enjoy yourself," Li Ping exclaimed, tossing Lian back to the ground, torn between laughter and exasperation. "Humph!" Lian waved his hand dismissively, letting out a soft grunt as he shifted into a more comfortable position, resuming his snores. Seeing Lian in such a state, Li Ping felt a surge of irritation. He raised his right foot, poised to kick, but halted midway, shaking his head in resignation. He retreated to the shade of a tree to rest. Another day passed, and Lian rubbed his eyes, squinting around. Is it already dawn?" Spotting Li Ping sitting under the tree, munching on some dry rations, Lian quickly stood up and spoke respectfully. "Young master." "Yes, have some food." Li Ping tossed a bit of dried food to Lian. "All right, you've had enough rest. Try to utilize your internal power now." As Lian consumed the food, he heard Li Ping's words and looked up, his pupils dilating in surprise. Li Ping nodded encouragingly, and Li An's breathing quickened as he promptly closed his eyes, clenched his fists, and soon felt his arms begin to swell. "Ha ha, young master. I have internal power now. Ha ha, I have internal power," Lian exclaimed, his face brimming with delight. "I have already cleansed your meridians. You now possess the foundational skills of the 10th stage." Li Ping smiled broadly as well, though inwardly he smirked, thinking how close he had come to exhausting all of his innate true energy. If this effort yielded no results, he would have been left feeling utterly defeated. "I will teach you a technique shortly. Practice it for 10 days, and you will break through to the early stage of body refinement." "Really, young master? I am so grateful to you," Lian exclaimed, his mouth agape, excitement causing him to jump for joy. Everything felt like a dream, almost too good to be true. "All right, finish up quickly so we can set off. We've already delayed too long." "Yes, young master." Chapter 15. The city of Ji. As Li Ping gazed at the bustling city gates of Ji, he turned to Lian and said, "Let us proceed." I am sure Grandfather Sha has been waiting for quite some time. With that, Li Ping returned to the carriage, wishing to avoid drawing too much attention at the crowded entrance. Yes, Lian bowed respectfully. At this point, Lian had regained his previous handsome appearance. The injuries he sustained had healed, and even the teeth he had lost had regrown. Drive. Entry tax is 10 silver coins per person. Just as Lian was about to enter the city with the carriage, the guards at the gate raised their weapons and shouted. Lian was taken aback, glancing at the throngs of people passing through the gates, confused. Why do they not have to pay an entry fee? Upon hearing Lian's question, the guard's expression revealed a hint of delight. Thinking to himself, just as I suspected. The guard's lips moved slightly as he looked at Lian, barking, Who do you think you are, bumpkin? If you can't pay, scram. You? Lian pointed at the guard, his body trembling with anger. How had he fallen so low? During his time in the Li clan, guards had always been deferential when he entered or exited the city. Yet here, in the small city of Ji, he was met with such insolence before he could even enter. What utter nonsense, young man. If you truly lack funds, then crawl out from beneath your uncle's trousers, and I shall not demand payment from you. Upon uttering these words, the other guards erupted in boisterous laughter, while passers-by at the city gate paused to observe Lian with a look of amusement. How audacious you are! Do you have any idea who we are? Lian glared at the guard and retorted, I care not who you are. The guard scoffed, and just as he finished speaking, a gold medal flew out from the carriage. Instinctively, the guard caught the medal. Casting a quick glance at it, What a worthless item! He exclaimed, about to toss it aside, when suddenly a thought seemed to strike him. He took a closer look, and his complexion turned ashen. His legs trembled, and he hastily dropped his weapon, raising both hands with the medal. Kneeling on the ground, I did not realize the esteemed presence had arrived. I beg your pardon, Lian, let us depart. A calm voice issued from within the carriage. Yes, young master, Lian replied respectfully, snatching the medal from the guard's hands and delivering a kick that sent the guard sprawling to the ground. The guard immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Too intimidated to wipe the blood from his lips, and quickly turned to kneel once more, saying, I thank you for your mercy, my lord, drive on. As Li Ping entered the city, the surrounding guards gathered and inquired, Who was that person? What prominent figure do they belong to? Someone from the Li family. The guard who had been kicked replied while rubbing his chest. This guard, relying on his little uncle who was the captain of the city lord's guards, often exploited the weaker scions of lesser families at the city gate, confident that any trouble would be shielded by his uncle. He never expected that such a humble carriage would carry a significant figure from the Li family of Chaoyang City. And now he had kicked a rock in his path. The guard felt a bitter pang in his heart. The Li family. The surrounding guards gasped in astonishment. Young master, that guard was exceedingly disrespectful to you. Will you truly let him off so easily? Lian, driving the carriage, replied, Ever since I broke through to the body refinement stage the day before yesterday, I have felt a surge of pride within me. To me, the life of a guard who dares to offend is of little consequence. You've already kicked him. What else do you desire? Li Ping in the carriage remarked with a sidelong glance. Heh. Lian chuckled sheepishly, recognizing that he had indeed drawn blood with his kick. Perhaps that was enough. Moreover, being new to the city, it would be prudent to avoid stirring up too much trouble. Take your time. There's no need to rush. Li Ping's penetrating gaze seemed to pierce through the carriage curtain, gazing into the distance. Yes, young master, Lian nodded in agreement, slowing the pace of the carriage to that of a leisurely stroll. Not long after, an elderly man accompanied by several young attendants approached swiftly. The old man moved with remarkable agility, his pace rivaling that of a young man sprinting, and his unflushed face revealed his exceptional physical prowess. Upon noticing the elderly man advancing toward them, Lian felt reassured and halted the carriage, calling out to the interior, Young master. The old man arrived at the front of the carriage, bowing respectfully. I welcome you, young master. The attendants behind him knelt, speaking in unison, We welcome you, young master. Li Ping lifted the curtain and alighted from the carriage, hurrying to the old man's side, grasping his arms to assist him. Grandfather Sha, please rise. This elder was Li Sha, the steward managing the medicinal business in the city, and he was also a trusted confidant of Li Zhengyang, head of the Li family. It was evident why Li Zhengyang would trust Li Ping to be assigned here. Seeing Li Ping devoid of any airs of entitlement, with a warm and approachable demeanor, Li Sha couldn't help but admire the young man. However, a moment later, he sighed inwardly, lamenting, "What a shame, such a fine lad. Young master, your journey must have been arduous. Please allow this old servant to escort you to the residence for some rest." Li Ping nodded, feeling considerably more at ease knowing that Li Sha was a confidant of his father. Navigating through the city would have been quite troublesome otherwise. With Li Sha by his side, however, things would be much more convenient, and with Li Sha's formidable cultivation at the peak of body refinement, he would be a formidable presence in the city, ensuring that they would not attract unwanted attention or harassment. Simultaneously, Li Ping marveled at the miraculous nature of the source scripture, which allowed him to perceive martial artists 3 ranks above him, and to conceal his own cultivation at will. Had he not voluntarily revealed his abilities, no one would have been able to discern his true power. "Please lead the way." Grandfather Li Ping opted not to return to the carriage and walked alongside Li Sha instead. After a short while, they arrived at a courtyard as the doors swung open. A refreshing breeze greeted them. Before Li Sha could introduce it, Li Ping raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Excellent! What a splendid courtyard! I'm glad you like it, young master," Li Sha responded with delight. Before Li Ping's arrival, Li Zhenyang had made all the arrangements, ensuring that the courtyard met his son's desires. As Li Ping entered the courtyard, he glanced around. This secluded space was located in a prime position, blessed with good feng shui, making it a rare gem indeed. Li Ping nodded in satisfaction and turned to Li Sha, saying, "Thank you, Grandfather Sha, for your thoughtfulness. As long as the young master is pleased," Li Sha replied with a bow. "All furnishings are in place. Should you require anything else, I will send someone to procure it immediately." "That will suffice. Just your assistance is appreciated." "You flatter me, young master," Li Sha quickly replied. "Oh, by the way, Grandfather Sha, please have someone bring me some quality healing medicine." Li Sha cast a puzzled glance at Li Ping. Having arrived here only a few days late, why would he need healing medicine now? This thought raised doubts in Li Sha's mind. However, he refrained from questioning further, as it was his duty to follow the master's instructions without inquiry. "Very well, young master, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," Li Sha bowed, preparing to withdraw. "Wait, Grandfather Sha, as I am new here and unfamiliar with the city, I would appreciate it if you could show me around, so I can familiarize myself with the surroundings and prepare for future matters." Li Sha regarded Li Ping for a long moment, then laughed heartily, saying, "Since the young master has expressed such a desire, I shall gladly oblige. Shall we first visit our family's apothecary?" Li Sha was deeply gratified by Li Ping's ambition. Chapter 16. Jian Hall. Li Ping could not help but smile in agreement as he followed Li Sha out of the courtyard. They traversed the bustling streets until they arrived before an opulent building, its eaves adorned with a golden plaque, where the words Jian Hall gleamed brilliantly in gold. The entrance bustled with activity. A testament to the thriving business within. Li Ping turned to Li Sha, who, noticing Li Ping's gaze, raised his chin slightly and said, "This is the apothecary Jian Hall belonging to our Li family in Z City. Clear the way for the young master." Li Sha instructed the attendants, observing the throngs at the entrance. "Yes." The attendants moved forward to disperse the crowd, yet such an action contradicted Li Ping's intentions and was not in line with his style. Li Ping raised a hand to halt the attendants, addressing Li Sha, "Let it be. That would be too much trouble. We shall enter as we are." With that, he stepped forward, and Li Sha, watching Li Ping's figure enter Jian Hall, shook his head with a bemused smile and followed suit. "Tell those boys to keep their hands to themselves and not to ruin the young master's enjoyment." As Li Sha entered, he instructed one of the attendants behind him. "Yes," the attendant responded, swiftly disappearing into the crowd. Li Sha glanced around, ensuring all was well before hastening to catch up with Li Ping. Upon entering Jian Hall, they were greeted by an enormous medicinal cabinet, crafted entirely from white mysterious crystal. This transparent material effectively preserves the medicinal properties of herbs, making it an unparalleled choice for storage. Li Ping gazed at the white crystal cabinet, silently marveling. Just a single piece of white crystal was worth 10 gold coins, while an ordinary family earned but 2 to 3 dozen gold coins in a year. Yet here stood such a grand cabinet. Li Ping couldn't help but reflect on the wealth of his family, pondering whether their prosperity had threatened the interests of the Wang and Su families in his past life, leading to their malicious actions against him. Clenching his fists, he vowed, regardless of the reasons, I shall not spare you this time. Taking a deep breath, Li Ping turned to Li Sha and said, Grandfather Sha, I would like some medicinal herbs. Could you assist me in procuring them? Oh? Li Sha raised an eyebrow, regarding Li Ping with interest before smiling nonchalantly and replying, No problem. Since the young master has spoken, this old servant will comply. Li Ping, witnessing the unhesitating agreement from Li Sha, could not help but let a smile play at the corners of his mouth. Being assigned to manage the medicinal herb business in Ji City would indeed allow him to mobilize certain resources. Albeit limited, Li Sha's actions had inadvertently spared Li Ping considerable trouble. It was even conceivable that he might procure some precious herbs. Li Ping retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket, densely inscribed with a list of 4 to 5 dozen types of herbs. These were the very ingredients required for the creation of the Qi Lian Jindan. He handed the paper directly to Li Sha, unperturbed by the prospect of the prescription being leaked. Firstly, while the herbs were plentiful, the method of refinement remained elusive, rendering the prescription effectively useless in others' hands. After all, a skilled cook cannot prepare a meal without ingredients. Secondly, it was a testament to his trust in Li Sha. Upon receiving the prescription, Li Sha's brow furrowed slightly as he surveyed the extensive list. He cast a glance at Li Ping, tucked the document into his bosom, and replied, Very well, I shall take care of it. Li Ping smiled gently and responded. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction with Li Sha's willingness to assist. The herbs listed on that prescription would require at least a year's worth of his salary, and Li Sha's prompt agreement was not just a favor to Li Ping, but also a sign of loyalty towards Li Jingyang. Nodding in acknowledgement, Li Ping turned and continued his way into the Jian Hall. Li Sha, observing Li Ping's retreating figure, was about to follow when a young servant dressed in blue suddenly leaned in to whisper something in his ear. Li Sha's expression shifted dramatically, his demeanor turning solemn as he hastily caught up with Li Ping, saying, Young master, I must attend to some pressing matters and cannot accompany you further. I hope for your understanding. Very well, Grandfather Sha. If you have matters to attend to, please do so, Li Ping replied, sensing the gravity of the situation reflected in Li Sha's countenance. Then I shall take my leave, Li Sha said with a respectful gesture before retreating, summoning a few young servants to guard Li Ping's side. Even in his own apothecary, Li Sha could not shake his concern for Li Ping's safety, particularly given Li Ping's relatively low level of cultivation. Li Ping, having cast a cautious glance at Li Sha, chose to disregard any other concerns and resumed his walk towards Jian Hall, passing by the apothecary cabinets. He arrived at a spacious thoroughfare where the distant sounds of clamor and commotion filled the air. Familiar with the surroundings, Li Ping navigated the unusual scene without surprise. In this world, both apothecaries and weapon shops served not merely as places of commerce, but also hosted bustling markets within, where rare or peculiar items were exchanged face to face. Such markets thrived as both warriors and shopkeepers relished the arrangement. Shopkeepers earned a substantial income effortlessly, while warriors could procure desired items without falling prey to unscrupulous practices. Furthermore, those fortunate enough could unearth extraordinary treasures in the market, often beyond their wildest imaginations. Of course, success hinged on both luck and discernment. Standing at the wide market entrance, Li Ping inhaled deeply. Markets were typically common in apothecaries but rare in weapon shops. His visit today was primarily to explore this market. Warriors often harbored an inexplicable fascination for such places, and Li Ping was no exception. What a familiar aura, as he gazed at the bustling market. Reminiscent of a vibrant farmer's market, the cacophony of haggling filled the air. This market was indeed a paradise for warriors. He recalled a saying in the martial world, Wherever warriors gather, there exists a market. This was an unbreakable rule. Li Ping's purpose in visiting the market was akin to that of other warriors, a desire to discover hidden gems. If he were to stumble upon something valuable, it would be a stroke of fortune. As he strolled through, his eyes sparkled at the sight of rare herbs, yet he reluctantly turned away, mindful of his meager purse, even with the modest sum acquired from the recent encounter with the sand bandit. Li Ping's total wealth barely amounted to a few thousand gold coins, sufficient to deplete his entire fortune for just a handful of rare herbs. With a sigh, he realized that, despite previously believing himself financially secure, he was, in fact, a pitiful pauper. Although a few thousand gold coins represented a considerable sum in the mundane world, to a warrior, it was but a drop in the ocean. Chapter 17. Market Treasures, Part 1. Li Ping patted his waist pocket, sighing as he mused to himself. It seems I must take the opportunity to hunt some magical beasts to earn a bit of coin. Otherwise, my finances will remain a constraint in the realm of Zhanyuan. Alongside humanity existed numerous magical beasts, formidable creatures capable of easily dispatching 3 warriors of the same rank. These beasts were classified into 4 tiers and 15 ranks based on their strength, corresponding to the various levels of warrior cultivation. Due to the arduous nature of their advancement, magical beasts were often driven into perilous territories by human cultivators, leading to the establishment of inequitable agreements. Otherwise, the world would have long been dominated by magical beasts, leaving humanity in disarray. Li Ping sought to hunt magical beasts primarily for their energy cores, known as source nuclei, which were highly sought after in the market. Each source nucleus commanded a hefty price. The essence of a magical beast's life resided within the nucleus, making it invaluable for crafting weapons, concocting elixirs, or setting up formations. Although utilizing a source nucleus for cultivation was wasteful, yielding only 1/10 of its energy, its value in alchemy and other applications was undeniable. Thus, the significance of source nuclei to humanity was paramount. However, magical beasts held a fierce pride and would rather self-destruct their nuclei than allow humans to claim them. This resulted in a perpetual scarcity of source nuclei in the market, with prices consistently inflated. After meandering through the market for some time, Li Ping had encountered numerous intriguing items, but the thought of acquiring them all was mere fantasy. As for seeking funds from Li Sha, that was out of the question. Not only would he receive little, but it would also expose his circumstances. Moreover, he currently had no pressing need for such items, and his deflated wallet hardly afforded him the luxury of extravagance. As he passed a few stalls, Li Ping suddenly halted, crouching down to observe a middle-aged man seated cross-legged before him. Li Ping donned an innocent smile and addressed the man, "Uncle, I would like to purchase something." The middle-aged man, having experienced an ill-fated day with no sales, was in a foul mood. Seeing just a teenager speaking to him, he waved his hand impatiently. "What business do you have here, kid? Scram and don't hinder my trade." Li Ping, momentarily taken aback by the man's brusqueness, quickly grasped his sentiments. Pressing his lips together, he replied, "Uncle, I truly wish to buy something. See, I even brought money." With that, he produced a 1,000 gold coin note and waved it before the man. Upon seeing the note, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and his mind began to whirl with possibilities. "Young master," one of Li Ping's guards called out, his brow furrowing. Displaying wealth in a market like this was undeniably foolish and could even be perilous. The middle-aged man, upon noticing the guards behind Li Ping, felt a surge of anxiety. He had been so preoccupied with Li Ping that he had overlooked the presence of the guards. Observing their cultivation levels, which surpassed his own, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, thankful that his earlier thoughts had not been acted upon. "Don't worry, uncle. If I don't show him my money, he won't let me buy anything." Li Ping grinned widely, revealing a row of pearly white teeth as he continued to gaze at the middle-aged man. No, young master, please go ahead and buy." The man hastily waved his hands, eager to avoid losing a lucrative customer. Li Ping chuckled softly as he turned his attention to a white crystal box on the stall, within which lay a herb. This herb boasted 3 blossoms and 5 leaves, radiating a silvery white glow, exuding an undeniable charm. This herb was known as silver blue grass, renowned for its ability to invigorate the mind and maintain clarity. It thrived in barren or treacherous terrains, taking 500 years to mature and 1,000 years to bloom. Extremely rare indeed. While the silver bluegrass was remarkably scarce, its value to warriors was relatively low compared to other invigorating herbs. As such, it was often overlooked in favor of more potent alternatives. Its rarity, however, made it an unusual choice for warriors, resulting in its infrequent appearance in the market. Few would bother to harvest a herb of limited worth, yet as a decorative item, it was quite appealing. For Li Ping, however, the silver bluegrass was akin to a treasure. This was because it was an essential ingredient in a crucial cultivation technique outlined in the Source Classic. The blood-colored Shura was a formidable, near-legendary skill, second only to the primary method of the Source Classic. Its violent nature could turn the weak-willed into mere mindless wrecks consumed by bloodlust. Even Li Ping hesitated to practice it, underscoring the technique's terrifying reputation. Certainly, Li Ping has far better options. The Yinlong grass can effectively resolve this issue. It aids cultivators in restoring their mental clarity, safeguarding their spirits, and assisting them in overcoming the most formidable challenge in the initiation of their cultivation. Known as the blood prison refinement. The blood prison refinement is a trial posed by the blood-colored Shura technique to the cultivator. Those who succeed may acquire the Shura aura, while those who fail will succumb to madness, slaughtering recklessly for 7 days and nights until they bleed from all 7 orifices and perish. The blood-colored Shura is immensely powerful, but also perilous. However, with the presence of this Yinlong grass, everything will become significantly easier. Li Ping could hardly believe his good fortune. Upon spotting it, he had no intention of letting this opportunity slip away. He feigned astonishment and pointed at the Yinlong grass within the Baishuanjin box, exclaiming, "Uncle, this grass is so beautiful. I must purchase it. How much does it cost?" The middle-aged man regarded the Yinlong grass that Li Ping was pointing at, his eyebrows slightly raising as he replied nonchalantly, "Oh, this? Since the young master desires it, I will take a loss and let it go for 1,000 gold coins." Upon hearing this, Li Ping's face twitched in disbelief. 1,000 gold coins? At a loss? He was genuinely tempted to kick the middle-aged man in the face. Not a single person in the market would offer 400 gold coins for it. Yet here he was, claiming 1,000 was a loss. The more Li Ping observed the middle-aged man, the more he felt an overwhelming urge to admonish him. "Have you lost your senses over money? What a blind fool, daring to deceive my young master." Before Li Ping could explode, a guard behind him could no longer contain himself, rolling up his sleeves, ready to confront the middle-aged man. "Enough, let us not escalate matters," Li Ping interjected, raising a hand to stop the guard. The guard hesitated but ultimately complied, casting a warning glance at the middle-aged man. Chapter 18. Bargaining in the Market, Part 2. "Uncle, does this grass truly cost 1,000 gold coins?" Li Ping gazed innocently at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man glanced nervously at Li Ping's guards, then back at Li Ping. Swallowing hard, he desperately needed money to save his wife, who had been gravely injured, but was at a loss for funds. He had nearly gone mad thinking about money. Otherwise, he would never have the audacity to extort Li Ping in front of his guards. However, if this continued, he would be courting his own demise. "My young master, this Yinlong grass is priced at only 400 gold coins." The middle-aged man cautiously eyed Li Ping's guards, who were all glaring at him with warning expressions. The middle-aged man's heart raced, and he quickly revised his offer. No, it's merely 300 gold coins." Li Ping raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his lips as he nodded, preparing to hand over the gold note. However, the guard behind him swiftly interjected, "Young master, there's no need to spend so much on this grass. Let me take you to find something even more exquisite." The guard believed that Li Ping merely wished to purchase the Yinlong grass for its beauty, and thought it unworthy of such a price. Li Ping's brow furrowed slightly as he turned to the guard, inquiring, "What is your name?" "Chongsung." The guard quickly bowed in response. "Very well, I am quite fond of this grass. I intend to gift it to my father. He will surely be delighted," Li Ping declared, his face radiating excitement. The head of the family would undoubtedly be pleased. Chongsung, having learned that Li Ping was the son of the Li family patriarch, dared not question his intent to purchase the Yinlong grass as a gift. Li Ping nodded, extending his hand to give the gold note to the middle-aged man while retrieving the Yinlong grass. "Chongsung, is it? From this moment forth, you shall accompany me." "Yes, thank you, young master." Chongsung knelt on one knee, his face alight with exhilaration. In the city of Ziyi, the sons of the Li family were held in high regard, and to serve the son of the patriarch was a tremendous honor. The other guards looked on with envy, lamenting why they hadn't urged Li Ping to make the purchase sooner, allowing Chongsung to seize the opportunity instead. "Young master, I truly have no spare change to provide change for your gold note." The middle-aged man grasped the gold note, his expression filled with conflict. If he were to lose this business due to a lack of change, it would be disastrous. He had already been unable to procure anything of value, and the prospect of losing this sale felt like a blow to his very existence. "Young master, why not take a look around for something else that might catch your eye? Otherwise, I truly cannot provide the change." Li Ping regarded the middle-aged man with a cold demeanor, but still complied with his suggestion, scanning the stall once more. Suddenly, his gaze landed on a jade slip, which was covered in cracks and appeared fragile. Initially, Li Ping had no reaction upon seeing it, but upon a second glance, the source pearl in his mind inexplicably stirred. This astonished him. In over a decade, he had never seen the Source Pearl react in such a manner. Could it be? A thought emerged in Li Ping's mind that he scarcely dared to believe, causing his breath to quicken. He slowly suppressed his excitement. If something could provoke such a reaction from the Source Pearl, this jade slip must be extraordinary, and no matter what, he had to acquire it. With firm resolve, Li Ping pointed at the jade slip and asked the middle-aged man, "How much for this jade slip?" The middle-aged man stared at the jade slip in bewilderment, pausing for a moment before letting out a long sigh. "This jade slip has been passed down from my grandfather, but I have yet to uncover its mysteries. It appears riddled with cracks, yet it is extraordinarily durable. Not even a spirit weapon could mar it in the slightest. If it weren't for my wife's grave injuries and urgent need for funds, I would never consider selling it." With that, the middle-aged man gazed sorrowfully at the jade slip. Li Ping, noticing the despondent and troubled expression in the middle-aged man's eyes, felt inclined to trust him. He thought to himself, he is a man of integrity. "Uncle, I shall purchase this jade slip," Li Ping declared with unwavering certainty. "Really?" The middle-aged man's eyes brightened. Although he believed the jade slip to be remarkable, he had never been able to discern its true value. Since it had been passed down from his grandfather, he had no means of understanding it. Rather than hoarding it, selling it to save his wife seemed the most prudent course of action. No matter how mysterious it may be, it was ultimately just an inanimate object. "Name your price." "I shall buy it." Li Ping's expression was earnest. "How about this? To make it fair, I shall let it go for 6,000 gold coins." The middle-aged man looked at Li Ping with excitement, hoping he would immediately procure the gold to complete the transaction and save his wife. 6,000. Li Ping was momentarily taken aback, shocked by the sum. 6,000 gold coins could purchase a decent spirit weapon. He had barely over 2,000 gold coins on him, not even half the required amount. "What? 6,000 is too much. Although I cannot guarantee that this jade slip is a divine artifact, its durability alone is enough to demonstrate its extraordinary nature. 6,000 is already a bargain." The middle-aged man sensed Li Ping's astonishment and felt a pang of dissatisfaction. Li Ping examined the jade slip again, the Source Pearl in his mind continuing to pulse with energy, leaving him in a quandary. He was torn between purchasing it without sufficient funds or missing such a valuable opportunity. The rarity of something that could provoke such a response from the Source Pearl was unimaginable. With his head lowered, he rubbed his fingers together, struggling to devise a suitable plan. "Young master." "Huh?" Li Ping jolted out of his reverie. "Young master, do you intend to buy this jade slip or not?" The middle-aged man inquired, scrutinizing Li Ping. "Of course I want to buy it," Li Ping replied with an air of calm. "But uncle, I currently lack the necessary funds. Might it be possible to arrange for credit? Rest assured, I will repay you." He shifted his tone to one of negotiation. The middle-aged man's expression immediately hardened. "Young master, there is no need to toy with me like this." Li Ping felt defeated, his head drooping in resignation. "Is there truly no room for discussion? Young master, if you truly have the leisure to toy with me, there are far more entertaining places to be," the middle-aged man replied with a stoic expression. Chapter 19. The Armory Pavilion. Li Ping, disheartened, turned to his guards and asked, "Do any of you have money?" I do. Young master, I have 2 gold coins." Chongqing quickly produced 2 gleaming coins from his pocket and offered them to Li Ping. Li Ping glanced at the 2 gold coins in Chongqing's hand, rolled his eyes in exasperation, and turned back to the middle-aged man, a spark of inspiration lighting up his mind. "Are you truly willing to sell this jade slip to save your wife?" The middle-aged man looked up at Li Ping, confused as to why he was asking such an obvious question, but nonetheless nodded. "Is your wife's injury severe? How might it be treated?" Li Ping continued to inquire. "The injuries are severe. My wife accompanied me to the Yinlian mountain range to hunt magical beasts last time. During our expedition, we were ambushed by a colorful serpent. She was struck by the serpent's venom while trying to protect me. Although we ultimately escaped, she has since fallen gravely ill. I have been using antidote potions to sustain her life, but if I cannot procure the antidote pill within a month, she will be beyond saving. She did this for my sake." At this point, the middle-aged man could no longer contain his tears. The sight of such a resolute man weeping reveals the depth of his love for his wife. "Antidote pill?" Li Ping frowned. Logically, the antidote pill is not expensive. Even a second-tier antidote pill should cost around 1,000 gold coins. How could this middle-aged man find it so difficult? Why has he become so distressed that he weeps? Could it be that, uncle, the antidote pill is not that costly, is it? There is no need for you to be so anxious. Li Ping crouched before the middle-aged man, offering comfort. The middle-aged man seemed to sense something, quickly wiping away his tears and ceasing his sobs. Forgive me for allowing myself to be so distraught, he sighed. Indeed, acquiring a second-tier antidote pill is not an insurmountable issue for me. However, my wife requires not only one antidote pill, but also the assistance of a fully realized body cultivator to aid in the detoxification process. As you know, there are only a handful of fully realized body cultivators in Z City. To request their aid for my wife's detoxification would be akin to chasing a mirage. I would need to gather enough funds or obtain a valuable item to persuade them, yet satisfying their demands is no easy feat. Indeed, Li Ping stroked his chin, deep in thought. He would not naively question why the middle-aged man did not present the jade slip to seek their assistance. It was likely because those exalted warriors held him in disdain, doubting his worth. After all, no one would willingly offer their spiritual weapon to cleave a seemingly fragile jade slip, as spiritual weapons are intended for battle. Not for mere chopping. Li Ping leaned closer to the middle-aged man, glancing around before gesturing for him to come closer. The middle-aged man looked at Li Ping with confusion but obliged. Li Ping whispered in his ear. And the man's expression shifted from sorrow to surprise, eventually culminating in sheer elation. Li Ping withdrew and nodded affirmatively at the middle-aged man, who, with lips pressed together, vigorously nodded in excitement and hastily began to pack up his stall. Young master, this gold note? The middle-aged man inquired, holding the gold note and looking at Li Ping. Take the gold note and recuperate. I imagine you have already expended a considerable amount to save your wife. Li Ping rose, glancing around before saying, let us be off. Upon exiting Jian Hall, Li Ping stretched leisurely, feeling a sense of fulfillment from the day's endeavors. Observing the bustling street, he felt invigorated and desired to explore Z City thoroughly. Suddenly recalling Ning Qing, who was still recuperating in the courtyard, he turned to Chang Shang and said, Chang Shang, send someone to fetch some healing potions to my courtyard. Yes, young master. Chang Shang promptly pointed to one of the guards. Instructing, you, go fetch some healing potions for the young master and deliver them to his courtyard. The appointed guard cast a resentful glance at Chang Shang, pursing his lips but ultimately responding with a reluctant acknowledgement before trudging off to collect the medicine. Li Ping paid no mind to this, strolling down the street, observing the sights with great enjoyment. Meanwhile, not far from Z City, amidst a dense forest, a humble, thatched cottage stood in front of the cottage. A martial artist knelt, stating, Elder, Li Ping, son of Li Jingyang from the Li family, has arrived in Z City. Should we? After a pause, silence enveloped the cottage. The martial artist looked up, puzzled, and called out, Elder, enough. Do not disturb my cultivation. He is merely a waste of space. There is no need for concern. An aged voice emanated from within the cottage. Understood, Elder. The martial artist clasped his fists, slowly rising before swiftly vanishing into the forest. Unbeknownst to him, Li Ping had arrived at an imposing structure, gazing in astonishment at the grand building adorned with glazed golden tiles and 4 crimson pillars, Z City, aside from Jian Hall and the city lord's mansion. None could rival its magnificence. The armament pavilion, Li Ping murmured as he beheld the gilded sign above the building. Young master, this is indeed the armament pavilion, the largest weapon shop in Z City. Chang Shang reminded Li Ping from behind. This armament pavilion is also an asset of the Wang family. The Wang family? Li Ping mused with interest, smiling. Let us go inside with that. He stepped forward toward the armament pavilion. Upon entering the hall, he was greeted by a cacophony of bargaining voices. The first floor showcased an array of mundane weapons, mostly purchased by adventurers, rugged men who danced on the edge of danger. The coarse voices resonated in Li Ping's ears, causing him some irritation. Li Ping cleared his ears and casually grabbed a guard from the armament pavilion, stating, Take me to your boss. I have a significant business proposition. The guard scrutinized Li Ping with disdain, his eyes revealing profound contempt. Taken aback by the guard's scornful gaze, Li Ping glanced down at his coarse linen clothing, unable to suppress a wry smile. He had never been fond of wearing extravagant garments, preferring to don simple attire as a principle of humility. In both his past and present lives, he had never dared to be ostentatious. Hey, brat! My young master is speaking to you. Are you deaf? Chang Sheng abruptly seized the guard, chastising him. Let go of me. Do you know where you are? How dare you cause a ruckus in the armament pavilion when you're clearly courting death? The guard shouted, attempting to break free from Chang Sheng's grasp, but his efforts were futile. His strength paled in comparison to Chang Sheng's. Is that so? I would like to see how your armament pavilion intends to deal with me. Li Ping scratched his ear and leaned casually against a pillar, embodying the demeanor of a typical young master. How about we start with 20 slaps? Be gentle. Chang Sheng turned to look at Li Ping, who with a mischievous grin nodded in agreement. Chang Sheng's lips curved into a smirk as he swiftly delivered a slap to the guard's face. Slap! The resounding sound echoed, and the guard's face quickly swelled. Resembling a bruised piece of meat? Delightful! That sound is truly melodious. Continued. Li Ping appeared utterly enchanted, his heart secretly reveling in the amusement, thinking, let us take our time. The commotion had already attracted the attention of those purchasing weapons, who gathered around, intrigued by the unfolding scene, their expressions a mixture of amusement and pity. Now this is entertaining. You'll soon see what happens when you dare to cause a scene in the armament pavilion. Stop! A sudden authoritative voice interrupted Chang Sheng's actions. The strength behind the voice indicated that the speaker was no weaker than Chang Sheng, perhaps even superior, prompting him to halt. Why stop? Keep going, Li Ping nonchalantly replied, not bothering to lift his head. Young master? Chang Sheng exclaimed. Li Ping glanced up towards the staircase on the second floor, where a middle-aged man, plump in stature, descended, followed by a muscular man in combat attire. As soon as the plump man reached the bottom of the stairs, he fixated his gaze on Li Ping. Chang Sheng, still holding the nearly incapacitated guard, eyed the muscular man behind the plump figure with a hint of caution, while Li Ping merely cast a fleeting glance before lowering his head to continue grooming his nails. Upon seeing the middle-aged man descend the stairs, the crowd quieted considerably. Look, it's Manager Wang and his head guard. This is going to be interesting. Daring to cause a ruckus in the armament pavilion takes some guts, but it seems unlikely he will leave without relinquishing something. This young man's guard is no slouch. He must belong to some notable family. A spectacle awaits. The onlookers regarded Li Ping with a mix of mocking expressions, eagerly anticipating the moment he would be ousted from the armament pavilion. The middle-aged man, known as Manager Wang, approached Li Ping, staring intently at him without making a move. Li Ping, merely lowering his head to glance briefly, maintained his stoic demeanor, opting to remain unperturbed. The crowd, observing Manager Wang's unwavering gaze, grew puzzled. After a long pause, when impatience began to spread among the onlookers, Manager Wang suddenly spoke. Young Master Ping, would you grant me the favor of your presence? Favor? And who are you that I should grant you any? Li Ping lifted his head, locking eyes with Manager Wang, exuding an air of arrogance. Yet, internally, he felt a shiver. Having just arrived in Z City, the Wang family was already aware of his presence. It seemed he would need to tread carefully moving forward. A shadow of gloom flickered across Wang Zhonggui's face, only to be swiftly erased. Indeed, one cannot expect much from a person who has fallen so low. How audacious they remain, even in such a disgraceful situation. Wang Zhonggui, wearing a warm smile, gazed at Li Ping and said, Young Master Ping, my subordinate has offended you due to his lack of discernment. It is Wang's fault. Please allow me to handle this matter to spare your hands from being sullied. Very well. All right, Changsheng, release him, Li Ping said with a look of disdain directed at the guard in Changsheng's grip, as though the guard would truly tarnish his hands. Upon hearing Li Ping's words, Changsheng let out a sigh of relief. He had genuinely feared that Li Ping would continue to escalate the situation. While Li Ping might be unaware of Wang Zhonggui's true identity, Changsheng was all too well informed. Should this escalate further, there would be no favorable outcome. Thank you, young master. Wang Zhonggui clasped his hands in gratitude and turned to the muscular man behind him, commanding, dispose of this insolent fool to relieve the young master's displeasure. Indeed, Brother Fatty is right. Li Ping cast a glance at the ashen-faced guard, feeling quite pleased as he embraced Wang Zhonggui and added, It is only appropriate. Wang Zhonggui's face twitched as he nodded vigorously. While Wang Zhonggui engaged in conversation with Li Ping, the patrons in the hall were left dumbfounded. When had the notorious Iron Tiger Wang Zhonggui become so accommodating? Initially, They had anticipated a fierce confrontation between him and the young man. Yet they found themselves staring blankly at this unexpected conclusion. Simultaneously, questions about Li Ping's identity flooded their minds. Who was this young man? There had been no mention of him in the city of Zi. Yet he managed to bring the Iron Tiger Wang Zhonggui to such a submissive state. Young Master Ping, it is rather noisy here. Shall we ascend to the upper floor for a cup of tea? Oh, Brother Fatty, you are being too petty. Tea is of little interest. I desire wine, young master. I wish to drink wine, Li Ping exclaimed, playfully squeezing Wang Zhonggui while exchanging knowing glances that only men understand. Ha ha, no problem. Whatever young master desires, it shall be provided. Wang Zhonggui responded with a grandiose air, though inwardly he held disdain, thinking how foolish it was for a mere boy to be consumed with thoughts of women. Thus, Li Ping and Wang Zhonggui, with arms draped over each other's shoulders, ascended the staircase together, leaving the onlookers below utterly astonished. Some even began to suspect that Wang Zhonggui and Li Ping had conspired in advance to perform a clever ruse. Had they not witnessed Li Ping confronting the guards of the martial pavilion, they might have mistaken the two for long-lost brothers. Upon entering a private room, Wang Zhonggui called out, "Quickly, prepare fine wine and exquisite dishes. Today, I shall drink heartily with young Master Ping." "Ha ha, Brother Fatty, that sounds splendid." Li Ping laughed heartily, recognizing Wang Zhonggui's attempt to draw closer to him, presumably to extract some advantageous information. Li Ping was keenly aware of this. Yet he feigned ignorance and teased Wang Zhonggui by addressing him as Brother Fatty once more. The two exchanged wary glances, each harboring their own thoughts as they took their seats. Li Ping raised his cup and proclaimed, "Brother Fatty, today we meet as if we were old friends. I shall honor you with this toast." With that, he tilted his head back and drank it all in one go. "Good, good, good," Wang Zhonggui beamed. Appearing as joyful as a blooming flower, seemingly genuinely pleased by Li Ping's words, "Meeting Brother Ping today makes me feel as though we should have met much sooner. I, too, shall toast to this." Wang Zhonggui quickly followed suit, raising his cup and downing its contents, calling Li Ping Brother Ping, which made Li Ping chuckle as the drinks flowed. Li Ping's cheeks flushed crimson, and he stumbled towards Wang Zhonggui. Leaning on his shoulder and letting out a drunken belch, "Brother Fatty, I must confess, I've endured enough humiliation within my family. They look down upon me simply because I lack martial prowess. They have the audacity to send me to this wretched place." Li Ping's voice was a crescendo of pent-up resentment, as if he were unleashing years of suppressed anger. "But it is fortuitous that in this desolate place, I have crossed paths with a good man like you. Until now, you are the only one who has seen my worth. I have made my decision. You shall be my elder brother. Good, good, good. Since Brother Ping holds me in such esteem, I shall gladly accept the title of elder brother." Wang Zhonggui quickly handed Li Ping another cup of wine. His smile as bright as ever. Li Ping tossed aside his empty cup and took the one handed to him, drinking it in one gulp, causing his face to redden even further, almost as if it were about to burst with blood. He swayed unsteadily, ultimately collapsing onto Wang Zhonggui. "Humph! How dare my family treat me in such a manner? They shall pay dearly for their actions," Li Ping declared indignantly, raising another cup and downing it. "Brother Ping, you are absolutely right. The nobility should face consequences for their actions. Indeed, Brother Fatty, only you understand me," Li Ping said mysteriously, causing Wang Zhonggui to frown as the strong aroma of liquor wafted from Li Ping's breath. Wang Zhonggui remained silent, patiently awaiting Li Ping's next revelation. With a triumphant demeanor, Li Ping leaned closer to Wang Zhonggui and whispered, "Brother Fatty, you must know that my family possesses 3 esteemed techniques, right?" Just as he was about to elaborate, Li Ping suddenly doubled over, clutching his stomach, unable to suppress his urge to vomit. Wow! Wang Zhonggui was momentarily taken aback by Li Ping's sudden bout of sickness. Though Li Ping had only revealed part of his thoughts, Wang Zhonggui's mind raced with possibilities. Realizing that if he could acquire the family's secret techniques, he could elevate his standing and command respect within his own clan. A surge of ambition coursed through Wang Zhonggui as he imagined the power he could wield. Yet his musings were interrupted by the sound of Li Ping retching. Wang Zhonggui quickly rose to support Li Ping, offering him a cup of tea to ease his discomfort. Watching Li Ping's pitiful state, Wang Zhonggui could not help but smile, thinking to himself, what a truly useless fellow. This meal is worth every bit. After sipping the tea and regaining some composure, Li Ping sighed, Brother Fatty, I must apologize for making you laugh at my misfortune. No need for apologies. Wang Zhonggui reassured him. Suddenly, he cast a sidelong glance at Changsheng, whispering to Li Ping, by the way, Brother Ping, considering how your family has treated you, they certainly deserve to face some consequences. But what exactly do you plan to make them pay? Hee hee, Brother Fatty, you would never guess, Li Ping exclaimed, pointing at Wang Zhonggui's nose and bursting into laughter. Wang Zhonggui's eyes narrowed in irritation. Being pointed at in such a manner was an immense affront to his dignity. When had anyone dared to do so? Yet, as he recalled Li Ping's mention of the 3 esteemed techniques, he swallowed his anger and forced a smile. Let us not dwell on that. It is rather disheartening, Li Ping interjected, his expression suddenly shifting as he leaned closer to Wang Zhonggui, saying, Wang Zhonggui, I hear you possess several spiritual weapons. I have yet to lay my eyes upon one in this lifetime. Might you show them to me? Wang Zhonggui was momentarily taken aback by Li Ping's abrupt change in topic, feeling a twinge of annoyance. However, the allure of the secret techniques compelled him to suppress his displeasure. Of course, Brother Ping, would I ever deny you? He replied, calling out, bring forth the spiritual weapons. At his command, the muscular man approached, bowing respectfully, your orders, sir. Go, bring those spiritual weapons here. Yes. Li Ping's eyes narrowed, recognizing the cunning nature of Wang Zhonggui. He realized this was merely a ploy to prevent him, an outsider, from discovering the location of the weapons repository. With a scoff, he patted Wang Zhonggui on the shoulder, saying, you are truly a man of honor. Unlike those in my family. It is merely my duty as a brother. Let us not speak of such things. Very well, Brother Fatty. Allow me to toast to you once more, Li Ping declared, raising his glass and downing its contents. Before long, the muscular man returned with several ornate boxes, each intricately carved with scenes of mountains and rivers. The boxes were made of a dark gold metal known as Li Jin, renowned for its durability and ability to suppress spiritual energy. Commonly used to store spiritual items, the man stepped into the room and announced, Sir, the spiritual weapons have been brought. Good, bring them in. Upon hearing the brawny man's exclamation regarding the spiritual weapon, Li Ping's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. He couldn't contain his eagerness as he hurried to the magnificent golden box, gazing at it in sheer astonishment. Observing Li Ping's reaction, Manager Wang couldn't help but smirk, for spiritual weapons were the prized possessions of the armory pavilion. What warrior could possibly resist their allure? Do not rush, Brother Ping, Manager Wang said, patting Li Ping on the shoulder. He then instructed the attendants, quickly, clear the table. In no time, all the food and drink were removed, and a fresh tablecloth was laid down. The brawny man placed several golden boxes on the table before stepping aside, yet his gaze remained fixated on them. Li Ping, however, was oblivious to everything else. Eagerly approaching one of the golden boxes, placing both hands on its lid, with a flush of excitement, Li Ping's temples throbbed, veins bulging like writhing worms. Witnessing this sight, everyone in the room burst into laughter. Manager Wang sneered internally, thinking, what a fool. Exhausted, Li Ping collapsed to the ground. This is too difficult to open. Manager Wang stifled his laughter as he approached Li Ping, helping him to his feet. Brother Ping, are you all right? I'm fine. Li Ping waved his hand dismissively, yet a discerning eye could easily see that he was indeed quite fatigued. After all, the lid of the golden box weighed over 100 pounds. Something he could normally lift with a mere fingertip was now proving to be an arduous task. What are you all staring at? Come help young Master Ping open the box. Manager Wang had anticipated Li Ping's urgency and deliberately refrained from allowing his guards to assist, wanting to see him make a fool of himself. No need, Changsheng. What are you good for if you can't help me open it? Yes, young master. Changsheng rushed to the golden box and effortlessly lifted the lid. Just as Li Ping caught his breath, he hurriedly approached the open box, peering inside to find a long, pitch-black staff. It appeared plain and unremarkable, much like a firewood stick from a fireplace. Disappointment washed over Li Ping as he slumped down, muttering, isn't this just a firewood stick? I thought it would be something extraordinary. Manager Wang nearly choked at Li Ping's words. A firewood stick. Many would pay dearly to see such a thing. However, recalling that Li Ping was merely a young boy, he feigned indifference. Brother Ping, This is far from a mere firewood stick. It is a genuine spiritual weapon. This staff is known as the Black Sky Staff, incredibly sturdy, weighing 500 pounds. Oh? Interest was piqued in Li Ping. If you doubt it, you may try it. Manager Wang gestured invitingly. Li Ping licked his lips and approached the Black Sky Staff. Gripping it with both hands, he exerted force, yet the staff did not budge an inch. Realizing the futility, he quickly released his grip. Being a fool was tiring, and he had no desire to exhaust himself further. It's so heavy. Li Ping waved his hand dismissively and continued, Brother Fatty, do you think the one who forged this Black Sky Staff was out of his mind? Who would use such a heavy weapon? Manager Wang, seated nearby, glared at Li Ping. It is you who are foolish. A spiritual weapon is not meant for someone of your caliber. Foolish? This is nothing but a burden. It seems that what is termed a spiritual weapon is merely a useless trinket. I must inform others that spiritual weapons are nothing but a joke. Li Ping gripped the Black Sky Staff once more, straining to lift it, but to no avail. The onlookers regarded him with mocking expressions, igniting his anger. Seeing Li Ping in such a fit, Manager Wang's expression twitched, and he felt a twinge of disdain. He swiftly waved his hand, saying, Brother Ping, do not be upset. There are still 2 weapons to see. Perhaps you might prefer them. Manager Wang exchanged a knowing glance with the brawny man, who promptly understood and approached the table to unveil the other 2 golden boxes. Reluctantly, Li Ping moved to the remaining boxes, revealing a halberd and a sword. As the lids opened, they emitted a resonant hum, as if eager for battle after years of dormancy. Li Ping, trembling slightly, reached out to touch the halberd and sword, feeling an overwhelming surge of killing intent wash over him. Slow down, Manager Wang shouted as he noticed Li Ping's intent to touch the weapons, but it was too late. Li Ping was suddenly hurled against the wall. Brother Ping, Manager Wang exclaimed in alarm, quickly, help young master up. The guards rushed to assist Li Ping. Ouch, be gentle, that hurts. Li Ping sat on a stool, wincing in pain and rubbing his back, groaning incessantly. Chang Sheng hurriedly helped him, concernedly asking, young master, are you all right? I'm fine. I'm not going to die, Li Ping replied curtly. After a moment, Li Ping's expression softened, and he turned to Manager Wang. I only called you Brother Fatty out of respect. Yet you seem to have ulterior motives, Humph. I misjudged you. Let's go. With that, he swept his sleeve and prepared to leave. Wait. Manager Wang raised his hand to halt him. Are you trying to keep me here against my will? Li Ping scoffed, not bothering to look back as he walked away. Manager Wang watched Li Ping's retreating figure, slowly sitting down, his eyes narrowing as he lifted a cup of tea without drinking. Lost in thought. After a while, he gazed towards the door, sensing that something was amiss about the events of the night. You all right, young master? Chang Sheng asked with concern as they walked down the street. I'm fine, Li Ping replied distractedly, keeping his head down. Hearing Li Ping's indifferent tone, Chang Sheng felt a pang of guilt and abruptly knelt before him, saying, I failed to protect you. Please punish me, young master. The other 2 guards followed suit, kneeling as well. Upon hearing Chang Sheng's words, Li Ping lifted his head, rolling his eyes in exasperation. I said I'm fine. Get up already. Aren't you ashamed? Chang Sheng rose but kept his head down, clearly still feeling guilty about the earlier incident. Let us go. It's getting dark, Li Ping said, shaking his head as he turned towards the courtyard arranged by Li Sha. Once inside the courtyard, Li Ping paused and said, You all head back. Chang Sheng, you should tidy up and report to me tomorrow. Yes, young master, Chang Sheng exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise. Li Ping turned towards the room on the right, where Ning Qing was recuperating. As he opened the door, Ning Qing looked up from the bed, her pale face now slightly flushed, and smiled gently at Li Ping. Brother Ping, you're here. After spending several days together, their relationship had grown closer. Ning Qing had intended to address him as young Master Ping, but found herself unable to utter the words due to an innate pride that held her back. Li Ping, however, did not mind, encouraging her to call him Brother Ping. This left Ning Qing feeling somewhat vexed, as he appeared to be a few years her junior, yet she was compelled to address him thus. Nonetheless, she was grateful to him for saving her life. So calling him Brother Ping was not too much of a burden. Are you feeling better? Thanks to Brother Ping's care, my injuries are no longer severe. That's good to hear. Li Ping paused, then asked, How did you come to be pursued by the sand robbers? Would you mind sharing? Ning Qing hesitated, her eyes filled with sorrow, remaining silent for a long time. Seeing her like this, Li Ping quickly reassured her. It's all right. If you don't want to talk, you don't have to. Sit, Ning Qing mumbled, her gaze fixed on the bedspread. After a moment of silence, Li Ping remained quiet, simply sitting beside her. He understood that Ning Qing needed time to process her emotions. At this moment, he was merely a patient listener. As Ning Qing took a deep breath, she began to speak slowly. I originally lived on a small hill, leading a carefree life. Before she could finish, tears began to flow down her cheeks. Li Ping, observing her distress, sighed internally but refrained from interrupting. He was not the type to pry unnecessarily. He had come to encourage Ning Qing to release the pent-up feelings within her. For bottling them up could lead to irreparable damage in both her life and training. Time passed, and after a while, Ning Qing wiped her swollen eyes, sheepishly smiling. I must have embarrassed Brother Ping. No worries, Li Ping thought silently, reflecting on the deep sorrow that could bring a man, who had endured grievous wounds without shedding a tear, to weep so long. Empathy allows Li Ping to fully perceive the profound sorrow residing within Ning Qing's heart. My father, a scion of a martial arts lineage, was expelled from the family in his youth due to a minor transgression, subsequently retreating to seclusion in the mountains with my mother. Initially, our family thrived in the tranquility of our mountainous abode, until that fateful day when a band of marauders invaded our home, coercing my father to divulge certain martial arts secrets. Refusing to capitulate, he engaged in combat with the assailants. However, the strength of one cannot prevail against the multitude. As he recounted this tragic event, Ning Qing's voice quivered, and he began to weep. Sighing, Li Ping mused that he could easily surmise the grim outcome without Ning Qing's further elaboration. Moreover, it was likely that Ning Qing's father had suffered more than mere expulsion. He probably endured the crippling of his martial prowess. Otherwise, a mere handful of bandits would not have been capable of reducing him to such a plight. Very well, I understand, Li Ping stated, closing his eyes and rotating his thumbs in contemplation. After a moment, he opened his eyes, gazing steadily at Ning Qing, and inquired softly, Do you wish for vengeance? Indeed, I yearn for it. I dream of annihilating that nest of bandits. Ning Qing's visage contorted with rage, resembling a cornered lion poised to strike, as he bellowed, Desiring revenge is commendable. Li Ping chuckled dismissively and continued, But on what grounds do you seek retribution? Is it your meager martial ability or your feudal resolve? Ning Qing fell silent, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, what means did he possess to exact vengeance? It seemed probable that he would perish before even reaching the bandit's lair. Contemplating this, he lowered his head in despair. Observing Ning Qing's dejection, a faint smile crept onto Li Ping's lips, though he remained silent, as if anticipating something. Thus, Ning Qing kept his head bowed, and Li Ping refrained from speaking, enveloping the room in an eerie silence. Suddenly, Ning Qing trembled, abruptly raising his gaze to meet Li Ping's, declaring, Brother Ping, if you have come merely to witness my misfortune, it appears you have had your fill. I bid you farewell. Li Ping's eyes flickered. Yet he remained motionless, exuding an air of authority as he sat there. Sensing Li Ping's demeanor, Ning Qing narrowed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and descended from his bed to kneel before Li Ping, stating, Brother Ping, if you grant me the opportunity to slay my enemies, my life shall belong to you. Li Ping's eyelids drooped, lost in thought, offering no response to Ning Qing's fervent plea. Noticing Li Ping's indifference, Ning Qing bit his lip, kneeling on both knees, raising his right hand with his index, middle, and ring fingers extended, proclaiming, I, Ning Qing, hereby swear that if Li Ping allows me to avenge my enemies, my life shall henceforth be his. Should I violate this oath, may the heavens strike me down, leaving me without a trace. Li Ping lifted his gaze to regard Ning Qing, asking, Do you trust me so implicitly? I have faith in my choice. Ning Qing retorted boldly, Such declarations are easily made. Do not come to regret them. I will not regret. Ning Qing's tone was resolute. Very well. If you desire my assistance in your quest for vengeance, you must pay a price. From this day forth, your life, Ning Qing, shall be mine. You shall come to appreciate your decision today. As Li Ping spoke, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, bearing down upon Ning Qing. With a sudden rush of power, Li Ping's presence bent Ning Qing's form forward, as if every pore of his body had been filled with mercury, constricting him to the brink of suffocation. His muscles and bones felt as if they were being tightened by an unyielding net, creaking under the pressure. Ning Qing's eyes bulged, sweat pouring from his brow as he gritted his teeth, striving to withstand this unexpected force. Yet, no matter how he endeavored, he could not lift his head. Beads of sweat, the size of soybeans, trickled down his cheeks. Perhaps it is time for you to rest, Li Ping remarked, easing up on his oppressive energy. If he continued to press, Ning Qing would surely cough up blood, compounding his injuries, a situation best avoided. Li Ping rose, shook out his garments, and turned to exit the room. Once Li Ping's aura receded, Ning Qing felt an immediate release, collapsing onto the floor. Having expended all his strength to resist Li Ping's overwhelming presence, he now lacked the energy even to twitch a finger. After all, the might that surpassed the pinnacle of physical cultivation was far beyond what a mere novice like Ning Qing could withstand. Watching Li Ping's retreating figure, a profound astonishment filled Ning Qing's eyes before he succumbed to unconsciousness. As Li Ping stepped out of the room, he glanced back at Ning Qing, who lay sprawled on the ground, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He then turned away and strode toward his own quarters. For everything seemed to be in perfect harmony. The following dawn, Li Ping sat cross-legged on his bed, gradually concluding his meditation. For a martial artist, sleeping at night was an utter waste of time. Meditating through the night left him invigorated, allowing him to rest while simultaneously advancing his training, a perfect balance. After breakfast, Li Ping settled into his room, awaiting the arrival of a certain individual. Soon, a series of knocks echoed from the door. "Young master, come in," Li Ping replied, his tone nonchalant. With a creak, Chang Sheng pushed the door open, entering with a bundle on his back, kneeling before Li Ping and declaring, "I, Chang Sheng, pay my respects to the young master." "Rise," Li Ping replied. "Thank you, young master." Chang Sheng responded respectfully, standing up. "Relax, there's no need to be so formal in my presence," Li Ping said. "Have a seat." Chang Sheng lowered his head, remaining utterly still. "I told you to sit." "Why such hesitation?" Li Ping frowned, displeased. Seeing Li Ping's irritation, Chang Sheng hurriedly moved to a nearby stool, yet he only perched half his rear on it, appearing as if he were sitting on needles. Observing Chang Sheng's demeanor, Li Ping shook his head in exasperation. Having grown up in the Li family, Chang Sheng had been indoctrinated with the notion of master and servant, a belief deeply ingrained in him. And changing such a mindset was no easy task. However, the advantage of this upbringing was his unwavering loyalty to the Li family. "Chang Sheng, what are your thoughts on the family head?" Li Ping suddenly inquired. Gazing at Chang Sheng's eyes flickered uncertainly. This question caught him off guard. Speaking ill of the family head was a serious offense, yet it was Li Ping who asked, and given Li Ping's esteemed status as the family leader's son, Chang Sheng felt compelled to respond. Yet he was unsure of Li Ping's intentions behind the question. "Fear not, just speak your mind. I will not make things difficult for you," Li Ping reassured him. Recognizing Chang Sheng's discomfort, Chang Sheng cautiously glanced at Li Ping, noticing his calm demeanor and clear eyes. Realizing Li Ping bore no ill will, he gathered his courage and said, "As for the family head, I have immense respect for him. He diligently manages the family affairs, ensuring everything runs smoothly, and the family is thriving." As he spoke, Chang Sheng observed Li Ping's expression remained unchanged, causing him to relax and continue. "The family head has not only maintained the family's prosperity but has also expanded our holdings by a third, acquiring numerous assets from the Wang and Su families, even extending our influence into major cities. The achievements of the family head in recent years surpassed those of all previous leaders combined." Chang Sheng grew increasingly animated as he spoke, nearly bowing in reverence. "Enough, enough," Li Ping interjected, unable to suppress a smile at Chang Sheng's fervent praise. This was his father, a man of remarkable stature. Hearing such accolades about his father filled Li Ping with joy. However, noticing that Chang Sheng was becoming overly enthusiastic, he swiftly interjected, "Is my father truly so exceptional in your eyes? Does he possess no flaws whatsoever?" At Li Ping's inquiry, Chang Sheng's previously animated expression abruptly froze, his face morphing into one of bewilderment as he stared at Li Ping. Li Ping found Chang Sheng's peculiar expression somewhat disconcerting and asked, "Why do you look at me like that? Is there something on my face? Speak. Is it truly the case that my father has no shortcomings?" "Shortcomings?" Chang Sheng cautiously regarded Li Ping, struggling to comprehend the purpose behind his question. However, he felt compelled to respond. Albeit hesitantly, the family head does have one shortcoming. What is it? As a son, Li Ping naturally sought validation, yet he was equally eager to learn about any flaws his father might have. Having lost his parents at a young age, he was now curious to hear how others perceived his father. There is but one flaw. He cannot produce a son. Chang Sheng stammered, his words barely escaping his lips. Li Ping was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had never anticipated that his father's sole shortcoming would pertain to himself. Simultaneously, a wry smile crept across Li Ping's face. He had inadvertently embarrassed his father. Were it not for his father's extraordinary management skills and remarkable achievements, he might have failed to secure his position as the family head due to having a son like him. Deemed a martial arts failure, Chang Sheng, do you genuinely believe that I am a failure? Li Ping inquired, gathering his thoughts. Of course not. How could you be a failure, young master? Chang Sheng waved dismissively, a carefree smile gracing his face. One glance at Chang Sheng's forced smile made it evident that his words were insincere. However, Li Ping chose not to call him out on it and continued, I knew it. How could I possibly be a failure? It must be that you have high standards, Chang Sheng. Chang Sheng's lips curled slightly as he forced a smile and remarked, indeed, those individuals truly lack discernment. Chapter 24. Subjugation. Upon hearing Chang Sheng's words, Li Ping erupted into hearty laughter. Observing Li Ping's amusement, Chang Sheng also wore a broad smile, nodding vigorously in agreement. Suddenly, Li Ping's laughter faded, and he fixed a piercing glare at Chang Sheng, exclaiming, Chang Sheng, do you genuinely believe that I, your young master, am so inept as to allow you to deceive me so brazenly? No, young master, how could I ever deceive you? Chang Sheng stammered, quickly rising to his feet to clarify. Before he could finish his explanation, Li Ping emanated a formidable aura that bore down upon Chang Sheng. Just as Chang Sheng began to articulate his thoughts, he was abruptly struck by an overwhelming pressure emanating from Li Ping, causing him to feel as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, suffocatingly cold. This was no mere illusion. Chang Sheng could distinctly sense his blood gradually congealing, his skin turning frigid and stiff, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Who on earth are you? Chang Sheng managed to suppress the urge to kneel, gazing at Li Ping with a mix of incredulity and fear. I am Li Ping, the illustrious young master Li Ping bellowed, his aura surging forth and enveloping Chang Sheng like a tidal wave. Although Chang Sheng was deeply reluctant, he found himself compelled to kneel, unable to withstand the sheer force of Li Ping's presence. Do you truly think that I, the young master, am some kind of worthless fool? Impossible, impossible. Chang Sheng shouted in disbelief, struggling to reconcile the image of a seemingly useless young master with the formidable warrior before him. At that moment, one thought consumed him. This person before him was unequivocally not the Li Ping he knew. Humph, I am well aware of your thoughts. Very well, I shall provide you with proof. Li Ping declared, retrieving a token from his breast pocket and placing it before Chang Sheng, revealing a prominent blood-red character for Li that shimmered with an otherworldly glow. Upon seeing the character on the token, Chang Sheng was momentarily taken aback. He was no fool. As a trusted confidant of Li Sha, he understood precisely what this token represented. This token, known as the blood character token, bore the Li symbol, signifying Li Ping's direct lineage within the Li family. It was not merely an emblem of status, but a representation of the Li family's pure bloodline. Whenever a child was born into the direct lineage, the family would issue such tokens. Collecting 2 drops of the infant's blood to be infused into the token during a mysterious ritual. By the age of 6, the token would reveal a large crimson Li, and once ownership was established, the token must remain with its bearer. If it strayed too far or for too long, it would self-destruct, leaving the other token to do the same. Thus, the blood character token served not only as a symbol of status, but also as a sacred object for monitoring life and death. Li Ping's presentation of this token was irrefutable evidence of his identity. Despite his reluctance to accept this astounding truth, Chang Sheng could not deny the overwhelming proof before him. Kneeling before Li Ping, he bowed his head heavily to the ground and pleaded, Please, young master, spare my life. Humph. Li Ping scoffed, retracting his oppressive aura. As Chang Sheng wrapped his arms around himself, he instantly felt warmth wash over him. Reminiscent of basking in the sun after years in the cold at that moment, he was overwhelmed with a sense of hope, yet simultaneously, a a profound fear of Li Ping took root in his heart. "Thank you for your mercy, young master." Changsheng slowly turned his stiff neck and spoke with utmost deference. "No trouble at all. It is you, Changsheng, who possesses keen insight, recognizing my true capabilities at a glance." Li Ping remarked playfully, his expression shifting to one of joviality. Upon hearing Li Ping's words, Changsheng felt an involuntary shiver of dread as he suddenly comprehended the magnitude of Li Ping's power. Realizing this, he immediately prostrated himself on the ground, fervently knocking his head. "Young master, spare me. I am blind to my own ignorance." "Enough!" Li Ping commanded sharply. It's the sound of Li Ping's voice. Changsheng froze, his head suspended in the air, too fearful to move. "Changsheng, do you acknowledge your crime?" Li Ping interrogated. "I am aware of my transgressions." "I am aware," Changsheng fervently proclaimed, bowing his head repeatedly. Li Ping's temples throbbed in irritation. Unlike other noble offspring, he found little pleasure in the abject submission of his subordinates. However, for the sake of his plans, he resolved to endure. "If I do not assert my authority, you lowly individuals will surely underestimate me." Li Ping shot a disdainful glance at Changsheng, visibly displeased. Upon hearing this, Changsheng felt a surge of indignation. "Why, esteemed young master, when have I ever underestimated you? I have always held you in the highest regard." Regardless of Changsheng's internal frustrations, Li Ping paid no heed, focused solely on how to instill unwavering loyalty in Changsheng. Li Ping recognized Changsheng's exceptional talent and keen intellect, understanding social dynamics well. If he could bring Changsheng under his wing, it would be an invaluable asset, particularly as he sought capable individuals for his plans. To disrespect your superior and challenge authority is a grave offense. "Young master, please spare me. I beseech you to overlook my transgressions. I am indeed foolish and blind." Changsheng implored. He had no intention of offering further explanations, should Li Ping wish for his demise. No amount of reasoning would suffice. Considering the aura Li Ping had displayed, he realized he had no chance of escape. Moreover, Changsheng understood that if Li Ping truly intended to kill him, he would have already done so. Noticing Changsheng's desperate pleas, Li Ping's lips curled into a slight smile. This was not born from a sadistic desire to torment, but rather from the realization that Changsheng was beginning to grasp the gravity of the situation. "Very well, if you wish for my mercy, I am in need of capable hands. Assist me temporarily, and if you perform well, your rewards shall be plentiful. Thank you for your grace, young master. I shall wholeheartedly serve you." "Indeed, but if you dare to reveal a single word of today's affairs." Li Ping's eyes narrowed, casting a warning glare at Changsheng. "Rest assured, I would stake my life on it. Today's events shall remain sealed within my lips." Changsheng vowed earnestly. "Good, Changsheng, I have a task for you. You have 10 days. I require you to gather 100 exceptionally gifted orphans for me. Should you fail, you shall be summoned to face the consequences." "Yes," Changsheng replied respectfully. In this tumultuous era, locating 100 orphans was feasible with some effort, but finding 100 with exceptional talent posed a significant challenge. The mere thought gave him a headache, and he was uncertain of Li Ping's definition of exceptional. Nonetheless, this was his first opportunity to prove himself, and he felt compelled to accept the challenge. "Go now," Li Ping instructed, closing his eyes as he rubbed his thumb. "Understood." Changsheng clasped his fists and bowed deeply before gradually exiting the room. After a moment, Li Ping slowly opened his eyes. Although his strength was formidable, he had expended considerable energy to suppress Changsheng, who possessed an indomitable will that made him difficult to dominate. Individuals with such strong wills would never agree to a blood oath. They would rather die than forsake their warrior's dignity. Rising to his feet, he shook off his disordered thoughts and strode towards Ning Qing's room. Time was of the essence. Creaking open the door, Li Ping was greeted by an empty room. Lowering his gaze, he found Ning Qing lying motionless on the floor, just as she had the night before. Panic surged within him. Could it be that she was overwhelmed by his imposing aura last night? This was dire. Li Ping hastily crouched down to help Ning Qing up, but she suddenly shouted, "Do not touch me!" "Eh?" Li Ping exclaimed in surprise, losing his grip, causing Ning Qing to collapse back onto the ground. His eyes darted around in confusion. Had he truly overwhelmed her to the point of stupor? Suddenly, Li Ping sensed an unstable aura emanating from Ning Qing, fluctuating erratically. Recognizing this familiar scene, he realized that she was on the verge of a breakthrough. Last night, Li Ping's pressure had ignited her blood, boiling like water on the brink of eruption. Once he withdrew his aura, her cultivation surged to the pinnacle of the initial stage of body refinement. Reaching a critical juncture, poised to break through. After a night of rest, Ning Qing felt himself on the verge of a breakthrough, an unstoppable kind of breakthrough. This was beyond his control. Once he broke through, he had to concentrate fully, avoiding any sudden movements. Therefore, even when the servant delivering breakfast attempted to assist him, he brusquely dismissed them. As Li Ping entered, he sought to help Ning Qing, who, mistaking him for the previous servant, scolded him without reservation. Li Ping chuckled and shook his head, remarking that he had seen many breakthroughs, but never one quite like this. Attempting a breakthrough at his own door, Ning Qing had certainly set a precedent. This was not acceptable. He still bore injuries. "Let me assist you," Li Ping said, observing Ning Qing on the ground. Shaking his head, he closed the door, moved behind Ning Qing, and placed his right hand on his back. Channeling his internal energy into him, a couple of resounding thuds echoed within Ning Qing's body. Li Ping withdrew his hand, calming his internal energy, and bent down to help Ning Qing to his feet. The earlier thuds indicated that Ning Qing had successfully completed his breakthrough. Seeing this, Li Ping immediately assisted him, for it would be inappropriate to leave Ning Qing sprawled at his door. Chapter 25. Transmission of Power. After settling Ning Qing onto the bed, Li Ping found a spot for himself and sat down, watching Ning Qing, who was still meditating with his eyes closed. Li Ping nodded in satisfaction. It was indeed rare to find someone of only 15 years possessing the cultivation of the mid-stage of body refinement. Such talent could only be described as prodigious. However, had Ning Qing not been so gifted, Li Ping would not have shown interest in him. He sought not the company of the inept. Ning Qing slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air, and gazed at Li Ping across from him. "Thank you," he expressed. "Had it not been for your assistance, I would not have achieved this breakthrough so smoothly. Furthermore, you not only aided my breakthrough but also reinforced my foundation, rectifying my instability. This is a tremendous favor. To resolve such instability on my own would likely have taken me at least a year or two." "It was nothing," Li Ping replied. "So, how does it feel? Comfortable, I presume?" "Indeed." Ning Qing nodded vigorously, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of newfound strength. The thrill of witnessing his growing power after each breakthrough was indescribably delightful. Not enough, still insufficient." Li Ping shook his head. Observing this, Ning Qing looked at him in confusion, wondering if his cultivation still failed to meet Li Ping's expectations. Indeed, in comparison to Li Ping, he felt quite insignificant. "Ning Qing, what sort of shabby technique are you practicing? You should discard it. Do not let it hinder your potential." Li Ping's words struck a nerve, and Ning Qing felt a surge of indignation. Though his technique might not be the highest tier, it certainly wasn't a mere shabby one. Could such a technique have enabled him to reach the mid-stage of body refinement at the tender age of 15? This technique was the sole legacy left by his father, and Li Ping's words ignited a spark of anger within him. "What, do you think my technique is inferior to yours?" Li Ping, noticing the slight anger on Ning Qing's face, raised an eyebrow. "Humph." Ning Qing let out a soft huff. In the past, he might have regarded Li Ping as merely a child of 13 or 14, but after the events of the previous night, he had come to see him as an adult in his 30s or 40s. Perhaps Li Ping appeared youthful due to some obscure reason or a path gone awry in his cultivation, but to suppress him to the point of near death required an extraordinary level of skill. What 13 or 14-year-old could achieve that? Such a thought was utterly absurd. Even though he had not seen much of the world, he understood the ways of martial arts. It was implausible for Li Ping to possess such prowess if he had not trained since birth. However, Ning Qing was unaware that Li Ping had indeed cultivated since his very infancy. "I am 12 years old, and at the late stage of body refinement." Li Ping suddenly revealed his age and level of cultivation. Upon hearing this, Ning Qing's face, which had previously displayed indignation, froze in shock. He leaped from the bed, his eyes brimming with disbelief, before slumping back down, dejectedly murmuring, "Only at the late stage of body refinement?" Li Ping was taken aback, realizing Ning Qing's astonishment. "What? You are only 12?" Ning Qing exclaimed, jumping up again, shocked. "Whoa, take it easy. My heart can't handle this." Li Ping feigned a dramatic reaction, patting his chest in mock distress. My apologies, Ning Qing chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head as he returned to his seat, gazing at Li Ping as if he were a creature from another realm. A strange mix of admiration and disbelief. Li Ping felt a chill as Ning Qing scrutinized him, fidgeting uncomfortably. What? Do I have something on my face? No, no. Ning Qing snapped back to reality. You really are only 12, just at the late stage of body refinement? Of course. Why would I lie to you? Li Ping replied, his expression one of annoyance. What do you mean by just at the late stage of body refinement? Have your standards become impossibly high? But how could your aura be so strong? That day, your presence was at least at the peak of body refinement. I even felt you might be at the Qi induction stage. Ning Qing's excitement grew, and he nearly shouted. Seeing Ning Qing's fervor, Li Ping raised a hand to calm him down. The Qi induction stage is not so easily attained. You probably have never seen a true master at that level. To disappoint you, I assure you. I am only at the late stage of body refinement. Then how could you exude such formidable energy? Ning Qing persisted, still incredulous. Though he had not seen much of the world, he understood the significance of a martial artist's aura. Li Ping gently shook his head and then performed an action that would leave Ning Qing, and indeed the entire world, dumbfounded. He defied gravity and soared into the air without any support. Yes, he truly flew. In this world, only beings at the Qi induction stage could completely disregard gravity, yet here was Li Ping, only 12 years old. What a concept! As Li Ping gradually descended back to his chair, Ning Qing sat there, utterly stunned. He could not comprehend how someone at the late stage of body refinement could achieve flight. Wasn't that an ability reserved for those at the Qi induction stage? How was this possible? His mind was a whirlwind, struggling to grasp the implications of Li Ping's feat. Surprised. Are you? Li Ping observed Ning Qing's astonishment. A slight smile forming on his lips, a warm current surged within him. Recalling the countless hours of effort and hardship he had endured to achieve this moment of soaring through the air. The struggles were known only to him. Ning Qing's gaze was fixed just a meter away. Nodding in a daze, rendered speechless. Humph! Li Ping sighed. He understood the magnitude of the shock his extraordinary actions had caused Ning Qing. Yet if Ning Qing remained in this stupor, Li Ping's purpose would remain unfulfilled. He had no choice but to give a huff to rouse Ning Qing from his reverie. Ning Qing jolted back to awareness. Brother Ping, how can you say you are merely at the late stage of body refinement? I truly am only at that stage. Why would I need to deceive you? Li Ping replied with a wry smile. Then how can you possibly fly? Ning Qing shouted, unable to maintain his composure. Well, that's just how it is. What other explanation could there be? Li Ping shrugged, his tone nonchalant. Ning Qing could only roll his eyes in response, his spirit deflated as he bowed his head. He still could not accept this reality. Li Ping smiled gently, standing up if you desire it. You too can learn to fly. Ning Qing looked down at the ground, contemplating. Upon hearing Li Ping's words, a storm of excitement surged within him. He shot his head up, eyes wide. What, I can too? Ning Qing sprang from the bed, but as he did, he inhaled sharply. The sudden movement aggravated his injury, and blood began to seep from his back. Sit down. You can't just stand up and then sit back down like that. You'll reopen your wounds, Li Ping admonished, observing Ning Qing's state. Hearing Li Ping's words, Ning Qing sat back down, but his eyes remained filled with hope as he gazed at Li Ping. To soar through the sky was the dream of every martial artist, and he yearned for it deeply. Li Ping paced back and forth, appearing troubled. However, seeing Li Ping's troubled expression, Ning Qing, being a clever boy, quickly deduced the key to the situation, understanding what Li Ping truly wanted. Ignoring the pain in his back, he knelt before Li Ping, left hand over his heart to I, Ning Qing, pledge my life to you at this moment. Anyone who defies this will face dire consequences. Li Ping's proposition was one he could not refuse. With a burning desire for vengeance, he was willing to sacrifice everything in this moment. Avenging his parents' blood feud was all that mattered, even if it cost him his life. Until now, he had witnessed so many astonishing events through Li Ping. Ning Qing was also taking a gamble. If he won, avenging his enemies would merely be a trivial matter, but if he lost, he could only blame his ill fate. Well, Ning Qing, you shall be grateful for your choice today. Li Ping nodded slightly, placing his right hand on Ning Qing's head, and leaped into the air. Helping you exact revenge is nothing. The true satisfaction lies in achieving it with your own hands. Do not resist. Before Ning Qing could react, countless intricate golden symbols emanated from Li Ping, distorting the surrounding air as they surged into Ning Qing's body one after another. Instantly, Ning Qing's body swelled, his clothes bursting apart as dark blood and grime surfaced on his bronze skin. Ning Qing's face contorted in agony, the excruciating pain twisting his features as his body trembled uncontrollably, his cries of torment echoing far and wide. Fortunately, Li Ping had already instructed Lian to send the other servants away, guarding the courtyard to prevent anyone from entering. Otherwise, Ning Qing's cries would have undoubtedly attracted a multitude of onlookers. After a stick of incense had burned down, Ning Qing collapsed to the ground, as if rendered foolish, his face rigid and expressionless, drool spilling from his mouth as he gasped for breath, his body still trembling intermittently. Yet the excitement and exhilaration in his eyes threatened to burst forth. Li Ping descended slowly, drenched in sweat, exhausted as he returned to his seat. He had not anticipated that transmitting a technique would be so taxing. Unbeknownst to him, the blood-colored Azura technique he imparted to Ning Qing was a heavenly grade method, second only to the primary cultivation technique in the source texts. Although practitioners could never surpass Li Ping, their future achievements would undoubtedly be earth-shattering and soul-stirring. Li Ping had so easily bestowed this extraordinary technique upon Ning Qing, leaving one to ponder whether it was a blessing or a curse. Turning around, Li Ping poured himself a cup of tea, downing it in one gulp to catch his breath. He glanced at the prostrate Ning Qing and smiled faintly. "Do you still regret your decision?" Ning Qing grinned, shaking his head slightly. Regret? He did feel a twinge of regret, but only for not having encountered Li Ping sooner. Upon receiving the transmission of the technique, Ning Qing immediately recognized it as the blood-colored Azura and, comparing it to the methods he had previously practiced, found them utterly inferior. No, not even worth mentioning. After resting for a while, Ning Qing struggled to rise from the ground and promptly sat down to begin his cultivation. He could no longer contain his eagerness to comprehend the blood-colored Azura technique. Wait. Seeing Ning Qing commence his cultivation, Li Ping immediately called out to him. Chapter 26. The Anomaly. Ning Qing opened his eyes in confusion. Looking at Li Ping, "Don't rush into cultivation just yet. I have something good for you." Li Ping produced the silver blue grass he had procured in the market that day and presented it to Ning Qing. "What is this?" Ning Qing inquired, gazing curiously at the silver blue grass in Li Ping's hand. "Take this. Cultivating the blood-colored Azura can be somewhat perilous. Consume this before you begin," Li Ping instructed. "Oh?" Ning Qing accepted the silver blue grass. Perplexed, "Do I just eat it like this?" Li Ping nodded. Ning Qing promptly took the silver blue grass from the white crystal box and stuffed it into his mouth. "Don't chew it. Just swallow it whole," Li Ping suddenly cautioned from the side. Ning Qing choked momentarily, his face flushed as he looked at Li Ping. Li Ping suppressed a laugh and nodded encouragingly. Reluctantly, Ning Qing forced the silver blue grass down his throat. Cough, cough. Ning Qing patted his chest, having unexpectedly swallowed the silver blue grass, which proved quite painful. "Don't speak. Start your cultivation immediately." Before Ning Qing could utter a word, Li Ping urged him. Ning Qing pressed his lips together, casting a resentful glance at Li Ping, reluctantly settling into meditation for cultivation, clearing his mind and focusing his spirit. "If you wish to survive, do as I say." Li Ping's voice resonated in Ning Qing's mind like a haunting melody. Ning Qing's heart trembled. This was not the time for distractions. Witnessing the power of the technique, he could envision the difficulties of its cultivation. The mightier the technique, the graver the challenges it posed. Leaving no room for carelessness on Ning Qing's part, focusing his mind, Ning Qing found himself in a state of clarity, taking a deep breath as he began to slowly comprehend the blood-colored Azura. Time passed slowly, seemingly stretching into centuries for Ning Qing. The more he delved into the technique, the more he sensed its profound strength and complexity. At last, he began to grasp a sliver of understanding regarding the blood-colored Azura, sending waves of joy coursing through him as he dove into deeper cultivation. For Ning Qing, perhaps an eternity had passed, but for Li Ping, it had only been 2 days. Throughout this time, Li Ping remained by Ning Qing's side. Vigilant. After all, the blood-colored Azura was a formidable killing technique, capable of severely affecting a practitioner's psyche and transforming them into a relentless killing machine. Even with the aid of the silver blue grass, Li Ping had to exercise caution in watching over Ning Qing. Another half-day passed, and Li Ping sat motionless in his chair, eyes closed like a meditating monk, yet his thoughts remained fixed on Ning Qing. Should anything arise, he would be ready to act swiftly. Suddenly, a dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens. Li Ping's eyes flew open as he looked at Ning Qing, who had transformed completely. His hair was growing wildly, his eyes bloodshot, half of his face covered in azure dragon scales, and his neck adorned with the same. Ning Qing's hands elongated by a third, azure dragon scales sprouting forth like mushrooms after rain. Ning Qing howled in agony, his dragon-like roars resonating through the air, his body shaking uncontrollably. Seeing this, Li Ping was immediately alarmed, not out of fear of the bizarre scene, but because Ning Qing's roars would undoubtedly attract numerous martial artists. Placing him in a precarious situation, damn it, Li Ping slammed the table and promptly lifted Ning Qing, knocking him unconscious with a palm strike. He then smashed through the roof with another blow, launching himself into the sky and flying in any direction. Not long after Li Ping took flight, martial artists began to arrive in the courtyard. However, all they found were disheveled rooms and a shattered roof. With nothing else to be seen, not even a trace of the energy that had lingered moments earlier. Outside, Lian sensed something was amiss and seized the opportunity to slip away stealthily. This was not out of disloyalty. He understood Li Ping's prowess well. If Li Ping could not handle the situation inside, he too would only be walking into demise. It was wiser for him to leave quickly while others were distracted and report back to the family regarding the situation. The various martial artists who had come to the courtyard searched for a long time but failed to uncover any details, eventually departing. Only a few stubborn martial artists remained, unwilling to give up. In truth, those who left were merely minor characters, while the true influential figures lurked in the shadows, watching intently, ready to seize any opportunity that arose. What? The cup in Li Sha's hand shattered with a loud crack. In the main hall, upon hearing Lian's report, Li Sha was startled, his mind racing. The destruction of the courtyard was of little consequence, but if anything happened to Li Ping, it would be a grave matter. Though Li Ping lacked martial talent, he was still the sole heir of the clan leader, and Li Sha could hardly fathom the repercussions should anything befall him. Dear ancestor, please do not let anything happen to you. Li Sha prayed fervently, hastily gathering some guards to make their way to Li Ping's courtyard. Li Ping had no idea how long he had been flying with Ning Qing in his arms. All he knew was that he needed to escape quickly. Even flying a bit slower could result in discovery by other martial artists, which would spell trouble for him. Given his sensitive identity, any exposure could lead to dire consequences. Panting heavily, Li Ping was drenched in sweat. Despite his immense internal strength, carrying Ning Qing, a burden, was exhausting. Looking around, he found himself in a desolate area, unsure of his precise location. What he needed most was a hiding place. While this barren land might not attract anyone, it was still not the ideal choice since anyone passing through would spot them easily. Reluctantly, Li Ping continued to fly forward with Ning Qing. After some time, he finally spotted a small hill. Li Ping felt a surge of relief. Had it been a large mountain, he would have hesitated to enter, as large mountains could harbor formidable beasts. Given Li Ping's current predicament, encountering even a moderately powerful beast could spell disaster. He hurriedly landed on the small hill, seeking refuge in a cave, laying Ning Qing down on the ground. Phew, I'm utterly exhausted. Li Ping collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath and wiping away the sweat. After a brief rest, he stood and looked at Ning Qing, who now resembled a half-beast, a sight to behold, with half his face covered in azure dragon scales while the rest of his body bore the same markings. The sharp scales pierced through his thin garments, casting a cold glimmer in the dim cave. Observing Ning Qing's face, twisted in pain, Li Ping inhaled deeply, muttering, "Good things often come with trials." Li Ping let out a sigh. Shaking his head as he crouched down to caress the scales adorning Ning Qing's body, he could distinctly sense the chilling and sharpness of the scales. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his finger, leaving a trail of blood. Staring at the crimson mark on his finger and then back at the scales, he was filled with astonishment. He was acutely aware of his own physical resilience. Even a mid-stage martial artist wielding a large blade would find it impossible to inflict any harm upon him. Yet, with just a gentle stroke of the scales, he had drawn blood. How extraordinarily sharp they were. Retracting his hand, Li Ping scrutinized the scales on Ning Qing's body. The more he looked, the deeper his frown became. These scales were undoubtedly of a beastly origin, yet they were certainly not those of a snake. The azure scales could only belong to the legendary azure dragon. The more he pondered, the less he could believe it in his previous life. Li Ping had heard tales of the azure dragon, one of the four great sacred beasts of heaven and earth, a divine entity of unmatched power, rivaled only by the other three sacred beasts. Eventually, for reasons unknown, all four sacred beasts vanished, as if they had never graced the mortal realm, leaving behind only the bloodlines of these divine creatures, which were inherited by four individuals. After acquiring the sacred beast bloodlines, those four experienced meteoric rises in power and gained extraordinary abilities. Subsequently, they established their own clans, which became known as the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger families. Li Ping never anticipated encountering a member of the fabled Azure Dragon clan, and upon closer inspection of the scales, he realized that Ning Qing was likely not just an ordinary member but possessed an alarming concentration of Azure Dragon bloodline. At this revelation, Li Ping gasped in disbelief. To think that he had casually stumbled upon a person of legendary heritage, potentially a core descendant. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he reminded himself that this was not the time for elation. The most pressing matter at hand was how to save Ning Qing. The awakening of a bloodline was a delicate affair, fraught with peril. One misstep could lead to complete annihilation of both body and spirit. While he would have no such worries within the Azure Dragon clan, where specialized methods for bloodline awakening were available, Li Ping was utterly ignorant of such processes, left at a loss as to how to proceed. Observing Ning Qing's increasingly contorted face, Li Ping felt his anxiety mounting. Ning Qing's complexion was turning an ominous shade of blue, an unmistakable harbinger of trouble. Although Li Ping could not predict the consequences of this deterioration, he was certain it would not bode well. Lacking any viable solutions, he dared not intervene directly, relegating himself to a state of frantic worry at the sidelines. Suddenly, Ning Qing's eyes flew open, his body still, yet gradually relaxing. His blood-red gaze scanned the cave. And then, with a swift motion, he leaped to his feet. Taken aback by this sudden awakening, Li Ping cautiously called out, "Ning Qing." With a fierce roar, Ning Qing lunged at Li Ping without hesitation, throwing a punch. Startled, Li Ping's extensive combat experience kicked in, and he quickly raised his hands to block the unexpected assault. The force of the blow sent him crashing against the wall. Although he had managed to deflect Ning Qing's strike, the might of the Azure Dragon clan's power was no trifling matter. Coughing, Li Ping slid down from the wall, half kneeling on the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he regarded the blood-red-eyed Ning Qing with grave concern. This was dire. Not only had the bloodline awakened, but it had also triggered the greatest taboo of the blood-colored Shura. In the pursuit of mastering the blood-colored Shura, the most feared outcome was losing control of one's mind. Ning Qing, having only just begun his training in the blood-colored Shura, was now entirely devoid of reason, consumed by a singular desire for slaughter. An undeniably dire situation. Ning Qing was oblivious to Li Ping's turmoil. His sole intention was to eliminate the person before him. With a dragon-like roar, Ning Qing charged at Li Ping once more. Li Ping hastily dodged, narrowly escaping the attack. He felt torn. To retaliate could injure Ning Qing and exacerbate the situation. Yet remaining on the defensive would surely lead to his own demise. As for fleeing, it was evident from Ning Qing's demeanor that he would not rest until he had extinguished Li Ping's life. Having barely evaded several of Ning Qing's assaults, beads of sweat began to form on Li Ping's forehead. This was untenable. He needed to devise a plan. Ning Qing's speed was relentless, as if he were fighting with reckless abandon. Li Ping was finding it increasingly challenging to evade, and the sight of Ning Qing, invigorated as if on a stimulant, prompted a bitter smile from him. With a resounding clash, Li Ping engaged Ning Qing in a direct confrontation. Should he continue to evade, it would undoubtedly be a dance with death. Gritting his teeth, Li Ping stepped back 10 paces, while Ning Qing only retreated 5, a clear testament to their disparity in strength. Indeed, the legendary Azure Dragon arm was powerful enough to obliterate a consummate martial artist. A smirk crested Li Ping's lips. This was intriguing. He would first bring Ning Qing down before anything else. He launched a punch aimed at Ning Qing's face, unwilling to remain in a passive position any longer. Ning Qing, however, did not flinch, meeting Li Ping's strike head-on with his palm. With a series of thuds, Ning Qing was forced back, ultimately colliding with the wall. With no retreat left, he expressionlessly kicked towards Li Ping's abdomen. Startled, Li Ping realized the lethal potential of that kick. If it landed cleanly, it could very well take half his life. He hastily stepped back, attempting to evade the attack, but felt as though his fist was ensnared in an iron grip, unable to break free. Since retreat was not an option, he resolved to retaliate. Swinging his other hand towards Ning Qing's face, a piercing scream echoed, but it was not Ning Qing's voice. It was Li Ping's own cry of anguish. Ning Qing, defying logic, did not evade, allowing Li Ping's fist to collide with his face, sending his head crashing into the cave wall. Yet, without missing a beat, Ning Qing's foot connected with Li Ping's thigh, the sound of a bone snapping reverberating through the air. Madness glimmered in Li Ping's eyes. The hand that had struck Ning Qing's face now grasped the head embedded in the wall, sweeping it to the side in a furious motion. Debris and stones rained down as he cleared a path. Taking advantage of the moment to extricate his other hand, he limped back against the wall, panting heavily as he gazed at his bloodied left hand. Astonishment etched across his features. Striking Ning Qing had felt akin to hitting a spiny ball, nearly sending a chill through his entire being. This could not continue. Ning Qing had transformed into a relentless killing machine, impervious to pain. Li Ping needed to find a way to halt this madness. He could no longer consider escape. Ning Qing's current combat prowess rivaled that of a qi-gathering stage expert. Should he allow Ning Qing to leave this place, a veritable hell would surely be unleashed upon the marketplace. Ning Qing's body had become akin to that of a divine weapon. Any attack against him would prove futile. Suddenly, a glimmer of insight sparked in Li Ping's mind. As Ning Qing pulled his head from the wall. Twisting his neck, no trace of injury was evident. With a cold expression, he set his blood-red gaze upon Li Ping and charged. Li Ping, now resolute, faced the oncoming assault. He reached out as if to grasp the air. Invoking the technique known as 10,000 threads binding the dragon, Ning Qing's movements faltered momentarily. This technique, derived from ancient texts, was a legendary martial art capable of restraining opponents 3 minor realms above oneself, or 2 major realms higher. However, Li Ping had yet to fully cultivate his spiritual energy, rendering him unable to unleash the full power of this technique. Nonetheless, it would suffice to bind Ning Qing for 3 breaths. 3 breaths. This was more than enough. Li Ping surged forward, enveloping Ning Qing in a bear hug, pressing his forehead against Ning Qing's. In an instant, 3 breaths passed. Just as Li Ping established contact, Ning Qing began to regain his movement, roaring in fury as he struggled against Li Ping's grip. Yet Li Ping held fast, refusing to release him. With eyes ablaze, Ning Qing emitted another dragon's roar, and the scales upon his body began to grow at an alarming rate. Piercing into Li Ping's flesh, countless scales embedded themselves into Li Ping. The agony threatened to overwhelm him. Ignoring the excruciating pain, he internally shouted, "Awaken, Ning Qing!" A resonant hum reverberated in Ning Qing's mind, and the blood-red hue in his eyes began to fade significantly, the growth of the scales slowing considerably, and his struggle diminishing in intensity. "Awaken, my warrior!" Li Ping cried out fiercely within his mind. Channeling his spiritual energy towards Ning Qing's consciousness, blood began to seep from the corners of Li Ping's eyes as he pushed himself beyond his limits, a feat unattainable for someone who had yet to reach the qi-gathering stage. Despite being at the late stages of physical cultivation, Li Ping could soar through the air and wield the spiritual awareness typically reserved for those in the qi-gathering stage. His restrained cultivation was not without merit. It granted him combat prowess comparable to a qi-gathering stage expert, coupled with the early acquisition of spiritual awareness and flight capabilities, an undeniable advantage. Under the weight of Li Ping's desperate effort, the bloodlust in Ning Qing's eyes finally receded, and the scales began to withdraw. Li Ping emitted a low grunt as the scales embedded deeply in his flesh were suddenly withdrawn, causing him to experience excruciating pain. With a forced smile, he collapsed to the ground, and Ning Qing, eyes closed, followed suit. Falling beside him, Li Ping's body was marred with wounds, each one bleeding profusely, particularly those inflicted by Ning Qing's scales. However, in the next moment, the bleeding gradually subsided, and the wounds began to heal little by little. Li Ping's physical resilience had reached a level comparable to that of a martial artist in the Qi gathering phase. With a self-healing ability that was almost monstrous, even those in the Qi release phase could not match his regenerative capacity, a testament to the miraculous nature of the source point. 2 days later, Li Ping wearily opened his eyes and glanced at Ning Qing, who lay motionless on the ground, pale as a ghost, with only a faint breath indicating any sign of life. Struggling to his feet, he shook his head vigorously. His overexertion of spiritual awareness from that day had left his head throbbing painfully. Unsteadily, he made his way to the cave entrance, raising a hand to shield his eyes from the blinding sunlight. Peering into the dense forest beyond, he dragged his weary body outside. Knowing that even a martial artist was not invincible and required sustenance, Li Ping was determined to hunt for some game to appease his hunger. The sounds of sizzling emanated from the cave, where Li Ping was skewering a wild rabbit over the fire. He watched the rabbit roast to a mouth-watering golden brown. His mouth watered. And after a while, he deemed it ready. He seized the meat and began to tear into it ravenously. After such intense battles and 2 days without food, Li Ping felt as though he might faint from hunger. Once he had devoured one rabbit, a sense of fullness began to settle in his stomach. Wiping his mouth, he skewered another freshly prepared rabbit onto a stick and resumed roasting it. Turning to glance at the still unconscious Ning Qing, Li Ping furrowed his brow. He had managed to suppress the awakening of Ning Qing's bloodline, but he was uncertain whether his attack had caused any irreversible damage. What if he inadvertently rendered Ning Qing a fool? That would be disastrous. He pondered how long it would take for Ning Qing to awaken. Alas, good fortune often comes with trials. Li Ping bit into the rabbit meat, muttering to himself. He was at a loss as to how to rouse Ning Qing. Lacking any medical knowledge to assess his condition, rubbing his aching head, he resolved to take Ning Qing back to Grandpa Sha as soon as possible. Surely he would have the means to help him. After finishing the rabbit, Li Ping immediately sat down and closed his eyes to meditate. He realized that even if he wanted to leave, he could not. The night was dark, and his inner strength had been depleted. Should he encounter a magical beast, it could spell disaster. The following day, after a night of meditation, Li Ping opened his eyes to find that he had restored about half of his inner strength. Though insufficient for a long journey, it would suffice for the time being. He slung Ning Qing, still unconscious, over his back and set off in the general direction of the healing city based on memory. After a day of travel, Li Ping sat down, panting heavily. He now realized just how far he had flown that day. At this pace, it would take him 5 or 6 days to reach his destination. And by then, Ning Qing might not survive. Hang in there, Ning Qing, he thought, his brow furrowed in concern. Continuing like this was untenable. He was not a deity and could not recover instantly. Ning Qing, in his current state, could not afford to wait long. 2 days would be pushing it. With gritted teeth, Li Ping immediately sat down to meditate once more. Regardless of the outcome, he had no choice but to try. By the afternoon of the second day, Li Ping gradually opened his eyes. After a day and night of meditation, he had restored about 10% of his inner strength. Approaching Ning Qing, he clenched his fist and said, "Ning Qing, I'm sorry." He propped Ning Qing up, positioning him in a seated posture, placing his hands on Ning Qing's back. The reason Ning Qing remained unconscious was likely due to the impact on his brain from Li Ping's attack, rendering him semi-conscious. However, Li Ping had no confidence in his ability to awaken Ning Qing. It was now a matter of life and death. Li Ping concentrated the small amount of spiritual awareness he had just regained. The restoration of spiritual awareness was far more challenging than that of inner strength, but he had no choice but to channel this small amount into Ning Qing's body, directing it toward his mind to awaken his consciousness. Success or failure hinged upon this moment. Li Ping carefully infused his remaining inner strength and spiritual awareness into Ning Qing's body, exercising utmost caution to avoid harming him further. Beads of sweat trickled down his face, as controlling this energy required immense focus. With his spiritual awareness nearly depleted, Li Ping found the task exceptionally taxing. Finally, he managed to direct this energy to Ning Qing's mind. However, rather than launching a direct assault on it, he merely allowed a trace of spiritual awareness to brush against Ning Qing's consciousness, akin to a gentle prick with a needle. A piercing scream erupted. Hearing Ning Qing's cry, Li Ping smiled faintly, knowing he had succeeded in awakening him. Collapsing to the ground, Li Ping felt the last of his energy drain away. Even the prospect of recovery now seemed daunting. Ning Qing, clutching his head in pain, writhed on the ground. After a moment, Ning Qing, exhausted, turned his head to gaze at the pale Li Ping beside him and weakly inquired, "Brother Ping, what happened?" Li Ping, equally pale, managed to smile before tilting his head back and falling to the ground. He had held on solely through sheer will. Upon seeing Ning Qing safe, a wave of relief washed over him, and he lost consciousness. "Brother Ping?" Seeing Li Ping fall, Ning Qing felt a surge of panic. He attempted to move his fingers, but he lacked the strength to rise. "No, I can't. I'm too weak to move," he thought, feeling a wave of despair. The thought of starving here was unbearable. He had to find food. Ning Qing sensed his stomach growling emptily, and his vision began to fade. Turning his head, he surveyed the barren landscape around him. There was not a single living creature in sight, just himself and Li Ping. "This is bad. How did I end up in this place?" Ning Qing's mind was clouded, unable to recall the events surrounding his bloodline awakening. After scanning his surroundings again, his vision grew increasingly blurry. He squinted in an effort to see clearly and suddenly spotted a few blades of pigweed peeking out from behind a nearby rock. As the name suggests, pigweed was typically used to feed pigs. While humans could eat it, it was generally overlooked even by beggars. However, Ning Qing could not afford to be picky. He would surely starve if he did not eat something soon. Summoning every ounce of strength he had, Ning Qing crawled toward the pigweed. The distance was merely a few meters, a distance he could typically cover in a few steps, yet now it felt insurmountable. Panting heavily, Ning Qing lay on the ground, incredulous at how difficult it was just to eat a few blades of pigweed. With a bitter smile, he took a few deep breaths and continued to inch toward the plants, till long last. He could touch the pigweed with his fingers. He moved his hands and crawled a bit further until he could finally reach the pigweed with his mouth. With a slight shift of his head, he took a bite. Suddenly, a tumultuous wave surged in his stomach. The taste of the pigweed was beyond his imagination, bitter, astringent, and accompanied by an odd flavor. He clamped his jaws shut, unwilling to spit it out. Taking a deep breath and chewing expressionlessly, the muscles in his face began to twitch involuntarily. With a gulp, he forced the pigweed down after only a few chews. He bit into it once more. Determined to swallow despite its unpalatable taste, he had to survive. He had a vendetta to fulfill. He could not afford to die. This was the singular obsession lingering in Ning Qing's heart. After consuming a stalk of pig grass, he felt a slight sense of fullness in his belly, and his body began to regain some strength. He moved to another stalk of pig grass and continued to gnaw on it. After finishing yet another stalk, Ning Qing finally felt a semblance of energy. Supporting himself with his hands on the ground, he leaned against a stone and closed his eyes to rest. What he needed most at this moment was respite to restore his vitality and vigor. Disregarding the unconscious Li Ping beside him, as he was either unable or unwilling to attend to him. Another day passed, marking 4 days since Ning Qing's bloodline awakening. The rising sun cast its golden rays upon both Li Ping and Ning Qing. Opening his eyes, he squinted at the sun's ascent, exhaling deeply as he lowered his gaze to the remaining stalks of pig grass beside him. He swallowed hard, his face twitching at the memory of the taste of pig grass from yesterday, which had been nothing short of a nightmare. Ning Qing had developed an aversion to pig grass, yet without sustenance, he lacked the strength to refuse it. Thus, he bent down once more to continue gnawing on the pig grass. After finishing yet another stalk, Ning Qing's complexion turned somewhat pallid. He shakily propped himself against the stone and managed to rise to his feet. The thought of consuming more pig grass was unbearable. He had developed an intense dread of it. Now, he would rather expend the last of his strength to seek out other food sources. Ning Qing staggered over to Li Ping's side, squatted down, and gently slapped his face. Pingu, Pingu, wake up." However, no matter how loudly Ning Qing called or how fervently he shook him, Li Ping showed no signs of awakening. A wave of despair washed over Ning Qing as he quickly pressed his finger against Li Ping's philtrum. Thank heavens, he still breathes. A sense of relief washed over him as he looked at the unconscious Li Ping. Standing up, he surveyed his surroundings and spotted a mountain faintly visible to the south. Ning Qing squinted, realizing that there must be food in the forest. Only by finding sustenance could he muster the strength to carry Li Ping back to Zi City and awaken him. After just one day, the situation had drastically reversed, a cruel twist of fate indeed. Estimating the distance, Ning Qing realized it was approximately 7 or 8 li away, a journey he could not possibly manage in his current state. Lowering his gaze to the remaining pig grass, his face twitched, and with a resolute heart, he bent down, uprooting all the remaining stalks and stuffing them into his mouth without hesitation. He had absolutely no desire to savor the taste of pig grass any longer. After consuming the last stalk, his stomach was completely full, yet Ning Qing still felt severely weakened. After all, pig grass provided little energy and was not easily absorbed. He pressed his hand against his belly, doubting whether he had ruined his stomach from eating so much pig grass. Regardless, clutching his abdomen, he set off toward the forest, in dire need of food to save both his and Li Ping's lives. The 7 or 8 li seemed infinitely distant. After walking for what felt like an eternity, he realized he had barely covered half the distance. Dizziness began to cloud his vision, and the repercussions of Li Ping's mental attack were becoming apparent. Ning Qing shook his head vigorously to clear his mind and continued to push his frail body toward the forest. Ultimately, after a day of relentless effort, he reached the forest's edge. With a weary smile, he felt his legs give way, and he collapsed to the ground. Lifting his head, several wild vegetables came into view, a testament to the forest's bounty. The foraged greens he had once scorned now appeared remarkably precious. He hastily grabbed a handful and stuffed them into his mouth. Ah, this is far better than the taste of pig grass. As he chewed on the wild vegetables, a glimmer of hope sparked within him. Suddenly, his eyes lit up upon spotting a radish seedling not far away. A radish. Ning Qing spat out the wild vegetables and crawled toward the radish seedling. Reaching the radish, he eagerly grasped the seedling and yanked it with fervor. For the taste of a radish was far superior to any wild vegetable. However, despite his efforts, the radish refused to budge. What? How can it be so stubborn? Ning Qing pulled with all his might. But the radish remained obstinate. Yet, his eyes brightened with realization. It must be a large radish. Releasing his grip, he gritted his teeth, braced himself against the ground, and bent down once more to seize the radish seedling. As he leaned back, he exclaimed, "Ah!" Ning Qing exerted every ounce of strength he had, but in his current state, even a mere child could easily overpower him. Fortune favored the determined, and slowly but surely, the radish began to yield with a final thrust. It came free with a thud. Ning Qing fell back, cradling the radish in his arms, panting heavily. He had not anticipated that uprooting a radish would require such effort. Looking at the radish in his hands, his elation quickly turned to dismay. After all that toil, it was only the size of a fist. This left Ning Qing feeling utterly despondent, as the roots were undeniably abundant. Yet inedible, sighing, he gazed at the radish, which still bore nearly a meter of roots. Since he had already pulled it from the ground, he could not simply discard it, cleaning the roots and wiping the radish with some grass. He took a bite that was only fist-sized, yet he finished it in just 2 bites. As soon as he swallowed, Ning Qing sensed something was off. When had white radishes become so sweet? With each bite, the first sensation was crispness, followed by a refreshing sweetness that melted in his mouth, akin to drinking sweet water. Truly delightful. Ning Qing savored the radish's sweetness, and just moments after consuming it, he felt a surge of warmth rising from his abdomen, spreading throughout his body. Suddenly, he was filled with energy and vitality. What on earth is happening? Ning Qing pondered, clenching his fists in confusion. In reality, what Ning Qing had consumed was not an ordinary radish, but a rare spirit root known as Chang Su Shan. Externally, it resembled an unremarkable white radish, but only when uprooted could its true nature be discerned. This spirit root never leaked its spiritual essence, making it nearly impossible for even the most skilled alchemists to identify it. Otherwise, Ning Qing would have never had the chance to harvest it. It was a pity that such a valuable spirit root had been so carelessly treated. The root was its most prized aspect, yet Ning Qing had discarded it without a second thought. Such a waste of nature's gifts. Although he was unaware of the true value of what he had consumed, he felt no adverse effects. Regardless, his body had regained vitality, which was undoubtedly a blessing. Ning Qing stood up, leaping joyfully as he reveled in the sensation of newfound strength. Chapter 29. Divination with his energy restored. Ning Qing hurried into the forest, hunting for wild game. Although his strength had returned, he still needed to eat, as his stomach was nearly empty. After roasting some game, he prepared to carry Li Ping on his back. Yet in the next moment, confusion enveloped him. He had no idea where he was or how to return to Z City. Ning Qing spun around, disoriented, unsure of which way to go. Forget it, I can't dwell on that now. He chose a random direction and sprinted off. While he was not overly concerned for himself, Li Ping's well-being weighed heavily on him. After running for an entire day, he had lost track of how far he had gone. All he could see were mountains and seemingly endless wasteland. Damn it! What kind of place is this? Ning Qing wiped the sweat from his forehead, scanning his surroundings before continuing his journey. Regardless of whether he was heading in the right direction, perseverance was his only option at this moment. Gently, Ning Qing laid Li Ping on the ground and collapsed beside him, panting heavily. This intensity of travel was too much for him to bear. Turning to slap Li Ping's face, he called, "Hey, Ping-gu, wake up, wake up." Li Ping remained unresponsive, and Ning Qing realized that calling him would not suffice. Letting go of the last flicker of hope, he resigned himself to the situation. After resting for a while, Ning Qing stood up and wandered away. It was already dark, and he needed to gather firewood. He was not afraid for himself, but if Li Ping caught a chill, it would be a serious matter. Not daring to venture far in this deep forest, he thought about the dangers a wild beast could pose to Li Ping. Gathering a handful of firewood, he weighed it in his hands. This should be enough. Suddenly, a howl echoed through the night, causing Ning Qing to startle. Oh no! He quickly discarded the firewood and dashed back to where he had left Li Ping. Upon arrival, he found chaos. Fragments of Li Ping's clothing were scattered across the ground. The worst of his fears had come to pass. Ning Qing turned his gaze to the side, his senses heightened following his bloodline awakening. It was no longer difficult for him to see in the dark. He listened intently, then swiftly turned and dashed to the right. The underbrush had cleared a path, indicating that the wolf had carried Li Ping away in that direction. Ning Qing moved quickly, soon catching sight of the culprit. A blue wolf, its jaws clamped around Li Ping's shoulder, racing away. Realizing that Ning Qing was in pursuit, the wolf hastened its pace. Damn it! Ning Qing muttered under his breath, realizing that Li Ping's situation was already dire, and now with the Qing wolf's involvement, it had become even more perilous. If he did not rescue Li Ping from the wolf's jaws soon, it was likely that Li Ping would not survive the day. Ning Qing exerted all his strength to pursue the Qing wolf, but the beast was renowned for its swiftness, making it impossible for him to catch up in a short span of time. What to do? What to do? Ning Qing's anxiety deepened. Continuing this chase would not only lead to Li Ping's demise, but also risk encountering higher-tier magical beasts in the dense forest. At that point, not only would Li Ping be lost, but he might fall victim as well. Suddenly, a piercing sound echoed through the air, and the Qing wolf let out a whimper before collapsing to the ground. Ning Qing was momentarily stunned, glancing around with a serious expression, and shouted, "Who goes there?" "It is I." From behind a large tree emerged a youth clad in tiger skin, who leaped down from the branches. Bow and arrow in hand. Ning Qing's eyes narrowed. He had sensed a breakthrough in his cultivation a few days prior, yet now he felt that this young man before him was even stronger. "Who are you?" Ning Qing inquired. The tiger-skinned youth did not respond to Ning Qing's question. Instead, he approached Li Ping, who lay unconscious. Squinting slightly, the youth knelt and lifted Li Ping onto his back, turning to leave. "What are you doing?" Ning Qing exclaimed, attempting to halt the youth's departure. "If you wish to prevent his death, do not meddle," the tiger-skinned youth replied coolly. Ning Qing was momentarily taken aback. He had no idea where he was, and by the time he reached the city of Ji, Li Ping might already be beyond saving. Reluctantly, he decided to place his trust in this enigmatic youth. Silently, Ning Qing followed the tiger-skinned youth, who continued walking for about 15 minutes until they arrived at a thatched hut. A bonfire flickered in front, beside which lay a piece of unconsumed roasted meat. The tiger-skinned youth carried Li Ping inside and laid him gently on the bed. "Who are you? How did you come to be here?" Ning Qing asked, his voice filled with trepidation. The youth, still facing away, responded indifferently, "We are from Suiyang City. He is my adventure companion, and we set out together for training." Ning Qing casually mentioned a city name, assuming that someone living in such remote mountains would be unaware of the outside world. Oh, the tiger-skinned youth replied. Falling silent, he lowered his head, placing his hands on Li Ping's temples. Significant depletion of spiritual awareness, internal energy exhausted. Before he could finish, he froze, and Ning Qing was equally stunned. The youth was astonished that Li Ping, with a cultivation level below the Qi induction phase, possessed spiritual awareness, while Ning Qing was amazed that the youth could discern Li Ping's affliction merely by placing his hands on him. This was nothing short of miraculous. The youth withdrew his hands, resting his chin on his palm, deep in thought, his eyes gleaming brilliantly in the darkness. If he is not treated soon, he may never awaken again. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "What should we do?" "Please, you must save my friend," Ning Qing urged urgently. Having witnessed the youth's earlier diagnosis of Li Ping, he began to trust him, recalling the youth's earlier words that hinted at a solution to Li Ping's condition. The youth stroked his chin, nodded, and said, "All right, you should step outside. I will save him." "Thank you," Ning Qing exclaimed, filled with gratitude, and hurriedly exited the hut. Once outside, however, his excitement waned as he pondered the improbability of a young man appearing out of nowhere to save Li Ping. Why had this youth chosen to help? Was it due to his innate kindness? What method would he employ to restore Li Ping's depleted spiritual awareness? A myriad of questions flooded Ning Qing's mind. Having matured from his experiences, he began to consider matters from multiple perspectives. For now, he decided to wait for the youth to revive Li Ping. Inside, the tiger-skinned youth gazed at Li Ping for a moment before moving to a wardrobe in the corner of the room. He opened it to reveal only a collection of furs. Pushing aside the furs, he crouched down and felt along the bottom of the wardrobe. With a click, a hidden compartment opened, revealing a dark red box nestled within. The youth opened the box and retrieved a white crystal vial, within which lay a brownish-yellow pill, quietly resting. He closed the compartment, shut the wardrobe door, and returned to Li Ping's side. "I hope you are the one we have been waiting for," he murmured to himself. Pouring the contents of the vial into Li Ping's mouth, he then helped him into a seated position, supporting his back. Li Ping, still in an unconscious state, was unable to refine the pill on his own. So the youth had to assist him in channeling the energy. Half an hour later, the youth, drenched in sweat, withdrew his hands, exhausted. This task is no simple feat. Wiping his brow, he carefully laid Li Ping back down on the bed. Although he had helped Li Ping absorb the pill, given the severity of his condition, a few more days of rest would be necessary for recovery. The youth glanced at Li Ping before stepping outside the hut. "How is he?" Ning Qing immediately inquired upon seeing the youth emerge. "He will be fine. Just a few days of rest," the youth replied. Gulping, Ning Qing and the youth exchanged a knowing smile, both relieved. "Let us eat. I realize I have yet to have dinner. You must be hungry as well. Come, let us share a meal." The youth gestured towards the bonfire, inviting Ning Qing to join him. "Indeed," Ning Qing nodded. Following the youth. "Here, though it may be somewhat cold," the youth offered, tearing off half of the already cooked meat and handing it to Ning Qing. The roasted meat had cooled in the refreshing night air. Seeing the meat made Ning Qing's mouth water. After days of travel, he had barely eaten anything. With Li Ping now out of danger, a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart. Delicious," Ning Qing exclaimed, devouring the meat and offering his praises in between bites. The youth chuckled, shaking his head at Ning Qing's voracious appetite. "By the way, I still do not know your name," Ning Qing remarked after swallowing a mouthful. "I am Bu," the youth replied, his gaze fixed on the crackling fire. "Bu?" Ning Qing looked at him, puzzled, before shaking his head and resuming his meal. "I am Ning Qing. Where exactly is this place?" Li Ping found himself engulfed in darkness, unable to discern any source of light, struggling to find his bearings. Suddenly, a hazy red light pierced through the void, akin to a beacon of hope illuminating the shadows. Drawn towards the light, Li Ping felt an inexplicable urge to move closer. Chapter 30. The Descent from the Mountain. Li Ping groaned softly, gradually opening his eyes. Above him was a thatched roof and rough wooden beams. Supporting himself, he sat up and rubbed his aching head, shaking it vigorously as he surveyed the modest room. The furnishings were sparse, consisting merely of a polished little table, 2 small stools, and a wardrobe. "Where am I? How did I end up here?" Li Ping pondered, straining to recall recent events. Ning Qing. A sudden realization struck him, and he turned to get out of bed. Li Ping tumbled off the bed, feeling utterly drained of strength. Creak! Ning Qing and Bu rushed into the room. Upon seeing Li Ping roll off the bed, Ning Qing hurried over to help him up. Pingu, you're awake? Ning Qing exclaimed, supporting Li Ping with joy. Only he knew the hardships he had endured to save Li Ping. Now that Li Ping had regained consciousness, Ning Qing felt a wave of relief wash over him. How long have I been asleep? Are you all right, Ning Qing? Li Ping inquired, his brow furrowed in pain as he assessed Ning Qing's condition. I'm fine, all is well, Ning Qing assured him, patting his chest. And who is this? Li Ping turned to Bu, curiosity evident in his eyes. Hello, I am Bu, the youth replied, smiling amicably at Li Ping. Bu? Li Ping frowned slightly, a flicker of recognition passing through him, though he could not quite place it. Suddenly, a jolt of realization surged through his mind. You are the fortune teller, Bu? Li Ping exclaimed in shock. The fortune teller, Bu? Bu echoed, bewildered by Li Ping's reaction. Li Ping, observing Bu's youthful features, gradually composed himself, his astonishment subsiding. Indeed, you are the fortune teller, Bu? Legend has it that before his birth, the diviner was but a young cub of a tiger. However, that was a tale from a previous life. Now, he remains merely a youthful prodigy, Li Ping pondered, recalling that in his former existence, the diviner was a figure of immense influence, shaking the heavens and the earth. Not only had he attained an unfathomable level of mastery, but he was also renowned for his exceptional divination skills. The diviner's art could foresee all matters within the realm. Nothing in this world could escape his keen perception. It was precisely due to his remarkable divination that he consistently managed to navigate perilous situations, steering clear of misfortune and embracing fortune. Li Ping bowed his head, his eyes flickering with contemplation, thinking, to let such a legendary figure slip through my fingers would be an utter travesty. I must devise a way to bring him under my command. With his gaze lowered and thoughts racing, a strategy began to form in his mind. Diviner, are you the one who saved me? Li Ping inquired, shifting his shoulders slightly. It's nothing, merely a trivial matter. No need for gratitude, the diviner replied with a smile, casting a glance at Ning Qing beside him. Had it not been for his arduous journey in bringing you here, I doubt I would have been able to save you. Upon hearing the diviner's words, Li Ping cast a grateful glance at Ning Qing, feeling a surge of guilt. He had initially intended to use Ning Qing for his own ends when imparting his teachings, yet now Ning Qing had risked his life to bring him to this very place, enduring unimaginable hardships along the way. Perhaps my initial thoughts were misguided. Some individuals are meant to be brothers, while others are best suited as subordinates. Brothers should never be exploited. At this moment, Li Ping had wholeheartedly accepted Ning Qing as a comrade forged in adversity. Ning Qing, observing Li Ping's demeanor, felt a touch of embarrassment and scratched his head. Li Ping pressed his lips together and nodded before turning his attention back to the diviner, continuing, Diviner, are you alone here? Well, I did have a grandfather, but he passed away a few years ago. As he spoke, the diviner's expression dimmed, revealing a flicker of sorrow. My apologies, Li Ping said, his face filled with regret as he looked at the diviner. No need for that, the diviner replied, shaking his head. Diviner, were you not from this place originally? Li Ping inquired, glancing around. Indeed, I was originally from Qingjin City. When I was 10, I have no idea why my grandfather suddenly brought me here. And I have been here ever since, 5 years in total. 2 years ago, my grandfather coughed blood while sitting on his bed and told me, Diviner, I fear my time is short. Today, I performed a divination, and in 2 years, you will meet your destined benefactor here, who will lead you to great success. After I am gone, do not grieve, but wait for your fated benefactor. Remember that. Thus, I hastily buried my grandfather and have been waiting here for my destined benefactor ever since. Now, it has been another 2 years, and finally, today, I have awaited you, benefactor. The diviner's eyes sparkled, trembling hands gripping Li Ping's arms. Li Ping was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief pause, he began to regain his composure. Could it be that you, the diviner, are indeed my destined benefactor? Just as Li Ping had been contemplating how to bring the diviner into his fold, he found himself facing this unexpected revelation. A smile broke across his face as he looked at the excited diviner, saying, Your grandfather was truly remarkable to have foreseen our arrival here. Indeed, The diviner's grandfather had accurately predicted that he would meet his destined benefactor this year. But that benefactor was not Li Ping. It should have been the head of the Fuwu Academy of the Yanglan Empire. According to Li Ping's memories from his previous life, the diviner's master was the head of the Fuwu Academy, and that was likely the true benefactor. Li Ping had encountered the diviner before meeting the academy head, making this a fortuitous stroke of luck for him. Of course, the achievements of Li Ping in this life were destined to surpass those of the diviner in his past life. One could say that Li Ping was the diviner's true destined benefactor. Yes, benefactor, can you take me away from here? The diviner's excitement intensified upon hearing Li Ping's affirmation, shaking Li Ping's arms eagerly. Having spent the past 7 years in this dense forest, the relentless solitude had almost driven the diviner to madness. Although he had experienced life in the mundane world for a decade, now at 17, a time of youthful vigor, he could no longer endure the isolation of the forest. All right, if you keep shaking me, I might fall apart. Li Ping quickly nodded in agreement. He had originally been troubled about how to win the diviner over. But now the diviner was practically offering himself up. Li Ping felt even more elated than the diviner. Diviner, do you not have a decent set of clothes? Li Ping asked, eyeing the wolf pelts draped over the diviner. His brow furrowed, not out of disdain, but because wearing such beastly attire would make him appear akin to a savage in the outside world, inevitably drawing unwanted attention and trouble. I have none. The clothes from my childhood would not fit you, and my grandfather's garments I burned for him long ago. The diviner shrugged helplessly. Ning Qing, adjusting his belt, chimed in, Brother Ping, it's not bad. It's quite warm and sturdy. He threw a few punches and executed a swift kick, nodding in satisfaction. Li Ping frowned and shook his head. His and Ning Qing's clothes had long since deteriorated, and now they were left with these beast pelts. However, the value of such pelts was not insignificant. Once they stepped outside, it would certainly attract some trouble, but at this point, there was no alternative. Li Ping and Ning Qing had little to pack. While the diviner slowly gathered his belongings, opening a hidden compartment in the wardrobe to retrieve a small, dark red box. Gently stroking the box, he took a deep breath, casting a reluctant glance around the room before placing the box into his pack and saying to Li Ping, "Let us depart." As they stepped outside, the diviner took one last longing look at the thatched cottage before turning to follow Li Ping. "Brother Ping, we've been walking for 2 days now. Why are we still stuck in this wretched place?" Ning Qing wiped the sweat from his forehead, grumbling, "We're getting close. Just 3 more days, and we will emerge from the forest," Li Ping replied, cutting through a thicket. Deep within this dense forest, he had sensed the presence of high-level magical beasts more than once. Fortunately, with his spiritual awareness, he had managed to narrowly evade those formidable creatures. Once they escaped the forest, Li Ping could take Ning Qing and the diviner directly to Ji City. However, in this forest, even if Li Ping regained his strength, he dared not soar through the skies with the diviner and Ning Qing. That would be tantamount to courting death. "Brother Ping, is your strength truly only at the late stage of body refinement?" The diviner suddenly asked from behind Li Ping. Upon hearing the diviner's question, Li Ping felt a headache coming on, while Ning Qing could not help but chuckle. Since a few days prior, when Li Ping had engaged in a friendly spar with the diviner, he had been relentlessly pursuing this question. After discovering that Li Ping could soar through the skies, the diviner had become even more insistent. Each time, Li Ping could only affirm, but the diviner remained unconvinced, leading to this peculiar situation. Must I repeat myself? I truly only possess the late stage of body refinement. But how can someone at the late stage of body refinement possess spiritual awareness? How can one fly? The diviner muttered softly. Li Ping rolled his eyes, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. Goodness, how many times must I say it? I really only have the late stage of body refinement. All right, diviner, let me explain. Brother Ping possesses a rather unique cultivation method, which grants him spiritual awareness and the ability to fly, Ning Qing interjected, seeing Li Ping's pained expression. Cultivation method? What cultivation method? Brother Ping, could you share it with me? The diviner's eyes lit up with curiosity as he gazed at Li Ping. Instantly, both Li Ping and Ning Qing were momentarily speechless. Li Ping lowered his head, contemplating. He indeed had a cultivation method, one that was on par with Ning Qing's, but he knew that the diviner's talent lay in divination. There was also a divination method within the source texts, yet Li Ping had only known the diviner for a short while, and trust was still lacking. He hesitated. pondering whether to share the method with the diviner. Stop daydreaming, diviner. Even if Brother Ping were to share the method with you, it wouldn't mean you could fly immediately. You should focus on your cultivation first. The sooner you reach the Qi induction stage, the sooner you will possess spiritual awareness and be able to soar, Ning Qing remarked, sensing Li Ping's dilemma. After all, the diviner was not yet worthy of complete trust. Should Li Ping carelessly share such a powerful method, it would be recklessly foolish. Yes, I understand. Brother Ping, I will work hard, the diviner replied earnestly. Perhaps due to his upbringing in the forest, he remained oblivious to the concept of cunning and wholeheartedly believed Ning Qing's words were for his benefit. Good. Striving too high is not wise. Focus on your cultivation. Li Ping exchanged glances with Ning Qing and patted the diviner on the shoulder. Understood. Chapter 31. The Leah Adventure Group with Li Ping's spiritual awareness guiding them. The group was fortunate not to encounter any high-level magical beasts. They only crossed paths with a few lower-level magical beasts, which were, for Li Ping, merely sources of energy nuclei. Phew! Ning Qing exhaled a long breath. We've finally made it out. After being on high alert in the forest, the oppressive journey had been overwhelming. Stepping out, they finally felt the vastness of the world, a sense of freedom and joy washing over them. Li Ping and the diviner couldn't help but smile. While the diviner gazed upward, is this the outside world? How vast, how nostalgic. Li Ping turned to the diviner, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Let us go. It is getting late. We must quickly find a place to rest. It has been so long since I bathed. I feel as though I'm about to develop a foul odor. Li Ping scratched his back and chuckled, saying, Bu smiled faintly and followed Li Ping. Stop right there. Several burly men, brandishing gleaming sabers, strode towards Li Ping and his companions, demanding, Brother Ping, who are they? Bu halted in his tracks, inquiring. Li Ping slightly shook his head, pausing to wait for the imposing men to approach. Who are you lot, daring to intrude upon the territory of our Leia Adventurers Guild? The foremost man glared at Li Ping, Bu, and Ning Qing. Interrogating them, Li Ping narrowed his eyes as he discerned the avarice in the man's gaze, clearly indicating that their intentions were far from benign. Brother Ping, this is their territory. We should leave quickly. Bu nudged Li Ping's hand, suggesting caution. Li Ping pondered momentarily, then clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards the men, stating, I mean no offense. We shall take our leave. He nodded slightly to Ning Qing before preparing to depart. Hold it. The leading man raised his saber, bellowing, the territory of the Leia Adventurers Guild is not a place you can enter and exit at will. Oh. What do you intend to do? Li Ping squinted, inquiring of the men before him. What do you think? The man fixated on the package on Bu's back, smirking. Since you've come, you might as well leave something behind. Otherwise, I would feel remiss in letting you go. The man's sinister grin was echoed by his companions, who joined in laughter. Li Ping chuckled in return, glancing skyward. Time is not on our side. Brother Ping, allow me to handle this. You rest for a moment, Ning Qing suggested, a smirk gracing his lips. Since his strength had surged so dramatically in recent days, he had yet to engage in genuine combat. Unsure of his current capabilities, having sparred with Li Ping a few days prior, Ning Qing had been utterly overwhelmed, recognizing Li Ping as a formidable anomaly, one who could not be measured by ordinary standards. Fighting against him would only result in self-inflicted torment. Now, an opportunity to test his mettle had presented itself. Very well, Bu, let us take a seat over here for the time being. Li Ping beckoned Bu to join him. Bu followed Li Ping, bewildered, as they settled onto a nearby stone. Seeking death, the leader of the burly men, witnessing Li Ping's group disregard them, felt a surge of rage fill his mind. Kill them. Take their belongings, for the guild leader's birthday. The men eagerly licked their lips, brandishing their sabers as they charged towards Ning Qing. As the men approached with their weapons drawn, Ning Qing licked his crimson lips. Although he had not taken a life before, an exhilarating rush surged within him at that moment, a primal thirst for blood. With a thunderous thud, a small crater formed beneath Ning Qing's feet as he transformed into a shadow. Lunging directly at the men, thud! Ning Qing's fist connected with the leader's abdomen, causing his eyes to bulge as he spewed a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. The remaining men reacted swiftly, their sabers arcing toward Ning Qing in a deft motion. Ning Qing seized the fallen man's body, sweeping aside the incoming blades. The sounds of fabric tearing and flesh being sliced echoed through the air. Ning Qing fended off the onslaught of sabers, forcefully hurling the lifeless body at the other men, who were momentarily knocked off balance. Though Ning Qing could not fully unleash his Qinglong arm, his strength remained formidable, easily dispatching the attackers. The men, gritting their teeth and clutching their chests, rose to their feet, still reeling from the force of the thrown body. Ning Qing's eyes narrowed, a wicked smile creeping onto his lips as he charged at them once more. For Ning Qing, dealing with mere thugs in the early stages of physical training posed no challenge. He landed a punch squarely on one man's chest, causing his back to arch as he coughed up blood mixed with internal shrapnel. His eyes dimming rapidly, witnessing Ning Qing dispatch a companion with a single blow, fear intensified in the remaining men's eyes, and without hesitation, they turned to flee. Fleeing? Ning Qing relished the thought of the chase. It wouldn't be as entertaining otherwise. He transformed into a shadow, pursuing the furthest fleeing man. The man's speed paled in comparison to Ning Qing's, and within moments, he was caught. Ning Qing launched himself, delivering a kick to the man's shoulder, sending him sprawling to the ground in a heap. Ning Qing stepped onto the man's back, declaring, "Farewell." Crack! The sound of shattering bones resounded as Ning Qing crushed him beneath his foot before darting towards another adversary. Li Ping observed Ning Qing's relentless assault on the men, a grave expression crossing his face. After Ning Qing dispatched 3 more, he advanced on the final man. "Ning Qing," Li Ping suddenly called out. A surge of mental energy accompanying his voice. Upon hearing Li Ping's command, Ning Qing froze, the thrill of battle dissipating from his countenance. Gazing at his blood-soaked hands, he felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Li Ping shook his head, swiftly apprehending the last man. "Brother Ping?" Ning Qing looked at Li Ping, bewildered. Seeing the confusion etched on Ning Qing's face, Li Ping sighed inwardly, realizing that Ning Qing still struggled to control the bloodlust within him. "It seems I have been too hasty." Li Ping tossed the man aside and turned to Ning Qing, saying, "Ning Qing, for the time being, refrain from cultivating the blood-colored shura until you reach the qi drawing stage." Taken aback by Li Ping's words, Ning Qing clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. "Brother Ping, I understand I cannot fully control it yet, but please believe in me. I will master it." Li Ping sighed in resignation. "Very well, but until you reach the qi drawing stage, do not take any lives." Having said this, Li Ping approached the man, kicking him twice before inquiring, "What is your name?" The man trembled at Li Ping's presence. Responding, "I am Changlu." "Changlu?" Li Ping regarded the man thoughtfully, stroking his chin. "Today is your guild leader's birthday, is it not?" "Yes, today marks our guild leader's 40th birthday," Changlu replied cautiously, casting a wary glance at Li Ping. "Then allow me to present a small gift for the occasion." "Take me to your guild leader?" Li Ping grinned. Upon hearing Li Ping's words, Changlu shivered, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Yet he dared not defy Li Ping, knowing that to do so would be tantamount to courting death. The Leia Adventurers Guild stronghold was situated atop a hill, a common trait among all adventurer groups. While they were portrayed as a band of adventurers honing their skills in the world, they were no different from bandits, merely thieves cloaking themselves in a more palatable name. Adventurer groups undertook any task. But to hire them, one must first ensure they would not fall victim to their treachery, for these guilds were filled with bloodthirsty, greedy, and self-serving rogues, with betrayals being an everyday occurrence. Li Ping sought to accompany Changlu to the Leia Adventurers Guild due to their notorious reputation. Previously, they had received a commission from the Wang family to hunt him down, though they had been vanquished by Li Ping. This time, he had no qualms about eradicating a menace from the world. After a brief journey of around 15 minutes, the sounds of drums and raucous celebrations echoed through the AI art. Li Ping chuckled coldly, remarking, "I didn't expect your guild leader's birthday to be such a grand affair." Changlu was uncertain of Li Ping's intent with this remark, but as a seasoned survivor, he wisely chose silence. "Hey, Brother Chang, did you bring back anything good from your outing?" A guard at the entrance greeted amiably. The words Leia adorned the entrance, and the stronghold resembled a typical bandit hideout, perched upon the mountain, preying upon the world's resources. "No," Changlu replied, bowing his head, drenched in sweat, knowing Li Ping's hand was poised at his neck. He had no doubt that should he reveal even the slightest hint of Li Ping's presence, his life would be extinguished in an instant. "Who are those behind you?" "It's the guild leader's birthday. We can't just let anyone in." "Not at all. They are here to wish the guild leader a happy birthday, Changla hastily explained, fearing that if he offended these powerful figures, he might lose his life. Wishing a happy birthday? You let these wild men come to celebrate? The guard scoffed, eyeing Li Ping's group with disdain. Come on, don't waste my time. These wild men might possess valuable items. Offering them to the guild leader could yield great rewards. I'll be sure to treat you to drinks later. Changlu sensed the pressure on his back increase, knowing Li Ping was eager to expedite their entrance. Indeed, don't forget your brothers when the time comes. The guard licked his lips, waving his hand. Let them in. As they entered the Leia stronghold, Li Ping leaned close to Chang Li's ear, whispering, "Take me to the main hall." Chang Lu trembled, responding, "Yes." Bringing Li Ping to the hall would undoubtedly result in him being struck down by the captain's hand. Yet if he did not take him, he feared he might meet his end right there. Chang Lu was engulfed in an internal struggle. Before reaching the hall, he beheld a bustling crowd, alive with excitement. Li Ping let out a cold laugh, remarking, "Today is indeed lively. I shall contribute to the festivities." Chapter 32. The Birthday Celebration. I never expected our Leia Adventure Group to possess such prestige that even the Wong family would send representatives to celebrate. It is indeed the captain's influence. Do you not recall that just days ago, the captain reached the mid-stage of Qi induction? We are now ranked among the top 10 adventure groups, and the Wong family wouldn't dare to disregard us. Two men approached, laughing heartily as they made their way towards Li Ping's group. "Hey, Changgu, why have you only just returned? The dishes are nearly cold." One of the men seemed quite familiar with Chang Lu and greeted him warmly. Chang Li's smile was stiff as he hastened towards the hall, sensing that Li Ping's demeanor boded ill for him. Whether he would live or die was uncertain, and he had no inclination to exchange pleasantries with acquaintances. "Which Wong family has come to celebrate?" Li Ping suddenly inquired. "Who are you?" The man did not respond to Li Ping's question but frowned at the sight of Li Ping and his companions clad in animal skins, asking, "Behave yourselves, and I will guarantee your safety." Li Ping's voice echoed ominously in Chang Li's ears. Upon hearing Li Ping's assurance, Chang Li felt a wave of relief. He thought to himself, with such a formidable ally, surely nothing could go wrong. "They are all my friends, here to celebrate the captain's birthday," Chang Lu explained to the man. The man regarded Li Ping's group with a nod and remarked, "I see. So this Wong family is one of the three giants of Chaoyang City." Li Ping narrowed his eyes, nodded in acknowledgement, and nudged Chang Lu as they proceeded towards the hall. "Who are those three?" "Not sure. Let us not concern ourselves with them. Come, let us enjoy ourselves." The hall was spacious, filled with numerous tables laden with food and drink. Li Ping navigated through the feasting guests and approached the grand round table at the front. "This is our captain, Wu Wen," Chang Lu whispered to Li Ping. At the round table sat a formidable middle-aged man, who was indeed Wu Wen, the leader of the Leia Adventure Group. Upon seeing Li Ping's party, Wu Wen frowned and said, "You lot, why have you not gone to enjoy the drinks? What brings you here?" Wu Wen merely cast a fleeting glance at Li Ping before turning to a gray-haired elder beside him, saying, "My subordinates lack manners. I apologize for their intrusion, Elder Wong. It's no trouble. Come, let us celebrate Captain Wong's 40th birthday with another toast." Elder Wong's wrinkled face broke into a smile as he raised his glass. "You are too kind, Elder Wong." Wu Wen raised his glass in return. With a loud crash, Li Ping seized a nearby rotund man and yanked him from his seat, plopping down himself, propping his feet on the round table, and casually drinking from his goblet. Wu Wen and Elder Wong exchanged glances, their eyes narrowing at Li Ping's brazen behavior. Wu Wen's anger flared instantly. "Get these ruffians out of here," he said, his tone devoid of emotion. Come, Captain, there's no need to be upset. Let us drink." Elder Wong, looking disdainfully at Li Ping's animal skin attire, regarded him as an ignorant savage. Instantly, several individuals surged forward, determined to teach this uncouth country bumpkin a lesson. Sensing the impending conflict, Chang Lu wisely stepped aside, and Li Ping, indifferent, paid him no mind. He had no further use for Chang Lu. "Boy, do you dare to cause a scene here? You've got a death wish." One of the men yelled, swinging a fist towards Li Ping's face. Li Ping continued to sip his drink leisurely, showing no sign of resistance. The man, pleased at Li Ping's nonchalance, thought to himself that if he could dispatch this problem swiftly, he might earn the captain's favor and perhaps even a promotion to captain himself. As he fantasized, he suddenly felt an iron grip around his hand, rendering him unable to advance. The pain was excruciating. Turning to see, he found a beastly youth holding his right hand firmly, staring at him expressionlessly. The man struggled to shake free but could not escape the youth's grasp. "Let go!" Crack! A sound of bones snapping echoed through the hall. "Ah!" The man howled in agony, clutching his injured hand. "Ning Qing, if you can speak, refrain from violence. We are here to celebrate," Li Ping said, his expression still relaxed as he closed his eyes. Indeed, Ning Qing loosened his grip, and the man collapsed to the ground, while the other guests at the tables around them all rose, glaring at Li Ping's group. "Sit down." Wu Wen scanned the hall, his gaze landing on Li Ping. "Young man, if you have come to celebrate my birthday, I welcome you with open arms. However, if you intend to stir trouble, know that our Leah Adventure Group is no soft fruit to be crushed at will. Today marks my 40th birthday, and with esteemed guests present, I wish to avoid any disturbances," he stated, suppressing his rising fury. Li Ping took another sip of his drink, gazed at Wu Wen and smirked. "I am indeed here to celebrate your birthday. Captain, you see, my gift is right here in my hand." Upon hearing Li Ping's words, Wu Wen relaxed slightly. Given Ning Qing's earlier display of skill, he surmised that the youth was not lacking in talent. And at such a young age, he must have a remarkable mentor. Though Ning Qing's abilities were hardly a match for Wu Wen, he could not afford to underestimate the influence of the mentor behind him. Bang! A figure crashed heavily onto the round table. Wu Wen's expression darkened as he solemnly warned, "Young man, impulsiveness comes with a price." He tossed the overweight man to the ground, his face grim. Today was his 40th birthday, a momentous occasion celebrating his breakthrough to the mid-stage of Qi induction. Wu Wen wished to avoid any trouble, but Li Ping's disruptive demeanor incensed him greatly. "Oh, is that so?" Li Ping shook his glass, watching the clear liquid slosh within. "Come, let us toast to Captain Wu's 40th birthday." He hurled the glass towards Wu Wen. Smash! Wu Wen crushed the glass in his palm, his eyes blazing with fury. This was a blatant affront. If he could endure such humiliation on his 40th birthday, he would no longer have a place in the martial world. "Zhongli, I do not want to see them still standing here." A black-clad figure at another table abruptly rose, his expression devoid of emotion as he stared at Li Ping's group. "Consider yourselves fortunate. It is the captain's birthday, and bloodshed is not advisable." This man was Zhongli. As referenced by Wu Wen, he strode step by step towards Li Ping, an oppressive aura gradually descending upon Li Ping's group, suffocating them. Li Ping raised his glass again, glanced at Zhongli, and nonchalantly remarked, "A fine talent, it's just a pity." Ning Qing, serious, stepped in front of Li Ping to block Zhongli. "Wait." A voice rang out, and all eyes turned to a young man standing at Wu Wen's lower right, a smirk playing on his lips as he relished the attention. The young man turned to Wu Wen and said, "Father, today is your 40th birthday. Let me relieve you of some worries." Wu Wen regarded his son with warmth, replying, "Very well, Zhongli, you may step back. Victory, be cautious. It matters not if you defeat them, but do not soil your clothes." "Understood, father." Wu Sheng nodded, looking entirely at ease. Since breaking through to the late stage of body training, his strength had skyrocketed, and he dismissed even those who had achieved full martial mastery. He thought Ning Qing, appearing no older than 17 or 18, could hardly pose a challenge, and he believed he could resolve the matter swiftly. "Wu Sheng, you truly cannot win." Li Ping chuckled lightly, saying, "Ning Qing, our guests are here. You mustn't dirty your hands. We still have a meal to enjoy." Upon hearing Li Ping's words, Ning Qing burst into laughter. And even Bu could not help but grin. "Brother Ping, you're too much." Wu Sheng's face reddened in fury. "You shall meet a grim fate." He hissed through clenched teeth. "It's too crowded here. Let us step outside to settle this." Ning Qing instinctively glanced at Li Ping, who nodded, saying, "Very well. It would be rather embarrassing to cause a scene." "Humph," Wu Wen huffed, his expression stern. In the square, hundreds of people formed a circle, with Ning Qing and Wu Sheng facing each other. "Boy, I'll allow you to make the first move. Otherwise, you may not even get the chance," Wu Sheng proclaimed, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of bravado. Upon hearing Wu Sheng's words, Wu Wen smiled in approval, and the surrounding crowd erupted in cheers. Elder Wang, amidst the throng, watched Li Ping with a puzzled expression, feeling as though he had seen him somewhere before. But unable to recall where Li Ping sensed Elder Wang's gaze and stole a glance back, thinking, "Old man, Today I shall use you as a stepping stone. Ning Qing would not feign any gentlemanly demeanor before Wu Shang. Instead, he charged directly at Wu Shang, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at his face. Wu Shang, however, was no weakling. He deftly shifted his body to evade Ning Qing's strike. In a swift motion, his right hand shot out, striking towards Ning Qing. Ning Qing managed to block Wu Shang's attack with one hand while launching a kick aimed at Wu Shang's lower regions. Wu Shang reacted quickly, seizing Ning Qing's hand and leaping into the air. The two became entangled in fierce combat, neither able to gain the upper hand in that moment. As Wu Shang fought, a growing sense of alarm filled him. Ning Qing appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old. Yet his combat prowess was remarkably comparable to his own. Furthermore, observing Ning Qing's increasingly exhilarated expression suggested that he had not yet exhausted much of his stamina. Wu Shang gritted his teeth. If this continued, he would surely be the one to lose. Though be defeated and brought low before such a crowd would be a blow to his dignity he could not afford. Wu Shang understood that a swift resolution was the only viable strategy, and thus he unleashed his inner energy without hesitation, employing his most formidable martial technique, Flame Wolf's Ghost Claw. With a surge, Wu Shang's right hand swelled, his palm rapidly doubling in size while his attack speed escalated instantly, sweeping towards Ning Qing's waist. Ning Qing, taken aback by the ferocity of Wu Shang's claw, hastily sidestepped, yet was unable to evade entirely. 3 deep lacerations erupted across his waist. Grasping his side, Ning Qing's face paled, clearly indicating the significant damage inflicted by Wu Shang's strike. Seeing Wu Shang land a successful blow, Wu Wen cheered, "Shanger, finish him quickly." Meanwhile, Li Ping maintained his calm demeanor, displaying no concern for Ning Qing's injury, while Wu exhibited a face of deep worry. Clutching his waist, Ning Qing suddenly smiled, raising his bloodied right hand to his mouth and licking the crimson fluid with his vibrant tongue. Instantly, his eyes began to glisten with a fierce red hue. A rush of exhilaration coursing through him, and an overwhelming power surged forth. In the blink of an eye, Ning Qing vanished from his original position, reappearing directly in front of Wu Shang. How swift, Wu Shang thought, but before he could mount a defense, Ning Qing's fist struck him down to the ground. Ning Qing, seizing the advantage, charged once more at Wu Shang. How is this possible? I cannot be defeated by a mere country bumpkin. With Ning Qing relentlessly pressing the attack, Wu Shang found himself perilously close to being forced out of the arena. With Ning Qing's combat abilities soaring, Wu Shang was entirely on the defensive. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as a potent sense of unwillingness surged within him. As he saw Ning Qing advance again, a frenzied glint ignited in his eyes. In an instant, Wu Shang's right arm swelled once more. No. Realizing that Wu Shang was about to unleash a secret technique, Wu Wen was both alarmed and anxious, urgently calling out to halt him. If you resort to that technique, even if you win, you will be bedridden for days, if not weeks, and it may leave lasting repercussions. But it was too late. Ning Qing's assault had reached Wu Shang, and his right arm swung towards Ning Qing. Wu Shang screamed in agony, sent flying 20 meters away, while Ning Qing was pushed back 10 meters. His complexion draining of color as he faltered. His right hand limped. It was not that Ning Qing's bones had shattered, but rather that the force of their collision had rendered his right arm entirely numb. However, in comparison to Wu Shang, it was hardly significant. Wu Shang was likely rendered completely incapacitated. After experiencing his bloodline awakening, Ning Qing's arms had become terrifyingly solid. Even Li Ping dared not confront Ning Qing directly. No matter how formidable Wu Shang was, he could not withstand such power. Wu Wen cried out in despair. Rushing to Wu Shang's side in that moment, Wu Shang's face was ashen, resembling a deathly pallor. "Father, help me take revenge." Blood flowed ceaselessly from Wu Shang's lips. The strike from Ning Qing had not only obliterated his arm but had also shaken his internal organs. Even if Wu Shang survived, he would be rendered a shell of his former self. "Do not speak. I will ensure your vengeance." Wu Wen nodded fervently, tears shimmering in his aged eyes. At 40, he had only this single son, and witnessing Wu Shang's dire state filled him with a burning desire to see Ning Qing suffer. "Zhongli, quickly take young master for treatment." Wu Wen wiped the tears from his eyes, entrusting Wu Shang to Zhongli before rising slowly, regarding Ning Qing with a gaze that resembled one directed at a corpse, and coldly declared, You shall all perish. Breathing heavily, Ning Qing felt the oppressive aura emanating from Wu Yin nearly suffocating him. With a bitter smile, he realized he had no hope of escaping Wu Yin's wrath. Is that so? Li Ping's voice interjected coolly. Wu Yin's eyes blazed red as he glared at Li Ping. Do you think I will let you escape? Li Ping smiled nonchalantly, turning to Elder Wang. Elder Wang, are you not going to make a move? I cannot hold them off alone. You and I are not acquainted. Do not speak so recklessly, Elder Wang retorted, his beard bristling with indignation. Wu Yin was in a state of fury, and if he unleashed his rage, even with superior cultivation, Elder Wang could not be certain of his own safety. He hastily turned to Wu Yin to explain, Captain Wu, do not heed this boy's words. He is trying to sow discord. Elder Wang, at this juncture, what use is pretense? Li Ping interjected earnestly. Can we not handle a mere bandit? Chapter 33. Sowing discord. Defeating a mid-stage Qi-gathering practitioner with his own strength seemed unlikely. However, with Elder Wang present, it became a much more manageable task. Li Ping had long since devised his plan. Yet he had not anticipated Wu Yin's swift advancement to the mid-stage Qi-gathering. In his previous life, Wu Yin had not ascended so quickly. Perhaps his rebirth had influenced this world as well. Wu Yin, scrutinizing Li Ping's serious expression, sensed his authenticity and felt a tinge of uncertainty. Indeed, the Wang family is one of the three great powers of Chaoyang City. They would hardly covet a bandit's meager strength. I possess nothing of value, save for this territory, which may pique their interest. Resolute in his thoughts, Wu Yin turned to face Elder Wang, his eyes ablaze with fury. Heh, Elder Wang, you are quite the schemer. I nearly fell for your ruse, Captain Wu. Allow me to explain. Elder Wang stomped his foot, struggling to find the words. Explain? What could he say? No matter his reasoning, Wu Yin would remain unconvinced. Thus, Elder Wang turned to Li Ping. Narrowing his eyes, young man, you are quite the strategist. Before Elder Wang had finished speaking, he lunged at Li Ping. Understanding the situation clearly, he knew that only by eliminating Li Ping could Wu Yin be persuaded to trust him. Li Ping regarded the advancing Elder Wang with a grave expression. Elder Wang was not like Wu Yin, who had only recently entered mid-stage Qi gathering. He had broken through years ago and was likely at the pinnacle of that stage now. Li Ping had to be utterly vigilant to face him. With a whoosh, Elder Wang's iron fist grazed past Li Ping's face. Though he evaded the blow, the gale force from the punch stung his cheek. Well done, Li Ping exclaimed, leaping to the side, fortuitously closing the distance to Wu Yin. Elder Wang, excellent work, Li Ping suddenly proclaimed. Wu Yin's brow furrowed as he sensed an ominous premonition watching the clash between Elder Wang and Li Ping. Li Ping did not counter Elder Wang. Instead, he spun toward Wu Yin, declaring, prepare to meet your end. Wu Yin, what? Wu Yin suddenly realized that Li Ping's true target was none other than himself. You fell for my trap. Wu Yin. Li Ping's face lit up with a triumphant grin, as if Wu Yin would soon fall at his hands. In an instant, Wu Yin gathered his energy, crossing his arms in front of him. Knowing that someone capable of partnering with Elder Wang must possess considerable strength, he braced himself against Li Ping's impending strike with all his might. Boom! The sound of steel colliding echoed as Wu Yin was forced back 2 steps. While Li Ping was sent staggering 10 meters away, Wu Yin immediately sensed something amiss. Elder Wang, now's your chance. What? Wu Yin's eyes bulged in shock. He had not anticipated that Li Ping's strike was merely a diversion. And Elder Wang was the true assailant. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Yin drew a flying dagger from his waist. Renowned for his skill with the blade, he had once eliminated a mid-stage Qi-gathering practitioner with precision and cunning. Years of combat experience allowed Wu Yin to instantly lock onto Elder Wang's position as he released the dagger with deadly accuracy. Upon hearing Li Ping's declaration, Elder Wang's teeth ground together in fury. Before he could unleash his ire, Wu Yin's dagger hurtled toward him, and he was struck with terror at the thought of the legendary blade that had earned Wu Yin his fearsome reputation. With Wu Yin's recent advancement to mid-stage Qi gathering, its lethality could not be underestimated. A single misstep could lead to his demise. Elder Wang propelled himself to the left, his foot creating a small crater as he evaded. Whoosh! The dagger sliced through the air, a few white strands of hair falling in its wake. Elder Wang, I have invoked my secret technique and can no longer hold on. You must eliminate him to fulfill the master's orders. Li Ping suddenly clutched his chest, collapsing to the ground, pallid and breathless. As expected, Wu Wen glared at the fallen Li Ping, his expression darkening as he instinctively reached for his waist once more. Ping go! Bu's face was etched with urgency as he prepared to rush forward to assist Li Ping, but Ning Qing immediately intercepted him, shaking his head pale-faced, signaling Bu to refrain from approaching. Despite his evident anxiety, Bu remained obediently rooted to the spot. Understanding Ning Qing's character well, he was not one to act without reason. The reason Ning Qing stopped Bu was because Li Ping had just discreetly communicated with him, urging Ning Qing to avoid any rash actions. Although Ning Qing was uncertain of Li Ping's true intentions, he chose to trust him without hesitation. Wu Tuan narrowly evaded a flying dagger from Wu Wen, prompting Elder Wang to quickly explain that he was now over 20 meters away from Wu Wen, who could fully exploit the advantage of his daggers, putting Wang in a precarious situation. Whoosh! Another dagger whizzed through the air, Wu Wen having no interest in Wang's explanations, his mind solely fixated on eliminating the elder who dared covet his territory, as well as annihilating Ning Qing's group, who had severely injured Wu Shang. Seeing that Wu Wen ignored him entirely filled Elder Wang with a surge of anger. Even within his clan, he was a revered elder, and now he was being so brazenly disregarded by a mere bandit leader. Flames of indignation ignited within him. If I do not demonstrate my capabilities, do you truly think me easy prey? Evading yet another dagger, Elder Wang maintained his composure, declaring, "Humph," Wu Wen scoffed, turning to face Elder Wang. "Old fool, come and meet your end." With a swift motion, Wu Wen unleashed a barrage of over 10 daggers aimed at Elder Wang. The daggers rained down like a storm, and Elder Wang's expression turned grave. Evading all of them was clearly impossible. He had no choice but to employ the Wang family's ancestral footwork technique, ghostly shadows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The piercing sounds of the daggers sliced through the air around Elder Wang. He skillfully dodged several, but evading them all proved infeasible. This coordinated assault represented Wu Wen's pinnacle of skill. Ultimately, one dagger found its mark, striking Elder Wang's left arm, an immediate surge of excruciating pain coursing through his mind, followed closely by another dagger that struck his thigh. With 2 wounds igniting his fury, Elder Wang narrowly dodged the final dagger, gritting his teeth as he forcibly extracted the daggers from his arm and thigh. Very well, very well. It has been many years since anyone has provoked me to such ire. A formidable aura emanated from Elder Wang, his white hair stirring as if caught in an unseen wind. The stones beneath his feet trembling under the weight of his presence. The onlookers instinctively took several steps back, astonished by the spectacle. What Wu Wen, taken aback, finally realized the caliber of the opponent he faced. Li Ping, lying on the ground, felt the overwhelming aura from Elder Wang and was equally astonished. I never imagined this old man possessed such strength. Wu Wen's face twitched. No matter how formidable Elder Wang was, he refused to relinquish his territory to anyone. Feeling the pressure from Elder Wang's aura bearing down on him, Wu Wen wisely resolved to attack. Useless. As Wu Wen charged forward, Elder Wang's expression lightened. Without the threat of daggers, Wu Wen's attacks were merely a scratch to him. As Wu Wen closed the distance, Elder Wang raised a hand to block. Let me show you what disparity truly means. Without the daggers, Wu Wen resembled a toothless tiger, no longer posing a significant threat to Elder Wang. Boom! Elder Wang intercepted Wu Wen's assault with a single palm. Narrowing his eyes, he commanded, "Kneel before me." With a swift motion, he aimed a kick at Wu Wen's lower body. A sharp crack echoed as Wu Wen fell to one knee, gazing agonizingly at his dislocated wrist, saliva spilling from his mouth as he gasped for breath. Meet your demise. Elder Wang's foot struck Wu Wen's chest, sending him flying over 20 meters. Captain, members of the Leah adventure team quickly surrounded the injured Wu Wen, their faces etched with concern as he coughed up blood. PFF, is the gap between us truly this insurmountable? Wu Wen gazed up at the heavens, a wave of bitterness flooding his heart. In the distance, Elder Wang caught his breath, yet wore an expression of satisfaction. Elder Wang, having been born into a powerful clan, possessed an abundance of martial skills and had advanced to the mid-stage of Qi gathering long ago, far surpassing Wu Wen, who was merely a newly promoted rogue cultivator. Cracking his knuckles, Elder Wang approached Wu Wen, who was now surrounded by his comrades, all filled with dread yet refusing to retreat. Such loyalty. It truly moved me. Elder Wang tilted his head, sneering, You should know that you cannot stand in my way." His white hair billowed without wind, his cold laughter reminiscent of a demon harvesting lives under the cover of night. "All of you shall perish." Elder Wang charged into the crowd, unleashing a massacre. To him, no amount of death could compensate for his injuries. The air echoed with the wails of the fallen, blood spraying into the sky. Wu Yin, witnessing his comrades being ruthlessly slaughtered, felt his vision blur with rage. He braced himself against the ground, his teeth clenched so tightly that blood seeped from between them. He had to rise, to stand alongside his brothers in battle. He could not allow them to bleed alone. Elder Wang's every strike was a life claimed. No matter how many stood, they appeared utterly insignificant against such overwhelming might. Li Ping, observing this scene, felt a swell of emotion. Unwavering loyalty was the essence of brotherhood. As he watched the men being slaughtered, Li Ping recognized that those he once deemed irredeemable had transformed into valiant souls willing to sacrifice for their comrades. Clenching his fists, Li Ping resolved that he could not idly watch such noble men be slaughtered without consequence. To do so would betray his own principles and invite darkness into his heart. Wu Yin staggered to his feet, witnessing his former brothers fall one by one, a profound ache resonating within him. Each breath a torment to his soul. "Old fool, I will have your life." Wu Yin's right hand swelled rapidly, expanding to several times its size, resembling a thick beam. The fabric of his sleeve tore apart, blood vessels bulging beneath his skin like writhing worms, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Flame Wolf's Demon Claw. At this moment, Wu Yin's attack surpassed even Wu Sheng's earlier effort. This manifestation of the Flame Wolf's Demon Claw could instantaneously slay a mid-stage Qi Gatherer. Elder Wang, still engaged in the carnage, was startled by Wu Yin's desperate strike. He could sense the immense lethality contained within that blow. Should it connect, escape would be impossible. He had previously relied on Wu Yin's unstable foundation, but that did not mean he could disregard Wu Yin's assault entirely. Too fast. There's no way to evade. Elder Wang realized too late that he had no room to escape as Wu Yin's all-out attack bore down upon him. A seasoned warrior, he quickly retaliated with Sea Breeze Palm. A resounding explosion echoed between them. PFF. Elder Wang spat blood, staggering back over 10 meters, his complexion paling to a sickly hue, while Wu Yin stood his ground. Though his right arm was now gone, replaced by a fountain of blood, Wu Yin offered a bitter smile, blood streaming from his mouth, nose, ears, and eyes. "I never imagined this wouldn't kill you. I refuse to accept it." Leaning back, he lamented, "Brothers, I am sorry. The elder brother cannot avenge you." Wu Yin's eyelids fluttered, filled with regret as he gazed skyward, his breath gradually fading. He had failed to defeat Elder Wang, leaving him restless in death. Though it may seem lengthy, this all transpired in mere moments. By the time Li Ping stood once more, the battle had already reached its conclusion. Observing Wu Yin's lifeless form, Li Ping felt a surge of compassion. Inhaling deeply as he bowed his head in silent tribute to such a man. Perhaps he had once been an irredeemable villain, but in this moment, he emerged as a man of profound loyalty. "Captain!" Upon seeing Wu Yin fall, the surrounding members of the team quickly gathered, their hearts swelling with disbelief as they witnessed their captain's stillness. One member, taking a deep breath, reached out to Wu Yin, murmuring, "The captain is gone." As he spoke, he collapsed onto the ground, that simple statement draining him of all strength. Captain, typically stoic men, who rarely wept, were now inconsolable, their cries echoing through the square. An overwhelming atmosphere of grief enveloped them as the sky darkened ominously. "How could I possibly be defeated by such worthless scum?" Elder Wang stood unsteadily, swaying as if he might topple over at any moment. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he cast a malevolent glare towards Wu Yin, muttering under his breath, "I will inevitably destroy your Li Wai Adventurers Guild." This was the first time he had been brought to such a state of disarray. A profound humiliation for the proud Elder Wang, who could hardly swallow such indignity. "Wait for it," he hissed, his eyes narrowing with a glint of cold malice before he turned to flee into the shadows. Elder Wang was no fool. Given his current condition, if the devastated members of the Adventurers Guild were to catch wind of his presence, no amount of strength would save him from a grim fate. Now was not the time to engage in a futile contest of pride. As the saying goes, while the green hills remain, there is no need to fear the lack of firewood. having navigated the treacherous waters of the underworld for years. He understood this truth well enough. The grief-stricken members of the Li Wai Adventurers Guild paid no heed to Elder Wang's quiet departure. The others who had come to celebrate the occasion dared not speak, knowing full well that the Wang family was not one to be trifled with. Yet, one person would ensure that Elder Wang did not escape unscathed. With a sudden thud, a stone zipped through the air, striking Elder Wang's thigh, causing him to crash to the ground in a most undignified manner. "Ah!" he cried out, rolling over to clutch his leg, trembling in agony. This stone had been cast by Li Ping, who, upon witnessing Elder Wang's attempt to flee, could not allow him to escape. Without hesitation, he hurled a stone, lacing it with a little extra force. Otherwise, given Elder Wang's tenacious spirit, a mere strike would not have elicited such a pained scream. It was evident that the pain inflicted by Li Ping's stone was excruciating. Hearing the anguished cries, the members of the Li Wai Adventurers Guild turned their heads towards Elder Wang. "It's him. He's the one who killed our guild leader," one individual shouted, pointing an accusatory finger. His words ignited a firestorm of wrath among the guild members, their eyes ablaze with fury as they charged towards Elder Wang. "This is bad." Elder Wang's complexion paled. Already gravely injured, now with a ruined leg, he felt a wave of helplessness wash over him as he beheld the throng of adventurers rushing towards him like a pack of ravenous beasts. It dawned on him that even a mere bystander could easily end his life, and a burgeoning sense of dread began to take root within him. Enduring the excruciating pain in his leg, Elder Wang propped himself up with his arms, attempting to leap away on one leg. However, compared to the relentless speed of the pursuing adventurers, his escape was akin to that of a tortoise. Soon, he was overtaken by the adventurers. A hefty man, gritting his teeth, let out a low growl and delivered a kick to Elder Wang's backside. With yet another thud, Elder Wang fell flat on his face. Mouthfuls of dirt filling his mouth, he lifted his head, smeared with mud, spitting out the gritty remnants. Not daring to look back, he crawled forward, using hands and feet in a desperate attempt to escape. He feared that a glance over his shoulder might plunge him into eternal darkness. The members of the Li Wai Adventurers Guild, witnessing Elder Wang's futile struggles on the ground, were consumed by a desire to rush forward and exact their vengeance. Suddenly, the man who had kicked Elder Wang raised his hands to halt the others, exclaiming, "Stop! Wait, are you mad? He is the one who killed our guild leader." A middle-aged man shouted back at him. "Listen to me, everyone. This old wretch has taken our leader's life. Is it not too lenient to let him die so easily?" Wei Ti sneered coldly. Nodding in agreement, the adventurers murmured among themselves, realizing that allowing the murderer to die without suffering would be too merciful. The middle-aged man, eyeing Wei Ti, inquired, "What do you propose?" "Just watch. I will ensure this old fool suffers." A burly man with a beard stepped forward, fists clenched, glaring at the prostrate Elder Wang. "Oh, Shidachu, what brilliant idea do you have?" Wei Ti asked, casting a glance at the bearded man. "You all must have heard of lighting the lanterns, right?" Shidachu replied with a chilling smile. Elder Wang, crawling on the ground, suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine. "Lighting the lanterns, yes, that is a splendid idea," Wei Ti exclaimed, prompting others to echo their approval. "Humph, lighting the lanterns would still be too merciful for this old fool." Shidachu's lips curled into a sinister grin. "Let us skin him first, then make him into a tree branch, and finally, light the lanterns. How does that sound?" A resounding cheer erupted from the 100-odd members of the Li Wai Adventurers Guild, for it was only through such torment that they could satiate their thirst for revenge and honor their fallen leader. "That sounds good, but what if he dies before we're finished? I don't want to cut short my satisfaction," Wei Ti mused, stroking his chin. "Brother Wei, how could I overlook that? I have a clever plan that will ensure this old wretch endures until the very end." Shidachu retorted confidently, "Oh, Shidachu, you truly have a knack for schemes. If you can perfectly execute the lighting of the lanterns on this old fool and avenge our guild leader, I, Wei Ti, will owe you my life," Wei Ti declared, thumping his chest with bravado. "Your life is of no value to me. I have no desire for it." Shidachu waved dismissively, shaking his head, as Elder Wang listened to the brazen discussions of his impending fate. An overwhelming wave of humiliation surged through him. "Go to hell," he shouted, grasping a handful of stones, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to hurl them towards Wei Ti and Shirdachu, his final, desperate act of defiance, a lion's last stand, not to be underestimated. Watch out! Wei Ti was the first to notice the stones hurtling towards them. Panic-stricken, he shoved Shirdachu aside, but the speed of the stone was relentless. Wei Ti's push left him fully exposed to the oncoming projectile. No. A heart-wrenching scream escaped Shirdachu's lips as he witnessed the stone pierce Wei Ti. Wei Ti's form slumped to the ground. Lifeless, Shirdachu rushed to his side. Wei Ti, he cried, trembling as he wiped the blood from Wei Ti's face, tears welling in his eyes. Wei Ti's eyes widened in shock, his mouth forming a few indistinct words. Shirdachu nodded vigorously, knowing full well what Wei Ti wished to convey, filled with regret for not having reacted faster, for not being the one to shove Wei Ti away as Wei Ti's breath faded. The flame of life extinguished completely. Wei Ti, Shirdachu cried out, but all that responded was the cold body and lifeless eyes staring into the void. Slowly, he laid Wei Ti down, his own vision clouded by a crimson haze. Strangely calm, he turned towards Elder Wang, an aura of death emanating from him. Elder Wang lay on the ground, utterly spent. The previous strike had drained him of all his strength. He was now merely waiting for death to claim him. In the distance, Li Ping observed the unfolding scene, taking a deep breath, shaking his head in sorrow. Shirdachu had already resolved himself to die. Even if he executed Elder Wang now, he would not survive long thereafter. What, after all, is the purpose of life? Shirdachu grasped Elder Wang's garments, lifting him up as he moved towards the hall. The others could only watch silently as Shirdachu advanced, even as they noticed Li Ping standing. Not a sound escaping their lips. Li Ping could perceive Shirdachu's intent. Surely, the others felt it too, brother. I am sorry, but I intend to employ a different method. Shirdachu tossed Elder Wang into the hall, muttering to himself. Removing his clothes, he slowly produced a finely crafted dagger from his chest, pressing it against Elder Wang's breast. Let my brothers come forth. Before long, the bodies of Wei Ti and Wu En were brought forth. Shirdachu received them, placing them upon a chair, then brought Elder Wang before their lifeless forms. Repent before my brothers. Ha ha, unleash whatever methods you have. I shall endure it all. Elder Wang, like a stubborn pig, was unafraid of the boiling water. He was destined to die, and what was there to fear? This blade is for our guild leader. Shirdachu knelt, tearing open Elder Wang's garments, striking his chest with a palm before swiftly plunging the dagger into his right breast. Quick and precise, the dagger severed the right nipple. Shirdachu's expression remained placid, as if he were not standing before a man but a mere beast ready for slaughter. The second strike swiftly removed the left nipple. This blade is for our fallen brothers. The third strike carved away a slice of flesh from his chest. The fourth blade fell once again. The surrounding members of the Adventurers Guild wore expressions of grim satisfaction. With each cut, their pleasure intensified. Though their faces bore witness to their discomfort, such an execution was too captivating to turn away from. Clang! The dagger clattered to the ground as the feeble cries of Elder Wang faded into silence. The gruesome ritual continued unabated, with 3,357 strikes delivered, enduring until noon the following day. Not a single soul departed midway. Even those who felt nausea remained steadfast. The guild members reveled in the catharsis. For it was only through such measures that they could avenge their leader and honor their deceased comrades. Others watched as if it were a captivating drama, for nothing could rival the sheer brilliance of this execution. Shirdachu finally succumbed, collapsing amidst a pool of blood. In a cruel effort to ensure Elder Wang experienced the utmost agony, he inflicted 3,357 cuts, to the point that his hands began to cramp. Fortunately, Elder Wang's vitality was robust. Otherwise, he might have perished before the task was even halfway completed. As the sky began to drizzle, icy droplets mingled with the tears streaming down Shirdachu's face. Even after completing the gruesome act on Elder Wang, his countenance remained unchanged. Yet, in this moment, he could not suppress the tears that flowed. Had vengeance truly been avenged? Perhaps, as Shirdachu gazed up at the heavens. A smile crept across his lips, and he gradually ceased to breathe. Chapter 35. The Mercenary Group Dachu. The members of the surrounding adventurer group hurriedly gathered around, calling out to Shirdachu, who lay in a pool of blood. Yet he could no longer hear them. Let us depart. Li Ping approached Ning Qing and Bu, stating, Indeed. Ning Qing nodded, glancing at the encircled adventurers. Let us go. Li Ping sighed lightly, hoisting Bu and Ning Qing as they soared towards the outskirts of the village. Upon descending the mountain, Li Ping turned to observe the crack-toothed adventurer group atop the peak, feeling a myriad of emotions. Through this journey, Li Ping realized he had underestimated the vastness of the world. Amidst the countless throngs of people, he was but an inconspicuous grain of sand. Ping Gu, where shall we head next? After reaching the base of the mountain, Ning Qing inquired. Let us make haste to Sand City. Li Ping surveyed the horizon, recalling from his past life that a grand city lay not far from there. Sand City, renowned as a mercenary haven within the empire, it was a bustling gathering place for numerous mercenaries. Sand City was a land of hidden talents, a dream destination for many martial artists. It served as a grand stage where all warriors could realize their aspirations. Simultaneously, Sand City was a formidable maw, relentlessly devouring the lives of martial artists. Countless souls perished daily within its confines, and battles erupted with alarming frequency, an occurrence beyond the control of even the city lord's manor. Not even the martial suppression hall dared to meddle too deeply. For mercenaries lived on the edge, and the hall was wary of provoking this hornet's nest. Though mercenary work was considered a legitimate profession, dedicated to fulfilling the tasks of clients, no one could guarantee the absence of unsavory dealings lurking in the shadows. What Li Ping described as not far turned into a journey lasting a day and a night. After consuming Bu's healing medicine, Ning Qing felt nearly restored. The trio casually acquired some clothing along the way. As donning animal skins into the city could invite unnecessary trouble, the next evening, they finally stood before the gates of Sand City. As they entered, a wave of heat rushed towards them, and the incessant clamor filled their ears. Li Ping smiled in response to this stark contrast. While the outside might not have revealed much, stepping into the city unveiled Sand City's fervent embrace. Ning Qing and Bu furrowed their brows. Clearly not yet accustomed to this sudden cacophony. We must find a place to rest. The nights in Sand City can be perilous. Li Ping adjusted his attire and stated. He glanced around and headed toward a familiar direction, with Ning Qing and Bu quickly following suit. Before a tavern, a large sign read Ingbing Lu. The interior was even louder, filled with a motley crowd drinking and playing games, the air thick with shouts and curses, causing Ning Qing and Bu outside to frown in distaste at such an environment. Let us proceed. Aside from the martial suppression hall, this is the safest place in Sand City. Li Ping chuckled, reminiscing about his days striving in Sand City, a smile inadvertently forming on his face. Ping Gu, you seem rather familiar with this place. Ning Qing turned to Li Ping, who had shared much of his life with her. It was inconceivable for him to have been to Sand City, so how could he possess such intimate knowledge? Ning Qing felt increasingly perplexed by Li Ping, perceiving him as a man shrouded in mystery. In response to Ning Qing's remark, Li Ping merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate. Esteemed guest, are you here for a meal or lodging? A tavern attendant approached them. Lodging? Just a random room will suffice. Li Ping waved his hand dismissively, a source core falling into the attendant's grasp. The attendant discreetly accepted the core, his smile widening, eyes narrowing in delight as he appraised Li Ping. Bowing slightly, he said, Esteemed guest, please follow me. Li Ping nodded. This was an unspoken rule within Ingbing Lu. If one desired safe lodgings, they must offer a source core to the attendant. The quality of the room would correspond to the value of the core offered, with safety and amenities varying accordingly. Higher value cores would yield additional special privileges, including a VIP card that granted future discounts and services. Ning Qing observed with a start. The source core Li Ping had just relinquished was essentially equivalent to the life of a first-tier magical beast. Was such a price truly necessary for mere lodging? Esteemed guest, here is your room. The attendant produced a key from his pocket and handed it to Li Ping. Is there anything else you require? Esteemed guest, the attendant inquired, maintaining a polite demeanor that made it difficult to discern his true intentions. Please provide me with a mercenary division map. Of course, esteemed guest, please wait a moment. The attendant promptly turned and departed. Let us enter our room. Li Ping pushed open the door and stepped inside, with Ning Qing and Bu exchanging glances and reluctantly following him. Ning Qing, your combat skills have taken shape. The path ahead must ultimately be forged by your own efforts. I now entrust you with a task. Li Ping lifted a cup of tea and stated. Ping Gu, please go ahead. Ning Qing replied, sitting quietly before him, awaiting his next words. I need you to register a mercenary group here and develop it fully within 4 years. Li Ping stated directly, without unnecessary elaboration. A mercenary group? Ning Qing was taken aback. Establishing such an entity was no trifling matter, requiring not only considerable leadership skills but also formidable prowess and a robust economic foundation. Certainly not something that could be created on a whim. The members of the Crack-Tooth Adventurer Group had relentlessly sought vengeance for Wu Yin because their bond transcended mere hierarchy. It was a brotherhood forged in iron. Such bonds aside, where would they even find the requisite personnel? Establishing a mercenary group was far from a task that could be tackled with just a handful of random individuals. Are you truly daunted by the prospect of forming a mercenary group? If so, how can we discuss vengeance or ascending to the pinnacle of martial arts? Li Ping chided, sensing Ning Qing's hesitation. If you continue to act timidly, how can you accomplish anything significant? Very well. Since you hold such high hopes for me, I shall not disappoint you. After a moment of contemplation and a determined bite of his teeth, Ning Qing responded, Indeed. I understand that establishing a mercenary group is no easy feat. But the journey must be undertaken individually. I cannot always be by your side to assist you. Everything will ultimately depend on your own capabilities. Li Ping nodded affirmatively. I cannot offer you much. Take these few source cores for now, and from this point forward, everything will hinge on your own efforts. In 4 years, I wish to see a formidable mercenary group rise. Li Ping patted Ning Qing's shoulder, articulating his expectations. Ping Gu, you need not worry. While I cannot claim to achieve monumental feats, I shall certainly uphold your honor, Ning Qing declared, thumping his chest with determination. Excellent. Li Ping regarded Ning Qing with appreciation, applauding his resolve. Knock, knock, come in. Li Ping's gaze flickered as he called out, Esteemed guest, here are the materials you requested. The earlier attendant entered, holding a scroll of parchment. Place it down. Li Ping nodded. If there is nothing else, you may leave. He waved his hand, feeling somewhat irked at the interruption of their discussion. Esteemed guest, this is the VIP card our manager has provided for you. From now on, you are our esteemed guest, entitled to various discounts on all services. The attendant placed the mercenary division map before Li Ping, producing a bronze card from his pocket and extending it towards him. Li Ping accepted the card, grimacing slightly before stowing it away. You may leave now. Ping Gu, this establishment is rather stingy. Isn't it? A 6th level source core merely earns us this single VIP card. Ning Qing interjected, dissatisfaction evident in his tone. Ah, this is actually quite generous. Although we have changed our appearances, we still appear quite youthful on the surface. You two, in particular, have not yet perfectly concealed your formidable presence. Others have likely already discerned your cultivation levels. Do you think that attendant is merely an ordinary person? Had he not recognized your potential, he would not have granted you a VIP card, even if offered a 6th level source core. Ning Qing rolled his eyes and shook his head, glancing at the bronze card in Li Ping's possession. That card doesn't appear very high grade, does it? Li Ping chuckled, shaking his head as he retrieved the card and tossed it to Ning Qing. You should be grateful. Just this card alone would be quite a burden for a small city's lord. Ha ha. Ning Qing accepted the card with a sheepish laugh. All right, you both should retire for the night. Bu, you will accompany me back to Ji City tomorrow. Ping Gu, travel safely. At the city gate, Ning Qing patted Li Ping on the shoulder. Indeed, Ning Qing, I have faith in your abilities. Li Ping enveloped Ning Qing in a bear hug. Rest assured, I shall certainly succeed. Ning Qingsong released his grip, nodding heavily as he spoke. By the way, Ping Gu, this parting may stretch for an indeterminate duration. Although the mercenary group has yet to be established, I would still like you to bestow a name upon it. Li Ping, stroking his chin with his right hand, pondered thoughtfully. Let us call it the Songlong Mercenary Group. He tilted his head back and declared, Excellent. It shall be named the Songlong Mercenary Group. Ning Qing chuckled heartily, saying, Ping Gu, I shall not see you off any further. Take care. Take care. Li Ping was not one to linger unnecessarily. He departed with purpose. His exit a step towards a brighter future. As Ning Qing observed the receding figures of Li Ping and Bu, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. From the loss of his parents to meeting Li Ping, from their adventures in the forest to befriending the innocent Bu, and now this moment of parting. Each transition marked a journey from existence to void, void to existence, and back again. catalyzing Ning Qing's sudden maturation. Perhaps this was the price of growth. Pingu, how much longer must we walk? Bu wiped the sweat from his brow and inquired. Not much farther, just 2 more days and we shall arrive. 2 days later, along the broad road, Li Ping spoke with an air of tranquility. Oh, Bu pouted, his face marred by frustration. We have walked for 2 days already, and the heat is unbearable. Even with my peak physical conditioning, I find it taxing. Yet Li Ping, seemingly unfazed, shows no signs of fatigue, not even a bead of sweat. I cannot fathom how he accomplishes it. What vexed Bu further was that Li Ping could have simply flown them back. But instead, they continued on foot for 2 days, such a maddening choice. Walking is also a form of cultivation. Li Ping lowered his head slightly, as if sensing Bu's discontent and annoyance, and said thoughtfully. Bu glanced at Li Ping, silently reflecting, as if those words imparted a profound understanding, reminding him of his grandfather and the solitary years he spent living alone. Suddenly, a wave of enlightenment surged within him. Bu's aura became agitated, and sensing this, Li Ping turned to see Bu standing still, eyes closed, and was momentarily taken aback. A moment of enlightenment. Li Ping felt a twitch in his expression. What seemed like a simple statement from him was indeed meant to guide Bu in understanding the essence of cultivation. Yet he never anticipated that such a phrase would lead Bu to an elusive moment of enlightenment. Li Ping couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy towards Bu, and sensing the agitation in Bu's aura, he thought, could this lad be on the verge of a breakthrough? Chapter 36. News. Li Ping pursed his lips, shaking his head as he surveyed his surroundings warily. Enlightenment is indeed a rare gift. And should it be interrupted, the loss would be significant, as a single moment of clarity could equate to years of arduous training. After 2 hours, Bu remained motionless, his previously agitated aura now calming. Li Ping observed intently, his brow furrowing. This state clearly exceeded his expectations. Suddenly, a resounding clatter of hooves echoed as several riders galloped towards them. Halt! Who stands in our way? The foremost rider, a middle-aged man, spotted Li Ping and Bu standing still in the middle of the road and pulled his reins sharply, coming to a halt. I apologize. My friend is undergoing a breakthrough. Please grant us a moment. Li Ping explained courteously as the man halted his horse without further ado. A breakthrough? The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow, bemused. On the main road? How absurd. His gaze drifted past Li Ping to the unmoving Bu, shaking his head as he dismounted. Your friend is quite reckless to attempt such a feat here. The man's words faltered midway as he gazed in disbelief at Bu, realizing the gravity of the situation. Enlightenment, father, we must leave quickly. It will soon be dark. A girl of about 16 or 17, perched on a horse, suddenly exclaimed. Silence. The middle-aged man's eyes darted as he cautiously led his horse to the roadside. You all should dismount at once, he chided softly. Father, what is the matter? The girl protested, her brow furrowed in annoyance. Hurry down. The middle-aged man's tone was firm. The girl pouted, reluctantly dismounting, followed by several others. The middle-aged man approached Li Ping. Speaking quietly, young sir, is your friend truly experiencing enlightenment? Yes, Li Ping replied, his face impassive as he nodded. Although he was unsure why the man had dismounted so cautiously, as long as they did not disturb Bu, he was content. Oh, the middle-aged man remarked, glancing at Bu. I am Lian Shun. May I ask your esteemed name? Li Ping, came the calm response. It was evident that Lian Shun sought to forge a closer rapport. And while Li Ping felt no aversion, he was not particularly fond of such overtures. Li Ping? Lian Shin's brow furrowed suddenly. Li Ping's heart skipped a beat. His name was as ordinary as could be, hardly something that would draw connections to the Li family, which was why he had felt free to disclose it. Yet, seeing Lian Shin's expression, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Lian Shin, frowning, turned to approach the group behind him. Li Ping narrowed his eyes, watching Lian Shin depart, uncertain if he had discerned something, yet knowing the importance of vigilance. Why Yu Liang, bring forth that notice, Lian Shin instructed as he reached a young man. Yu Liang promptly produced a notice from his pocket, presenting it to Lian Shin. After a brief glance at the document, Lian Shin's eyes widened in excitement as he exclaimed, Are you the young master Li Ping? Li Ping was taken aback, his wariness dissipating significantly. Lian Shin's expression suggested he bore no ill intent. Indeed, I am, he declared with a touch of pride, striking a pose befitting a young master. How wonderful! At last, we have found you, young Master Ping, Li Yinshan exclaimed with delight. You have been searching for me? Li Ping raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Young Master Ping, you are unaware? Nearly half the empire is seeking you. We have been searching for several days, and I never anticipated to encounter you here today. Li Yinshan beamed as he approached Li Ping, his demeanor obsequious. Father! The girl on horseback interjected. Xinger, be quiet. Li Yinshan retorted without turning around, waving dismissively behind him. Father, what is the matter? Is he truly the wasteful young master? The girl questioned, exasperation etched on her face. Xinger! Yu Liang, gripping the girl's shoulder, cast a worried glance at Li Yinshan. Is that so? I just learned of this matter. It is not good news. Li Ping stroked his chin contemplatively. The notice had taken him by surprise. With so many events unfolding in recent days, he had nearly forgotten his own silent disappearance. Now, with the family putting up wanted posters, this was hardly a favorable situation for him. Yet, he also felt a warmth in his heart. It was undoubtedly his parents who had initiated the search. For otherwise, his disappearance would have gone unnoticed, and no one in the family would have worried for him. Young Master Ping, you should return with me at once. The nobles are likely beside themselves with worry. Li Yinshan urged, his demeanor shifting from sycophantic to concerned. Li Ping observed Li Yinshan's face, which was devoid of flattery, replaced instead by genuine worry and hope. He pursed his lips, saying, there is no rush. My friend has yet to complete his breakthrough. We shall wait a while longer. Li Ping walked to a patch of grass and sat down, plucking a blade to chew on. Very well, young Master Ping. Li Yinshan took a deep breath, signaling to the others behind him. Yu Liang, go procure some game. The rest, quickly gather firewood. Xinger, you fetch the kindling. Humph. Xinger stomped her foot in annoyance and stormed into the thicket. Yu Liang, seeing her venture alone, hurried after her. Li Yinshan watched Xinger with a bemused smile, shaking his head. Please excuse her outburst, young master. It is nothing, Li Ping replied, reclining on the grass, gazing up at the dimming sky. Chao Li, where is that jug of monkey wine? Bring it forth. Let me quench my thirst. Li Yinshan turned to a burly man tending the fire. Captain. Chao Li paused, his expression souring. Hurry up. Li Yinshan's demeanor darkened instantly as he barked. Give it here. Chao Li begrudgingly handed over the jug, though his face reflected his reluctance. Young Master Ping, this jug is a rare find that Chao Li stumbled upon, a precious monkey wine. Please, do savor it. Li Yinshan's eyes glistened with regret as he gazed at the jug. Monkey wine was not only rich in flavor but also enhanced physical strength and expanded meridians, a truly rare elixir that was nearly impossible to procure in the market. Even the thought of tasting it at Chao Li's place was a challenge. Yet here it was, surrendered as though it were a lifeline, stirring a warmth within Li Yinshan's heart. Monkey wine. Li Ping expressed a flicker of interest, taking the wine jug into his hands. As he lifted the lid, an alluring fragrance wafted forth, enveloping him. He inhaled deeply, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort wash over him, even lifting his spirits considerably. Beside him, Li Yinshan could not help but take a few more breaths of the intoxicating aroma. It is so fragrant. Li Yinshan gulped, his throat dry. The moment he caught a whiff of the scent, Li Ping's fingers itched with desire, and he could no longer resist sipping the wine. What a delightful drink! He exclaimed loudly after swallowing a mouthful. Without hesitation, Li Ping raised the jug again to drink, but this time he allowed the monkey wine to linger between his teeth and lips, savoring its rich flavor. With his eyes closed, he wore an expression of utter contentment. After a while, he finally opened his eyes and glanced at the jug in his hand, giving a gentle smile. Which mercenary group do you belong to? We are from the Ice Iron Mercenary Group. Upon mentioning the mercenary group, Li Yinshan immediately perked up, exclaiming, the Ice Iron Mercenary Group. Li Ping shook the jug thoughtfully. Where are you headed? We are on our way to Sand City. We left only a handful of our members there while undertaking a mission, as Sand City is our stronghold. To our dismay, while we were away, an enemy raided our base. We are returning to rectify the situation and to annihilate our foe. Li Yinshan divulged eagerly, fearful that Li Ping might silence him. Li Ping lowered his head, shaking the jug, lost in thought. Noticing Li Ping's lack of reaction, Li Yinshan's face fell with disappointment, and he shook his head in bitterness before standing up and stepping back. Who is your enemy? Just as Li Yinshan took a step away, Li Ping suddenly inquired. Hearing Li Ping's voice, Lin Qian halted abruptly, a look of joy crossing his face as he turned back to say, "Our enemy is the Split-Tooth Mercenary Group." The Split-Tooth Mercenary Group. Li Ping was taken aback, having just encountered the Split-Tooth Adventure Group days prior. And now this new group emerged, leaving him with a multitude of questions. I have only heard of the Split-Tooth Adventure Group. How is there also a Split-Tooth Mercenary Group, young master? You may not know, but the Split-Tooth Mercenary Group was founded by the brother of the leader of the Split-Tooth Adventure Group. Essentially, the Split-Tooth Mercenary Group is an extension of the Adventure Group. Their actions indistinguishable? Lin Qian gritted his teeth in indignation. Being raided is a grave humiliation. He longed to retaliate against the Split-Tooth Mercenary Group immediately. No wonder they are so audacious. Li Ping nodded, appearing to grasp the situation. What is the leader of the Split-Tooth Mercenary Group's cultivation level? Leader Wu Ci possesses late-stage body refining cultivation, yet he is not the strongest. That honor belongs to a guardian assigned to him by Wu En, who has achieved complete mastery of body refining. Complete mastery of body refining. Li Ping glanced at Lin Qian and the others, shaking his head in disbelief. Among them, only Lin Qian had reached the late stage of body refining. How could they seek vengeance under such circumstances? With your current capabilities, how can you even think of taking revenge? I am aware of our limitations, but if we do not even dare to confront them, we might as well return to farming, Lin Qian declared emphatically. I understand. Li Ping tossed the jug back to Lin Qian and lay back on the grass, gazing up at the sky. Chapter 37. Return to Ji City. The Split-Tooth Mercenary Group? We truly are fated, Li Ping murmured to himself. Seeing Li Ping lay down on the grass after merely a couple of questions, Lin Qian sighed heavily, disappointment etched across his face. He raised the jug and took a hearty swig, lamenting, "Is the Ice-Iron Mercenary Group truly finished? I feel so unwilling." Lin Qian's heart cried out in despair as he trudged back, the jug in hand. Leader. A few men noticed Lin Qian's downcast expression and voiced their concern. Lin Qian forced a bitter smile, shaking his head, tasting the bitterness in his mouth, and no matter how fragrant the monkey wine, it could not outweigh the sorrow in his heart. Why are you like this? You've had the monkey wine, and the leader has pleaded with you, yet you remain silent. Don't think you're impressive just because you are the young master of the Li family. You are merely a waste. Chao Li could no longer contain himself, berating Li Ping. Chao Li, enough, Lin Qian scolded. Enough? It's true, father. We need not fear the Split-Tooth Mercenary Group. We might not necessarily lose. There's no need to beg this useless young master. Xing'er suddenly emerged from the thicket, looking disdainfully at Li Ping, her face a mix of indignation and contempt. Silence! Lin Qian lowered his head, obscuring his expression. Father, why must we rely on this useless young master? Even if we currently cannot contend with the Split-Tooth Mercenary Group, we still have Yu Liang. Be quiet. Lin Qian suddenly raised his head, shouting in fury. Xing'er flinched, cautiously calling out, "Father!" She had never seen Lin Qian so enraged. Who dares to call Ping Gu a waste? A voice suddenly rang out. Li Ping's eyes brightened, and he sat up. Looking toward the source of the voice, who slowly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing as he turned to Lin Qian and the others. It was I. I called him a waste. What of it? Did I speak incorrectly? Xing'er provocatively retorted. Ha, a waste? Let me show you who the real waste is, Bu declared, preparing to teach Xing'er a lesson. Having grown up in the wild, he knew only that Li Ping was his good brother and would not tolerate insults against him. Never having learned the concept of cherishing the delicate, Xing'er screamed, as Bu lunged toward her, his massive fist looming closer. Before anyone could react, Bu had already reached her side. Stop! Lin Qian was the first to react. Shouting in alarm, if that punch landed, it could well cost her half her life. Bu, enough! Li Ping suddenly called out. With a whoosh, Bu's fist halted mere inches from Xing'er's face. She felt a rush of wind and instinctively shut her eyes. Collapsing to the ground, Ping Gu, Bu looked at Li Ping, confusion etched on his face. Let it go. They're right, I am a waste. Li Ping brushed off the dust from his clothes, shrugging nonchalantly. Ping Gu? You? I said let it go. Li Ping frowned at Bu, signaling him with his eyes. Bu, bewildered, withdrew his hand. Though he did not understand why Li Ping would label himself a waste, he chose to trust him. Father! Xing'er, feeling aggrieved, rushed into Lin Qian's embrace, tears streaming down her face. Since I have partaken of your wine, I shall lend you my assistance. Li Ping approached Lin Chan and said, go to Sand City and seek out someone named Ning Qing. Tell him that Li Ping and Bu sent you. He will surely help you through this crisis. Thank you, young master. Lin Chen's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly bowed in gratitude. All right, Bu, let us depart. Li Ping flicked his sleeves and strode forward. Father, can we trust his words? Xing Er pouted, watching Li Ping's receding figure, her voice barely above a whisper. Let us take a gamble, Ping Gu. Why are you helping them after they have insulted you so? Why do you admit to being a waste? After they had walked some distance, Bu, puzzled, queried Li Ping. Because, 2 days later, Li Ping and Bu rode their horses to the city gates of Ji City. Quickly dismount and prepare for inspection. A guard at the gate pointed at Li Ping. What is the matter? Li Ping furrowed his brow, dismounting and inquiring. Young Master Li, the guard opened a scroll and, upon comparing it with Li Ping, gasped in shock, hastily kneeling. Shu, do not raise an alarm. Li Ping regarded the guard, his eyes flickering, and nodded expressionlessly. Be cautious, Bu suddenly shouted. Just then, a commoner preparing to enter the city suddenly lunged at Li Ping. Bu's attempt to intervene was too late. The commoner's attack had already landed on Li Ping. Despite his speed, Bu could not reach him in time, the assailant too close, and the assault too sudden to anticipate. Thud! Li Ping was instantly struck back, a mouthful of blood spewing forth, his complexion paling. Though the commoner had concealed his intent well, how could he escape Li Ping's keen perception? Yet, feeling like a waste. Li Ping could only suppress his aura and endure the blow. A cold glint flashed in Li Ping's eyes. To dare attack him at the city gates meant he had already been targeted. It seemed he needed to devise a plan. Ping go. Seeing Li Ping thrown back, Bu rushed to his side, supporting him. Cough, cough. Li Ping coughed violently, blood flowing from his mouth. Alas, I have wasted more blood. The commoner, having successfully struck, attempted to flee, but the guards would not allow him to escape. The guard quickly commanded, seize him. In an instant, dozens of guards surrounded the commoner. To dare attack Li Ping at the city gates was tantamount to courting death unless one possessed absolute strength. The commoner seemed to realize escape was futile and, with a bitter smile, pointed at Li Ping, cursing, Li Ping, you heartless beast. My wife treated you with kindness, yet you insulted her and murdered my wife and child. I will haunt you even as a ghost. With that, the commoner suddenly struck his Baihui acupoint. Stop! Upon witnessing the civilian's attempt at suicide, the city guards immediately rushed to intervene. If that civilian were to perish, there would be no evidence left to ascertain the truth. Alas, they were ultimately too late. As the guards reached the civilian, he had already ceased to breathe, lifeless beyond recovery. Remove the body and swiftly ascertain his identity, commanded the guard with a grim expression. After issuing his orders, he hurriedly approached Li Ping, only to find him pale and bloodied, causing the guard to feel a surge of anxiety. An incident had occurred right under his watch, and he feared he could not evade responsibility. Bring a stretcher. Quickly, transport the young master to Jian Hall. Jian Hall was renowned as the finest medical institution in the city, compelling the guard to hastily convey Li Ping there. My little ancestor, please do not let anything happen to you. As Li Ping was lifted onto the stretcher, the onlookers at the city gate wore expressions of disdain, evidently having believed the civilian's dying words. Li Ping's reputation had already been tarnished, making their belief in those words all too predictable. Ping Gu, are you all right? Bu anxiously inquired, keeping pace with the stretcher. Cough, cough, I'm fine, Li Ping replied weakly. Fine? Why didn't you dodge? Bu reproached him. Cough, cough. Let us go. He was just a worthless wretch. Two figures gradually faded into the crowd. At Jian Hall, Li Sha rushed to Li Ping's side, worry etched on his face. Young master. What has happened? How could this be? Grasping Li Ping's right hand, Li Sha felt a mix of urgency and anger. Their young master had been grievously injured right at their doorstep, bringing shame upon the family. Huff, huff, Li Ping gasped softly, remaining silent. Quick, take the young master inside. Li Sha waved his hand and dashed ahead. He needed to fetch medicine to save Li Ping. Every moment of delay increased the danger. 2 days later, Li Ping's eyelids fluttered. After feigning unconsciousness for 2 days, it was high time he awakened. Lest Li Sha perish from worry. Ping Gu, you're awake? MHM? Li Ping murmured in response, sitting up. Here, after sleeping so long. You must be hungry, Bu offered a bowl of porridge. Li Ping raised an eyebrow, glancing at Bu's half-smile, and retorted playfully, You little rascal. Ping Gu, you must have noticed it long ago. Why not just tell me? Bu remarked, observing Li Ping as he consumed the porridge. If you had intervened, things might not have turned out so badly. Bu stroked his chin thoughtfully. All right, let us set this aside for now. Tell me, what insights did you gain from your epiphany? I see your cultivation hasn't progressed much. Li Ping assessed Bu, his brow slightly furrowing. The urgency of their journey had left him little time to inquire into Bu's understanding of enlightenment. What is an epiphany? Bu asked, looking bewildered. You don't know what an epiphany is. Li Ping was taken aback, but upon seeing Bu's genuinely confused expression, he realized Bu truly lacked understanding of the concept, which left him at a loss for words. I can't fathom how you achieved enlightenment. Li Ping found himself explaining the notion of an epiphany to Bu yet again. So that's what I experienced. An epiphany. Bu exclaimed, his face lighting up with realization. The sight of Bu's sudden enlightenment sparked a desire in Li Ping to give him a playful punch. Why is it that someone who doesn't even know what an epiphany is could achieve one? Is there no justice in the world? Li Ping silently raged, although this was only a fleeting moment of frustration. He felt genuinely happy for Bu's fortuitous experience. Now tell me, what did you gain from this epiphany? Bu's excitement was palpable as he replied, Although I didn't break through to a new realm, I was able to consolidate a seed of divine consciousness. A seed of divine consciousness? Li Ping was taken aback, nearly biting his tongue. What expression is that, Ping Gu? It's not as if I'm that extraordinary. It's merely a seed of divine consciousness, Bu chuckled internally at Li Ping's astonished demeanor. Adopting a mock, pitiful expression, Li Ping chuckled wryly, shaking his head. Although a seed of divine consciousness was indeed significant, it was not easily formed. A martial artist merely breaking through to the Qi induction stage typically managed to consolidate just one seed of divine consciousness. Yet Bu, being in the later stages of physical training, had succeeded in forming one, prompting Li Ping to admire Bu's innate talent. However, Li Ping felt a twinge of unfairness. He had endured considerable suffering to consolidate his own divine consciousness. While Bu had done so with apparent ease, it truly incited feelings of envy within Li Ping. All right, congratulations, Li Ping conceded with a helpless shake of his head. What else could he do? He could only be happy for his brother's breakthrough. Furthermore, because I have consolidated the seed of divine consciousness, my divination abilities have also improved significantly, allowing me to utilize some more complex divination techniques. Divination? Li Ping's interest was piqued. He had forgotten that in his previous life, Bu had gained notoriety for his divination skills. He wondered how far Bu's abilities had progressed this time around. Then please divine for me, how long until my demise? Not a single kind word. Bu replied tersely. Nevertheless, he was swift in retrieving 5 unadorned copper coins from his robe and laying them out before him. The 5 coins seemed to hover in midair, ensnared by an invisible net. Scatter, Bu commanded, forming a gesture with his hands, causing the coins to fly upward. Stop, he shouted again, and the coins immediately froze in place. Spin? The coins began to whirl rapidly, and Bu formed an intricate hand seal. Closing his eyes in concentration, Li Ping gazed at the spiraling coins, lost in thought. The coins whirled faster and faster, gradually taking on an ethereal hue, drawing onlookers into a trance. Suddenly, the spinning coins began to slow. And when Bu opened his eyes, uncertainty flickered across his face. Upon meeting Li Ping's gaze, he nodded encouragingly. Bu then closed his eyes once more to continue his divination. Suddenly, Bu turned a shade of crimson, and blood erupted from his mouth. Bu, what's wrong? Li Ping rushed to steady the swaying Bu. As the coins fell limply to the ground, striking Bu, ugh, Bu spat out another mouthful of blood, his face paling instantly. I am fine. It's just a minor injury, Bu reassured him, shaking his head. Are you really all right? Li Ping asked, concern etched on his face as he scrutinized Bu's pallid complexion. It's nothing serious. This divination backfired, costing me a bit of lifespan. Bu exhaled heavily, appearing unfazed, as if such occurrences were mere trifles in his life. Especially for someone whose skills were still developing. How could this happen? Li Ping's brow furrowed in confusion. He hadn't anticipated that a simple divination would cause Bu to spit blood. Bu took a deep breath, gazing at Li Ping with astonishment. When I divined your fate, I saw nothing but darkness, devoid of any indication. I suspected that your destiny might be too extraordinary for someone like me to divine, so I turned to examine the fate of your entire family. Yet again I was met with sheer darkness, with no clarity whatsoever. Forcing the divination resulted in immediate backlash. How could this be? Li Ping pondered deeply. While it was understandable for Bu to struggle with his own fate, it was perplexing that he could not divine the fate of Li Ping's family either. Perhaps it's because my abilities are insufficient, Bu mused with a wry smile. But surely I should have been able to glean at least some insight. It shouldn't have been entirely dark. Bu retained a strong confidence in his divination skills. Even if his abilities fell short, he had always managed to divine something. Otherwise, all those years of practice would have been in vain. Indeed, there should have been some insight. It's impossible for there to be absolutely nothing. Bu's divination had reached a level of 5 coins. In his previous life, the peak of Bu's skills had only reached 3 coins, or a total of 21 coins. Now, having gained insight through his epiphany, Bu's divination had gained considerable power, making it improbable that he could divine nothing at all. Li Ping was particularly concerned about the fate of his family. Then there's only one possibility. Bu gazed intently at Li Ping, his eyes deep with meaning. Wherever Pinggu is, it signifies an expanse of uncertainty. Uncertainty? Li Ping was momentarily taken aback. Meaning that with Pinggu, there exists infinite potential, Bu declared with conviction, as if he had made a profound resolution. Li Ping's eyes gleamed with determination as he clenched his fist. I will. Creak. Li Sha pushed open the door and entered, exclaiming, Young master, you're awake. Upon seeing Li Ping sitting on the bed, Li Sha's face lit up with joy. Relieved by Li Sha's expression, Li Ping exhaled quietly. It seemed he had not overheard their conversation. Sparing them from potential trouble, I'm awake, Li Ping replied with a smile, but suddenly his expression shifted to one of anger. By the way, where is the person who injured me? I want to kill him. It's all right. That person is already dead. He committed suicide. Li Sha spoke in a low voice, evidently infuriated by the attack on Li Ping. Suddenly, her gaze dropped, and she noticed a pool of blood on the ground. Turning to the pale-faced Bu, she wore a look of confusion. The inexplicable disappearance of Li Ping, only to return alongside this young man, only deepened her suspicions. Suicide? Have you discerned the identity of the assailant? Grandpa Sha? I vow to annihilate his entire lineage, Li Ping declared vehemently. Observing the perplexed expression on Li Sha's face, he swiftly shifted the topic. No, but rest assured, young master, I shall uncover the truth behind this affair. Li Sha proclaimed resolutely. Very well, I need to rest now, Li Ping said, his weariness evident. I shall take my leave. Li Sha bowed and exited. Wang family, you shall await my vengeance. As soon as she left, Li Ping's expression darkened, and he coldly remarked, Wang family? Bu inquired, how do you know it was the Wang family? After the previous explanation from Li Ping, Bu was already aware of the enmity between Li Ping and the Wang and Su families. Who else would possess such audacity besides the Wang family? Moreover, that individual spoke those words before taking his own life to tarnish my reputation. If it were someone else, why go to such lengths? The only family that stands to gain from this is the Wang family. Li Ping scoffed. Such despicable tactics. I shall eradicate them immediately. Bu, grasping the gravity of the situation, slapped his thigh and sprang to his feet. Eager to rush out. Come back, Li Ping commanded. Can you not exhibit a modicum of restraint? I detest such vile individuals, Bu pouted, reluctantly returning to the bedside. Even if I loathe them, I must endure, Li Ping chastised. In truth, this may not be entirely negative. At least I need not expend effort on any nefarious deeds, Li Ping mused, lightly furrowing his brow. Indeed, Bu replied thoughtfully, his expression relaxing. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed. Come in. Li Ping quickly lay back on the bed, casting a glance at Bu. Outside, Chang Sheng hesitated momentarily before pushing the door open and entering. Has young Master Ping awakened? Upon seeing Bu by the bed, Chang Sheng whispered. Bu glanced at Li Ping on the bed, then rose to approach the door, peering out cautiously. After confirming the absence of any suspicious individuals, he carefully closed the door. Chang Sheng looked at Bu with curiosity. Sensing his nervous demeanor, "Chang Sheng, you have arrived," Li Ping exclaimed, sitting up suddenly. "Young Master Ping." Chang Sheng stammered upon hearing Li Ping's voice, the earlier intimidation from Li Ping lingering in his mind. "Surely you did not believe that such small fry could harm me?" Li Ping said nonchalantly. "How could young Master Ping be injured by such people?" Chang Sheng feigned a laugh. "Well then, how has your task progressed?" "I regret to inform you, young master, I have only managed to gather 47 orphans." Chang Sheng said, his gaze lowered, unable to meet Li Ping's eyes. Upon hearing this, Li Ping's aura surged, causing Chang Sheng to break into a cold sweat. He understood that should Li Ping be displeased, his life could be extinguished with a mere flick of the wrist. "Take me to see them." Li Ping maintained a composed facade, donning his clothing as he spoke. "Yes," Chang Sheng replied, biting his lip and inhaling deeply. "Please, follow me." "Is this the place?" Li Ping stood at the foot of a mountain, gazing up at its peak. "Indeed, I believed young master would prefer to remain inconspicuous, so I chose this secluded spot to avoid detection." Chang Sheng explained respectfully, standing behind Li Ping. Excellent," Li Ping nodded, appreciating Chang Sheng's meticulousness. "Let us proceed." Li Ping led the way up the mountain, eager to meet the orphans and hoping Chang Sheng would surprise him. "Children, Uncle Chang has returned." As he reached the mountainside, Li Ping spotted numerous children playing on a flat area, while some others peered curiously yet timidly from a large room behind them. "Uncle Chang." The children playing on the ground rushed towards Chang Sheng, clamoring excitedly. "Ha ha, Xiaoji, have you been obedient? Yang Yang, have you been mischievous again? Look at your dirty hands, Xiaomin. How will you eat later?" Chang Sheng embraced the children, his face radiating warmth and satisfaction. "Pinggu, these children are adorable," Bu remarked, observing the children gathered around Chang Sheng, a genuine smile gracing his face. "Indeed," Li Ping chuckled, unable to resist the infectious joy of the lively children. Their innocence and laughter were irresistible to anyone. "Ah, young Master Ping, these are the children I found," Chang Sheng said, momentarily neglecting Li Ping in his excitement with the children. Realizing this, he quickly turned to Li Ping, his expression filled with trepidation. "No worries. I am not the sort to hold a grudge. You may enjoy your time with the children," Li Ping reassured, moving aside to sit beneath a tree, basking in the cool shade. "Yes, young master." Seeing that Li Ping was unfazed, Chang Sheng felt relieved and hurriedly led the children towards the room, saying, "Guess what treats Uncle Chang has brought you." "What is it?" "Uncle Chang, the white rice you gave me was delicious. I want to eat it every day." A pale-faced child exclaimed innocently. "Is that so? Yang Yang, you have been good. Uncle Chang will ensure you have it daily," Chang Sheng replied, suddenly feeling a lump in his throat. "Uncle Chang, don't you think my clothes are pretty? This is the best outfit I own, aside from the one my mother made." Another girl tugged at her garment, beaming with happiness. "Beautiful, beautiful. Xiaomin is the prettiest." Chang Sheng praised without hesitation, admiring Xiaomin, who resembled a delicate white flower. "Who is your mother? Where is she?" One child suddenly asked. "My mother said she was going to find my father and would return together with him to accompany me." The girl replied, her innocence shining through, entirely unaware that her mother's words were merely a comforting lie. Perhaps it was this very deception that allowed the little girl to smile so brightly. "All right, children, come out. Uncle Chang has brought you wonderful things," Chang Sheng called from the steps, prompting a wave of children to rush out barefoot. Chang Sheng surveyed the cheerful children, his face adorned with a peaceful smile as he carefully retrieved a bulging package wrapped in leather paper from his pocket. "Uncle Chang, what is this delightful treasure?" a child exclaimed, eyes sparkling at the sight of the package. "Patience, wait for Uncle Chang to open it for you," Chang Sheng said, slowly unwrapping the leather paper, revealing glistening candies that peeked out. "Wow, candy!" Xiaomin squealed with delight. "What is candy?" "It looks so delicious," a little boy exclaimed, drooling as he gazed at the candies in Chang Sheng's hands. Candy is a delectable treat. Come, Uncle will share it with you," Chang Sheng said, pulling out a small knife to cut the candies. "Oh no, they melted." It's difficult to handle. It was clear that this young lad had been extra cautious on his journey to preserve this precious stash of candy. Under the tree, Bu watched Chang Sheng distributing the candy, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Li Ping also nodded approvingly, amused by the scene. "So delicious," a boy exclaimed, licking the candy he had received, his eyes shining as if indulging in the finest delicacies. Xiaomin gingerly accepted a small piece of candy, savoring it with a look of contentment, then tucked it away into her pocket. Another boy, noticing this, immediately asked, Xiaomin, why aren't you eating it? Don't you like it? I do, but my mother and father haven't had any yet. I want to save it for them when they come back. Xiaomin replied with a blissful smile. Xiaomin, you should eat it. If you don't now, it will melt, and your mother and father won't be able to have any. Besides, uncle has plenty more at home. Hearing Xiaomin's words, Changsheng felt a pang in his heart and turned to her, saying, Oh, is that so? Xiaomin, I will save some candy for your mother. Xiaomin looked at the candy in her hand, hesitating to eat it. Yet, in the end, she succumbed to the temptation and took a bite. Uncle Chong, where's my candy? Suddenly, an 11 or 12-year-old boy rushed forward, extending his hand towards Changsheng. Everyone has their share. Changsheng quickly handed a piece to the boy, who gleefully dashed back to the room. Inside, the sounds of excited chatter erupted. Brother, hurry and eat. This candy is delicious. Candy? Is it really that good? The younger brother asked. It's amazing. Much better than the steamed buns we had today. The older brother replied. Have you eaten it? Of course. Otherwise, how could there be only this little piece left? Brother, you have deceived me once again. Just a few days ago, you brought me rice to eat, while you yourself feasted on moldy buns scavenged from the garbage. I witnessed it all, younger brother. Let us share equally. On the steps, Changsheng, who was dividing candies, could no longer contain himself upon overhearing the conversation from the room. His nose tinged with bitterness, and his eyes grew moist. Li Ping, seated beneath the tree, also turned his head, having caught every word of the dialogue with perfect clarity. The candies were finally divided, yet Changsheng felt an emptiness within his heart. Gazing at the innocent children, a smile unconsciously crept onto his face. Changsheng, come here, Li Ping beckoned. Young Master Ping. Changsheng hurriedly approached and bowed. I shall take a seat. Very well, Li Ping replied. Changsheng sat down on the ground, careful not to overstep and sit beside Li Ping. These children are delightful, Li Ping observed with a smile. Yet they are also quite unfortunate. Changsheng unexpectedly interjected. Li Ping, noticing Changsheng's expression of anger, smiled faintly and asked, Do you wish to change their fate? I am in the process of doing so. Changsheng asserted resolutely. At that moment, his affection for the children temporarily overshadowed the fear he harbored for Li Ping. But I see that their potential is rather lacking. Li Ping's expression turned solemn as he replied, Young master, in these tumultuous times, it is easy to find 100 orphans, but that takes both time and effort. Go find those of exceptional talent requires even more time and energy. It is not a matter to be resolved overnight. Changsheng turned to look at the children, offering a serene smile. I have indeed found those with great potential, yet I chose not to take some of them. While these children may lack extraordinary abilities, their aspirations to excel are hindered. Years of malnutrition and growth in a tainted environment have stifled any innate talent they might possess. I have observed these children. Their character and determination are exceptional, and I hold them dear. Changsheng then knelt before Li Ping. Please, young Master Ping, punish me as you see fit. Just spare these children. Punish you? Why would I do that? Li Ping suddenly smiled and said. Changsheng was taken aback, incredulous as he gazed at Li Ping. You handled this matter exceptionally well. Not only will I not punish you, but I shall also reward you. Li Ping nodded. What I seek is not merely talent, but rather virtue. Better to have fewer with integrity than many without. If a person lacks character, what use is their talent? Ultimately, they cannot achieve greatness. As long as one possesses a good character, talent is of no concern to me. Close your eyes. Suddenly, Li Ping placed his palm on Changsheng's forehead. Hearing Li Ping's command, Changsheng promptly closed his eyes without hesitation. With one hand on Changsheng's forehead and his own eyes shut, a radiant golden light emanated from Li Ping, as strange golden symbols floated from his being and surged into Changsheng's body. With a gasp, Changsheng's face contorted, and he coughed up blood. Alas, his potential truly is lacking. Li Ping sensed Changsheng's distress. The techniques from the source text were all top-tier methods, and one with inferior potential could not endure their intensity. Compared to Ning Qing, Changsheng appeared significantly inferior. Of course, willpower was paramount. Hold on. Once you endure, the vastness of the sea will be yours to traverse. Only then can you protect these children. Li Ping conveyed a faint mental message to Changsheng. Clenching his teeth, blood seeping from his lips, Changsheng cried out, "I must protect these lovely children. I want them to live joyfully." In that moment, the children became Changsheng's sole obsession. Seemingly hearing his fervent plea, the children ceased their play and turned their attention towards him. "Uncle Chang," they called as they rushed towards him. "Halt!" Who stepped forward, blocking the children. "Your Uncle Chang is unwell. This big brother is helping him recover. Please do not disturb Uncle Chang during his treatment," Who hastily concocted a reason, for he could hardly imagine the consequences should these children interrupt Li Ping. "Is Uncle Chang truly healing?" asked Yang Yang with a sweet, innocent voice. "Indeed, Uncle Chang is undergoing treatment. You must cheer for him, Uncle Chang. You can do it." Yang Yang's tender voice rang out in encouragement. "Uncle Chang, you can do it," echoed the other children, joining in their support. Changsheng, hearing the children's encouraging shouts, felt his spirit surge, and a seed began to take form within his purple palace. Li Ping's consciousness expanded, and upon witnessing Changsheng's condition, he felt a surge of joy, hastening the transmission of his power. Ultimately, on the path of cultivation, willpower determined everything. After a quarter of an hour, Li Ping withdrew his hand, and after a grueling effort, Changsheng collapsed onto the ground, the transmission of power successfully completed. "Uncle Chang!" The children rushed towards him. As they approached, a filthy Changsheng managed a contented smile before succumbing to slumber. "Uncle Chang! Uncle Chang!" Changsheng slept soundly, surrounded by dreams of children playing joyfully, everything so blissful. I never expected that Changsheng would actually condense a seed of consciousness by the bedside, who gazed at the still-sleeping Changsheng in admiration. The boundless nature of love. Li Ping nodded in approval as he observed Changsheng on the bed. Despite Changsheng's previously mediocre potential, his unwavering will was remarkable. He would surely achieve great things in the future. "By the way, Ping Gu, do you truly intend to nurture these children?" Gu asked, furrowing his brow as he glanced at the children gathered outside the house. "Yes," Li Ping affirmed with determination. "But your time is limited. It is impossible to cultivate these children before then. Did you truly believe that I am nurturing these children to aid in resolving the crisis facing my family?" Li Ping turned to Ning Qing and said. Ning Qing was left speechless. "All right, you stay here and keep an eye on Changsheng. I shall head down the mountain." Li Ping rose to his feet. Understood. Li Ping descended the mountain, carefully returning to his room, shedding his clothes, and lying down to sleep. In the middle of the night, Li Ping's ears twitched, and he slowly opened his eyes, immediately sitting up to meditate. For time had always been a luxury for him. The following day, as the first rays of sunlight graced the earth, a knock sounded at Li Ping's door. "Come in." Li Ping finished his meditation and replied. "Young master, your breakfast?" A familiar voice reached his ears. As Li Ping fastened his belt and turned around, he exclaimed, "You rascal! I almost didn't recognize you after a few days. Young master, may you remain in good health." Lian's eyes reddened as he immediately knelt on the ground and bowed. "Enough with the formalities. Rise?" Li Ping smiled knowingly and said, "Yes, young master." "How have things been these past few days?" Li Ping asked as he secured his belt. "Ever since that incident involving you, a multitude of warriors have flocked here, throwing the city of Z into chaos. After a few days, it seems there have been no significant developments, and many warriors have left. The family, upon hearing this news, immediately dispatched someone to investigate your whereabouts, even posting notices everywhere. The family head and matriarch are likely as anxious as ants on a hot pan. I apologize for causing everyone concern." Li Ping said with an apologetic expression. "Young Master Ping, the family has dispatched an envoy to search for you. Now that you have returned, that envoy should come to see you." "Oh?" Li Ping raised an eyebrow. Somewhat surprised. Chapter 40. The Family Envoy. I understand. "You may leave now," Li Ping said, stroking his chin. According to Lian, he had been back for 3 days, yet the family envoy had yet to pay him a visit. Surely something was amiss. After finishing breakfast, Li Ping stepped out of his room and was greeted by the warm, golden sunlight, feeling utterly refreshed. "Young Master Ping, your injury has healed." A shrill voice rang out. Li Ping's brow furrowed. Just hearing that voice made him feel nauseous, ruining his pleasant mood so early in the day. He looked up to see a man with black hair and a face as withered as deadwood approaching him. Li Ping let out a soft snort, moving towards the man. "Elder Jean, your presence is a rare honor." Li Ping clasped his hands in greeting to Elder Jean, though a flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Elder Jean was no friend. In a previous life, he had been bribed by the Wang and Su families, ultimately betraying the clan, bearing much of the blame for its destruction. Elder Jean suddenly sensed an inexplicable chill and shivered. Squinting as he surveyed his surroundings, "Elder Jean, what are you looking at?" Li Ping observed Elder Jean's scanning gaze, a cold smile creeping into his heart. "Elder Jean, why not come inside for a chat?" Li Ping gestured for him to enter. Finding nothing of interest in his surroundings, Elder Jean huffed and stepped into the room, pouring himself a cup of tea and drinking it leisurely. Seeing Elder Jean completely disregard him filled Li Ping with a rising, nameless fury. "What a waste," Elder Jean remarked as he surveyed the room. Li Ping ignored his words, knowing full well the implications behind them. Li Ping poured himself a cup of tea. Were it not for his insufficient strength, he would have longed to strike down Elder Jean right then, and their Li Ping's resentment towards Elder Jean had even surpassed that towards the Wang and Su families. "Young Master Ping, what exactly transpired a few days ago? Why did the house suffer such inexplicable destruction? You have vanished for such an extended period, only to reappear now. What on earth has happened?" Elder Jean fixed his gaze upon Li Ping and inquired. "I do not know," Li Ping replied. A look of residual shock etched upon his face. "That day, I was resting in my room when a sudden, deafening noise rendered me unconscious. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in a dense forest. Thankfully, it was my friend who rescued me. Otherwise, I would never have returned alive. Is that so?" Elder Jean maintained a skeptical expression as he continued to scrutinize Li Ping. "What of the person you rescued? Where has he gone?" "Oh, him? I am equally in the dark," Li Ping responded, shaking his head in confusion. "I heard he was also in your room that day." Elder Jin's piercing gaze remained fixed on Li Ping, his eyes sharp as a sword. A sense of unease gripped Li Ping's heart as he thought, could he have discerned something? Maintaining an impassive facade, Li Ping replied, "Yes, he was in my room at that time. But I lost consciousness and have no recollection of anything else." Feigning a reflective demeanor, Li Ping added, "What about you, Elder Jean? Do you have any news of him?" Suddenly, he looked at Elder Jean with a countenance of surprise. Elder Jean remained silent, his unwavering gaze on Li Ping, and after a prolonged moment, he averted his eyes in disappointment, saying, "As long as young Master Ping is unharmed, that suffices." Elder Jean drained his cup of tea in one gulp and abruptly slammed his hand on the table. "Li Ping, what punishment do you deserve?" The sudden shift in Elder Jin's demeanor caught Li Ping off guard, but he quickly regained his composure and replied, "Elder Jean, I do not comprehend your meaning. Do not feign ignorance with me. You know full well the implications of your actions." Elder Jean glared at Li Ping, as if Li Ping had brought him immense shame. "Elder Jean, although I am but a useless individual, I believe I have not committed any heinous acts. I implore you to clarify," Li Ping retorted, his voice resonant and assertive. "Ah, you still have the audacity to defend yourself?" Elder Jin's anger morphed into a mocking laugh, his eyes glinting with cold fury. "Have you forgotten so soon what you have done? Do you realize the extent of the losses your actions have inflicted on the family? Selling you would not even cover the damages." Elder Jin's agitation escalated, his neck flushing with rage. "What? I truly do not understand what Elder Jean is insinuating." Li Ping feigned ignorance, although he harbored a growing suspicion regarding Elder Jin's accusations. Yet, he was far from foolish enough to bring this matter to light. "Still playing coy with me?" Elder Jean took a deep sip of tea, seemingly attempting to quell his mounting fury. "Let me remind you, do you recall the commoner who attacked you at the city gate? Ah, that despicable commoner. How dare he assault me? If he had not perished, I would have personally exacted my vengeance upon him." Li Ping's face contorted with rage. "Outrageous. You still have the gall to speak. You took the lives of his wife and children, yet you dare utter such vile words. It is a disgrace to our Li family." Elder Jean sprang to his feet, shouting at Li Ping. "Elder Jean, one must speak with evidence. When did I kill his wife and children? I am powerless. How could I have committed such acts? Moreover, he is of unknown origin. Do you so readily accept his word?" Li Ping rose, his voice booming in defiance. Given Elder Jin's demeanor, Li Ping could not ascertain whether Elder Jean was genuinely questioning him for the family's sake, but he knew he must not appear weak, lest the situation turn dire. When a man faces death, his words carry weight. Is it possible that he would slander you without cause? Elder Jin's agitation grew, his breaths becoming hurried. Elder Jin, should he be intent on defaming me? What would it matter if he were to die? A dead man cannot lie. Li Ping countered vehemently. Elder Jin, will you only speak the truth after you are dead? Li Ping's anger surged. If he allowed Elder Jin to continue, even the truth could be twisted into falsehoods. Although he needed a cover for the rumors, he recognized that Elder Jin's words would not bode well for him, especially given the gravity of the situation. You wretched beast! Elder Jin raised his hand, poised to strike Li Ping. Elisha Jin, how dare you? My face represents the family head. Do you dare to strike me? Li Ping declared, his head held high, his voice firm. Li Jin, do not think that just because you are an elder, you can act with impunity. One word from me, and you shall grovel at my feet like a dog. Li Ping's defiance knew no bounds. And he added fuel to the fire with his words. He understood that as long as Li Jin remained loyal to the Li family, he would not dare to strike him. With a resounding slap, Li Ping was sent sprawling to the foot of the bed. Useless. Li Jin spat at Li Ping, disdain evident in his tone, before striding toward the exit. Coughing, Li Ping wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. This time, he had truly been injured. Though it was merely a minor wound, it was still significant, especially considering that Li Ping currently possessed a physique comparable to that of a qi-gathering stage cultivator. Had Li Ping truly been a useless person, this blow could have taken half his life. You shall undoubtedly perish at my hands. Li Ping's eyes glimmered with cold resolve. This slap from Li Jin had solidified Li Ping's suspicions. He had once hoped for change in this life, yet the reality was that Li Jin's betrayal had come far sooner. I shall see what tricks you are up to. Li Ping seated himself upon the bed. Needing to meditate and maintain his peak self, that night, clad in dark attire, Li Ping cautiously exited his room, soaring towards a specific direction. Dressed in night garb, he resembled a bloodthirsty bat hunting in the shadows. Before long, Li Ping found himself hovering over an alleyway. He had long since placed a spiritual mark on Li Jin. This was a form of spiritual awareness from the source texts, which Li Jin would not easily detect in the short term. Gently descending into the alley, Li Ping, though confident in his stealth abilities, took care to remain cautious. He swiftly traversed the alley towards an opulent residence, guided by the sensations of his spiritual awareness. Knowing that Li Jin was within, soon, he arrived before the mansion, lifting his gaze to behold the two characters Wang Fu emblazoned above the entrance. Just as I suspected, a chill ran through Li Ping's eyes. It was indeed true that Li Jin had long since betrayed the family. Let me see what tricks you are playing. Li Ping's figure swiftly melded into the shadows. Haha, Elder Jin, come, I toast to you. Inside the dining hall, Steward Wang raised his cup, exclaiming, Cheers! Li Jin appeared quite pleased, clinking cups with Steward Wang before downing his drink. Why did you not kill that brat? Steward Wang inquired, his voice laced with satisfaction. You must consider, if you kill him now, Li Zhengyang would surely go mad. It is still too early for such actions, Elisha Jin, with a lovely lady draped on either side, playfully caressed them, declaring, but keeping that brat around is a constant threat. Especially after that incident, I have my suspicions. Steward Wang refilled Li Jin's cup, a worried expression crossing his face. That incident had nothing to do with that brat. I interrogated him today, and he truly knows nothing. Li Jin nestled closer to the maid on his right, saying, since Elder Jin has already interrogated him, perhaps I was overly suspicious. Steward Wang stroked his chin, deep in thought, and suddenly his expression lightened. Ah, he is merely a useless individual. Why are you so suspicious? Li Jin's impatience grew. He engaged in playful antics with the two maidens, who squealed in delight. Witnessing Li Jin's behavior, Steward Wang's expression turned to one of disdain. Despite Li Jin's elderly appearance, he still possessed a head of black hair, a testament to his cultivation practices. This method, which involved regularly collecting from young maidens, had likely led to the demise of countless young girls. Evoking deep contempt even from someone as ruthless as Steward Wang. Elder Jin, your strategy at the city gate was truly ingenious. Steward Wang suddenly remarked, recalling the incident where Li Ping was attacked. Li Jin halted his movements, lifting his gaze to scrutinize Steward Wang, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. What do you mean by that? And no, I misspoke. Steward Wang hastily covered his mouth, filled with regret. Although he looked down upon Li Jin, He recognized the latter's value to the family. Offending him out of momentary displeasure could spell disaster for himself. Do not think that just because Wang Zhong is your grandfather, you can speak freely, otherwise I shall silence you. Li Shijin took a sip of wine, snorting disdainfully. One of the maidens nearby cried out in pain, Yes, yes, a foolish tongue. I shall drink to atone. Chapter 41. Healing from the rooftop. Li Ping listened intently to the conversation between Steward Wang and Li Shijin. Despite having anticipated the content, hearing it firsthand ignited a surge of anger within him, nearly causing him to betray his presence. That was close. Li Ping forced himself to calm down and quickly turned to leave. He feared that if he allowed his murderous intent to surface, he would undoubtedly expose himself. There would be ample opportunity to deal with Li Shijin later. Upon returning to his room, Li Ping panted heavily. Should I inform my father about this? He pondered, but after a moment's reflection, he shook his head. No. It would be best to wait until Li Shijin departs before discussing this. Li Ping approached the bedside and immediately began his cultivation. It was only now that he truly felt an intense sense of urgency. The minions of Wang and Su had already infiltrated his family, and everything was pressing upon him. Another day had passed. Li Ping slowly exhaled a cloud of impure air, concluded his practice, adjusted his attire, and pushed open the door. A gentle breeze caressed his face as he stepped outside. This courtyard was located just behind Jian Hall, ensuring that should anything happen there, all personnel could promptly arrive. Initially, Li Ping had been assigned to this solitary courtyard at his request to Li Jingyang, as managing too many people at once proved to be challenging. Grandpa Sha, upon entering Jian Hall, Li Ping spotted the busy Li Sha and called out, Oh, young Master Ping, up so early. Seeing Li Ping, Li Sha set aside his work and remarked, I went to bed early last night, hence I rose at this hour. Li Ping glanced around Jian Hall, when suddenly an idea struck him. Oh no. He turned and ran. Hey, young Master Ping, what's the matter? Li Sha, puzzled by Li Ping's abrupt departure, inquired. It's nothing, Grandpa Sha, please deliver the herbs I requested to my room. Li Ping's voice echoed from a distance. All right. Li Sha shrugged, shaking his head in resignation. Li Ping hurried to the street and purchased several pieces of clothing suitable for adults. After a quick look around, he dashed towards the city outskirts. Who is it? Someone exclaimed. Ah, it's the useless young master of the Li family. No wonder he looks so shifty. Upon seeing Li Ping's appearance, some onlookers commented, the useless young master of the Li family? Is he the one who killed his wife and child? Li Ping naturally overheard the gossip, but he could not afford to be concerned about such matters now. He had a far more pressing issue to address. After running 5 or 6 kilometers, Li Ping stopped before a hillside. This should be the place. He nodded and quickly changed into the adult-sized clothing he had just purchased. However, the attire was quite baggy on him, making him appear somewhat awkward. Li Ping looked at himself, twisting and turning, causing a series of cracking sounds to erupt from his body. His face twitched in slight pain. This shape-shifting technique is indeed quite bizarre. He muttered under his breath. Upon examining himself again, he noticed that his physique had enlarged significantly, and his clothing now fit him snugly, presenting a stark contrast to his former self. I must hurry. Time is of the essence. Concealing his previous garments in a stone cave, he ascended the hillside. At the summit, Li Ping gazed out to see dozens of houses standing still, with people moving about in the village below. Nodding in acknowledgement, he began his descent. Excuse me, does Shen Dahai live here? Li Ping inquired, stopping a woman in her 40s. The woman scanned him from head to toe, her eyes suddenly lighting up. Dahai, come quickly. The one who will save Yun'er has arrived. Li Ping was taken aback, his eyes darting as he shrugged and awaited Shen Dahai's appearance. Who is it? Who has come? A middle-aged man rushed out from a nearby house, his face alight with urgency. The one who will save Yun'er is here. The woman beside Li Ping exclaimed joyfully. Shen Dahai paused, his expression complex as he regarded Li Ping. Li Ping nodded in acknowledgement and said, I apologize for my tardiness. Not late at all. Please, come in. Shen Dahai finally responded, his face brightening as he regarded Li Ping with respect. Right this way. Shen Dahai led Li Ping to a room, opening the door to a strong aroma of herbs that nearly overwhelmed Li Ping. Cough, cough. He was immediately choked and began to cough. Please, after you, Shen Dahai said with an apologetic smile, for now was not the time for idle chatter. Every moment delayed put his wife at greater risk. Li Ping waved his hand dismissively and entered the room. It was cluttered with jars of medicine and herbs strewn about. He turned his gaze to the bed, where a woman lay motionless, her body darkened, emitting a foul odor. The situation was dire. If this continued for another day or two, even divine intervention might not save her. Quick, the antidote. Here, Senior. Shen Dahai hurriedly produced a white crystal vial from his bosom and handed it to Li Ping. Li Ping took the vial and rushed to the bedside. Propping the woman up, he opened the vial and poured out the detoxifying pill, carefully placing it into her mouth, swiftly closing her lips. Then pinching her cheeks to encourage her to swallow. Galugulu! Li Ping quickly seated her upright, positioning himself behind her as he began to channel his energy to aid her in digesting the pill. Although he had not yet reached the pinnacle of physical cultivation, his abilities surpassed even that level. He possessed half-spirits of energy within him. Shen Dahai silently observed Li Ping's actions, standing at the doorway like a wall guarding the entrance. Li Ping utilized his half-spirit's energy to permeate the woman's body, dissolving the pill and distributing its effects throughout her veins. Gradually, the darkness enveloping her skin began to fade, and toxic vapors evaporated into the air. Shen Dahai watched in awe, his eyes wide. Everything he had hoped for was finally unfolding. After an hour, the darkness completely vanished, revealing her fair skin, and a look of relief began to grace her features. Li Ping concluded his efforts, astonished by the efficacy of his healing. In just 1 hour, he had entirely eliminated Shen Dahai's wife's poison and even expanded her meridians to some extent. Gently laying her back down on the bed, Li Ping exhaled in relief. His urgent journey had not just been for the jade slip in Shen Dahai's possession, but also to fulfill a promise of life. Shen Dahai rushed to the bedside. Caressing his wife's face, warmth flooding through him. Yuner. Shen Dahai's lips trembled, his eyes growing moist as tears cascaded down his cheeks, landing upon the woman. She has a decent constitution. She should awaken by tomorrow. Li Ping observed the overjoyed Shen Dahai, feeling a twinge of emotion himself. This man had sacrificed so much for his beloved wife. Thank you, Senior. Thank you. Shen Dahai wiped his tears, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. It was the least I could do. Li Ping gently reminded him of their transaction. Oh, right here. Shen Dahai quickly turned and crawled beneath the bed, causing a clatter of mud bricks. Senior, here is the jade slip you requested. He emerged with a box, presenting it to Li Ping. Li Ping accepted the box and opened the lid, revealing a jade slip marred with cracks. He reached out to touch it, feeling its smooth surface, and a surge of excitement coursed through him. Collecting the box, he clasped his hands in farewell, until we meet again, and swiftly vanished from the room. Senior. Returning to the hillside, Li Ping changed back into his original clothing. Weighing the jade slip in his hand and contemplating, I never expected it to go so smoothly. Now it's time to attend to the next matter. A glimmer of determination sparked in his eyes as he tucked the jade slip into his pocket and set off towards the city of Zi. As he walked, Li Ping suddenly halted, pivoting in another direction. He needed to check on Changsheng and how he was faring. Upon reaching the mountainside, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Something felt amiss. Oh no! A realization struck him, and he bolted. Approaching the mid-slope, he found it eerily quiet, devoid of any sounds from children. Soon, he arrived at the open area that had been bustling with life just yesterday. Today, it was deathly still, not a child in sight, causing Li Ping's heart to tighten with dread. Only the buildings stood intact. Without hesitation, Li Ping dashed towards the structures, and the sight that met him was utterly unbelievable. 47 children remained motionless in the room, silent and transfixed, gazing intently at the still form of Changsheng on the bed. This scene struck Li Ping with profound shock. Upon seeing Li Ping arrive, Bu stepped through the children and approached him. Ping Ji. Yes, Li Ping replied absently, his gaze lingering on the children. They are all so adorable, Bu remarked as he looked at the 47 children. Indeed, Li Ping snapped back to reality, nodding in agreement. Observing the weary children, his heart ached. Have they not eaten anything all night? No, but perhaps for them, it's just a routine occurrence, Bu sighed, having also been moved by the sight of the children. Feeling a mix of emotions. Why didn't you wake Changsheng? Li Ping questioned. That wouldn't be appropriate. He just finished his cultivation and is utterly exhausted. Waking him now would be counterproductive, Bu explained. Besides, it may not necessarily be a bad thing. Right? Li Ping nodded, asking, how much longer until he awakens? Restoring one's mental energy is not an easy task. It would likely take at least another day. How could this be? Li Ping pondered, recalling that neither Lian nor Ning Qing had been this formidable. And now Chang Sheng was to remain unconscious for so long. After all, he is currently condensing his consciousness seed, Bu shrugged, expressing his helplessness. Yet we cannot leave the children waiting indefinitely. Li Ping gazed at the 47 children. Concern etched on his face, Bu turned his head in thought. I have no means. No matter what I say, they won't listen. Very well. You should first descend the mountain to procure some food, and I will take care of things here. Li Ping's gaze shifted as he spoke. By the way, be cautious and do not reveal yourselves. Understood. Bu nodded and made his way down the mountain. Children, rise and shine. Your Uncle Chang will awaken soon after a brief rest to play with you. Li Ping entered the room, clapped his hands, and announced. Yet, the silence persisted. Not a single child acknowledged Li Ping. Observing the stillness of the room, Li Ping's expression turned awkward. Children, do you still remember who I am? He leaped to the bedside of Chang Sheng and proclaimed. I am the one who saved your Uncle Chang. He needs rest now, and with so many of you here, you might disturb him. Shuh, keep it down. Can't you see we are all quiet? A boy gestured for silence and whispered. Chapter 42. Alchemy. Upon hearing the warning from the young boy, Li Ping's expression stiffened. He could empathize with Bu's helplessness. However, Li Ping still possessed his trump card. Hurry, you all must step outside. Your Uncle Chang has not fully healed yet, and I need to treat him now. Quickly, do not disturb him. Is it true? The boy's small eyes fixed intently on Li Ping. Inquiring, indeed. If I heal his injuries, he will awaken to play with you. But you just said Uncle Chang only needs rest. The boy suddenly questioned again. Li Ping was momentarily speechless. This child was rather astute. I meant that your Uncle Chang requires rest to recuperate. If you wake him, his condition may worsen. Li Ping's eyes narrowed as he spoke. Is that so? The boy hesitated. Seeing the boy's uncertainty, Li Ping felt a surge of joy and quickly added. Yes, if you wish for your Uncle Chang to recover swiftly, then do hurry outside and allow him to rest. Otherwise, when he awakens, you will lack the energy to play with him. All right, you must ensure Uncle Chang gets better. The boy stood up but stumbled slightly, almost falling to the ground. Li Ping felt a pang in his heart but refrained from assisting him. The boy's resolve did not require Li Ping's help. Let us go. We must not disturb Uncle Chang's treatment. As the children departed, Li Ping let out a sigh of relief. That was indeed not easy. He gazed at Chang Sheng lying on the bed and settled down on the floor to meditate. Time passed slowly until nightfall, when Li Ping opened his eyes, exhaled a breath of stale air, and looked at the still unconscious Chang Sheng. Shaking his head slightly, he turned and flew out the window. He had significant matters to attend to tonight, and time was of the essence. Upon returning to the courtyard, Li Ping stealthily re-entered his room, opened the door, and in the dim moonlight, he could vaguely discern the herbs on the table. He carefully closed the door and rushed to the table, his heart soaring at the sight of the numerous medicinal ingredients. After calming himself, he eagerly counted the herbs as if they were treasures. 3 star leaves, bitter stalks, 10,000 holy roots, fig, sherry leaves. Ha ha, all the herbs are here. What is there to fear? Li Ping's face beamed with excitement. These were the ingredients required to concoct the red snake golden pill. The next step was to begin the alchemical process. However, in the next moment, Li Ping's expression turned grim. While he had the herbs, lacking an alchemical cauldron rendered them useless. Surely, he could not use his hands for the process. With no other choice, Li Ping resolved to seek out Li Sha, for only he possessed a cauldron. Li Ping adjusted his somewhat disheveled attire and made his way toward Li Sha's room. His anticipation mounting, upon arriving at Li Sha's door, he noticed the light was still on. Grandpa Sha must not have gone to bed yet. Li Ping knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Young Master Ping, what brings you here? Li Sha opened the door, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Li Ping. Quick, come in and speak. Li Ping stepped into the room, which was simply furnished, with books scattered across the desk. I was just reviewing some materials and made a bit of a mess. Please do not mind it, Li Sha hurriedly explained. No worries. Li Ping shook his head, feeling a touch of warmth in his heart. Even this late, Li Sha was diligently working for the family's prosperity. Dedicating his life to the cause, Grandpa Sha, I am in need of an alchemical cauldron, Li Ping stated directly. Not mincing words. A cauldron? Li Sha's brow furrowed in confusion. Yes, Grandpa Sha, although I lack talent in martial arts. I wish to delve into alchemy. This way, I may assist you a little, Li Ping declared confidently. Very well, no problem. Return home for now. I shall have someone bring you the cauldron shortly, Li Sha stroked his beard, gazing at Li Ping with pride. Thank you, Grandpa Sha. Li Ping offered a respectful nod. I shall not intrude further. Returning to his room, Li Ping lit the lamp, seated himself on the bed, and awaited the arrival of the cauldron. Knock, knock, enter. Li Ping abruptly opened his eyes, leaping from the bed. The door creaked open, revealing several strong men carrying a cauldron. Li Ping inwardly gasped at the sight. The cauldron must weigh over 1,000 pounds. Place it there. Li Ping pointed to a corner. You may leave now. Yes, young master. Standing before the cauldron, Li Ping paced back and forth, bending down to lift the cauldron, seeking a suitable spot to set it down. All is in readiness. Li Ping steadied his emotions. Indeed, he intended to commence alchemy tonight. His resources were sufficient, and he was merely one step away from a breakthrough. Although achieving this breakthrough was within reach, the depth of Li Ping's resources was not solely aimed at reaching the pinnacle of physical cultivation. After a moment, Li Ping completely stabilized his emotions. Alchemy was no trivial matter. A moment's negligence could lead to catastrophic failure, even resulting in the destruction of both the elixir and its maker. Placing the herbs before him, he seated himself and began the alchemical process. Forming his hands into a cradling position, Li Ping channeled his semi-spiritual energy through his hands into the cauldron. Sizzle! A faint yellow flame ignited within the cauldron, growing increasingly vigorous, and even Li Ping could feel the rising temperature in the realm of true yuan. Any cauldron of merit bore a flame. The higher the cauldron's quality, the greater the flame's potency, exponentially enhancing both the efficacy and success rate of the alchemical process. However, the rarity and preciousness of cauldrons stemmed from the scarcity of flames and the difficulty of crafting them. Even in the bustling city of Ziyi, only a handful of cauldrons were available. The cauldron in Li Ping's possession was part of the Jian Hall's inventory, truly a rare find. This was Li Ping's first attempt at alchemy. Although he had some exposure in his previous life, he did not possess extensive knowledge. The Red Snake Golden Pill was a top-tier second-grade elixir, rivaling even third-grade elixirs. This posed a significant challenge for Li Ping. Yet he also had formidable advantages: a robust physique, abundant semi-spiritual energy, and sharp perception. Thus, the possibility of successfully crafting the Red Snake Golden Pill was not entirely out of reach. The probability of success in alchemy was inherently low. Li Ping was merely taking a gamble. With no other options available and second-grade elixirs unattainable, he had no choice but to stake everything on this endeavor. 3-star leaves, scorched by fierce flames, transformed into green liquid. Figs, roasted slowly over a blazing fire, became white powder. Bitter stalks, enveloped in gentle heat, were calcined into fine needles. The recipe for crafting the Red Snake Golden Pill surfaced in Li Ping's mind. Begin, confirming the method for concocting the Red Snake Golden Pill. Li Ping adjusted his breath to its peak and immediately embarked on his first alchemical endeavor in this life. Bang! The figs instantly turned to carbon powder. Bang! The bitter stalks expanded to the size of a club and then exploded into powder. Bang! The 3-star leaves were reduced to carbon dust. Li Ping remained calm as water. He had anticipated this outcome during his initial attempt at alchemy. He swept the powder from the cauldron. Having already grasped some insights after the failure of so many medicinal materials, at the very least, he would not squander the next attempt so swiftly. Refine, refine, refine. Li Ping's mind was solely focused on refinement. Refinement. With each batch of materials wasted, he continued to refine. Unaware of how many times he had wasted materials or how many times he had refined, he finally succeeded in extracting all the medicinal essences. Dozens of clumps of medicinal essence floated within the cauldron. With the herbs refined, only the fusion remained. Refinement was easy, yet fusion was difficult. The most critical step in alchemy was merging the materials into an elixir. Otherwise, all prior efforts would be rendered futile. Li Ping fixed his gaze firmly on the concoction within the cauldron, his consciousness cautiously controlling the flame's temperature and the fusion of the herbs. Merge, merge, merge. Li Ping's heart roared with determination. With each fusion, his spirit reached a taut state. If even one herb failed to merge successfully, all would be lost. There was no room for carelessness. Finally, after fusing over 20 clumps of herbs, even the formidable Li Ping felt the strain of labor. Almost there. Keep it up, he urged himself, continuing the fusion of the next herb. Bang! An explosion erupted, sending a cloud of carbon powder into the air. Puff! Li Ping spat out black residue, his face smeared with soot, and his hair in disarray. Alas, only one batch of herbs remains. Li Ping gazed at the remaining ingredients. Although he had anticipated this outcome, it was still hard to accept. Young master, are you all right? The commotion drew attention, and Lian called out from outside, I'm fine. Do not let anyone else in. Li Ping stated flatly. Yes, let's take a gamble. Li Ping gazed at the last remaining medicinal materials. This was his only opportunity left, and failure would mean dire consequences. He began to refine the medicinal cauldron and started the alchemical process. Time flew by swiftly, and a day passed, yet for Li Ping, it felt as though a century had elapsed. The medicine had merged halfway. This was a critical juncture. If he could overcome it, he would have achieved half of his success. Failing to do so would render all efforts futile. Merge. A vibrant swirl of liquid hesitated above the flames, refusing to amalgamate with a white liquid, producing a sizzling sound upon contact. Merge. As the two liquids stubbornly resisted fusion, Li Ping's eyes turned crimson, and he became increasingly frantic. If this continued, it would inevitably revert to a pile of powder. Just as Li Ping was on the brink of madness, a sudden flash of insight illuminated his mind. And a phrase appeared. The forbidden refining technique. All things merge. Upon reading it, Li Ping was filled with elation and immediately gestured the incantation for the forbidden refining technique. All things merge. With a crack, the two liquids collided and finally fused. Remaining tranquil, Li Ping was instantly overjoyed. With this forbidden refining technique, the difficulty of alchemy was significantly reduced, and the success rate was greatly increased. All things merge. The last remaining ingredient, the 3-star leaf, had yet to merge. The medicinal concoction within the cauldron was nearing completion, and through the forbidden refining technique, Li Ping gradually found the balance necessary for fusion. In a few moments, the 3-star leaf seamlessly melded into the mixture. Gradually, a delightful fragrance wafted from the cauldron. It's done. Li Ping was ecstatic. After all his hardships, he had finally succeeded in creating the elixir. He looked at the cauldron, where a flattened, round pill was taking shape. What is happening? Chapter 43. The pill is complete. Li Ping's nose twitched as the delightful aroma from the cauldron began to morph into a foul stench. Upon inspecting the finished pill, Li Ping immediately sensed something amiss. This pill is a dismal gray color, and it smells so rancid. He waved his hand, striking the cauldron, and hurriedly caught the pill in a white crystal vial. Staring at the glistening pill within, Li Ping felt a wave of confusion wash over him. After a prolonged moment, he finally realized that the only explanation for its current state was that it was a failed pill. Though it had taken shape, a failed pill held no value for a martial artist. It could even turn into a highly toxic substance. A failed pill was hardly worthy of being called an elixir. It was merely a failed product. Looking at the failed pill contained within the vial, Li Ping couldn't help but smile bitterly. He hadn't anticipated that. With his extraordinary spiritual awareness surpassing the qi gathering stage and utilizing the forbidden refining technique, he would still end up with a mere failed pill. Was alchemy truly this difficult? In truth, Li Ping had been overly ambitious. The Crimson Lizard Golden Pill was at least a second-tier elixir, which spoke volumes about the challenges in its refinement. Other alchemists had dedicated years to the craft, and even a third-tier alchemist would only have a slim chance of success. With Li Ping's limited foundation, even with the forbidden refining technique, it was akin to a dreamer chasing illusions. It seemed he had been too impatient. Instant success was utterly impossible. Li Ping tucked the failed pill into his robe. As it was, after all, the fruit of his first attempt at alchemy, and he did not wish to discard it so easily. Exhausted, he lay down on his bed and fell into a deep slumber. Even though he had produced only a failed pill, it had nearly drained all his spiritual energy and strength. 2 days later, Li Ping slowly awoke from his slumber. Young Master Ping, you're awake. Lian exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement. How long have I slept? Li Ping shook his heavy head and inquired. You've been asleep for 2 whole days. Thankfully, you're all right. Otherwise, Lord Li would have been frantic. Lian wrung out a towel and handed it to Li Ping. Has Elder Li left? Li Ping seemed to recall something and raised his eyelids, asking weakly. Elder Li returned to the family long ago. Lian replied, offering a bowl of porridge to Li Ping. That is good. Li Ping nodded, sipping the porridge. Young Master Ping, you were quite reckless, weren't you? You wasted all those medicinal materials. Even Lord Li was pained to see it. Lian observed Li Ping with a hint of helplessness, shaking his head in dismay. Oh, does Grandfather Sha know it was me who refined them? Li Ping lifted his head and asked. He wants to believe it, but he dares not. He thought you were merely burning firewood. Lian chuckled helplessly. Very well, you may leave now. I need to cultivate. Li Ping nodded, setting down the porridge. Yes, young master, Lian tidied up and exited. Li Ping sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. The primary expenditure had been his spiritual awareness. Other forms of depletion were relatively easy to recover, but spiritual awareness was not so easily restored. Another 2 days passed before Li Ping slowly opened his eyes. After 2 days of focused meditation, he had managed to restore his condition. Rising from the bed, he packed himself and some source nuclei he had acquired from Bu. Then pushed open the door and headed up the mountain. Previously, it had only been minor skirmishes. The true era had just begun. As he ascended the mountain, before he had even reached the halfway point, he heard the laughter and shouts of children. Li Ping raised an eyebrow. Had Chang Shang begun training the children? He quickened his pace. On the flat ground, 47 children were all in horse stance, practicing long punches, shouting and cheering with enthusiasm, fully immersed in their training. Not bad, Li Ping observed, surprised to see that not a single child was slacking off. They were all diligently honing their skills. Young master, Brother Ping, Chang Shang, this is for you. Li Ping smiled and nodded, tossing the bundle to Chang Shang, who opened it to reveal glistening source nuclei. Young master, this. Chang Shang looked at Li Ping in astonishment. I imagine you've spent nearly all your funds on these children by now. Take this batch of source nuclei to bolster your efforts and nurture the kids well, Li Ping instructed. But remember, never expose your identities to anyone, understood? Chang Shang nodded earnestly. When Li Ping first arrived, he hadn't paid close attention, but upon closer inspection, he discovered that Chang Shang had broken through to the great perfection of body refinement. Impressive. You've achieved the great perfection of body refinement. Thank you for your guidance, young master. Chang Shang knelt before Li Ping, speaking reverently. During their last encounter, not only had Li Ping imparted cultivation techniques to Chang Shang, but he had also cleansed his meridians, allowing Chang Shang to achieve a breakthrough upon awakening. This was akin to a rebirth, and Chang Shang was profoundly grateful. Rise. As long as you remain loyal to me. This is merely the beginning, Li Ping nodded, never hesitating to reward his allies. Report. What is it? Just as Chang Shang stood up, a boy of around 10 called out loudly, Uncle Chang, please hit my legs with a stick a couple of times. The boy declared boldly, Dado, have you done something wrong? Li Ping turned his head to regard the boy, inquiring, No. My limbs have gone soft, and I hope Uncle Chang can strike me a few times to help me regain my strength. The boy stated with determination. Hearing the boy's words, both Li Ping and Chang Shang felt moved. The sensation of weakness in one's limbs is one of the most intolerable experiences, often signaling an individual's limits. Yet this boy was requesting pain to mask his muscle fatigue. He feared not the pain but the prospect of falling. Chang Shang, give him a couple of strikes. Li Ping looked at the boy and nodded. Young Master Ping, Chang Shang hesitated. Is there anything more terrifying than falling? Is there anything more vital than perseverance? Li Ping exclaimed, observing Chang Shang's hesitation. Chang Shang suddenly snapped to attention, his eyes brightening with clarity. Yes. Chang Shang nodded firmly, picking up a wooden stick and approaching the boy. Brother Ping, how did you handle it back then? Bu inquired with a hint of interest. Oh, back then, I used bloodthorn vines. Li Ping smiled nostalgically, recalling his past struggles. Bloodthorn vines? Bu looked at Li Ping in astonishment. Brother Ping, you truly are ruthless. All right, Bu, we don't have much time. Don't linger here any longer. Go assist Ning Qing in Shacheng. Li Ping's smile faded, his expression turning serious. Assist Ning Qing? Bu hesitated, feeling reluctant to leave Li Ping in the time they had spent together. He had witnessed Li Ping's immense strength and had unknowingly developed a sense of reliance on him. You're unwilling? Li Ping frowned and stated. Ning Qing is currently unable to fully master the blood-colored Azura. I cannot split my attention. You need to assist him and ensure he encounters no trouble. Find Apu nodded in agreement. Chang Sheng, come here. Coming. Chang Sheng set aside the stick, regarding the determined boy with an appreciative nod before turning to approach Li Ping. Young master, what do you need? Chang Sheng bowed respectfully. I need to discuss something with you, so listen carefully. Li Ping said seriously, my subordinate, Lian, is also my trusted aide. You should get to know him and work closely with him. I will recommend you to the main clan. But you must remember to keep your identity secret. If your identities are ever revealed, you must hide immediately. Otherwise, you will disappear. Understood? Upon hearing that Li Ping intended to recommend him to the main clan, Chang Sheng's face was alight with excitement. Joining the main clan had always been the aspiration of him and his fellow branch clan members. Compared to everything else, nothing seemed to matter anymore. Well then, you all should attend to your own affairs. I shall take my leave first. Li Ping glanced at the children before turning to depart. That night, Li Ping set down his pen, pondering whether it would be better to compose a personal letter recommending Lian and Chang Sheng to the main clan. Especially to be close to his father, Lian. Lian, yes, young mastered Lian pushed open the door and entered. Lian. I intend to venture out for some experience. I will recommend both you and Chang Sheng to the main clan. You two must cooperate well and not cause me any trouble. Understood? Lian replied solemnly, his gaze lowered, his breath quickening. Who would wish to remain in this impoverished land after witnessing the splendor of the main clan? Please deliver this letter to my father. He will have arrangements made. Remember, do not expose yourselves. Try to keep it from my father as well. Do you understand? Yes, young master. Lian accepted the letter and replied. All right, you may leave now. Come in. Li Sha, without lifting his head, was engrossed in reviewing documents at his desk. Grandfather Sha, still busy, I see. Ah, young Master Ping. Li Sha raised his head upon seeing Li Ping, promptly setting aside his work to stand. Please, have a seat. Grandfather Sha, I truly apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. Li Ping smiled apologetically, holding a deep respect for the elder who had devoted his life to the family. It is nothing. What brings young Master Ping here at this hour? Li Sha inquired, a smile gracing his face. Grandfather Sha, I will be brief. I have come to bid you farewell as I plan to venture out for some independent training. Li Ping said, rubbing his thigh with his fingers. Training? Li Sha was taken aback, his eyes darting. Very well. Young people should indeed go out and experience the world. Li Ping was momentarily astonished by Li Sha's response. He had been prepared with numerous reasons to persuade the elder, but now he found himself at a loss for words. Even more surprising was Li Sha's seemingly effortless approval of his training. Had Li Sha discovered something? Thank you, Grandfather Sha. Since you have agreed, I will not speculate further. After all, I trust you would not wish me harm. The young master should take care and look after your health. With a nod, Li Ping opened the door and stepped outside. Observing Li Ping's retreating figure, Li Sha murmured, It seems the clan head truly cares for the young master. Deep down, Li Sha believed that Li Jingyang had dispatched skilled protectors for Li Ping's safety. After all, so many incidents had occurred since Li Ping's arrival. It was impossible for Li Sha not to harbor doubts. Yet, like others, he could not conceive that Li Ping possessed any true capabilities, as he appeared to be utterly inept from any angle. However, in truth, Li Jingyang had not assigned anyone to protect Li Ping. Firstly, Li Jingyang had given Li Ping a protective talisman upon his assignment. And with so many eyes from the clan upon him, it was impractical to send any elite to guard Li Ping. Secondly, with the blood letter in place, should anything happen to Li Ping, Li Jingyang would sense it immediately, and the perpetrator would also bear the aura of the blood letter, which they could not escape. For Li Ping's sake, Li Jingyang had indeed gone to great lengths. Chapter 44. Theft of the Spiritual Weapon. Returning to his room, Li Ping let out a long sigh, surveying the familiar surroundings, the events of the past days vividly etched in his mind. It must be today. Time is of the essence. He took only a small amount of gold and silver, then opened the door and soared into the air. 4 years, and I shall rise from the ashes like a phoenix, and transform into a dragon upon encountering water. By now, it was the witching hour. Mid-flight, Li Ping suddenly halted, realizing he had almost forgotten an essential task. With a series of cracking sounds echoing through his body, he transformed into an ordinary man in his 20s, ensuring his appearance posed no significant risk of exposure. His eyes gleamed with a fierce determination as he swiftly changed direction, heading toward the weaponry pavilion. Previously, Li Ping had not merely visited the weaponry pavilion for admiration. He had left his consciousness imprint on the spiritual weapons while observing them, with the intention of stealing them later. Now, even as he prepared to depart, he was still eager to inflict some harm on the Wang family. In no time, Li Ping landed on the rooftop of the weaponry pavilion. Peering down, he observed layers of heavily armed guards, every corner teeming with sentinels, making it a veritable fortress. The thought of a mere mosquito slipping through was laughable. Li Ping felt the situation was exceedingly precarious. Any rash attempt to infiltrate would surely fail. And if the city lord's residents were alerted, escape would become nearly impossible. Yet, having come this far, he could not return empty-handed. Li Ping lay quietly on the rooftop, waiting patiently. The early hours were when people were most fatigued and least vigilant. Once their guard was down, it would be much easier to act. Finally, the patrolling guards began to slow, fatigue evident on their faces. Li Ping seized the opportunity, targeting a guard who had fallen behind, and swiftly leaped through a window, delivering a strike to the back of the guard's head. The guard fell without a sound. After glancing around cautiously, Li Ping dragged the unconscious guard into a nearby room. Quickly donning the guard's uniform, he then spotted a patrol unit and seamlessly blended into their ranks. Li Ping's consciousness spread like a spider's web, instantly locating the imprint he had left on the spiritual weapon. However, the distance to the imprint brought a bitter smile to his face. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. The consciousness imprint lay 22 meters beneath him, a distance that normally felt trivial but now seemed insurmountable. This 22 meters was likely a fortified underground chamber, and the guard presence there must be formidable. More importantly, he had no knowledge of how to access the underground chamber. Li Ping was not naive enough to think he could simply eliminate a few guards and push open the chamber door to claim the spiritual weapon. Following the patrol to the second floor, Li Ping suddenly sensed a familiar aura. It belonged to the head guard by Wang Fatty's side. In a room on the second floor, Li Ping detected the head guard's presence. A thought crossed his mind. This head guard would certainly know how to unlock the chamber. Observing no one around, Li Ping swiftly pushed open the door and slipped inside. Who? A guard leapt from the corner. Shouting that, Li Ping turned to face him, remaining motionless. His eyes suddenly brightened, and with a surge of energy, he focused, causing the guard's pupils to dilate in shock, his resolve crumbling as he slumped to the ground. Li Ping exhaled, turning to the head guard, who was seated in meditation. The head guard, sensing something, opened his eyes and looked at Li Ping, confusion evident on his face as he beheld the young master in guard attire. Who are you? What are you doing here? I am Li Ping. And Li Ping stepped closer to the head guard. I am here to take your life. With that, Li Ping launched a powerful strike aimed at the head guard's face. The head guard was taken aback, hastily raising his right hand in defense, but Li Ping's attack was too swift and unexpected for him to mount any significant counteraction. As he raised his hand in a desperate attempt to block, Li Ping's strike proved too formidable. Unsurprisingly, the head guard was sent crashing against the wall, and Li Ping closed in, gripping the guard's throat. You will behave. The head guard's face turned crimson as he struggled to nod in compliance. Knock, knock, knock. Head guard, what is happening in there? Hearing the commotion, the guards outside gathered at the door, knocking and calling out. Li Ping glanced at the heads peering in from outside, warning the head guard in a hushed tone. If you dare reveal a word, I will take your life immediately. The head guard nodded vigorously, his face filled with trepidation. Li Ping tossed the head guard aside and stated, Do not even think about calling for help. Otherwise, today will mark your demise. The middle-aged man rubbed his bruised neck, trembling with fear. Head guard, what has occurred? If you do not speak, I will break in. It's nothing. I accidentally knocked something over. The head guard shouted hurriedly. You all go back to your patrol. Yes, Li Ping nodded, not wanting to waste any more time. Dawn was approaching. He directly demanded, Where are the spiritual weapons hidden? So, you have come for the spiritual weapons. The head guard muttered, lowering his head while squinting his eyes, a flicker of thought crossing his mind. You, as the head guard, surely know. Seeing the head guard remain silent, Li Ping understood that he was concocting some scheme. Lacking the patience for a drawn-out interrogation, he quickly devised a plan. Reaching into his pocket, he produced a failed elixir and, leaning down, pinched the head guard's cheeks, forcefully shoving the failed elixir into his mouth. Cough, cough, elder. The head guard was caught off guard by the rough treatment, choking as he clutched his throat, his eyes wide with fear. Elder, do not worry, it is merely a poison. Li Ping seized the head guard's head and lifted it. Speaking in a low, commanding tone, merely tell me where the spiritual weapons are and assist me in stealing them, and I shall ensure your safety. Yes, yes. The head guard quickly agreed, fully aware of the gravity of his situation. As his life rested in Li Ping's hands, lead me out. Li Ping set aside the captain of the guards, adjusted his attire, and said, Yes, senior. The captain rubbed his face, pushed open the door, and stepped outside, with Li Ping closely following behind. Captain! A squad of patrolling guards, upon seeing the captain emerge from the room, promptly halted their steps and respectfully called out, Continue your patrol. The captain maintained a demeanor of composure, showing no signs of fluster. Yes, senior, please. Once the patrolling guards departed, the captain quickly invited Li Ping to follow. Do not raise any alarm. Hurry and take me to the secret chamber. Li Ping nodded and replied. Understood. A shiver ran through the captain as he realized that this individual was aware of even the location of the spirit weapons. Who exactly is he? The captain led Li Ping to the first floor and continued towards the back, eventually stopping in front of a rockery. Senior, it is right here. Wang Pengzi is quite cautious, isn't he? Li Ping glanced around, noticing 6 individuals concealed in the surroundings, each possessing formidable cultivation, only slightly weaker than the captain. Tell them to open the secret chamber. Upon hearing Li Ping's words, the captain was taken aback, suddenly feeling as if he was completely exposed. A chill crept into his heart. How does he know everything? Who is he really? Quick, stop dawdling, Li Ping urged. Dawn is approaching. We must act swiftly, or we will be in trouble. Senior, I cannot open it either. The captain, having led Li Ping to a corner, wore a troubled expression. What, are you jesting with me? Li Ping whispered sharply. No, to unlock the secret chamber, I need the approval of those 6 individuals in the dark. Without Manager Wang's token, they will not allow me inside. The captain hastily explained. What? Li Ping furrowed his brow, glancing around while resting his right hand against his chin, deep in thought. After a moment, Li Ping's eyes suddenly sparkled as he exclaimed, by the number 3 and 6. Traverse the hexagonal path, and with the figures 2 and 3, one can unlock it. Upon hearing Li Ping's words, the captain was momentarily stunned, looking at Li Ping with disbelief, as if he were a prophet with omniscient knowledge. So, we just need to eliminate those 6 individuals, right? Indeed. But, the captain nodded slowly, his expression slightly hesitant. Hey, rest assured, none shall escape. Li Ping grinned mischievously. But if even one leaves their position, we cannot unlock the secret chamber. The captain kindly cautioned, not out of goodwill, but out of concern that if Li Ping failed, his wrath might fall upon him. You think I would be unaware of that? Li Ping cast a sidelong glance. Displeased? Indeed. The captain lowered his head, promptly agreeing. Stay right here and do not attempt any tricks, Li Ping warned, shooting a glance at the captain before closing his eyes. Simultaneously, it was evident that silently eliminating 6 martial artists without alerting anyone was impossible. The only method left was to use his spiritual sense to strike simultaneously at the 6 individuals hidden in the darkness. However, this tactic was immensely taxing, and Li Ping was reluctant to employ it. Yet, with no alternative, he had to act. Returning empty-handed was not his style. He divided his spiritual sense into 6 threads, honing them to fine, needle-like precision, and launched them fiercely in 6 directions in the silence. The 6 individuals in the dark did not utter a sound, their lives extinguished without a trace. Li Ping gasped for breath, his face pale. The recent assault had drained the majority of his spiritual sense, causing his aura to plummet and his combat prowess to drop several tiers. The captain glanced at Li Ping with a peculiar expression but refrained from making any hasty moves, for he still bore the poison that Li Ping had administered. Go, open the secret chamber for me, Li Ping commanded, raising his chin. Yes, senior. The captain picked up 6 stones and stood before the rockery, then struck each stone in succession against the center of the rockery. Once the 6 stones were in place, a door suddenly opened from the rockery's center, a beam of light spilling forth. Senior, it is done. The captain opened the secret chamber, standing aside with a bow. Li Ping nodded slightly, stepping into the chamber, followed closely by the captain. As soon as the captain entered, the door swiftly shut behind them, plunging them into silence, as if nothing had transpired, unaware that, in the stillness, the world had lost 7 more lives. Entering the secret chamber revealed an endless corridor. Li Ping halted and inquired, "Are there any mechanisms here?" "Mechanisms? There are none. However, if someone were to forcefully break in, it would trigger the mechanisms. I can enter this way without setting them off." The captain was taken aback, then looked at Li Ping with an odd expression. Li Ping's earlier actions had unwittingly instilled a blind reverence in the captain, leading him to believe Li Ping was all-knowing. Yet now, such a question caught him off guard, and he thought, "Aren't you supposed to know everything? Why are you asking me?" Li Ping, noticing the captain's strange demeanor, figured out what he was thinking and mused. "Had it not been for my rapidly depleting spiritual sense, I wouldn't even bother asking you." Both men harbored their own thoughts as they proceeded down the corridor. Chapter 45. Escape. The corridor twisted and turned, and after what felt like an eternity, they finally reached the end. "Senior, we are almost there." In the dimly lit passage, a blinding light suddenly greeted them. Li Ping squinted his eyes to adjust to the sudden brightness and felt a surge of joy. The warehouse was vast. Upon exiting the corridor, he was met with a sense of enlightenment at the expansive space. Looking around, he realized the warehouse was indeed substantial, with 3 large golden boxes prominently placed on 3 grand tables. Li Ping observed the 3 golden boxes and immediately sensed something amiss. "Are these the only 3 spirit weapons?" he asked, pointing at the boxes. "Indeed." The captain was taken aback, perplexed as to why Li Ping would question the obvious. Such a large warehouse holds only 3 spirit weapons? Surely it could accommodate hundreds. Li Ping surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "There is another reason for this." The captain pondered for a moment, deciding against hiding anything from Li Ping. This warehouse serves not only to store spirit weapons, but also as a refuge. Some time ago, an individual wielding a blade invaded the weapon pavilion. Though ultimately, the main clan came to our aid and eliminated the intruder, Manager Wang learned a lesson from that experience and constructed this secret chamber. It is exceedingly sturdy. Even a Dao realm expert would find it challenging to breach in a short time. Li Ping listened, secretly astonished, and touched the solid walls. Why did that person attack the weapon pavilion? It was because Manager Wang seized a spirit weapon from that man's son and even killed him. He came seeking revenge. The captain chuckled awkwardly, as he had a part in that incident as well, and felt a tinge of embarrassment as he recounted it to Li Ping. "Haha, Wang Pengzi is quite cunning, isn't he?" Li Ping laughed heartily, pleased to learn of the Wang family's shortcomings. "Come, let's retrieve the spirit weapons and depart." Li Ping hurried to the 3 golden boxes, opening each lid in turn, revealing a spear, a staff, and a sword before him. "Haha, let's go." Li Ping secured the 3 spirit weapons to his back, their formidable semi-spiritual energy resonating. Though these initial-tier spirit weapons posed no significant threat. Exiting the secret chamber, Li Ping grasped the captain and urged, "Let us move." They swiftly flew towards the outskirts of the city, aware that the spirit weapons were the lifeblood of the weapon pavilion, which would undoubtedly be on high alert. Delays could spell trouble, and they needed to vacate this perilous place as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in a thatched cottage deep within a forest, an elderly man with white hair sat in meditation. Suddenly, a token at his waist began to emit a faint resonance. The old man abruptly opened his eyes and grasped the vibrating token. "This is bad." His expression changed, and he sprang into action, even demolishing the cottage he had inhabited for many years. The old man exerted all his strength, rushing towards the city of Ji, or rather, leaping towards it, covering several feet with each bound. Once he exited the city, no matter how formidable the opponent, they would be powerless against him. Li Ping gazed down at the weapon pavilion, contemplating. With the captain in tow, he soared towards the city limits. Phew, finally out of the city. After flying out of Ji City, Li Ping randomly chose a direction to head, recognizing that the most pressing concern was how to dispose of the 3 spirit weapons, as carrying them would only be a burden. As the elderly man hastily approached Ji City, his peripheral vision caught sight of a blurry figure flying swiftly, carrying someone, a Dao realm expert. The old man took a closer look and quickly turned away. Dao realm experts were typically elusive, and it was best to feign ignorance to avoid provoking one's ire. Just as the old man withdrew his gaze, two gleaming objects caught his attention, along with something dark and ominous. The old man whipped his head back, his heart sinking. Could it be that this person possessed the very spirit weapons? The old man grew increasingly certain. But given that the individual was a Dao realm expert, if they wished to kill him, it would be a mere flick of the wrist. However, witnessing the spirit weapons being taken away without any recourse was indeed infuriating. No, I must at least approach and investigate. Even if I cannot retrieve the spirit weapons, befriending a Dao realm expert would be a significant gain. The elder's heart was resolute as he turned to chase after Li Ping. "Elder, please wait." He called out from a distance before he could catch up to Li Ping. Naturally, if Li Ping, with his formidable strength, allowed the elder to catch up so easily, all the hardships endured over the years would have been in vain. Upon hearing the voice, Li Ping glanced back to see an elder leaping forward with all his might in pursuit. Li Ping raised the head of the captain of his guards and inquired, "Do you recognize this person?" Upon hearing Li Ping's question, the captain turned around to take a look. To his horror, he nearly lost his composure at the sight. Long elder," he stammered, nearly biting his tongue in fright at the elder's approach. "What?" Li Ping furrowed his brow, puzzled. "Senior, that old man behind us is an elder of the Guardian Martial Pavilion, and his cultivation is quite formidable. We must flee at once." The captain's pupils dilated in terror as he realized the elder was closing in. At that very moment, Li Ping's speed slackened, allowing the elder to draw nearer. The dawn had just begun to break, and the elder gradually discerned the figure Li Ping was carrying. The realization ignited a fury within him. Causing his beard to bristle, he could scarcely believe that such a disgrace could emerge from his clan. Li Ping, still holding the captain and yet to dispose of him, made the elder seethe with rage. For nothing infuriated him more than a traitor who feasted upon the very roots of his kin. The elder yearned to rush forward and slay this captain, but out of deference to Li Ping's strength, he refrained, instead shouting, "Senior, please halt. I have something to convey." Li Ping cast a glance at the elder, then immediately turned and sped away. "I have no time for your words. I do not intend to court death." The immense drain on Li Ping's spiritual energy left him with little strength to contend with such a powerful foe. Seeing that Li Ping showed no signs of stopping, the elder found himself in a quandary. If he continued to pursue, he risked provoking Li Ping, who could easily extinguish him with a mere gesture. Yet, as an elder, it felt intolerable to watch a spirit weapon be taken right from under his nose. This was too much to bear. No, even if I cannot reclaim the spirit weapon, this traitor must not escape. The elder resolved to give chase, bolstered by a flicker of hope. When Li Ping glanced back and noticed the elder was still in pursuit, his frustration mounted. Exhaustion had set in, and now was not the time for bravado. He had no choice but to bide his time and retreat. Li Ping accelerated his flight, hoping the elder would concede defeat. But the elder clung to him like a shadow, refusing to be shaken off. This vexed Li Ping greatly, as the severe depletion of his spiritual energy began to spiral out of control. As anticipated, Li Ping suddenly felt a constriction in his chest, followed by a metallic taste in his throat. He could not suppress the surge of blood that erupted from his mouth. The relentless drain on his energy had wreaked havoc on the spirit force within, causing it to rampage through his meridians and damaging his heart, akin to flames scorching his spirit. "Senior, what is wrong?" the middle-aged man observed as Li Ping coughed up blood, panic surging within him. Li Ping was his lifeline, and should anything happen to him, his own life would be forfeit. The captain dared not imagine the fate that awaited him at the hands of the elder. "Shut your mouth!" Li Ping could not help but curse, for the situation was dire, and one misstep could lead to his demise. He had not anticipated that merely attempting to steal a spirit weapon would lead him into such peril. As blood spilled from Li Ping's lips, his speed diminished further. He could scarcely afford to utilize any more of his spirit energy, lest he risk obliterating himself in the process. The elder, observing Li Ping's slowed pace, mistakenly believed he had softened in spirit and felt a surge of delight, hastening his pursuit. Suddenly, the elder felt a chill on his face, and upon touching it, found his hand smeared with blood. Confusion gripped him as he sensed Li Ping's aura plummeting. A glimmer of hope ignited within the elder's heart. Could it be that this individual was gravely injured? if he fled without a word. Perhaps the elder could see something of value from a master of the Tao. The elder's greed flickered in his eyes as he called out to Li Ping, "Senior, please halt." Humph. Li Ping let out a muffled grunt, acutely aware of his dwindling strength. If the elder caught up, the consequences would be dire. Li Ping withdrew a spear from his back, coming to a stop and hurling it with all his might toward the elder. "Elder!" The elder had just begun to shout when the spear hurtled towards him. Startled, he swiftly produced a small shield riddled with cracks to defend himself. Clang! The shield shattered into countless fragments, and the elder was flung backward with considerable force. Li Ping managed a bitter smile, aware that the strike had not dealt a fatal blow. The shield had absorbed much of the impact, leaving the elder merely wounded. True to form, it was not long before the elder, disheveled and furious, leaped back into view. Seeing Li Ping on the verge of collapse, the captain's anxiety escalated. Should the elder slay Li Ping, his own fate would be sealed. "Senior, you must flee, you must flee." The captain was nearly beside himself with fear as the elder closed in. "Silence," Li Ping weakly scolded. Recognizing that Li Ping was on the brink of exhaustion, the captain realized he could no longer rely on him for protection and resolved to fend for himself. With a sinister glare, he turned toward Li Ping and struck out with a palm. Li Ping immediately spat out another mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at the captain. You, I'm sorry, but I have no desire to perish." In an instant, both fell to the ground. The elder quickly caught up, and upon seeing him, the captain scampered over to the elder, eager to take credit. "Elder, I have already brought this person to his knees, The elder merely nodded, dismissing the captain's boast, before approaching Li Ping, who had now lost consciousness. With the absence of his spirit energy, Li Ping reverted to his true form. Golden sunlight bathed the earth as the elder stood before Li Ping, gazing upon the youthful, somewhat innocent face before him, momentarily taken aback. "Oh, you recognize him?" Li Ping appeared to be no more than 14 or 15. Yet he was rumored to be a master of the Tao. This revelation left the elder utterly astonished. As the captain drew near, he too was stunned by Li Ping's youthful visage, initially expecting to encounter a weathered old man, only to find a mere boy of tender years. The concept of a Tao master at such a young age was unfathomable, and he could hardly believe what lay before him. "No, it cannot be." The captain trembled in fear, fully aware of the arduous journey of cultivation, and the notion of a teenager being a master of the Tao was simply impossible, unless the world had gone mad. "Elder, could he have cultivated some extraordinary technique to achieve this?" The captain grasped at straws to comfort himself. "Perhaps," the elder replied uncertainly, for the existence of a Tao master in their teens was indeed terrifyingly implausible. "Wait!" A sudden spark of realization struck the captain as he bent down to examine Li Ping more closely. Shock coursed through him, and he leaped back, his face pale as a corpse, trembling uncontrollably as he pointed at Li Ping. Gasping for breath. "What is it?" The elder's brow furrowed deeply, demanding an explanation. "Elder, this man seems to be the young master of the Li family, Li Ping." The captain's voice was incredulous as he fell to the ground in disbelief. "What?" The elder struck the captain aside, crouching down to grasp Li Ping's right hand, examining it closely. His expression shifted through a myriad of emotions: shock, disbelief, and growing dismay. He could not fathom that the Li family had concealed such a secret so deeply. The transformation of a seemingly worthless young master into an unattainable Tao master was beyond comprehension. It was as if a mere fish on the chopping block had suddenly leapt forth as a divine being. A stark contrast that was nearly impossible to accept, especially considering Li Ping was genuinely just 12 years old. A 12-year-old master of the Tao. Were it not for his own eyes witnessing this phenomenon, the elder would have doubted his own sanity. Li Ping undoubtedly harbored great secrets. Otherwise, it was inconceivable for one so young to achieve such mastery. If he could claim these secrets for himself, then the realm of the Tao would be easily within reach. With this thought, the elder's aspirations for a bright future burgeoned within him, and his breath quickened. Releasing Li Ping's hand, he suddenly sneered. "Qi Wei, as the captain of the guards, how dare you conspire with outsiders to steal the family's spirit weapons? What punishment do you deserve?" At the elder's words, Qi Wei trembled, hastily kneeling and fervently bowing his head. "Elder, I was left with no choice." I implore you to spare my life. Yet, your betrayal is a fact. The elder remained unmoved, his voice stern. Elder, I was momentarily blinded by greed and misled by this rogue. I beseech you to grant me another chance, Chi Wei pleaded, bowing even more fervently. Moreover, I have subdued this individual. Please, spare my life. Hey, did you think I would let you go? The old man chuckled ominously, raising his hand to strike towards Chi Wei, the heart-crushing palm. The old man's palm enlarged gradually in Chi Wei's eyes, yet Chi Wei was not one to sit idly by. Knowing that begging for mercy was futile, a fierce will to survive ignited within him, and he unleashed a punch towards the old man. Seeing Chi Wei dare to retaliate, the old man scoffed dismissively, considering Chi Wei's feeble attack beneath his notice. Just as their assaults were about to collide, small lumps suddenly appeared all over Chi Wei's body, darting swiftly. Upon impact, Chi Wei's body erupted explosively, the violent energy obliterating the old man's arm into nothingness. No! The old man cried out, and in an instant, his body disintegrated into dust, his Tao extinguished and his life lost. Li Ping, lying on the ground, was swept away by the energy's residual force, landing several dozen meters away. However, thanks to the old man's protection and his own formidable physique, he merely sustained some superficial wounds. Days later, on a desolate stretch of land, Li Ping's fingers twitched as he slowly opened his eyes. His body struggled to move, and after a few painful coughs, he murmured, "Where am I? Am I still alive?" A splitting headache plagued him, and he had no idea what had transpired. His spiritual weapon was also missing. But he couldn't dwell on that now. Survival was paramount. After resting for a moment, he mustered enough strength to sit up. Both his mind and body had suffered tremendous damage. Without proper recuperation, even walking would be a challenge. After 2 hours of recuperation, Li Ping found himself forced to abandon his meditative state. He had consumed nothing and had not even had a sip of water. He had yet to reach the realm of the Tao, where one could go without food and drink for half a month or even a month. Without a source of energy, his meticulous meditation was futile. With no other choice, he slowly dragged his severely injured body forward. Unaware of whether sustenance lay ahead, however, remaining still would guarantee starvation. He could only await death. Time passed without him realizing it. Li Ping, now delirious, was driven solely by sheer willpower. Suddenly, the sound of a rooster crowing reached his ears. Li Ping's eyes flickered, and his face twitched, a semblance of a smile forming. His teeth chattered as he took hesitant steps forward. Gradually, Li Ping heard the rhythmic sound of wood being chopped, and a vague silhouette came into view. His heart leapt with joy, and he called out, "Help!" As soon as he uttered a word, his voice barely perceptible, Li Ping felt his body weaken and collapse to the ground, his consciousness leaning on the blurry figure before him. "Huh?" A young man, busy chopping wood, turned at the sound. Spotting Li Ping lying on the ground, he quickly dropped his axe and rushed towards him. "Hey, wake up, the youth exclaimed, shaking Li Ping's face. After calling for a while with no response, he pressed his finger to Li Ping's pulse. There was a faint breath. The young man immediately looked up and shouted, Dad. What's wrong? Have you finished chopping all the wood?" An elderly man with a head of white hair emerged from a nearby thatched cottage. Upon seeing Li Ping in the young man's arms, his eyes widened, and he hurried over. "What happened to this person?" "I don't know." The youth shook his head, biting his lip. "Quick, let's carry him inside first." The old man, noticing Li Ping's pale complexion, swiftly lifted him and headed towards the cottage. Water! Li Ping, in his unconscious state, yearned for hydration. Dan, hurry, help him up." Hearing Li Ping's desperate plea, the old man urged. "Here, feed him some porridge." He handed a bowl of steaming porridge to Dan. Li Ping let out a pained scream, jolting upright. "Hot!" he croaked weakly, before collapsing once more. "Is this how you feed someone? You might as well scald him to death." The old man scolded Dan sharply. "Ouch!" Dan cried out, rubbing his head, looking aggrieved. After being scalded awake, Li Ping's mind was still hazy, hearing an elderly voice berating someone. He longed to open his eyes and see what was happening, but his eyelids felt as heavy as lead, refusing to budge. "Why aren't you feeding him? Do you want to starve him?" The old man shot a glare at the youth. "Urging him on, Dado?" Dan puffed out his cheeks, took a spoon, blew on it gently, and then brought it to Li Ping's lips. As Li Ping opened his eyes, he found himself staring at yellow thatch and a few beams of wood. He slowly shook his head, a wave of pain coursing through him. Ah, my spiritual awareness has been overly depleted. You're awake. The old man's voice suddenly rang in Li Ping's ear, prompting him to turn his head in surprise. Rest well? You are safe here, the old man said gently as he entered the room. May I ask who you are? Li Ping inquired, rubbing his head. I saw you collapse outside my door, so I brought you in. Rest assured, we mean you no harm. The old man explained patiently. I owe you my life, and I can offer no recompense. Li Ping struggled to prop himself up, wishing to rise and express his gratitude. Don't get up. Your injuries are not yet healed. You need to recuperate. The old man hastily approached Li Ping and helped him lie back down. Thank you. Li Ping gazed gratefully at the old man. Are you the only one here? Please, don't call me benefactor. It feels strange, if you don't mind. You may call me Elder Ji. The old man turned to look out the door. I have one son who accompanies me. It has been many years since anyone else has visited. You are the first in all these years? Elder Ji smiled faintly at Li Ping. Though, a son? Li Ping glanced outside. Seeing no one, father, the porridge is ready. Dan entered, carrying a bowl of hot porridge. The moment he brought in the steaming bowl, Li Ping's gaze was drawn to it, filled with longing. Although Dan had fed Li Ping some porridge over the past few days, he still had little sustenance in his belly after so long, feeling utterly famished. Noticing Li Ping's eager expression, Elder Ji smiled gently and approached him with the porridge. Preparing to feed him, Li Ping quickly waved his hand. How could I trouble Elder Ji with feeding me? I shall do it myself. Very well. Elder Ji readily handed the bowl of porridge to Li Ping. His hands trembled as he took the bowl, the quivering hands raising doubts about whether he could even hold it. Be careful. It's hot. Elder Ji did not assist Li Ping but simply watched him as he lifted the bowl. Li Ping, shaking as he held the bowl, felt as though the small bowl of porridge weighed a ton, threatening to slip from his grasp at any moment. How could I, Li Ping, be defeated by a bowl of porridge? His eyes bloodshot, he channeled all his strength into lifting the bowl and disregarded everything else, bringing it directly to his lips. Huff, huff. Although Li Ping had prepared himself, the porridge was still scalding hot, causing him to emit puffs of steam, and his tongue felt numb from the heat, yet he felt slightly invigorated. The injuries he had sustained were internal, his organs and meridians had been severely damaged, and his spiritual awareness depleted. Recovery would not be swift. Otherwise, he would not have struggled to lift a bowl of porridge after all this time. After sipping the porridge for what felt like an eternity, he noticed Dan beside him, his face flushed and stifling laughter. Li Ping smiled slightly at Dan, saying, If you want to laugh, just laugh. Upon hearing Li Ping's words, Dan's face reddened further, and he muttered silently. Elder Ji nodded approvingly, took the bowl back, and wiped the remnants of porridge from Li Ping's lips. You should rest well. Elder Ji turned and stepped outside, calling out, Dan, come out quickly. Don't disturb him. That evening, Dan returned with another bowl of porridge, this time with some diced meat added. Li Ping savored the meal, feeling content before lying down to sleep and recuperate. Several days later, Li Ping finally managed to get out of bed and move freely. Stepping outside the thatched cottage, he basked in the sunlight, feeling refreshed, so invigorating to move. Li Ping, you're up so soon? Elder Ji approached from behind. Having spent a few days together, Elder Ji had learned Li Ping's name, but Li Ping had yet to divulge much about his identity or how he ended up here. Despite Elder Ji saving his life, some secrets were best kept. I didn't expect that just a bowl of porridge would help you recover so quickly, Elder Ji remarked, scanning Li Ping with astonishment. Nothing much. I owe my recovery to Elder Ji's care and the nourishing porridge. Li Ping stretched his limbs. Ha, as long as you're fine. Elder Ji chuckled heartily, his gaze fixed intently on Li Ping. Li Ping, there is something I would like to ask of you. I wonder if you would be willing to help. Chapter 47. A request. Oh, Elder Ji, please don't mention it. Whatever you need, I will do my utmost to assist. Li Ping smiled nonchalantly, feeling he owed a debt of gratitude for saving his life. Then I shall speak plainly. Elder Ji glanced back at Dan, who was still chopping wood, and sighed. You may find it curious that at my advanced age, I still have a young child of merely 10 years. In truth, Dan is not my biological son. I found him 15 years ago while gathering firewood. When I discovered him, I was utterly bewildered. Who could be so cruel as to abandon such a lovely child in the depths of the mountains? At that moment, I paid little heed to my surroundings. The air was wailing intensely, and I presumed he was famished. Without a second thought, I scooped him up and hastened homeward. Upon my return, an unsettling realization struck me. Despite having traversed such a considerable distance while cradling a child, I felt remarkably unwearied. Only later did I discern that the air felt as light as a dry twig, yet he was undeniably flesh and blood. Heaven had blessed me with such an adorable child, and I could hardly contain my joy at becoming the heir's father, much to the amusement of Xiao Ping. With this, Ji Lao bashfully rubbed his nose. Li Ping merely chuckled in response. The joy of having a child in one's later years is indeed a sentiment to be cherished, and thus no further reproach was warranted. Xiao Ping, you must be curious as to why I am divulging all this to you. Do tell. Xiao Ping, your cultivation is truly remarkable, Ji Lao suddenly exclaimed. Li Ping felt a surge of caution, wondering what Ji Lao meant by this. Oh, not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. My foundation is utterly shattered. Even if you were to impart your techniques to me, they would serve no purpose. Ji Lao assured him with a gentle demeanor. Xiao Ping, you are merely 13 or 14 years of age, correct? Remarkable. At your age, possessing such cultivation is nothing short of miraculous. Your master must undoubtedly be an extraordinary individual as well. Li Ping was taken aback, unable to comprehend Ji Lao's words. It seemed unfathomable for someone of his age to have reached the late stages of physical cultivation. It was truly unprecedented. Li Ping remained perplexed regarding Ji Lao's intentions and tentatively inquired. Since you are aware of this, I will not conceal it any longer. I simply wonder what guidance you might offer. Do not be alarmed. I mean no harm, I merely wish to ask a favor. Ji Lao quickly clarified, fearing Li Ping might misconstrue his intentions. Oh? Please, Ji Lao, speak freely. I shall give my utmost effort, Li Ping replied, raising an eyebrow. Xiao Ping, would you consider taking on disciples for your master and allow my heir to be your junior? Ji Lao carefully glanced at Li Ping, pleadingly articulating his request. What, Ji Lao, are you jesting? Li Ping exclaimed in astonishment. Setting aside the fact that he lacked such a master, the current circumstances were not conducive to stirring up trouble. Bringing the heir along would undoubtedly be a burden. His own situation remained uncertain, and Li Ping had no desire to be responsible for another. If it poses a challenge, perhaps you could take my heir out to meet your master for guidance. That would suffice. Ji Lao believed that even a casual suggestion from Li Ping's master would greatly benefit the heir for a lifetime. Li Ping found himself in a difficult position. After all, Ji Lao had saved his life, and this elderly man's hopes for his son weighed heavily upon him. He did not wish to dismiss Ji Lao's earnest intentions. Let me contemplate this for a moment. Li Ping mused before calling out, the heir, come here. What is it? The heir set aside his axe and ran over. The heir, come here. Let me feel your bones. Li Ping beckoned him. The heir's eyes darted around. Glancing at Ji Lao, who smiled and nodded, encouraging him to proceed, the heir approached Li Ping. His curiosity piqued. Li Ping, what does feel your bones entail? Come, extend your right hand, Li Ping instructed. Grasping the heir's right hand, he infused a trace of spiritual energy into it, while his consciousness followed suit. This method was a unique approach to assessing one's physique, originating from ancient texts. It appeared to merely gauge bone age, but in truth, it examined the entirety of one's meridians and constitution. If the heir's talent were mediocre and he possessed no martial aptitude, venturing into the harsh world of martial arts would be tantamount to courting death. It would be far better for him to remain in this serene and picturesque locale. As time flowed slowly by, Li Ping's brow furrowed deeper. The heir felt a tingling sensation coursing through his body, akin to ants scuttling within. He grimaced and asked, Li Ping, is it done? It itches terribly. Li Ping released the heir's hand, exhaling a deep sigh as he marveled. Incredible, truly incredible. Xiao Ping, what have you discovered? Ji Lao's heart tightened as he observed Li Ping's expression and inquired. I never anticipated that the heir possesses an ethereal physique. An ethereal physique? Ji Lao furrowed his brow, perplexed by this notion. Ji Lao, you should be aware that certain prodigies are fortunate enough to resonate with the elements of heaven and earth during their ascension, allowing their spiritual energy to embody elemental attributes. You must understand this well, Li Ping stated, fully cognizant of Ji Lao's true nature. not merely perceiving him as a rustic villager. This is indeed the case. But such occurrences are exceedingly rare. I certainly did not experience it. Ji Lao nodded, a flash of realization sparking in his mind. You mean to say? Yes, precisely, Li Ping affirmed, nodding emphatically. Those fortunate few only gain such attributes later in life. Yet De Air is born with an ethereal constitution, making him an exceptional candidate for wind element cultivation. In comparison, those who fortuitously acquire elemental affinities later pale in significance beside De Air. As he spoke, Li Ping couldn't help but inhale sharply, astonished that such extraordinary talent could arise from this remote and desolate region. Ji Lao's countenance glowed with delight, as if this revelation had befallen him personally. Such a constitution is extraordinarily rare. One might not witness a single instance in a millennium, yet when it does appear, it is nothing short of earth-shattering. There are many varieties of these constitutions, such as the Fire Constitution, Water Heart Constitution, and Metal Stillness Constitution. Those endowed with such physiques are referred to as elemental judges, representing the elements to adjudicate the world. Li Ping articulated the origins of the ethereal physique in one breath, expressing the profound astonishment that resided within him. Even in his past life, he had only heard of such phenomena, never imagining he would encounter a living example. Of course, possessing ancient texts conferred remarkable fortune and limitless potential. Yet, I am perplexed. De Air's body contains only a trace of thin wind element, and there is no trace of wind spiritual energy. What could be the reason for this? Li Ping suddenly frowned, posing the question. Now that you mention it, I seem to recall that when De Air was younger, I urged him to practice my techniques, but he would become breathless and spit blood whenever he attempted to do so. In my despair, I ceased my instruction. Ji Lao suddenly appeared despondent as he recounted this. If what you say is true, it is only logical that De Air, being an ethereal physique, would struggle with my techniques, which are inherently forceful in nature. Then why did you not take him out? Li Ping blurted out without hesitation, immediately regretting his words upon seeing Ji Lao's expression. It was clear he had lost his martial prowess. And even if he took De Air out, he would be hard-pressed to assist him. How could I not wish for that? 18 years ago, I battled my nemesis, but alas, he was stronger than I. Ultimately leaving me with severed meridians, I could only defeat him through a sacrificial technique. Now, I have but a few decades left to live, and I cannot bear to see De Air suffer alongside me in this place. He is still young and should explore the world beyond. Ji Lao gazed at the silent De Air beside him, his eyes glistening with tears. After years of companionship, he had come to regard De Air as his own son. What father does not wish for his child to thrive? Alas, this elder has endured much hardship. Li Ping sighed inwardly, stating, Ji Lao, rest assured, once I recover, I will take you both out. Thank you for your kindness. Xiao Ping, if you can take De Air with you, that suffices. I, on the other hand, have grown fond of this place and no longer wish to move. Ji Lao shook his head. Father, after a long silence, De Air softly called out to Ji Lao. Children should not interrupt adults while they converse. Listen attentively. Ji Lao's expression turned stern as he admonished. Xiao Ping, should you manage to take De Air out, I would be immensely grateful. I have nothing of value to offer you, but please accept this small token of my appreciation. Ji Lao retrieved a mysterious crystal vial from his robe and extended it towards Li Ping. Li Ping was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the yellow-green elixir within the vial. Take it. It is merely a small gesture, Ji Lao insisted, tossing the vial into Li Ping's hands. Li Ping accepted the vial and, upon uncorking it, was greeted by a peculiar and refreshing fragrance that enveloped him. This is a qi-breaking pill. Li Ping's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at the vial containing the elixir. He vividly recalled a time in his past life when he had nearly lost his life over a single qi-breaking pill, and now someone was presenting one to him, such a precious item. I cannot accept it. Although Li Ping desperately needed the elixir, he understood the weight of gratitude. Ji Lao had saved his life, and he could not accept such a lavish gift. He promptly sealed the vial and returned it to Ji Lao. Ah, why the formality? Your willingness to take De Air with you is already a tremendous favor. This is merely a token of my appreciation, Ji Lao insisted, pushing the elixir back towards Li Ping. No, Ji Lao, you have saved my life. I am not the sort of person who lacks gratitude. How could I possibly accept such an offering? Li Ping pushed the elixir back once more. I am currently bereft of martial prowess. This item would be of no use to me, and besides, do you not require it? Ji Lao waved his hand dismissively, a frown creasing his brow. If you continue to hesitate, I shall dispose of it. This fellow is quite audacious. Li Ping chuckled bitterly, ultimately accepting the elixir and tucking it away in his robe. Now that is more like it. Old Master Ji smiled faintly and remarked, you should focus on healing your wounds. There is no need for haste. As he turned to leave with Erden in tow, Li Ping couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion as he watched their departing figures. Alas, the heart of a parent is truly pitiable. Li Ping mused. He gently caressed the elixir nestled in his embrace, the chi-breaking pill. Although he had failed to refine the Scarlet Serpent Golden Pill, this chi-breaking pill was an excellent 4-tier elixir. In the past, Li Ping might have hesitated to utilize it, but after numerous battles and trials, his physical resilience had significantly improved. While consuming the chi-breaking pill was still somewhat ambitious, it was a necessary step to ascend to greatness. Enduring hardship and daring to strive for success was essential. Moreover, Li Ping's aspirations extended beyond merely achieving the pinnacle of body refinement. His ultimate goal was to reach the Tao realm in one decisive leap. The time for a grand emergence had arrived. Chapter 48. Thunder Tribulation. After a month of recuperation, Li Ping had finally regained his peak condition. His injuries had been particularly severe, and without the aid of elixirs, he had relied solely on his self-healing capabilities. To recover fully within a month was nothing short of miraculous. Had it been anyone else, it would have taken at least half a year. And even then, the use of elixirs would have been imperative. The disparity was evident. Yet, this injury was not without its rewards. Li Ping's internal organs had undergone rigorous training, rendering them more resilient and providing a firmer foundation for his upcoming breakthrough. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Li Ping concluded his training. It was time to break through. He tightly clenched his fists, enviously observing his brothers achieve their own breakthroughs. However, he resolved to wait until he had honed his physical form to perfection, amassing the most formidable strength before making his own advance. Swiftly, he stepped outside the thatched cottage, determined to find a tranquil spot for his breakthrough. Any minor misstep could lead to catastrophic failure and a loss of life. Li Ping fixed his gaze on a suitable direction and soared forth, while Old Master Ji, tending to the fire, sensed something amiss. The sun shone brightly in a pure blue sky. Shaking his head, Ji continued to stoke the flames, which crackled merrily in the hearth, creating a delightful symphony. As Li Ping scoured the skies for a serene and secure location, he soon discovered his ideal spot, a grassy expanse dotted with a few sparse trees. He dared not venture into the dense forest, for one could never know what monstrous creature might be lurking within. Nestling beneath a small tree, he found the shade conducive to meditation. After sitting quietly for a while, he adjusted his internal energy to its zenith before finally opening his eyes. He retrieved the chi-breaking pill gifted by Old Master Ji. This was the moment of truth. With a tilt of his head, he swallowed the pill without a hint of hesitation, immediately entering a state of focused refinement. One chi-breaking pill could potentially shatter the bodies of 10 or even 100 practitioners at the late stage of body refinement. A single misstep could result in catastrophic demise. By concentrating on his dantian and harnessing his consciousness to assist in the pill's refinement, the process became significantly expedited. Yet, the ordeal was excruciating. The chi-breaking pill was a 4-tier elixir meant for breakthroughs into the chi release stage, not something someone at the late stage of body refinement could handle lightly. If it were to erupt, even 10 Li Pings would perish. Li Ping carefully enveloped the pill with his consciousness, painstakingly refining it layer by layer. However, even a mere trace of the pill's potency nearly ruptured his meridians. Gritting his teeth, his face flushed with strain, veins bulging at his temples, he silently urged himself, breakthrough, breakthrough, breakthrough. 2 hours passed, and true to its reputation as a 4-tier elixir, after refining just 1/10, Li Ping sensed the imminent breakthrough. The half-formed spiritual energy within him stirred restlessly. This was a sign of impending advancement. Break. He commanded as a series of resonant sounds echoed throughout his body, heralding the signs of his ascension to the pinnacle of body refinement. In a mere incense stick's time, he seamlessly transitioned to the great perfection of body refinement, yet Li Ping remained unsatisfied. With such a golden opportunity before him, he aimed to leap directly into the chi release stage. For 3 consecutive days following his attainment of the great perfection of body refinement, Li Ping remained utterly still. As the sun began to set, the spiritual energy around him began to undulate erratically, its rhythm accelerating at an alarming pace. Gradually, the energy coalesced into a colossal tempest, uprooting trees and sending patches of grass swirling into the air. The storm grew fiercer, forming a gigantic tornado centered around Li Ping, its potent aura radiating outward, sending birds and beasts fleeing in terror. A series of jarring sounds erupted from within Li Ping's body as a formidable aura burst forth, shattering the spiritual energy tornado and decimating trees within a 10-mile radius. Break! Li Ping roared internally, condensing all his energy into a singular point. The gathered energy exploded forth, causing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth to surge uncontrollably towards him. Li Ping greedily consumed it all. Refusing to turn away any of the influx, for half an hour, he continued to absorb, his pace gradually slowing. Not only had Li Ping shattered the great perfection of body refinement, but he had also ascended to the qi release stage with remarkable ease. Yet, he had poured countless efforts into this moment, laying an immensely solid foundation that allowed for such seamless breakthroughs. Only with a robust foundation could one progress further along the martial path. Experiencing consecutive breakthroughs, Li Ping had directly surged from the martial realm to the Dao realm, an unprecedented feat in martial arts. This was truly an act of defiance against the heavens. Li Ping opened his eyes slowly, a flash of lightning emanating from them. He gazed at his hands, a tinge of regret surfacing. Seems I am not the fortunate one after all, he sighed bitterly. He had hoped to harmonize with a specific elemental force upon his breakthrough. Yet all he felt was a chaotic amalgamation of elements, with no sense of affinity towards any particular one. Alas, it is what it is. Even if I cannot become an elemental spirit, as long as I possess absolute strength. What does elemental power matter? Li Ping reassured himself. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered overhead, and spiritual energy surged violently. Li Ping felt a tightness in his throat, turning his stiff neck to gaze in disbelief at the sky. A thunder tribulation? Surely not for me. As if in response to his doubts, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a finger, descended. What is happening? Li Ping leaped aside, narrowly avoiding the strike that obliterated the ground where he had just stood. In the next moment, he sensed a consciousness locking onto him, a divine intent from the heavens, impossible to evade unless he left this realm. Yet, that would only invite an even greater thunder tribulation. Li Ping never anticipated encountering a thunder tribulation. He was no beast and had no need to transform. How could he be subjected to such a wretched fate? The truth was that Li Ping's breakthrough was so extraordinary that it drew the ire of the heavens. All martial practitioners must adhere to the natural order when advancing. It was unheard of to leap straight from the martial realm to the Dao realm. Li Ping's method of transcending was an open defiance against the heavens, which would not allow it. The dark clouds thickened ominously, layering upon one another, and a sense of foreboding surged within Li Ping's heart. Within the clouds, bolts of lightning, each as thick as a thumb, writhed menacingly, sending shivers down his spine. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he muttered, "Is it truly necessary to go to such lengths for a mere breakthrough?" The heavens offered no answers, as dark clouds loomed over 100 miles, suffusing the air with an oppressive and lethal aura. Any attempt to weather the tribulation was fraught with peril, but the heavens would always leave a sliver of hope. However, the overwhelming deathly energy surrounding Li Ping seemed intent on leaving him no escape. Meanwhile, old Master Ji, deep in slumber, was jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat. He rushed out of his room, witnessing the massive storm clouds swirling with golden lightning, an awe-inspiring sight. Erden, rubbing his bleary eyes, followed suit. "Father, what is happening?" "Nothing to worry about. You should return to sleep," old Master Ji replied gravely, gesturing for Erden to go back inside. "I can't sleep. It's too uncomfortable." Erden yawned, shivering slightly. "Father, what about Li Ping? It has been so long." "He hasn't left, has he?" he huffed. "How could you give him a pill and then allow him to leave without a word? That is truly inconsiderate. Be quiet." Li Ping, aware that he could not evade his fate, chose instead to embrace the impending cataclysm. In an instant, the golden thunderclap from the roiling storm clouds descended upon him. Without resisting, He braced himself to endure the onslaught, eager to discover the true extent of his tempered body. With a resounding crash, the ground beneath him shattered as Li Ping absorbed the strike, which rivaled the might of the early Qi release stage. He let out a muffled groan, feeling the impact of the thunder shaking him to his core. Despite sustaining significant injuries, the fact that he could withstand a strike of such magnitude so soon after ascending to the Qi release stage was a source of pride. A satisfied smile crept across Li Ping's face. Clearly pleased with his physical strength, however, he had no time to revel in his accomplishment as another bolt of lightning descended. Each subsequent strike was mightier than the last, and Li Ping knew he had to tread carefully against this new challenge. Now that he had entered the Qi release stage, he had fully transformed his half-spiritual energy into pure spiritual energy, allowing him to unleash combat techniques previously beyond his reach. With both hands raised to the heavens, Li Ping summoned forth a torrent of spiritual energy that erupted from his body, forming a protective barrier around him. Boom! A bolt of calamity struck Li Ping's protective shield. He exerted every ounce of strength to withstand the onslaught of the thunder, which, for the moment, was unable to breach the shield. However, the pressure he endured was formidable, causing him to sink inch by inch as the surrounding earth crumbled into fine sand under the immense strain. Bang! Ultimately, the might of the thunder proved too great. The shield was shattered, and the bolt diminished in size. Though this reduced thunder posed little threat to Li Ping, he recognized its value as a potent means of tempering his body. Reluctant to squander such an opportunity, he braced himself to absorb the next strike. As he endured two more bolts of thunder, arcs of electricity danced across his body, each cell undergoing a rigorous refinement. Li Ping let out a satisfied groan, exclaiming to himself how splendid the thunder was. Not only did it fortify his physique, but it also contained profound principles of the Tao. Even a fleeting glimpse into its depths could yield boundless benefits. Soon, the third bolt descended, its power comparable to that of a mid-stage Qi refinement. A grave expression filled Li Ping's eyes. He understood the seriousness of such a threat and steeled himself for the challenge. With a deafening roar, the thunder struck like a merciless judge casting down a decree of despair. Yet, Li Ping remained tranquil, unaffected by the chaos. As he observed the impending strike, he unleashed his martial technique, 10,000 chains binding the dragon. This formidable skill, one of the strongest in the source canon, could effortlessly ensnare a true dragon when mastered to its pinnacle, with a flourish of his right hand. Countless chains materialized, hurtling towards the bolt. Even in the Qi refinement stage, one could utilize certain techniques to project their will over a distance. Perish! Li Ping gritted his teeth, veins bulging in his arms. And with a fierce grip, the thunder was extinguished in an instant, obliterated by the chains. Breathing heavily, he supported himself on his knees, feeling the strain of having just ascended to the Qi refinement stage while fending off a mid-stage thunderbolt. Gazing upwards at the ominous thunderclouds, he was taken aback. There was more to come. The skies roiled with thunder, the golden bolts now as thick as an infant's arm, the next strike promising to be a true thunderous cataclysm. The fourth bolt did not descend immediately. It swirled ominously within the clouds, growing in potency with each passing moment. Li Ping felt a chill run down his spine. Could it possess the might of a late-stage Qi refinement strike? He had no delusions about his ability to withstand such a full-force assault. After a brief interval, the thunder bore down with ferocity. Li Ping, steeling himself, felt a surge of determination. This time, I must succeed or perish. With a fierce cry, he conjured a 5-meter-long flaming blade, a formidable technique from the source canon. Although employing such a powerful skill at his current level was daunting and likely to inflict severe damage upon himself, survival was paramount. The fiery blade cast a crimson hue across the surroundings as he leaped forward to meet the thunder. Boom! The explosive sound resonated throughout the heavens, and in the aftermath of the blinding detonation, the bolt was dissipated, yet Li Ping was hurled to the ground, creating a massive crater upon impact. Coughing violently, he felt as though his lungs were being torn apart, pain radiating through his mind, leaving him disoriented, as if his very bones might shatter. Chapter 49. The Song of Heaven and Earth's Grief. Li Ping chuckled, for he had not only surged to the level of the Tao but had also withstood a strike from a peer, and even braved the assault of a late-stage Qi refinement thunder. He felt a sense of fulfillment. With these accomplishments, He could hold his head high in pride. Yet, suddenly, his smile faded as he gazed at the lingering thunderclouds above. A sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. What is this? Is it not over? The thunderclouds loomed ominously, yet the lightning was nowhere to be seen. The oppressive aura emanating from the clouds intensified, filling the surrounding area with a suffocating pressure. Suddenly, the spiritual energy within a 1,000-mile radius coalesced, as if entirely drained away. The golden bolts, now as thick as a calf, emerged from the clouds, inducing a sense of dread in all living beings within the vicinity. The heavens, enraged by the presence of this defiant being, sought to obliterate Li Ping, a mere ant who had dared to resist for so long. The anger of the heavens swelled as the bolts grew larger, approaching the thickness of a thigh, instilling fear in all who beheld them. Elder Ji observed the gathering storm with profound shock. Who is it? Who dares to invoke such wrath? This is no mere thunderstorm. It is divine retribution. Li Ping's heart raced as he felt the weight of the oppressive aura bearing down upon him. Am I to perish here today? He pondered, staring at the nearly completed bolt of thunder above him. A fierce unwillingness to accept his fate surging within him. No, I refuse to submit. I have just broken through. I have yet to take Air Dan out. I have a family to protect. I have parents. I have brothers. I cannot die like this, fate. I shall confront you, he declared defiantly. Let us see which is stronger, your might or my will to survive. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Li Ping struggled to his feet, pointing a trembling finger at the roiling golden thunder, shouting, Come forth. If you cannot destroy me, then you shall be my descendant. With a crackle, Li Ping's audacity ignited the wrath of the heavens, arcs of electricity leaping from the clouds. A soul-stirring pressure descending upon him. The heavens sought not only his life, but also aimed to crush his spirit, demonstrating the supremacy of the Tao. Li Ping's eyes widened with determination as he felt his legs quaking beneath him. Blood seeping from his clenched teeth. I cannot fall. I must not fall. As his consciousness began to waver, he glimpsed a warm light ahead, a place of comfort where he longed to rest. With a sudden bite of his tongue, memories of his stern father, loving mother, and loyal brothers surged forth, jolting him back to clarity. Just as Li Ping regained his focus, the long-anticipated fifth bolt of thunder descended with blinding speed. Bewildered, he stared at the oncoming strike, unable to conceive a means to counter it. This bolt was overwhelmingly powerful, beyond human capability to withstand. Even legendary masters of the Qi release stage might falter against it in that fleeting moment between life and death. A spark of inspiration ignited within him. The sacrificial technique. He recalled Elder Ji mentioning how he had utilized it to vanquish his foes. Surely, the source canon held a similar method. With this technique, he might just evade disaster. In a flash, Li Ping located the Song of Heaven and Earth's grief within the source canon. This was a superior sacrificial technique, far beyond the commonplace methods. Such techniques were exceedingly rare, akin to finding a phoenix feather among sparrows. Elder Ji's possession of even a single sacrificial technique was remarkable. Typically, such methods required a sacrifice of one for every 100. A perilous bargain with the forces beyond. Yet Li Ping's sacrificial method defied convention, allowing one to gain one for each sacrifice made. Though the events unfolded in mere moments, Li Ping raised his hands high, madness gleaming in his eyes. He had no retreat left. He sacrificed nearly all of his lifespan in one bold stroke. Song of Heaven and Earth's grief, as he channeled an inexplicable energy toward the thunder. A cataclysmic collision ensued, echoing throughout the heavens. Boom! The tremendous explosion reverberated as a colossal wave of energy rippled outward, deafening all creatures within 1,000 miles. Those who survived the blast were reduced to mere dust by the ensuing energy surge. Those of greater cultivation fared no better, suffering grievous injuries. In the distance, Elder Ji's complexion changed dramatically as he rushed to cover Air Dan's ears, unleashing a mournful wail. Gradually, his form began to dissipate into the air. While Air Dan fainted, a protective barrier manifesting around him, as the overwhelming energy dissipated, the thunderclouds began to fade, leaving the land barren, as if scoured clean, devoid of all life save for a few feeble remnants. A day later, several figures approached the desolate site. Search everywhere for clues. As they drew closer, a group of young cultivators emerged, having felt the oppressive force of the thunderstorm during their recent training nearby. Without hesitation, they rushed to the scene, becoming the first to arrive. One of the youths, shocked by the devastation, gasped, "What kind of cultivation could wreak such havoc?" As they surveyed the destruction, they dared not breathe too deeply, fearing the wrath of unseen forces. "Senior brother, there's someone here," cried a tall, slender man, pointing toward the unconscious Li Ping in the crater. "Where?" The senior brother hastened towards the young man's side, astonished that anyone could have survived such a catastrophic explosion. "Look, it's him!" The slender figure trembled as he pointed at Li Ping, an incredulous thought surfacing in his mind. The elder brother gazed into the pit where Li Ping lay. His upper body was completely bare, while tattered remnants of clothing barely concealed his lower half. Blood covered him, obscuring his features, and his right hand was grotesquely twisted, with his left leg unnaturally folded upon itself. It was evident that his bones had been forcibly broken by immense power. The elder brother pondered as he circled the pit, asking, "Do any of you have thoughts on this matter?" The slender man involuntarily twitched, stammering, "It can't possibly be him," though he did not articulate his statement fully. Everyone grasped his implication. Nearby, a handsome young man wore an expression of disbelief, his voice quivering as he exclaimed, "Impossible!" Clearly, he too struggled to accept that someone could possess such astonishing strength, daring to challenge the heavens. "Second brother, you should go down and take a look." Upon hearing the elder brother's suggestion, the slender man shuddered, instinctively retreating a few steps. The thought of confronting a potential superpower that had survived a thunder tribulation filled him with dread, fearful of inviting an unfathomable calamity. "Elder brother, let me go instead." The handsome young man volunteered boldly, and without hesitation, he leapt into the pit. As the young man approached Li Ping, he dared not come too close. Cautiously observing from a distance of about 10 meters, noticing no apparent danger, he took careful steps toward Li Ping. Upon reaching him, the young man took a deep breath, crouched down, and softly intoned, "Senior, I beg your pardon." He placed his index finger on Li Ping's acupoint, sensing a faint pulse of breath. This startled him, and he quickly withdrew his hand, looking up to whisper, "Elder brother, he is still alive." The elder brother furrowed his brow and nodded, then jumped into the pit to approach Li Ping. As he did, the slender man and a nearby girl, no older than 13 or 14, gasped in alarm and shouted in unison, "Elder brother, stay up there and do not move." The elder brother cautioned, "Second brother, keep a close watch on Ruo Shui." Upon reaching Li Ping, the elder brother was taken aback by the gruesome sight before him. He clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect and said, "Senior, I beg your pardon." As he slowly extended his hand to wipe away the blood from Li Ping's face, the handsome young man gasped, "Elder brother, you?" Ignoring the warning, the elder brother gently cleaned Li Ping's face, revealing a youthful visage, no older than 13 or 14. The elder brother recoiled in shock, while the handsome young man stumbled back, collapsing onto the ground. Elder brother." The handsome young man stammered, his teeth chattering. "Heavens! To possess such incredible power at such a young age is utterly unfathomable." Calm down, calm down." The elder brother quickly regained his composure, recognizing that all of this was merely his own wild speculation. The mere presence of this youth did not confirm that he was the one who had undergone the thunder tribulation. It was unheard of for someone so young to wield such strength. And without having witnessed it firsthand, they were merely conjecturing. The elder brother observed Li Ping on the ground, glancing around as he thoughtfully stroked his chin. "Upon inspection, I see that this individual does not possess a storage ring. A true master would not lack even a single storage device. Furthermore, there are no weapons scattered about him, not even a scrap of iron. Thus, it stands to reason that he is not the one. He must have merely been caught in the aftermath of the thunder tribulation and, by sheer luck, survived." Hearing the elder brother's analysis, everyone sighed in relief. After all, to possess such cultivation at the tender age of 13 or 14 would be too terrifying. Indeed, perhaps he is not merely as young as he appears. The slender man reassured himself, patting his chest. "Elder brother, we should leave quickly. This is ultimately a place fraught with peril, and it is unwise to linger." "Agreed," the elder brother nodded. "But what about him? Should I not take him with us?" Ruo Shui interjected, pointing at Li Ping in the pit. Ruo Shui, Why should we concern ourselves with him? Such a momentous event has likely attracted the attention of many. If we remain here, we risk being implicated, the slender man earnestly advised. Yes, Ruo Shui, for safety's sake, we must leave without delay, the elder brother concurred. But elder brother, are we truly to abandon him in his time of need? Ruo Shui pleaded, her lips pursed in concern. Elder brother, Ruo Shui speaks wisely. Although our Zhantian sect may not be a grand faction, we are a reputable establishment in this area. We cannot be the sort to turn a blind eye to those in peril, as that would tarnish our reputation, the handsome young man chimed in. Moreover, this individual must have witnessed the events that transpired here, and the fact that he survived such circumstances indicates he possesses remarkable qualities. Rescuing him may yield unforeseen benefits for our Zhantian sect. Indeed, you are correct, the elder brother nodded, internally affirming the handsome young man's perspective. Then let us act swiftly, lest we stir further trouble. On the other side, several figures swiftly approached the scene. Oh, there is someone here, one exclaimed upon spotting the unconscious Air Dian. Is there really another person here? Another remarked, frowning as he noticed the unconscious figure of Air Dan. Let us take him back to the branch hall first. You, go search over there. The rest of you, follow me. One man hoisted Air Dan onto his back and began to retreat. Why is he so light? The man, carrying what should have been a fully grown person, found it effortless, as though he were merely bearing a straw man. What did you say? Who? Startled, the man looked around. I asked what you said. A middle-aged man clad in a purple robe suddenly appeared before him. The sight of the purple-robed figure left the man astonished. To the vice hall master. I asked you what you just said. The purple-robed man took a step forward, an aura of authority emanating from him. A presence only someone of high status and great power could possess. I didn't say anything. The man, merely a peak body cultivator, trembled under the pressure exerted by the vice hall master. The purple-robed man scoffed lightly, not willing to waste words on him. He seized Air Dan from the man's back, his brow furrowing in disbelief. How can he be so light? With one hand grasping Air Dan, the purple-robed man unleashed his spiritual sense, probing deep into Air Dan's body. The more he examined, the more perplexed his expression became. After a moment, the purple-robed man's face suddenly broke into a wide grin, followed by uproarious laughter. Ha! I never expected to encounter an ethereal body in my lifetime. Truly, heaven bestows its favor. With that, he vanished in a flash, leaving the man who had previously carried Air Dan standing there in bewilderment, utterly at a loss. Li Ping's head throbbed painfully, a cacophony of fragmented memories swirling chaotically within his mind, images of a youth, an elder, elixirs, and the thunder tribulation. The confusion intensified, and he felt as if his head might explode. Suddenly, Li Ping's eyes flew open, revealing a disordered scene before him, indistinct shapes swirling in his vision. He blinked vigorously, gradually clarifying his surroundings. An all-too-familiar sight of beams and a ceiling. You're awake. A voice filled with delight rang out. Sensing a presence, Li Ping turned his eyes, attempting to look, but found he could not move his head at all. Don't move. You're still seriously injured. A girl, no older than 13 or 14, stood up to caution him. At this moment, Li Ping was bound like a mummy, with only his eyes unwrapped. The ordeal of the thunder tribulation had left him in tatters. Aside from his spine and a few critical areas, his body bore numerous injuries of varying severity, including a fractured bone in his face. As Li Ping attempted to speak, a sharp pain shot through his face. Do not speak. You are gravely injured. Focus on recovery and think of nothing else. The girl, who was none other than Ruo Shui, had frequently visited him during his unconsciousness, ensuring he was well cared for. Ruo Shui gazed at Li Ping with the affection one would have for a younger brother, which made Li Ping feel quite uncomfortable. Though he could not hear Ruo Shui's words, he blinked in acknowledgement, indicating he understood. The thunder tribulation had not only ravaged his body but also damaged his eardrum, rendering him temporarily deaf. Take care of your injuries. I must go practice martial arts, Ruo Shui instructed before stepping outside. What on earth transpired? It feels so chaotic. Li Ping's mind was in disarray, and for a moment, he could not recall the events of the past. Days passed, with Ruo Shui visiting him daily. The elder brother and the handsome young man also came to check on him once. Li Ping's recovery was astonishing. Within days, he could move his head, and the wounds on his face were healing rapidly. Speaking was merely a matter of time. Rest well, I must hurry to train, or I want to be able to enter the Fuwu Academy this year. Half a month later, Li Ping began to regain some sensation in his limbs, able to draw a modicum of spiritual energy from the outside world to mend his body. Simultaneously, the almost depleted consciousness within him gradually exhibited signs of awakening. A month later, Li Ping shed the layers of white cloth. He no longer required them or the wooden staff to stabilize his form. You truly are remarkable. In just a month, you've recovered to about 60 or 70%, Ruoxue exclaimed, her adorable nose wrinkling in confusion as she gazed at Li Ping. He merely stared blankly at the ceiling, finally recalling the tribulation he had endured, but was uncertain about the fates of Elder Ji and Erdian. Li Ping pondered, completely disregarding Ruoxue's words. His hearing had yet to return, after all, as the ears are delicate and not easily restored. Hey, you still can't speak? Are you mute? Ruoxue pouted, feeling indignant after speaking to him for so long to receive no response. Could he truly be a mute? How pitiable! Seeing that Li Ping remained silent, Ruoxue's heart filled with sympathy as she gently caressed his face. Alas, how unfortunate! I never expected you to truly be mute. Suddenly, Li Ping grasped Ruoxue's hand, his gaze piercing as he declared, "Thank you for saving my life." My name is Li Ping. Ah, Ruoxue struggled free from his grasp. Her cheeks flushed as she playfully scolded, "You hurt me. If you weren't mute, you would have spoken up by now." With a huff, she stamped her foot and stormed out of the room. Why is she leaving? Li Ping wondered, perplexed by Ruoxue's furious exit. Had she not been asking for his name? Ouch, my hand hurts. Another month passed. Li Ping stretched his limbs, his ability to recover enhanced as he ascended to a new realm. He patted his ears, do. His hearing had finally returned. What a relief! Throughout this month, Ruoxue continued to visit him sporadically, but she always rushed in and out, scarcely uttering a few words. Li Ping turned to the door as footsteps approached. Li Ping? Ruoxue burst in, followed closely by two men, one of whom was the handsome young man who had saved him that day. Goodness, Li Ping, you're amazing. You can actually get out of bed, Ruoxue exclaimed, bouncing around him in excitement. The other young man glanced at Li Ping with a smirk, while the handsome young man regarded him intently, asking, "How is your injury?" "It is no longer a concern." "I appreciate your concern," Li Ping responded humbly with a smile. "Thank you for saving my life." "No need for thanks. It was a mere trifling matter." The handsome young man replied nonchalantly, "Li Ping, you are truly something. You usually ignore me, yet you get along so well with third senior brother." Ruoxue pouted, clearly displeased. To this, Li Ping could only manage a bitter smile, refraining from offering an explanation. "All right, let Li Ping rest properly. We should take our leave," the handsome young man interjected. "Let us go," called the other young man, narrowing his eyes at third senior brother. "Never mind. We can discuss that later," third senior brother gently urged the young man. Li Ping raised an eyebrow. Even a whisper from third senior brother was audible to him, as his perception had greatly enhanced upon entering this new realm. Though his hearing had just recovered, every word was perfectly clear to him. "Focus on your cultivation for now," third senior brother thought to himself as he observed the other young man. By the way, Li Ping, how old are you this year? Why not join us at Fuwu Academy? Ruoxue suddenly interjected. Fuwu Academy? Li Ping's eyes sparkled with longing, but he soon forced a wry smile, replying, "I would love to, but unfortunately, I cannot accompany Ruoxue." The last tribulation had almost cost him his entire lifespan, and now he had less than a month left to live. Though he felt no regret, a profound sense of loss lingered. His family could not protect him, and he could not reunite with his brothers. Entering Fuwu Academy had been a dream in his past life, and he wished to see it in this one. "All right, we should be off." Third senior brother shook his head, casting one last deep glance at Li Ping before turning to leave. Ruoxue and the other young man quickly followed suit. Li Ping lay back on his bed, a sense of inexplicable sorrow enveloping him as he contemplated the fleeting month of his life. Would he have to continue bearing the regrets of his past life in this one? No. He could not just sit idly and wait for death. He needed to devise a plan. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Perhaps the Source Classic contained methods to extend his lifespan. The Source Classic, being a path of defiance against fate, must surely possess numerous techniques for prolonging life. He quickly settled into a meditative position, immersing his consciousness within the source classic, searching for ways to extend his life. After a brief period, Li Ping opened his eyes, a look of dejection etched upon his face as he sat on the bed. There were indeed many methods to prolong life, but they either required exceedingly rare herbs or the crafting of advanced elixirs. Some even involved killing and harvesting souls or sacrificing the blood of thousands to create formations for longevity. As for the former, Li Ping lacked both the time and the strength, while the latter was something he could never bring himself to do. He was not a madman. Sighing deeply, Li Ping felt the weight of hopelessness in his quest for longevity. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, and a luminous orb erupted from within him. What is this? Li Ping focused his gaze, discovering it to be the jade slip he had obtained from Shen Dahai, now smooth and gleaming, completely undamaged. Ah, it has been quite some time since I absorbed any thunder. A voice suddenly echoed. Who? Li Ping instinctively scanned his surroundings, but after searching for a while, found no one. Li Ping raised an eyebrow, looking at the floating jade slip. You little rascal, I saved your life. Yet you show no gratitude and even frighten me with such a terrifying object. A voice of complaint emerged, and a phantom figure materialized above the jade slip, gradually solidifying into the form of a middle-aged man. Who are you? Li Ping exclaimed, startled by the sudden appearance of a person from the jade slip. Who am I? The middle-aged man in the jade slip tilted his head, then swiftly darted in front of Li Ping. His eyes wide and fixed upon him, Li Ping met the man's vivid green gaze without flinching. The two stared at each other for a long moment, and Li Ping felt goosebumps rising all over his body. It was quite unbearable for two grown men to engage in such a silent standoff. Ha ha ha, you are quite something. The middle-aged man suddenly darted back to his previous position, clearing his throat. Ahem. Listen carefully. For what I am about to say might terrify you. I am Wanzhong Mountain. Aha, Li Ping nodded, though Wanzhong Mountain gazed at him with pride, hoping to see a look of awe on Li Ping's face. I have never heard of it, Li Ping replied nonchalantly. Wanzhong Mountain staggered back, incredulous. What did you just say? You dare to claim you don't know my name? Wanzhong Mountain lunged at Li Ping, seizing his garment and bellowing. Are you really that famous? Li Ping rolled his eyes, responding dismissively. You've lived long enough to have no idea who I am? Wanzhong Mountain exclaimed, his indignation palpable. I in my prime. I was invincible. Just the mention of my name would send shivers down the spines of those in the martial world. You ignorant child. Sure, keep it down. Others will hear. Li Ping gestured for silence. Oh. Wanzhong Mountain fell silent but soon erupted in anger, pointing at Li Ping and shouting, What? You dare tell me to be quiet? You insolent brat. Do you think I am as foolish as you? I have already set up a barrier. Even if an explosion occurs outside, no one will hear it. A barrier? Li Ping's heart tightened. The fact that he had not sensed any changes here was a testament to tremendous power. Humph. Now you see my might. Wanzhong Mountain boasted, puffing out his chest as he observed Li Ping's astonishment. Fine, you are impressive, Li Ping shrugged. What significance did it hold to acknowledge Wanzhong Mountain's prowess? But if you are so formidable, how did you end up like this? End up like this? Wanzhong Mountain looked down at his own form and sighed deeply. His voice filled with indignation. It is all due to that accursed thunder. Thunder? Li Ping's interest was piqued, his eyebrows raised. Hey, I am not as fortunate as you. You managed to survive a sacrifice and still maintain your form. That is truly extraordinary, Wanzhong Mountain exclaimed self-deprecatingly. Wait, you still haven't answered my question. Li Ping raised a hand to halt Wanzhong Mountain. You little brat, why do you need to know so much? Wanzhong Mountain smacked Li Ping on the head. Exasperated, if you won't tell me, there's nothing I can do about it, Li Ping shrugged. Why have you manifested here? What is your purpose? Li Ping cut straight to the point. Purpose? What purpose? I was forced out by you. Wanzhong Mountain shot Li Ping an annoyed glance, arms crossed. Fine then, quickly returned to the jade slip. Do not disturb my cultivation, Li Ping declared, waving his hand as if to shoo him away. Wanzhong Mountain was left dumbfounded. At a loss for words, Li Ping was utterly unyielding, leaving him with no recourse, however, upon seeing Li Ping still seated, leisurely and seemingly devoid of any intention to cultivate, with a half-smile on his face directed at himself. Wanzhong Shan could barely contain his irritation. Well, Young man, you truly are quite clever. With his hands firmly on his hips, he glared at Li Ping, frustration bubbling within him. Speak. Li Ping gestured. Ahem. Listen closely. Wang Zhongshan swept his hand behind him, his long hair and robes flowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, exuding the grandeur of a master of a great sect. I have come forth this time to take you as my disciple. Hurry up and pay your respects to your master. Li Ping cast a glance at Wang Zhongshan, nonchalantly lowering his head to groom his fingernails. You are a decayed wood unworthy of carving. Wang Zhongshan retorted, How many have clamored to be my disciples, yet I turned them all away. To be accepted under such a powerful master as myself is a blessing you could not earn in 8 lifetimes. Seeing that Li Ping showed no interest in engaging, Wang Zhongshan's anger flared, his beard bristling. What benefits will I receive? Li Ping raised his head, grinning widely, a hint of deviousness in his demeanor. What do you desire? Wang Zhongshan's eyes narrowed, surprisingly not immediately rejecting the notion. Noticing Wang Zhongshan's lack of refusal, Li Ping was taken aback, stroking his chin in contemplation. How about 10 or 8 pounds of clear mustache vine, blackhead ginseng, and jade leaf? Alternatively, 10 or 8 of golden continuation dragon bone pills or bitter saliva respite pills would suffice. Upon hearing Li Ping's words, Wang Zhongshan nearly choked. You must be joking. I have none of those items here. After regaining his composure, Wang Zhongshan's lips curled into a smirk as he glanced at Li Ping. If you seek longevity, just say so. Why all this roundabout talk? What did you say? Li Ping sprang to his feet. Calm down, calm down. Wang Zhongshan pressed his hands down, urging him to sit. Let us discuss this matter slowly. Since your sacrifice, your lifespan has dwindled. If my calculations are accurate, you have at most a month left. Wang Zhongshan spoke languidly. Li Ping remained silent, listening intently. The topic of his life quickened his heartbeat. However, should you choose to become my disciple, all of this will be resolved. Wang Zhongshan declared grandly, waving his hand. Is it merely about becoming a disciple? Li Ping queried, resting his hands on his knees. Of course. Do you think I would harbor any ulterior motives? Wang Zhongshan feigned displeasure, responding, Of course, there are a few tasks I need you to accomplish. Li Ping pondered deeply, but upon hearing Wang Zhongshan's words, his expression suddenly stiffened. He looked up, incredulous, and exclaimed, You don't mean for me to help you reconstruct your golden body, do you? In Li Ping's eyes, it was evident that Wang Zhongshan was merely a spiritual entity, not a true corporeal form. Reconstruct my golden body? You seem to know quite a bit, Wang Zhongshan scoffed. With your abilities, that would be impossible in your next life. He delivered a merciless blow to Li Ping's hopes. Then what do you require of me? Li Ping did not refute, acknowledging the truth of his current limitations. I, Wang Zhongshan, am originally from the Qianhuan sect, the 128th generation sect master. I have fought for over 800 years, but unfortunately perished, and the sect's sacred jade tablet vanished with me. Now, the world has changed beyond recognition. Yet I know not what era this is. Wang Zhongshan's gaze was profound, as if he transcended the boundaries of time and space. Peering into another realm, Li Ping listened quietly to Wang Zhongshan's narrative, a resonant sense of a fallen hero stirring within him. Today, I pass the position of sect master to you, Li Ping. You shall be the 129th sect master of Qianhuan sect. I hope you will lead our sect into a prosperous age. Wang Zhongshan solemnly held the jade tablet aloft, declaring, Li Ping, the 129th sect master of Qianhuan sect, heed my command and accept the jade tablet. The tablet began to float slowly from Wang Zhongshan's hands towards Li Ping. The process both lengthy and fleeting, a solemn and exalted ritual. Li Ping watched the jade tablet approach, his lips moving silently, unsure of what to say. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself, kneeling on one knee. Arms raised high above his head, disciple Li Ping accepts the command. Wang Zhongshan regarded him with admiration. Since awakening during the Thunder Tribulation, he had witnessed Li Ping's decisiveness, resilience, and determination to defy fate. Recognizing his potential, although Li Ping's current cultivation was insignificant in Wang Zhongshan's eyes, given time, he would undoubtedly become a formidable figure. Li Ping, the 129th sect master, heed my command. I shall now bestow upon you the supreme heart method of our sect, hoping you can lead us towards prosperity. With that, countless strange golden symbols erupted from Wang Zhongshan's body, shooting towards Li Ping. Kneeling, Li Ping accepted the heart method, though he possessed even more extraordinary source texts. The heart method represented the essence of a sect and its foundation. Even if he did not utilize it himself, he would need it to pass on to future disciples. Moreover, Li Ping had no desire to assume the role of sect master. He was not one to enjoy being constrained. While he shared a sense of camaraderie with Wan Zhongshan, akin to a hero in Twilight, it did not mean he was obligated to assume this title. Naturally, having accepted the command, he would carry the mantle of sect master, but he could always be a hands-off leader. Excellent, Wan Zhongshan exclaimed, pleased to have Li Ping, a disciple of immense potential. What worries do I have for the sect's prosperity? Li Ping, as the 129th sect master, you must shoulder the responsibility. Since my demise until now, I have lost track of time. Now that you have taken on the role of sect master, you must seek out the sect and revitalize it. Understood. Li Ping nodded in agreement. Now, let us proceed to extend your lifespan. Wan Zhongshan suddenly bore an inexplicable sense of melancholy, his eyes filled with the weight of the world. Wait, Li Ping abruptly interjected. What now? Wan Zhongshan frowned. Are you having second thoughts? Do you truly trust me? Li Ping gazed intently at Wan Zhongshan, recognizing that he might be the last hope for the latter, the only one who could recover the sacred jade tablet and restore the sect. Yet, accepting such a favor left Li Ping with an inexplicable feeling. I believe in you. Wan Zhongshan's deep-set gaze seemed to penetrate Li Ping's heart, and he nodded slightly. Close your eyes. Li Ping stared at Wan Zhongshan, momentarily stunned, before promptly sitting cross-legged and shutting his eyes. Taking several deep breaths, he felt his heartbeat quicken, knowing that this was a matter of life and death. To prevent any unforeseen mishaps, he needed to calm himself. Wan Zhongshan observed Li Ping, nodding approvingly. Threads of ethereal green light began to flow from Wan Zhongshan's body towards Li Ping, seamlessly merging into him. Li Ping felt a refreshing sensation coursing through him, tingling and invigorating, as he sensed his vitality steadily replenishing. Wan Zhongshan's figure gradually became hazy, almost translucent, drifting in the air until he finally ceased his spellcasting, shaking his head in a bittersweet smile. Chapter 52. Qianhuan Divine Jade. Li Ping sighed in contentment. Although he realized his lifespan had only increased by approximately 5 years, he was confident that within this span, he could break through at least one level. Suddenly, everything became clear, as he slowly opened his eyes and beheld Wan Zhongshan floating before him. He was taken aback. How could you? Wan Zhongshan gasped for breath, appearing strained. Ha! You are truly defying the heavens. All my soul's essence could have supported 10 or even 100 Qi attraction cultivators, and you have only gained a mere 5 years. Li Ping fell silent, aware of the implications. This was a life-for-a-life exchange. Watching Wan Zhongshan's form begin to dissipate, Li Ping's eyes grew misty. Regardless, even though he had become his disciple only recently, this sacrifice spoke volumes. Master, good disciple, I have activated the Jade Tablet. You only need to drop your blood to recognize it as your own, and I can assist you no further. Wan Zhongshan gazed at Li Ping with a serene expression. You must strive to live well and lead our sect to greatness. With those final words, Wan Zhongshan's form gradually faded into the air, leaving no trace behind. Master. A tear slipped down Li Ping's cheek. Though a man may shed tears, it is only when sorrow strikes deep. Kneeling, he bid farewell to his master's departure. Within the grand courtyard of the Li residence in Chaoyang City, Li Zhengyang clutched a letter, his body trembling with emotion, tears streaming down his face. A man may bleed but seldom weeps. He was simply overwhelmed with joy. After folding the letter, Li Zhengyang took a deep breath, wiped his tears, and hurried towards Lu Wanru's chamber. Wana. What is it? Yanggo? Lu Wanru was engaged in some needlework, preparing to send it to Li Ping. Waner, quickly come with me to the ancestral hall to pay respects to our ancestors. Li Zhengyang grasped Lu Wanru's hand and rushed towards the hall. What is going on? Today isn't a day for offerings. Lu Wanru was bewildered by Li Zhengyang's urgency, unsure of his intentions. Hush. I'll explain once we arrive at the hall. Li Zhengyang tugged Lu Wanru along as they hurried, laughter and joy radiating from him. Head of the family, 2 guards at the entrance of the ancestral hall greeted respectfully. Upon reaching the hall, Li Zhengyang glanced around like a thief, ensuring there was no one suspicious before securely closing the door behind them. What is going on? Why all this secrecy? Lu Wanru looked at Li Zhengyang with a mix of curiosity and reproach. Li Zhengyang cautiously retrieved the letter from his bosom and handed it to Lu Wanru, whispering, "Be quiet. Don't make too much noise." Yet, contrary to his intentions, his words had the opposite effect. Upon seeing the letter, Lu Wanru gasped in shock and leaped onto Li Zhengyang, exclaiming, "This is wonderful, truly wonderful," as she spoke. Tears streamed down her face, a testament to the profound sorrow she had concealed upon realizing her son's shortcomings. No one could fathom the immense pressure the couple had endured over the years within the family. But now, all their sacrifices seemed worthwhile. "Shoo, keep your voice down. Didn't Li Ping'er tell us not to let this slip?" Li Zhengyang gently patted Lu Wanru's shoulder. "Our son has achieved greatness." Yes, I am overwhelmed with joy." Lu Wanru nodded vigorously. "Let us give thanks to our ancestors for allowing Ping'er to shed his mediocrity." Li Zhengyang set Lu Wanru down, and hand in hand, the couple knelt before their ancestors of the Li clan. Li Ping performed several deep bows, proclaiming, "Master, your disciple will undoubtedly find the Qianhuan sect and elevate its prestige." As he rose, he clutched the jade slip tightly, feeling at this moment that the wheel of his destiny had truly begun to turn. After a few days of recuperation, Li Ping's injuries had nearly healed, and his strength had returned to about 70 to 80%. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he held the Qianhuan jade slip. In the preceding days, he had been unable to harness spiritual energy or consciousness, rendering him incapable of drawing forth any blood, let alone establishing a blood bond. With determination, he forced a small amount of blood from his body onto the jade slip, which immediately glowed brightly as the blood was absorbed, signifying successful recognition of the master. Li Ping's consciousness delved into the jade slip, revealing an expansive space of over 10,000 square meters before him. Staring in awe at this vastness, he was rendered speechless. Storage rings were already rare, with some minor clan leaders lacking even a single one. Even if they possessed one, it was often a modest space of merely 1 square meter. Yet the Qianhuan jade slip offered a staggering area. What a remarkable concept! The sheer size of the space was enough to drive anyone to madness. However, it seemed this was not the jade slip's primary function. "You have arrived, the 129th leader of the Qianhuan sect." The figure of Wan Zhongshan materialized in the space, his back turned to Li Ping as he spoke in a calm tone. "Master!" Li Ping exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Yet, upon closer inspection, he sensed something was amiss. "Master, have you not already departed this world? When you see me, I assume I am no longer in this realm. What you perceive is merely a projection of my will. Time is short. This may seem like mere repetition, but I urge you to listen closely." Wan Zhongshan turned to face him, his expression one of authority. "This Qianhuan jade slip is the sacred artifact of our sect. It must never be lost. Originally named Qianhuan Divine Jade, it can transform into countless shapes, allowing you to name it as you wish. This divine jade was crafted by a deity, later acquired by our forefather, who established the Qianhuan sect, passing it down through generations. The Qianhuan Divine Jade is not only a storage artifact but also a defensive one. It can withstand all forms of attacks in the world. Of course, this is contingent upon your cultivation being sufficient. With that said, I have conveyed all that is necessary. Act wisely." As Wan Zhongshan finished speaking, his figure dissipated instantly. Li Ping reached out to grasp at the fading image, but it felt as elusive as a wisp of breeze, perceptible yet unattainable. "Master!" Li Ping called softly, an overwhelming sense of loss washing over him. Wan Zhongshan, a hero in his own right, had completely vanished from this world to save him. The debt of gratitude he owed to his master was akin to a rebirth. As his gaze wandered, Li Ping surveyed the vast emptiness of the space, where a few large cabinets stood erect. Approaching one, he noted the sparse contents. 10 or so vials of elixirs and several peculiar items, alongside a multitude of large golden boxes haphazardly piled together. To his astonishment, he discovered a pair of shoulder-mounted small cannons, his face alight with surprise. "This is a demon crystal cannon," he marveled, realizing the significance of this remarkable weapon, capable of converting a magical beast's core into energy for attacks, preserving 70% of the core's energy. Its compact and lightweight design made it incredibly convenient for transport and use, albeit limiting its effectiveness in large-scale assaults. "What is this? A medicinal cauldron?" Li Ping's attention was suddenly drawn to a three-legged small cauldron. Setting down the cannon, he seized the cauldron with one hand, only to find his face flushing with embarrassment. He could hardly lift it despite possessing tremendous strength. Channeling spiritual energy, he was determined not to be bested by a mere cauldron. Yet, no matter how he tried, it remained immovable. What is this? I can't even lift it. How can I refine pills? Surely it is just for show, he grumbled in frustration. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as he channeled spiritual energy into the cauldron. But even after several attempts, there was no response, no flicker of flame. What on earth is this? I've wasted enough time, he exclaimed irritably. Ah, Wan Hua Ningyu. His peripheral vision caught sight of a mystical crystal bottle containing half a vial of pink liquid. I never expected my master to possess such treasures, Li Ping exclaimed, admiring the items on the shelves with awe. These were exceedingly rare and valuable treasures, a feast for the eyes, however. Their careless arrangement belied their significance. After further inspection, Li Ping's expression soured as he muttered, "This is a bit too meager, isn't it? Just a handful of elixirs and medicinal materials. Only a few bottles for breakthrough and detoxification." He pouted, feeling discontented. What he truly needed were elixirs. Yet all that was available were a few breakthrough elixirs and detoxification pills. Master is rather stingy, having used everything for himself without leaving anything for me. Li Ping couldn't help but find it hard to believe that a grandmaster would lack even basic medicinal materials and pills. The only rational explanation was that Wan Zhongshan had exhausted them all during his lifetime. Although Li Ping was perplexed about how that could have happened, the current meager offerings left little room for further investigation. The blood token. As he walked, Li Ping suddenly spotted the blood token resting on the cabinet, his heart racing. Initially, he thought that nothing could have survived such a formidable lightning tribulation. Yet here was the blood token. It represented his identity. If lost, the corresponding piece in the family would shatter, making it utterly irreplaceable. Grasping the blood token tightly, he silently expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master." Why is this crystal bottle blue? Li Ping noticed another peculiar detail. All the crystal bottles, though still transparent, exhibited a faint blue hue. This intrigued him greatly. How odd, he mused, stroking his chin in contemplation, but found no answers, nor did anyone else offer him clarity. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as he focused his consciousness and leapt out of the Qianhuan space. "Li Ping!" The door swung open abruptly, and Ruo Shui's voice echoed in. Li Ping opened his eyes to see Ruo Shui, smiling gently as he greeted her. "You've come." "What do you mean, you've come? Do I not have a name? Call me Ruo Shui," she chided playfully. "Ruo Shui?" Li Ping nodded, acknowledging her. "That's more like it." Ruo Shui beamed, her expression radiating approval as she took his hand and urged him outside. "Come, let us get some fresh air. Staying cooped up in a room can be stifling." Li Ping allowed Ruo Shui to lead him, a smile gracing his face. Chapter 53. The leader of the Zhantian sect. As they stepped outside, Li Ping squinted against the sudden brightness. "Ruo Shui, where are you taking me?" he inquired as they ran together. "My father is currently instructing at the martial arts arena. The sect's brothers and sisters are all there. It is quite a lively affair," Ruo Shui exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "You spend all day cooped up. Aren't you worried about becoming ill from boredom?" Just then, Ruo Shui halted and turned to Li Ping, asking earnestly, "By the way, how old are you this year? What is your cultivation level? In a few months, the Fuwu Academy will be recruiting. Do you want to join me?" "Absolutely. I would love to attend Fuwu Academy," Li Ping replied enthusiastically. "Then why did you say you couldn't go with me?" Ruo Shui pouted, feigning indignation. "Just teasing you," Li Ping chuckled, finding her adorable. "I'm 12 years old, at the 8th stage of foundation. Do you think I'll qualify?" "Wow, I didn't expect that," Ruo Shui exclaimed in surprise. Although the 8th stage of foundation was only one level above the minimum requirement for Fuwu Academy, it marked him as a true genius in such a small sect. "Don't worry, little brother. Once you're in the academy, I'll make sure to look out for you," Ruo Shui declared confidently. Patting her chest, Li Ping felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his back. "All right then, I guess I'll have to rely on my big sister." "Good," Ruo Shui beamed, her eyes crinkling into crescents of joy. "Oh no, if my father doesn't see me for a while, I'll be in big trouble." Ruo Shui's expression suddenly changed as she seized Li Ping's hand and sprinted away. After running for about half an hour, she faintly heard a series of synchronized shouts and punches echoing in the air. Oh no, they have already started. Upon hearing the noise, Ruo Shui felt a surge of urgency. She could vividly imagine the consequences of her father seeing her. Hurry up! Letting go of Li Ping's hand, Ruo Shui quickened her pace towards the training ground. Li Ping watched Ruo Shui's retreating figure and chuckled, shaking his head as he leisurely followed behind. After turning a few corners, the shouts grew louder, piquing Li Ping's interest, and he hastened his steps. Suddenly, the view opened up before him. A large training ground bustling with people, all engaged in free combat. Their warm sweat glistening in the AI. As he approached, Li Ping was irresistibly drawn in by the vibrant energy of the young fighters on the field, smiling brightly as he gazed towards the platform at the back of the training ground. Ruo Shui stood with her head bowed before a middle-aged man, her face filled with grievance. Several other middle-aged men surrounded them, and seated in the center was an elderly man with white hair, presumably the sect leader and elders of the Zhan Tian sect. Li Ping couldn't help but sneer. When he first heard the name of Zhan Tian sect, he was somewhat dismissive. A mere small sect claiming to cut the heavens? Moreover, the sect leader appeared to be at the mid-stage of chi refinement, while the other middle-aged men were evidently at the early stage. The entire sect was, at best, a minor mid-tier faction. This was not a manifestation of Li Ping's arrogance or disdain for others. Rather, as a defier of fate himself, he found it quite irritating that others so boldly proclaimed their intent to cut the heavens. After a moment of watching, Li Ping lost interest and turned to leave. If you arrive late again, I shall punish you with 3 months of wall sitting, the middle-aged man barked at Ruo Shui. Get down now. All right, oh, come on. Ruo Shui is still young and naive. Why are you being so harsh with her? The elder seated above affectionately remarked. Sect leader, you are too indulgent with her. Chen Fantian, seeing that even his father, the sect leader, had spoken, reluctantly acquiesced. He, grandpa is the best. Ruo Shui instantly beamed, leaping into the arms of Chen Zhan Tian, the sect leader. Get down quickly. This is so unregulated. Chen Fantian frowned upon seeing her antics. Fantian, you really ought to get serious and teach the disciples well. Strive to secure more entries into the Fu Wu Academy this time. Factions like theirs, which barely qualified as second-rate, could only rely on a few disciples to gain admission to the Fu Wu Academy for further training. Otherwise, it would be difficult to progress within such a minor sect. Ruo Shui playfully stuck out her tongue at Chen Fantian before hiding behind Chen Zhantian. Oh? Ruo Shui, how is that boy you rescued doing? Chen Zhantian suddenly inquired, looking down at Ruo Shui. Li Ping? He should be here by now, Ruo Shui replied, scanning the training ground for the familiar figure. After a moment of searching, she felt a pang of disappointment. He must not have arrived yet. Is that so? I heard his injuries have healed. Chen Zhantian's eyes flickered as he asked. Yes, Grandpa. I must tell you, Li Ping is quite remarkable. He recovered from such severe injuries in less than 3 months. The apothecary said he would need a year before he could even get out of bed. Oh really? Since when has the apothecary's medical skill improved so much? Chen Zhantian jested, though a spark of intrigue flickered in his eyes as he pondered something privately. The other middle-aged men exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their unspoken thoughts. Ruo Shui, bring him here to see me tomorrow. I have something to discuss with him, Chen Zhantian said kindly. Sure, Grandpa. I will bring him here first thing tomorrow. Ruo Shui eagerly agreed, unaware that a profound conspiracy was beginning to unfold around her. Li Ping, are you there? Ruo Shui called out as she pushed open the door. Li Ping, having finished his training, looked at her with a slight smile and replied, What is it? Ruo Shui took a seat, gazing at Li Ping. Why didn't you come with me today? I did come, but I felt a bit unwell and returned. Li Ping explained. Then take care of yourself, Ruo Shui nodded with concern. By the way, my grandpa wants you to come see him tomorrow. He has something to say to you. Your grandpa? The sect leader of Zhan Tian sect? Li Ping looked up, puzzled. Yes, I'll take you there tomorrow. All right, Li Ping replied, pondering why the sect leader would suddenly wish to meet with him. Surely, it was not merely for casual conversation. Okay, you should rest now. I won't disturb you. Ruo Shui noticed Li Ping seemed to want to remain silent, so she decided to leave. Wait, Ruo Shui? Li Ping called out, stopping her. What is it? She asked, looking back at him in confusion. Just a moment. Li Ping touched the Qian Huan jade slip in his hand. No, It should be the Qian Huan ring. He moved his left hand behind his back, focused his mind, and a drop of pink-colored Wanhua Ningyu appeared in his palm. Wanhua Ningyu was an excellent substance for refining the body, specifically formulated for women, ensuring minimal discomfort during use. It was an extremely precious elixir. Ruo Shui, come closer. I have something wonderful for you. Ruo Shui stared at Li Ping and stepped closer. Come on, just a bit more. What are you doing? She protested, though she continued to inch closer, her cheeks flushed, stopping just half a meter away. Hey, here you go. Li Ping gently patted her forehead, channeling his energy to instantly dissolve the Wanhua Ningyu into her body. What are you doing? Ruo Shui gasped, jumping back and clutching her forehead. I didn't do anything. I just saw a bug on your forehead and swatted it away. Li Ping shrugged. Hearing Li Ping's words, Ruo Shui let out a shriek, frantically patting her head. Is it gone? Is it gone? Seeing Ruo Shui's panicked expression, Li Ping bit his lip, suppressing the urge to laugh. It's gone. It's gone. I just swatted it away, didn't I? Really? Ruo Shui, half convinced, patted her forehead again. It's truly gone. My dear lady. Li Ping chuckled, shaking his head. You're still laughing. Ruo Shui's hair had become somewhat disheveled, and she glared at Li Ping, her anger flaring. Humph. I won't talk to you anymore. Ruo Shui stamped her foot and stormed out of the room. Oh dear. Just as she exited, Ruo Shui suddenly let out a cry of distress. Hearing this, Li Ping rushed out of the room. What happened? He asked, concerned, upon seeing her crouched on the floor, clutching her stomach. Why, stomach hurts. Ruo Shui grimaced in pain. I think I might be poisoned. Stomachache? Poisoned? Li Ping was taken aback, then broke into a grin. You're still laughing. Ruo Shui snapped, noticing Li Ping's amusement, her anger flaring again. No, I should hurry and take you to the apothecary. Li Ping scooped Ruo Shui onto his back and dashed in a direction. This isn't the way to the apothecary. Ruo Shui protested as she noticed Li Ping heading the wrong way. Be quiet, Li Ping urged, speeding towards Ruo Shui's room. Your room is here, right? Why are you bringing me to my room? Ruo Shui asked, puzzled. Ruo Shui doubled over, clearly struggling to hold it in. Li Ping set her down, shrugging. Hurry up and take care of it. How did you know? Ruo Shui looked at him in surprise, but before Li Ping could respond, she dashed towards the restroom, unable to wait any longer. This is the essence of refining the body. Li Ping shrugged and walked to Ruo Shui's room, knocking on the door. It was already late, and the lights were on inside. Who is it? Ruo Shui's maid opened the door and inquired upon seeing Li Ping. You are? Quickly prepare a few buckets of hot water for your mistress. She needs to bathe. Li Ping stated bluntly. A few buckets? The maid was taken aback. Hurry up. Your mistress needs it urgently. You wouldn't want to face the consequences if it's delayed. Li Ping pretended to scowl. Yes. The maid rushed off to prepare the hot water. Li Ping smiled and shook his head, raising his hand to smell the lingering fragrance of maidenly essence. So delightful. Chapter 54. The Conspiracy. The following dawn, Ruo Shui stormed into Li Ping's room, and before she even pushed the door open, she yelled, Li Ping, come out. Bursting through the door, she glared at Li Ping, who was sitting cross-legged. Li Ping, what have you done? What exactly did you do to me last night? What could I possibly do to you? Li Ping opened his eyes and looked at Ruo Shui, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. You? Ruo Shui pointed at him, momentarily at a loss for words, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, appearing incredibly cute. Last night, I kindly swatted a bug off your forehead and even carried you back. Yet you come here so early to disturb my dreams. You really are something, Li Ping retorted, feigning innocence as though he were the one wronged. You have the audacity to say that? Ruo Shui stomped her foot. If you didn't play tricks, who else would? What tricks am I playing? Li Ping spread his hands in a gesture of innocence, while Ruo Shui found herself momentarily speechless. Even if Li Ping was aware of his own mischief, it did not necessarily imply his guilt. After all, it was not a fault for him to possess some medical knowledge. It's you. Despite this, Ruo Shui continued to stamp her little feet, unwilling to concede defeat. After all, having rushed over early in the morning only to discover that the other party was completely blameless was exceedingly embarrassing. All right, I admit my mistake. I should have told you earlier that the worm was a castor bean bug. If it sticks to you, it will cause diarrhea and leave your body covered in dark, unsightly spots. Li Ping suppressed a laugh, wearing an expression of defeat. Castor bean bug? Ruoshui halted her clamoring, looking at Li Ping with a puzzled expression. Yes, that kind of bug crawls out from the castor bean. It's utterly revolting, Li Ping said, his face contorting with disgust. Upon hearing this, Ruoshui instinctively squirmed, her desire to rush home and take a bath growing stronger by the second. I'll let you off this time. I knew Ruoshui was the best, Li Ping replied with a grin. Stop being so cheeky, Ruoshui retorted with a light scoff. Come on, let us go see my grandfather. All right, Li Ping responded cheerfully, trailing behind Ruoshui, but suddenly his smile faded. I'm curious to see what you all are scheming. Following Ruoshui, they arrived at the Grand Hall, passing numerous buildings and training grounds. Although the Zhan Tian sect was not particularly large, it was well equipped, much like a small bird possessing all its vital organs. Let us go. My grandfather and the elders are waiting for you here. Li Ping nodded, following Ruoshui inside. Grandfather, Li Ping is here. Inside the hall, only Chen Zhantian and a middle-aged man were seated, seemingly engaged in discussion. Upon seeing Ruoshui, they immediately ceased their conversation. Li Ping pays his respects to the sect master. Li Ping entered the hall, slightly bowing. Regardless of Chen Zhantian's intentions, the fact remained that he had saved Li Ping, and it was only proper to show the requisite respect. Young Master Ping, please take a seat. Chen Zhantian regarded Li Ping with warmth, akin to that of a doting grandfather, though his gaze was overly affectionate, bordering on indulgence. This was their first meeting, and rather than feeling cherished, Li Ping sensed a certain artifice in Chen Zhantian's demeanor. Remaining wary within, a weasel paying a New Year's visit to a chicken, ill intentions abound. May I inquire why the sect master has summoned me so early? Li Ping asked respectfully. Alas, it is all Ruoshui's fault for being so impatient. She insisted on calling you over early, and I must ask for your understanding regarding this matter. It's nothing. Li Ping gently shook his head, smiling. May I ask who young Master Ping is? Chen Zhantian inquired, rubbing his thumb against his other fingers. I am from Qingyang Mountain. Li Ping cleverly fabricated a location, aware that Chen Zhantian could not have traversed the entirety of the Yanglan Empire. Qingyang Mountain? I have not heard of it, Chen Zhantian said, exchanging a glance with the middle-aged man, who also appeared perplexed. Li Ping felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He had hoped to glean some information about the Qinhuan sect from Chen Zhantian, but their expressions indicated their ignorance. It is quite normal for the sect master to be unaware. My sect has long secluded itself in the mountains, rarely making appearances. Were it not for my master needing to come out to face tribulation, I would likely still be cultivating in seclusion, Li Ping thought to himself, maintaining a pleasant smile on his face as he spoke, unafraid of startling Chen Zhantian with such words. Tribulation? Upon hearing this word, Chen Zhantian was startled, leaping from his seat. The suffocating sensation from over 2 months ago lingered in his mind. To learn that the one undergoing tribulation was Li Ping's master left him utterly astonished. Li Ping secretly delighted in Chen Zhantian's reaction. It was precisely the effect he desired. Chen Zhantian exchanged glances with the middle-aged man, then turned to Li Ping and clasped his hands in greeting. Young Master Ping, I have suddenly remembered pressing matters to attend to. I must ask you to excuse me for now, and I shall raise a glass with you tonight. If sect master has matters to attend to, then I shan't impose. Li Ping rose and returned the gesture. Chen Zhantian's gaze fell upon the Qinhuan ring on Li Ping's left hand, and a glimmer of interest flickered in his eyes. When he had rescued Li Ping, he had searched him thoroughly but found nothing. Now, a ring had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. As Li Ping departed, the middle-aged man's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Li Ping's master would be such a formidable figure, and he had been contemplating how to extract something of value from Li Ping. Sect master, did you notice that young man's ring? Chen Zhantian squinted, observing Li Ping's retreating figure. Yes, but the middle-aged man hesitated. A man would die for wealth, and a bird would perish for food, at his age. Unless he has encountered a significant opportunity, it is unlikely he would experience a breakthrough. Yet, any astute observer could tell that Li Ping must possess some treasure. Even without any material possessions, the cultivation method he practices under such a powerful master would be enough to captivate anyone. Sighing, Chen Zhantian sank into his chair, grappling with his internal conflict. It was impossible not to covet the treasures Li Ping possessed. But considering the high cultivation level of his master, who knew what other formidable beings lurked within his sect. He had no desire to risk his life for mere trinkets, yet relinquishing the opportunity felt equally unsatisfactory. Ruoxue, you may leave now. Qin Zhantian rubbed his forehead and waved dismissively. Yes, grandfather. Ruoxue shot Qin Zhantian a curious glance, pouting as she retreated. Sect master, why hesitate? This is a golden opportunity that must not be missed. As soon as Ruoxue departed, a voice resonated within the grand hall. Who is it? Qin Zhantian grabbed a teacup, ready to hurl it at the door. Please, sect master, do not be angry. It is I, a young man, who had previously visited Li Ping alongside Ruoxue and the third senior brother, stepped into the hall. Qin Fei? When did you arrive? Qin Zhantian had yet to erupt in anger when Elder Qin beside him was already seething. I arrived long ago. You were so focused on plotting against that young man that you failed to notice my presence. Qin Fei shrugged. Unfilial son? Hearing Qin Fei's words, Elder Qin was immediately infuriated. Eavesdropping on high-level discussions was a grave offense, and to brazenly admit it was tantamount to courting death. Without a moment's hesitation, Elder Qin unleashed a palm strike at Qin Fei. Seeing Elder Qin's furious palm approach, Qin Fei was taken aback, hastily attempting to defend himself. However, with his early-stage body refinement strength, he stood no chance against a furious strike from the Qi induction stage. Slap! With a crisp sound, Qin Fei was sent crashing into the wall. Blood spurting from his mouth. Enough! Qin Zhantian barked, his face darkening. Cough, cough. Qin Fei sat on the ground, wiping the blood from his mouth, his face contorted with rage. Stop right there. Don't you want that young man's treasures? Are you threatening me? Qin Zhantian's heart raced, his voice dropping. This Qin Fei, despite receiving Elder Qin's full teachings, was still lackluster. Having reached 20, he was merely at the early-stage body refinement level, and his pursuits were dubious at best. Qin Zhantian held a strong disdain for Qin Fei. Had he not been Elder Qin's son, Qin Zhantian would have likely expelled him to avoid tarnishing his reputation. Cough, cough. How dare you threaten the sect master? I have a plan, but I'm uncertain whether to share it. Qin Fei stood up, declaring boldly. Elder Qin had shown some leniency earlier. His earlier strike was merely for show, and had not been delivered with full force. However, Qin Fei was oblivious to this, convinced that his father sought to end his life. Speak. Qin Zhantian commanded sternly. Although he held little regard for Qin Fei, the latter was clever and resourceful. If there was a genuine opportunity to acquire something from Li Ping without danger, it would be a stroke of genius. With a mischievous grin, Qin Fei swaggered to Qin Zhantian's side, took a cup, and rinsed his mouth. Unfilial son, if you have any brilliant ideas, do hurry. Elder Qin was exasperated with his son's antics. His earlier reprimand had been an act of protection. Otherwise, given Qin Fei's numerous past offenses, eavesdropping on the sect master's conversations would undoubtedly lead to his execution. Yet now, Qin Fei appeared oblivious to the gravity of the situation. And Elder Qin could hardly bear to watch. Meanwhile, Qin Zhantian remained patient, maintaining his silence. Why the rush? Qin Fei took a sip of tea, not casting a glance at Elder Qin. Master, I overheard your previous remarks. I trust they stirred your interest as well. With such an extraordinary master, he must possess numerous treasures. If we could seize them. Qin Fei said with a sinister grin. Suddenly, his smile vanished. Yet, he belongs to a sect. And one can only imagine the strength of his faction based on his master. Moreover, there is no doubt they have placed some protective measures upon him. If we were to kill him, we would invite trouble upon ourselves, rebellious child. Why are you rambling on? Qin Fei shot a glance at Elder Qin and replied indifferently, but I have heard that his cultivation is not particularly high. However, that could very well be a deliberate concealment on his part. Yet, that is of little consequence. I have a plan to procure the treasures on that young man without anyone being the wiser. Oh, do share. Qin Zhantian recognized that these words were directed at him, and intrigued by the logical reasoning, he leaned in closer. Chapter 55. The Feast at Hongmin. Master, a direct approach is certainly not feasible. Why not employ a more subtle tactic? A glint of cruelty appeared on Qin Fei's face as he proposed. What do you mean by subtle? Qin Zhantian raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Tonight, master, you are inviting him to dinner. Are you not? Here is what we shall do. First, we'll incapacitate him with poison, relieve him of his possessions, and then, through relentless interrogation, extract his techniques. but we must ensure he remains alive. After 10 days or half a month. Once we ascertain there is no danger in those items, we can spare his life and cast him into the depths of the 10,000 great mountains, where beasts will feast upon him. No matter how his sect investigates, they shall never trace him back to us. Qin Fei clapped his hands in delight, pride swelling within him for his clever scheme. Brilliant, simply brilliant. Ha ha, master, do consider it. Qin Zhantian exchanged glances with Elder Qin, both of them taken aback. Such methods were foreign to them. Poisoning was considered a despicable tactic in the martial world, often met with disdain. They had never anticipated Qin Fei would suggest such a thing. Yet the allure of the plan was undeniable, rendering them speechless. Master, do not hesitate any longer. Are you truly willing to let such a substantial prize slip away? Qin Fei discerned Qin Zhantian's apprehension and pressed on. Master, no man of valor is without guile. Are you truly content to remain a minor sect leader, ensuring your faction never rises again? The opportunity is fleeting. It will not present itself again. Qin Fei implored earnestly. Very well, let it be done. Qin Zhantian gritted his teeth and slammed his palm on the table. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. Qin Fei, you shall take charge of this matter, and upon success, your reward shall be plentiful. Yes, master, I shall execute it flawlessly. That night, Qin Zhantian hosted a grand banquet in the hall, albeit with only 4 attendees. Oh my, master, you are too kind. I am truly flattered, Li Ping exclaimed upon entering the room. Taken aback by the lavish spread before him, dishes from land, air, and sea adorned the grand table, while beautiful maidens flitted about, and the aroma of fine wine wafted through the air, a feast at Hungmin. No need to guess, this banquet certainly harbors ulterior motives. Ah, young Master Ping, as a mere gesture of hospitality, I hope you do not take offense. Qin Zhantian grinned broadly, his face resembling a withered chrysanthemum. At the dining table, Elder Qin and Qin Fei rose to greet Li Ping, urging him to take a seat. Come, young Master Ping, please sit. After hesitantly taking his place, Li Ping surveyed the extravagant array of food and said, Master, such lavishness is truly overwhelming. Ah, young Master Ping, do not mention it. Qin Zhantian feigned displeasure, saying, You shall soon understand. Qin Zhantian chuckled inwardly, a smirk playing on his lips. As Li Ping surveyed the table, he subtly shook his head, instinctively leaning back. Noticing Li Ping's reaction, Qin Fei cursed inwardly. This brat is indeed cautious. Come, young Master Ping, do not worry. We genuinely wish to befriend you as a small sect. We hope you might lend us your support in the future. I would be eternally grateful. Qin Zhantian raised his cup and declared, Let us toast, young Master Ping. He downed his drink in one go. Old fox, Li Ping muttered under his breath, holding his cup hesitantly. Given his illustrious status, he felt no need to indulge Qin Zhantian. Seeing the hesitation, the 3 exchanged glances. Qin Fei gestured for him to handle the situation. Why are you not drinking, young Master Ping? Are you afraid our wine is poisoned? Qin Fei inquired, waving over one of the maidens. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. If you are concerned, we can verify it. The maiden produced a silver needle, inserting it into Li Ping's cup. Moments later, she presented the needle before him, pristine and unblemished. She proceeded to test the remaining dishes and wines, with the needle showing no signs of discoloration. Now, are you at ease? Young Master Ping? Qin Zhantian maintained his solemn demeanor. Not at all, Master. I merely had a slight stomach upset earlier. I was too embarrassed to mention it, and thus troubled you, despite the needle showing no change. Li Ping sought a convenient excuse, saying, Master, please excuse me for a moment. He clutched his abdomen and called to a maiden. Sister, hurry, take me to the restroom. Follow me. Watching Li Ping hastily depart, the 3 exchanged puzzled glances, surprised at how things had unfolded. Could it be that this young man has uncovered something? Qin Zhantian pondered thoughtfully. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence. Qin Fei frowned, uncertain. Hurry, send someone after him. It would be troublesome if he escapes. Rest assured, Master, that maiden is loyal to me. He will not get away. Qin Fei smirked ominously. As Li Ping entered the restroom, he retrieved an antidote pill from his Qianhuan ring. Such a waste for just a few antidote pills. He lamented, eyeing the maiden still stationed outside. Shaking his head, he swallowed the antidote, well aware that Chen Jiantian and his cohorts harbored ill intentions. While he was not immune to all poisons, a degree of caution was prudent. However, he also deemed it unwise to accuse them without evidence, so he refused to leave in a huff. "Why apologies for keeping you waiting, master?" Li Ping re-entered the room, taking his seat without further ado. "I must sincerely apologize for troubling you. Allow me to pour myself a drink." He raised his cup and downed it in one gulp. Setting the cup down, he noticed Chen Jiantian and the others watching him with knowing smiles. Li Ping shook his head vigorously, feigning a slight dizziness. "It truly is poisoned. I just cannot ascertain the type. If I misstep, the consequences would be dire." Qin Fei, relishing his triumph, traced circles with his finger. Li Ping immediately grasped the cue, collapsing dramatically to the ground to discern the intentions of Chen Jiantian and his companions. "Ha ha, master, see, he is utterly within our grasp." Qin Fei laughed triumphantly. "Take him away," he commanded the maidens nearby. "Excellent work, Qin Fei. You shall be duly rewarded," Chen Jiantian declared, his face aglow with satisfaction. "Thank you, master." Qin Fei raised his cup, exclaiming, "To our bright future. Cheers." Li Ping feigned slumber, reclining against two soft bodies, savoring the delightful scent of femininity. His consciousness spread across the surroundings, confident that everything remained under his control. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed. "Old fool, do not blame me for your lack of foresight." The maidens unceremoniously tossed Li Ping into a concealed chamber before exiting. Observing the tightly sealed room, Li Ping felt a headache coming on. Breaching the iron door would require most of his spiritual energy, which he did not possess. He mused whether he should eliminate them upon their return. However, he quickly shook his head. Despite their treachery, they had saved him, and he did not wish to cause grief to the kind-hearted Ruoshui. The downfall of Chen Jiantian would undoubtedly spell trouble for her as well. Consider this a debt repaid. Although he planned to spare them, it was impossible not to ensure they paid a price for their treachery. An idea began to form in Li Ping's mind. The following morning, the iron door creaked open, light flooding in. "Qin Fei, inspect him for any belongings. Strip him of everything." Chen Jiantian's voice resounded in the chamber. "Yes, master." Qin Fei scurried over to Li Ping, preparing to search him. Suddenly, Li Ping's eyes shot open, seizing Qin Fei's arm, his gaze piercing with a radiant blue light that struck Qin Fei's eyes, causing him to freeze in place. "Qin Fei, be swift," Elder Qin, growing impatient, urged Qin Fei. "How could this be? He has nothing on him." Qin Fei turned around, lowering his head in dismay. "Impossible! He had a storage ring just last night." Elder Qin hastened towards Qin Fei. "I assure you, there is nothing. If you doubt me, see for yourself." Qin Fei spoke in a low voice. Chen Jiantian looked at Qin Fei and felt a sudden unease, yet he could not articulate his thoughts. "Step aside." Elder Qin forcefully pushed Qin Fei away and began searching through Li Ping's garments. Li Ping suddenly opened his eyes and glared at Elder Qin, causing Elder Qin to momentarily freeze. "Be careful." Chen Jiantian's voice rang out abruptly, but it was too late. The dagger in Qin Fei's hand had already pierced Elder Qin's back, plunging straight into his heart. Elder Qin turned to face Qin Fei, disbelief etched across his features. "Haha, you fools. I've already taken everything of value from him. If you have the guts, come and claim it yourself." Qin Fei withdrew the dagger, and Elder Qin let out another agonizing scream. "Chen Jiantian, stop. If you dare to move another step, you shall gain nothing." Qin Fei warned Chen Jiantian, who was poised to attack. Chen Jiantian halted abruptly, all of this transpiring in the blink of an eye. He could only watch in astonishment as events unfolded, grappling with the incredulity that Qin Fei would dare to slay his own father. "Ha ha, just stand there and don't move." At this moment, Qin Fei appeared somewhat deranged, bouncing out of the secret chamber. Chen Jiantian, momentarily stunned, watched Qin Fei flee, his mind struggling to catch up. Yet, being a seasoned veteran, he quickly regained his composure, glanced at the fallen Elder Qin, stomped his foot, and turned to pursue Qin Fei. "Ouch, my back is sore from sleeping." Li Ping stood up, stretching his limbs. Moments ago, he had used a mental technique to control Qin Fei, compelling him to commit patricide. However, this technique was quite taxing and ineffective against those with strong willpower. Li Ping was able to manipulate Qin Fei so easily this time because Qin Fei harbored no good intentions, and Li Ping merely drew out his innermost thoughts. The fallen Elder Qin grasped Li Ping's foot, moaning in agony. Not dead yet. Li Ping looked down at the suffering Elder Qin, surprised. The life force of those in the Qi refinement stage was inherently robust. And it was not so easy to extinguish. Elder Qin's lingering resentment and unwillingness to perish drove him to cling to life. Then let me give you a little push. Li Ping kicked Elder Qin against the wall, ending his life in an instant. You've sullied my foot. Li Ping dusted off his shoe and strolled out of the secret chamber, this matter now thoroughly resolved, leaving his heart feeling somewhat cleansed. Standing atop the mountain, gazing down at the Zhantian sect, Li Ping was unaware of the ultimate fate that awaited Qin Fei and Chen Zhantian, nor did he know what the Zhantian sect would become. However, he had come to terms with this chapter of his life and was ready to embark on his next destination. The Fuwu Academy? Fuwu Academy, here I come. Li Ping leaped from the mountain peak, letting out a wild roar. The Fuwu Academy was a dream from his past life and present. Regardless of necessity, he felt compelled to witness it, to resolve his earthly ties and leave no regrets. Chapter 56. The Yinlian Mountain Range. The Fuwu Academy was established within the imperial capital of the Yanglan Empire, dominating nearly half of the city and backed by the Yinlian Mountain Range. Serving as a crucial defense for the capital, the Yinlian Mountain Range was a natural barrier, enabling the royal family to securely reside in the capital. Of course, when magical beasts went on the rampage. It was no trivial matter. However, the Fuwu Academy would not dare to establish itself in the face of the Yinlian Mountain Range without some means of protection. Simultaneously, the mountain range also provided an excellent training ground for the Academy's disciples. Speaking of the Fuwu Academy, one cannot overlook the Fuwu Hall, founded by the 5th president of the Academy, aimed at maintaining stability within the empire and nurturing its talents. Thus, although the Fuwu Hall possessed characteristics of a sect, its true nature was that of an enforcer of the empire. Li Ping hovered in midair, surveying the endless expanse of forest, his heart swelling with ambition. Today, he intended to cross the Yinlian Mountain Range and accomplish a feat beyond the imagination of the common folk. Naturally, he was not reckless enough to charge in blindly. That would be courting death. A subtle approach would suffice. After all, there was still some time before enrollment began, so there was no need to rush. What Li Ping needed most was practical combat experience, as he had yet to engage in a true fight since his breakthrough. Creeping cautiously across the ground strewn with fallen branches and leaves, Li Ping remained vigilant, for the Yinlian Mountain Range was fraught with peril point. One could never know if a seemingly innocuous blade of grass concealed lethal poison, and at any moment, a high-level magical beast could leap forth, leading to certain doom. Suddenly, a white object zipped toward him. Without turning his head, Li Ping executed a sideways roll, grasping a leaf and launching it at the white object. Meow! A wail echoed as a small white cat plummeted to the ground. A mere 3rd-level flickering tail cat dared to act so brazenly? Li Ping scoffed derisively, altering his grip and sending another leaf flying toward the cat, which instantly fell silent. Humph! Self-detonation? Not a chance. Li Ping picked up the flickering tail cat, as even a fly's leg was still meat. Though a 3rd-level source core held little value, Li Ping had not a single coin to his name, so it was better than nothing. Cracking open the cat's skull, a glimmering diamond-shaped crystal appeared before him. Extracting the source core, he discarded the cat's carcass aside, realizing that a mere 3rd-level flickering tail cat possessed no other valuables. Suddenly, Li Ping's consciousness expanded rapidly, and he spotted a cat the size of an infant racing towards him. Meow! The white cat halted before the slain flickering tail cat, letting out a mournful cry. Its eyes reddened as it glared at Li Ping. Without hesitation, it charged at him. A 5th-level flickering tail cat wished to show its might. Li Ping sent a leaf hurtling towards the oncoming cat, but with a sharp crack, the leaf shattered upon impact. And the flickering tail cat continued its assault, closing the distance to Li Ping in an instant. Li Ping had no illusions that a single leaf could defeat it. At the very least, he needed a branch. With a swift iron bridge maneuver, he evaded the cat's attack, then executed a backflip, snatching a branch from the ground and launching it towards the cat. Meow! A cry of anguish erupted as the 5th-level flickering tail cat was struck in the belly, falling to the ground in convulsions. Hey, a 5th-level source core? Li Ping rushed toward the flickering tail cat, only to be met with a sudden explosion. The cat's body detonated rapidly, The pride of magical beasts would rather die than allow a human to sully their source core. Damn it! Li Ping cursed, striking his thigh in frustration, not merely for the loss of the source core, but for the bloodlust unleashed by the cat's self-detonation, which would undoubtedly attract a horde of magical beasts. He did not wish to perish before achieving his ambitions. Without hesitation, he dashed away, for he dared not confront the terrifying swarm of magical beasts. Sure enough, moments after his escape, a multitude of magical beasts converged upon the site of the cat's explosion. Roars echoed, shaking the mountains. Among them, a thunderous roar belonged to an 8th-level beast. Li Ping felt a chill run down his spine at the sound and quickened his pace. Thus, each day, Li Ping battled magical beasts, fleeing frantically, teetering on the brink of life and death. After enduring a grueling month, Li Ping had acquired numerous skills, particularly in the art of fleeing. With 2/3 of the journey to the Fuwu Academy complete, he truly began to approach the core region of the Yinlian mountain range. The deeper he ventured, the higher the level of magical beasts he encountered, necessitating utmost caution. Yet, Li Ping was not foolish enough to wander into the heart of danger. That would be tantamount to seeking death. He chose to navigate the periphery, minimizing encounters with overly powerful beasts. Although this would require additional time, it was a necessary sacrifice for his survival. Indeed, high-level magical beasts were scarce in the outskirts, and Li Ping successfully felled 2 7th-level beasts and 10 6th-level beasts. However, he encountered an 8th-level beast, narrowly escaping with his life. The battle prowess of magical beasts was inherently several times greater than that of humans at the same level. And no matter how strong Li Ping was, he still paled in comparison to high-level beasts. Yet, in this instance, Li Ping could not decide whether to commend his luck as fortunate or unfortunate. It was a Herculean effort to slay an injured 8th-level beast before it could self-detonate. But just as he procured the source core, he sensed something amiss. "You insignificant human, dare you trespass in my domain? You deserve nothing less than death." A 3-eyed evil wolf stood before Li Ping, its gaze filled with disdain. Indeed, to the 3-eyed evil wolf, the early-stage Li Ping was no different from an ant, and his life was a mere whim away from extinguishment. Li Ping gazed up at the colossal 3-eyed evil wolf, his heart racing, and he felt an overwhelming urge to flee without a fight. He never expected that his luck would lead him into the territory of a 9th-level magical beast. Such creatures were beyond his capacity to confront. Flight was clearly impossible. The 3-eyed evil wolf's speed far exceeded his own, and challenging it to a race would be sheer folly. However, Li Ping was not one to resign himself to fate. Even with the faintest glimmer of hope, he would fight with all his might. He understood that seizing the initiative was his only chance of survival. Raging flame, slash, a blazing sword manifested in his hand as he lunged at the 3-eyed evil wolf. The wolf regarded the flaming blade with a flicker of seriousness in its eyes. But it was merely a flicker. The 3-eyed evil wolf did not believe that Li Ping's meager attack could harm it. Clang! Li Ping felt as if he had struck a solid, unyielding boulder. The impact sending pain coursing through his hands. With a graceful backflip, he landed firmly on the ground, gazing in horror at the seemingly unfazed 3-eyed evil wolf before him. To his astonishment, his most powerful strike had left but a faint white mark on its forehead. A howl erupted from the 3-eyed evil wolf, for among all wolf-like creatures, the head is their most fortified defense, and this creature was no exception. Although Li Ping had failed to inflict significant harm, his attack had stirred a long-buried pain within the beast, igniting its fury. It yearned to rend the audacious ant before it. With fiery eyes, the 3-eyed evil wolf raised a paw, launching a devastating blow towards Li Ping. Terrified, Li Ping regarded the impending attack. Even if it was merely a casual strike, it was enough to spell disaster for him. Despite his formidable physique, having endured the trials of the Thunder Tribulation, a direct hit would surely claim half his life. However, Li Ping had prepared himself. He would not dare venture into the Yinlian mountain range without measures in place. As he caressed the Qianhuan ring, a verdant glow enveloped him, forming a protective barrier. With a resounding thud, akin to striking an empty sphere, a colossal shockwave erupted, propelling Li Ping over 100 zhang away, demolishing countless trees in his wake. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. While the barrier had shielded him from tangible harm, the force of the impact had nonetheless jarred his heart meridian. With no time for contemplation, Li Ping took flight. Even with the Qianhuan Ring's protection, he could not escape unscathed. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Seeing Li Ping sprinting away as if nothing were amiss, the three-eyed evil wolf felt an immense affront. How could a mere human ant escape from its clutches? It would lose all face in the Yinlian mountain range. Human, do not flee. The three-eyed evil wolf roared, giving chase, as the wolf closed the distance with each powerful stride. Li Ping's insides churned with dread. If the three-eyed evil wolf caught up to him, death was certain. Yet, racing against such a beast was akin to courting disaster. The longer he delayed, the more perilous his situation became. What to do? What to do? Panic gripped Li Ping as he fled, his urgency escalating with each stride. The wolf was closing in, and he could even feel its hot breath upon him. Then, in a flash of inspiration, Li Ping devised a plan. Expanding his consciousness outward, he quickly changed direction, intent on drawing the three-eyed evil wolf toward the domain of another high-ranking magical beast. Magical creatures typically possess their own territories. Should they be invaded by others, it would result in a relentless clash. If Li Ping could lure the three-eyed evil wolf into the territory of another formidable beast, he could slip away amidst the chaos. The three-eyed evil wolf panted heavily, now merely 10 zhang away from Li Ping. Such proximity posed no challenge for the wolf. It opened its mouth, releasing a blue energy sphere that hurtled toward Li Ping. Ah, phantom dance of 1,000 shadows, Li Ping exclaimed, swiftly employing the advanced footwork technique from his source manual, evading the sphere by mere inches. Faster. Li Ping's eyes blazed with determination. If he could just reach the territory of the high-ranking magical beast, his troubles would soon ease. Perhaps sensing Li Ping's intent, the three-eyed evil wolf unleashed its innate skill without hesitation, vowing to annihilate Li Ping to quench its rage. A luminous mist emanated from its mouth, gradually coalescing into a crescent-shaped blade. Upon sensing the terrifying aura behind him, Li Ping turned, nearly losing his composure at the sight. The Moon Soul Blade, Chapter 57. The Tsang Wolf Squad. The Moon Soul Blade was the three-eyed evil wolf's innate skill. Its most powerful combat technique. There was no choice now. The original plan was rendered futile. Rely on you, Li Ping implored, channeling all his energy into the Qianhuan Jade Slip, his body enveloped in a dense green glow, nearly solidifying into a tangible form. Yet, this was not enough. He needed to withstand the three-eyed evil wolf's assault while leveraging its power to escape this accursed place. With a furious gust, a green blade materialized above Li Ping. Its attack power modest, but its speed formidable, creating a significant rebound for his strategy. In an instant, Li Ping's preparations were complete, and the three-eyed evil wolf's attack surged forth. Boom! A tremendous explosion resounded as Li Ping's attack was obliterated. Yet the Moon Soul Blade pressed on undeterred, hurtling towards him. Crash! The Moon Soul Blade collided with the protective shield, creating a deep dent but revealing no signs of fracture, sending the blade soaring into the sky. Vanishing from sight, a mere ant, how amusing! The three-eyed evil wolf scoffed, observing a distant glimmer in the heavens. Who dares to trespass in my domain? A voice thundered suddenly. The three-eyed evil wolf stiffened at the sound. Three-eyed, how dare you invade my territory? Prepare to perish. A thunder-striped lightning tiger leapt into view. The three-eyed evil wolf, upon seeing the lightning tiger, trembled in fear, turning tail and fleeing without a backward glance. A month later, a level 3 clear-wind wolf bounded excitedly into its cave, clutching a bloodied human, reveling in the thought of a hearty meal. Today, I can feast to my heart's content, the clear-wind wolf mused. Cautiously peeking outside, would those creatures return to steal its prize? With a whimper, the clear-wind wolf recalled past days of being bullied by other wolves, a wave of despair washing over it. Life had been anything but a wolf's existence. Upon spotting the human's bloodied form, its eyes gleamed with anticipation. It lunged forward, biting the human's arm. But alas! The blood on the human's body had already congealed into clots, as the clear-wind wolf licked at the blood. A bitter taste overwhelmed its senses, prompting a violent retch. It tore away the blood clots and ragged clothing, revealing soft, pale skin. Wow! The clear-wind wolf's eyes lit up. In its memory, this was the finest delicacy. Yet, upon biting down, it felt as though it were gnawing on tough leather, unable to penetrate. frustrated. The clear-wind wolf shook its head, but to no avail. It grew angry, biting down fiercely, yet ultimately it yielded, staring in disbelief at the untouched skin. In that moment, nostalgia for its days with its mother enveloped it in a way. I refuse to believe I cannot devour the meat right before me, the clear-wind wolf thought, resolutely biting once more. Pouring all its strength into the attempt to claim its meal, with tears in its eyes, the clear-wind wolf truly cried out this time, longing to ask why. The howl echoed into the sky, and a few bloody teeth fell in response. Too tough. Mother, father. Thus, the clear-wind wolf guarded the lifeless human day after day, lowly whimpering, its eyes filled with resentment, unable to eat but unwilling to discard. Caught in a dilemma, finally, a group of unfamiliar guests arrived at the clear-wind wolf's small den. Chile, you are amazing. You actually slayed a level 4 magical beast. A girl exclaimed gleefully. Red Jade. Do not say that. Had it not been for everyone's cooperation, I could never have slain that beast alone. The man known as Chile approached the cave, dragging a scarlet gaze beast behind him. Chile, do not be so humble. If it weren't for your final strike, that scarlet gaze beast would have self-destructed long ago. Another man interjected. All right. You all only know how to flatter me. It makes me feel embarrassed. Chile chuckled bashfully, wiping his nose. Now, I must enter the cave. I have assessed the situation. There should only be a level 3 clear-wind wolf inside. I will handle it first. You all should wait outside. It's too unsafe out here. Chile's smile faded as he spoke earnestly. Chile, be careful, the girl named Red Jade cautioned. A mere level 3 clear-wind wolf is nothing to worry about. Chile dismissed as he laid down the scarlet gaze beast, brushed off his hands, and unsheathed a sword from his back, bending to enter the cave. Once inside, sounds of a fierce battle erupted, but soon fell silent, indicating Chile had successfully slain the clear-wind wolf. Quick, come in. Chile's urgent voice rang out from within the cave. What happened? Chile, why are you in such a rush to call us in? Red Jade was the first to enter, inquiring. Hurry, Red Jade, bring out the healing pills, Chile called, his back to her. Red Jade paused at his words. Chile, are you injured? No, hurry, just bring out the healing pills. Chile urged. Here. Red Jade retrieved a crystal vial from her storage ring and tossed it to Chile. He caught the vial, bending to lift the unconscious figure from the ground. It was none other than Li Ping, who had been struck away by the three-eyed evil wolf. Chile poured a healing pill into his hand, grasping Li Ping's south jaw to place it in his mouth. Water. Li Ping had not consumed anything for over a month, let alone water, and his throat felt parched. Here. Red Jade produced a water pouch and handed it to Li Ping. Chile helped Li Ping take several sips, finally managing to get the healing pill down. Who is this person? Red Jade asked, her curiosity piqued. Hong Yu stepped forward and gazed at the filthy Li Ping, inquiring, I am uncertain, yet I perceive some breath within this individual, albeit a few ribs are fractured. There remains a glimmer of hope for his salvation. May we indeed be able to revive him. Chile propped Li Ping against the wall, shaking his head and murmuring, let us hope for the best. Hong Yu silently echoed this sentiment. The cave of Qingfenglang was not particularly spacious, and with several individuals having entered, it felt exceedingly cramped.